The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 1460 to Chapter 1511. On the peak of the mountain, Wuli put away the scroll, and he remained silent for a long time before he said softly, "Who exactly are you?" There was no response. A moment later, Wuli sat cross-legged on the ground. Cultivate. Previously, he was already a little lost in cultivation because he had already reached his limit. Previously, it was as if he had no other way out, but now, the contents of this ancient scroll had pointed out a path for him. This time, he had a 90% chance of breaking through. He seemed to have thought of something, and he opened his eyes and looked up into the sky. At this moment, he thought of that woman in a simple dress, the woman who had threatened him. That woman was so powerful that he didn't dare to make a move against her back then. Because he wasn't confident, he could only watch helplessly as the youth rescued Jiao Lu from the Naga dragon tribe. He could not take this lying down. Wuli slowly closed his eyes. "Woman, just you wait." As he spoke, he began to cultivate. Gradually, the aura around him grew stronger and stronger. On the other side, the woman stood in the clouds and looked down. No one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, the holy leader appeared beside the woman. The holy master saluted respectfully. "Master, Xian went to an unknown starfield, but the mysterious city's city lord is following him. Our people don't dare to approach." The woman smiled. She looked in the direction of the fifth dimension and said softly, "If I'm not wrong, he should be about to awaken the spirit of the great Tao. As long as he dared to awaken the spirit of the great Tao, the Tao sect would fight to the death." In addition to Wuli, who was about to break through. What happened next should be very fun. However, this is still not enough. The sacred leader was a little curious. "Other than us and the Tao sect, does he have any other enemies?" The woman smiled and said, "Yes. And there were a lot of them. Because of the Tao scripture." As she spoke, she glanced at the sky and said softly, "There are some mysterious powers. However, these powers have hidden themselves too deeply. Ordinary people did not even know of their existence. And these mysterious powers are very interested in the Tao scripture." The holy master asked, "Why?" The woman laughed, "Because they all want to reach the level of the Tao scripture's owner." The hallowed lord hesitated for a moment and said, "Master, in your opinion, how strong is the owner of that scripture?" The woman's smile gradually disappeared. "Very strong." The sacred lord fell silent. Very strong. To be able to gain the approval of the master in front of him, he was definitely not an ordinary person. The woman continued, "How could someone who could create a martial arts system be an ordinary person?" As soon as she finished speaking, she looked up into the sky and said with a smile, "I'm going to see that little fellow." After saying that, she disappeared directly. In the five-dimensional universe. After Xian parted ways with Lan Rua, he returned to the fifth dimension. As soon as he did so, Nian appeared in front of him. Xian smiled and said, "You knew I was coming back?" Nian shook her head. "It was Sister Yu who told me." Yuzun, Xian gently rubbed Nian's little head. "It's been hard on you these days, hasn't it?" Nian shook her head again. "It wasn't hard." As she spoke, she raised her head and looked at Xian. "I've already finished reading those scriptures." Xian asked, "Are you done?" Nian nodded. "They're waiting for you." Xian held Nian's hand. "Let's go." Nian smiled sweetly and turned to leave with Xian. At the moment they turned around, Xian did not notice that Nian tilted her head slightly and glanced at the sky. In the sky, in the clouds, a woman in a dark green dress smiled. What a fifth dimension Tendo! This woman was the mysterious woman from the Holy Land. The mysterious woman looked down. Looking at the backs of Xian and Nian below, she smiled and said, "It seems that I have to be careful of this fifth dimension Tendo." Inside the hall, Yi Jiming handed a scroll to Xian, the contents and notes of the 9th volume, as well as mental cultivation methods and martial arts. As she spoke, she paused and said, "Only Nian knows the contents." Xian looked at Yushi and Yuzun, who were not far away. Yushi smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, the 9th volume of martial arts and mental cultivation methods." Xian pointed and the scroll in his hand flew to Yushi. "Sect leader Yu, make a copy." Yushi was silent. She also wanted the complete version of the 9th volume of martial arts and mental cultivation methods. however, she was very clear that this was a bit greedy. Moreover, most importantly, she wanted to bring the experts of Whirling Sect back to Whirling World. It was too dangerous to continue staying here. Yi Xian smiled and said, Sect Leader Yu, this 9th volume originally belonged to Whirling Sect. Since you gave it to me, how could I keep it for myself? Just accept this Tao scripture martial art and Tao scripture mental cultivation method. Yushi was silent. Yi Xian said again, Sect Leader Yu and the others have been out for some time, they must be homesick, right? Yushi also looked homesick. Yi Xian smiled and said, I understand Sect Leader Yu's thoughts and also respect Sect Leader Yu's thoughts. Yushi's expression was complicated, young Master Yi. I have to consider the whole sect, I'm sorry. After saying that, she turned and left. Yi Xian suddenly said, Sect Leader Yushi. Yushi stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the scroll and walked to Yushi. This is what your Whirling Sect deserves. Also, your Whirling Sect does not owe me, Yi Xian, anything. On the contrary, I owe you a favor. After a moment of silence, Yushi said, Young Master Yi, take care. After saying that, she took the scroll and left. Yu Zun looked at Yi Xian, take care. Yi Xian smiled and said, take care. Yu Zun also left. They left. Yi Jiming suddenly said, with this, the Whirling Sect will take more than 30 Consolidation Realm experts with them. Yi Xian said softly, they have no obligation to stay and die with us. Isn't that right? Yi Jiming was silent. At this time, Bai Dizzy walked in. Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy, how is the situation in the 5th dimension now? Bai Dizzy said in a deep voice, after the Whirling Sect leaves, we still have 68 Consolidation Realm experts. As for our 5th dimension, we still don't have any Consolidation Realm experts. However, Miss and Xianxia and the others are already trying to break through to the Consolidation Realm. If nothing unexpected happens, Miss and Xianxia and the others will reach the Consolidation Realm within a month. Yi Xian nodded. And Xianxia, Xiaoqi, Arrow, Zhang Wenxiu, and the other girls had always been the focus of the 5th dimension's nurturing. It could be said that all the resources were prioritized toward them. Bai Dizzy said again, according to my people's investigation, the Tao sect has already called for their disciples to return to the sect. In addition, they are also mobilizing some forces that are attached to them. They may be making a big move recently. A big move. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, what about the boundless sacred ground? Bai Dizzy shook his head, there is no movement from this force. Yi Xian frowned slightly, no movement? Bai Dizzy nodded. Yi Xian said softly, Miss Lanrua told me that we must be careful of the boundless sacred ground because the former Daoting is their mortal enemy. Moreover, Qing Zhu and the others are still exiled. Bai Dizzy said in a deep voice, this force will not let us grow. Yi Xian nodded, you shouldn't be able to find anything. I will ask Xian City to help investigate this force. Bai Dizzy nodded, all right. Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy, how's the power of faith? Why don't I feel anything? Bai Dizzy smiled, you, try activating your God's seal. Yi Xian nodded, he activated the God's seal. The next moment, his face changed instantly, endless power of faith surged out from the God's seal and converged towards his body like a tide. Gradually, Yi Xian's face changed, because he found that after the power of faith entered his body, it completely merged with his body. The White Emperor's son smiled and said, this is the purest power of faith. With the support of this power of faith, your combat strength will increase by at least 2 to 3 levels. If it's a little more, your strength will become even more terrifying. Power of faith, Yi Xian spoke softly, I finally understand why some people like to deceive others. Needless to say, the power of faith was really extraordinary. Moreover, one didn't need to cultivate. So long as others believed in one would be able to obtain an endless supply of power of faith. It was simply like becoming stronger while lying down. At this time, the White Emperor's son said, I invited the ancient clan, the Southern Yu clan, and the Xian city to discuss the Taoist scriptures. Among these forces, the Qi clan of the Heavenly Oblivion Galaxy did not come. I'm afraid this force will become our enemy, Yi Xian asked, what's the attitude of the ancient race and South Shine clan? Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian, they've already made it clear that they won't become enemies with us, and they won't interfere in the matter between us and the Tao sect. Yi Xian nodded. In other words, our biggest enemy now is the Dao sect. Bai Dizzy nodded. We still don't know anything about the Dao sect's strength, and it's extremely disadvantageous to us. However, I believe they're definitely afraid of the white-robed woman and Miss Ting Yun. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have made a move long ago. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. With his current strength, killing a Consolidation Realm expert was basically no problem. However, the Dao sect didn't just have Consolidation Realm experts. Moreover, as the birthplace of the Dao scriptures, this place was definitely not that simple. At this moment, Yi Jiming suddenly said, "Should we awaken the spirit of the great Dao?" Yi Xian looked at Yi Jiming. "Can we awaken it?" Yi Jiming nodded. "As long as we combine the 9 Dao scriptures." Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Nian Yan suddenly said, "No." Yi Xian and the other two looked at Nian Yan. Nian Yan was stunned, then a little confused. "What's wrong?" Yi Xian looked at Nian Yan. "You just said no." Nian Yan looked at Yi Xian, still a little confused. "Did I say that?" Yi Xian and Yi Jiming looked at each other, and Yi Jiming sent a voice transmission with Xianxia. "She's weird sometimes." Yi Xian glanced at Nian Yan. He gently rubbed her little head, and said softly, "If we summon the spirit of the great Dao now, what do you think will happen?" Bai Dizzy said solemnly, "Not to mention anything else, the Dao sect will definitely fight us to the death, and some of the forces that are still watching will probably take action to snatch the Dao scriptures and the spirit of the great Dao." Yi Xian squatted down, looked at Nian Yan, and smiled slightly. "I understand." Nian Yan held Yi Xian's hand tightly. A moment later, while Yi Xian and the others were discussing matters, Nian Yan left the main hall. After leaving the main hall, Nian Yan unknowingly came to a cloud. To be precise, she came to the woman in a dark green dress. The woman looked at Nian Yan in front of her, smiling without saying a word. Nian Yan looked at the woman, and a moment later, she suddenly smiled. "Isn't it good to be alive?" The woman blinked. "I remember you saying before that no one can kill you without using 3 strikes, right?" Nian Yan nodded. "I did." The woman's lips curled up. "I'm a little more arrogant than you. If I don't use 3 strikes, I can kill anyone I want. P.S. I also want to be able to say something especially awesome one day. If I don't use it, who dares to be first in the monthly votes? Everyone. Do you think I'll ever have the chance to say something so awesome in my life?" 3 strikes. Nian Yan looked at the woman in front of her. "How arrogant." The woman smiled and said, "Same to you." Nian Yan said, "Let's go?" The woman nodded. "All right." The 2 women strolled through the clouds. Nian Yan said softly, "You're the first person to discover me." The woman smiled and said, "You're also the first person to discover me." Nian Yan turned her head and looked down. "The current 5-dimensional universe is the 5-dimensional universe in my heart." The woman nodded. "You didn't misjudge me." Nian Yan smiled and said, "Yes." She was quite proud. The woman chuckled and said, "You shouldn't have gotten involved in his karma." Nian Yan shrugged. "It's too late to retreat now." "Isn't that so?" The woman glanced at Nian Yan and smiled. "You don't want to retreat?" Nian Yan blinked. "I'm his sister Nian." The woman looked up at the sky and said softly, "You deliberately lost your memory because you didn't want to be targeted by the calamity on him. You wanted to use another method to protect him." Nian Yan smiled and said, "You didn't dare to attack directly because of the woman in the plain dress." The woman nodded. "I can't beat her." Nian Yan said, "I can't beat her either." The 2 women looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, the woman stopped. She looked down and said softly, "Do you know? The moment I saw him, I almost gave up." Nian Yan was a little curious. "Why?" The woman smiled and said, "I don't know why either. I can't explain that feeling." Nian Yan asked, "What's his relationship with you?" The woman smiled. "He can be considered family." Nian Yan blinked. "Considered family?" The woman nodded. "Very close." Nian Yan smiled and said, "And you wanted to kill him?" "It looks like there's a story." The woman smiled and said, "There's indeed a story. However, it's all the grudges of the older generation. I don't want to talk about it." Nian Yan blinked. "I think there's someone responsible for every grievance." "What do you think?" The woman laughed. I think you're right. However, if I kill him, he definitely deserves it. Xianxia was silent. The woman stopped. She looked at the sky and said softly, you won't dare to recover your memories in a short period of time, and you won't dare to forcefully interfere with his matters. Am I right? Xianxia nodded. Yes. The woman said with a smile, then we shall meet again. After saying that, she walked into the distance. Behind him, Xianxia looked at the woman in silence. At that moment, a man appeared behind Xianxia. It was Yixian. Yixian looked at Xianxia. Xianxia, who is she? Xianxia was stunned. The calmness in her eyes turned into confusion. She looked up at Yixian. Who is it? Yixian pointed at the woman who had already disappeared in the distance. That woman. Xianxia looked into the distance. A moment later, she said softly, I don't know. Yixian frowned slightly. There was something wrong with Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia grabbed Yixian's hand. Let's go. Yixian looked at Xianxia and asked softly, are you all right? Xianxia shook her head slightly. I'm fine. Yixian squatted down and stared at Xianxia. Are you really all right? Xianxia lowered her head slightly and said softly, I don't know either. I've been having some strange dreams recently. Yixian asked softly, what dream? Xianxia shook her head. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Yixian hurriedly said. Then I won't think about it anymore. As he said that, he gently rubbed Xianxia's little head. Let's go back. Xianxia nodded. All right. Yixian turned his head and looked in the direction that the woman had disappeared in. Then, he pulled Xianxia and left. Dao sect. In a certain hall, the fourth Dao elder was sitting cross-legged on the ground. At that moment, his body had already condensed, but it was no longer a Dao body. His Dao body had been shattered by that woman. If he wanted to cultivate it again, it would be extremely difficult. In front of the fourth Dao elder was a statue of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man held an ancient scroll in his hand and looked very elegant and quiet. This person was the Dao sect's patriarch, the founder of the Dao scripture. At that moment, an old man walked in and bowed respectfully to the fourth Dao elder. We received news that Yixian seems to be looking for the white-robed woman and Situ Tingyun. The fourth Dao elder opened his eyes. Have you found them? The old man shook his head. I don't know. The fourth Dao elder was silent. After a moment, he said again, any news from the second master? The old man shook his head. No news at all. The fourth Dao elder asked again, what about the Holy Land? What exactly is their attitude? The old man said in a deep voice, the Holy Land. They're a little perfunctory. The fourth Dao elder frowned slightly. What do you mean? The old man said, what the Holy Land means is that they are also mortal enemies with Yixian, but they have no intention of making a move. I think they want us to fight Yixian to the death first, and then they'll reap the benefits. The fourth Dao elder's face was expressionless. Idiots. They're still scheming against us even now. It's impossible for the Holy Land to achieve anything. The old man nodded. Besides the Holy Land, Dark City, the Ancient Clan, and the Southshine Clan have expressed that they won't interfere in the matter between us and Yixian. The fourth Dao elder looked at the old man. Dark City has expressed its position as well? The old man nodded. The fourth Dao elder fell silent. The old man continued, our Dao sect's disciples have basically all returned, and those who haven't are on their way back. Besides that, some of our subordinate powers have sent their strongest experts to our Dao sect as well. As he spoke, he looked at the fourth Dao elder. Fourth master, when do you think we should make a move? The fourth Dao elder shook his head. Yixian alone can kill him as easily as killing a chicken. But what happens after he's killed? The people behind him will definitely launch a frenzied revenge against our Dao sect. Moreover, if they continue to target our Dao sect while hiding in the shadows, then our Dao sect will be in an extremely bad situation. So, if we want to kill Yixian, we must first destroy the powers behind him, and we can use Yixian to draw them out. The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, Fourth Master's words make sense. However, we still don't understand the powers behind Xian. The fourth Tao elder spoke softly, it doesn't matter. So long as Xian is here, they will show themselves. This time, our Tao sect will go all out. Let me see if the powers behind him can fight our Tao sect. As he spoke, he gazed at the old man. Use all the connections of our Tao sect and invite all the experts we can. Moreover, tell them that our Tao sect will share all the Tao scriptures once we succeed. Share all the Tao scriptures, the old man nodded slightly. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Within the hall, the fourth Tao elder slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he recalled what Yi Ling had said before he left. Yi Xian had a sister, the woman in the plain dress. Previously, the Tao sect had sent people to look for the woman in the plain dress, but all of them had died. However, this didn't mean anything because with his strength, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to kill 10 Consolidation Realm experts. Moreover, if the woman in the plain dress wasn't strong enough, it was very likely that she had already been injured when she killed the 10 Consolidation Realm experts of the Tao sect. If that was the case, then this woman in the plain dress would be the breakthrough point for the Tao sect. However, he was still a little worried. He was worried that Yi Ling was lying to him. However, the problem was that an expert of this level shouldn't be lying, right? Somewhere in the starry sky, there was a city in this star field. This city wasn't big, it was just a small city. Divine City. This city was extremely special. Very few people in the world knew about it because there was a requirement to enter this city, that was to be at least half a step into the divine realm. It could be said that this city was a club of top experts. On this day, a middle-aged man came to the divine city. This person was the second Tao elder. After the second Tao elder entered the city, there was only a small tavern in the city. The Taoist second brother arrived at the tavern. At this time, the tavern was a little deserted. There were only 3 people in the tavern, a tavern manager who was calculating with an abacus, a waiter who was cleaning the tables and chairs, and a swordsman who was drinking. Seeing the second Tao elder, the tavern owner smiled slightly. What do you need, sir? The second Tao elder walked in front of the tavern owner. I'm looking for someone. The tavern owner shook his head. Sir, this is a place to drink. The second Tao elder looked at the tavern owner. He took out a storage ring and placed it in front of the tavern owner. The tavern owner glanced at it. There were a total of 1 billion fortune divine crystals in the storage ring. 1 billion, this was a huge sum of money. The tavern owner glanced at the second Tao elder. Who are you looking for? The second Tao elder said in a deep voice, the third young lady. The tavern owner asked, the third young lady of the Tao sect? The second Tao elder nodded. The tavern owner put away the storage ring and pointed to a table in front of him. Half a month ago, she drank here. The second Tao elder frowned slightly. Where is she now? The tavern owner said, the northern wilderness. The second Tao elder was stunned. The northern wilderness, not far away. The swordsman who was drinking suddenly stopped. The tavern owner said with a smile, it's not too late to chase after her now. The second Tao elder was silent. The tavern owner said with a smile, would you like a cup of spring sword? The second Tao elder took out another storage ring and placed it in front of the tavern owner. Ask about someone. The tavern owner put away the storage ring and said, who? The second Tao elder looked at the tavern owner. Yi Xian. Yi Xian, the tavern owner was stunned and asked, the 5-dimensional universe? The second Tao elder nodded. After a moment of silence, the tavern owner put the storage ring back in its original position and shook his head. The second Tao elder frowned slightly. Do you not know or do you not dare to say? The tavern owner said with a smile, I know a little about Tao Yi, but I can't say. The second Tao elder stared at the tavern owner. You can't say? The tavern owner nodded. The second Tao elder was silent. Who was this Yi Xian? Why were the people of this place so afraid of him? One must know that the Tao sects did not dare to be arrogant in this place. At this moment, the tavern owner suddenly said, Dear customers, we are going to close. The second Tao elder glanced at the story and turned to leave. Not far away, the swordsman put down his wine glass and got up to leave. Not long after the two left, the tavern owner came to a room in the tavern and bowed slightly. Master, inside the room, a voice sounded. Are you wondering why I didn't let you investigate that Xian? The tavern owner nodded. This disciple is indeed puzzled. Inside the room, the voice was silent for a long time before saying, "The son of an old friend." The tavern owner. After second brother left the tavern, he went straight to the northern wilderness. Along the way, second brother's expression was solemn. He came to the divine city for two purposes. One was to find the third young lady, and the other was to inquire about Xian's background. In his opinion, this tavern should know about Xian's background. What he did not expect was that the tavern's people did not dare to say it. It was not that they did not know, but they did not dare to say it. This was thought-provoking. In any case, Taoism had no way out now. Second brother sped up. In the five-dimensional universe. On this day, Xian came to a hall. Inside the hall stood a middle-aged man, the ninth master. Xian walked to the ninth master and took out a scroll and handed it to him. The ninth master glanced at the scroll. It was a Tao scripture, a complete version of Tao scripture. The ninth master looked at Xian and smiled. "You're giving it to me just like that?" Xian said with a smile, "Are you touched?" The ninth master shook his head and smiled. "A little, but, are you really giving it to me just like that?" Xian smiled. "You've helped me a lot along the way." The ninth master thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I'm afraid of the plain-dressed woman." Xian blinked. "Senior, I've heard you say that you can take 2 strikes from Qing'er." This, the ninth master laughed. "Xian, you're not a good friend. How dare you slap my face?" Xian said with a smile, "Take it." The ninth master's expression was complicated. "To be honest, we've all underestimated her." As he said, he looked at Xian. "Back then, I was still very weak. In my opinion, she was only 1 or 2 levels higher than me. But now, it seems that my thoughts were too ridiculous." Xian was silent. Didn't he also underestimate Qing'er's strength? Meanwhile, the ninth house added, "Actually, we might be underestimating her as well." Xian looked at the ninth floor. "What do you mean?" The ninth floor smiled, "Because we have been using our knowledge to measure her, but she has already surpassed our knowledge. Just like a frog at the bottom of a well, it has always used its own thoughts to measure the sky outside. Even if it feels that the sky might be bigger than it imagined, how could it have imagined that the sky was not as big as it imagined?" As he spoke, he looked at Xian. "It's not that your enemy is too stupid, it's that she's too strong. It's so abnormal that it shouldn't even exist in this world." Xian was silent. At this moment, he thought of Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy had actually been paying attention to the plain-dressed lady all along. But in the end, he discovered that he had still underestimated her, including him, Xian. Back in Green City, he had thought that Qing'er was a sword deity. But now, it seemed that it was such a stupid idea. The ninth house said, "I'm telling you one thing. The Taoists aren't scary because they don't know the true strength of the plain-dressed lady." "What's scary?" He was the kind of person who knew the true strength of the plainly dressed woman, but still dared to make an enemy out of her. "This kind of person is a real threat to you." Xian nodded. "I understand what you mean." The ninth house smiled. "At first, I thought you were just a prophet in the afterlife. But then I realized that things aren't that simple." Xian said with a smile, "To be honest, I'm still very confused about many things." The ninth house said, "Becoming stronger is the way to go. However, I realized that no matter how hard you try to become stronger, your enemy will always be much stronger than you." "What a tragedy." Xian was speechless. "You're taking pleasure in my misfortune." The ninth house laughed. "By the way, I have to go too." Xian was puzzled. "Go?" The ninth house nodded. "I've been away for so long. Now that I've regained my freedom, I want to go back and have a look." Xian hesitated, then asked, "Will you come back?" The ninth house smiled. "Yes." Xian took out a storage ring and handed it to the ninth house. "Take care." With that, he turned and left. The ninth house glanced at the storage ring and was stunned the next moment. There were 10 million fortune divine crystals in the storage ring. After parting ways with the ninth house, Xian came to a silent starry sky. In his hand was the supreme sword. He didn't immediately cultivate the ninth Tao scripture's cultivation method and martial arts because he hadn't even cultivated the instant kill sword and the burning heaven sword to their limits. What he needed to do now was to use this sword to cultivate his instant kill swordsman to his limits. Only then would he consider cultivating the ninth Tao scripture's martial arts. While Yixian was cultivating, a few new half-step consolidation realm experts appeared in the fifth dimension, and Lanxiu, when he learned that Lanxiu had broken through, Bai Dizzy was also shocked. He knew that Lanxiu and the other girls were talented, but he didn't expect that Lanxiu would reach the half-step consolidation realm so quickly after obtaining cultivation resources, faster than White Robe and Jin Wu. Although it was only a half-step, it was still very terrifying. Not long ago, Lanxiu was only in the Tao realm. How long had it been to reach the half-step consolidation realm? Of course, this was a very good thing for the current fifth dimension. Currently, the fifth dimension was lacking in experts. The Northern Wilderness. The Northern Wilderness was a wasteland, and this wasteland was not simple. It could even be called a forbidden area. Even a half-step divine realm expert would not dare to step into it. The reason why this place became a forbidden area was because the Tao sect's ancestor had set up a powerful enchantment here. No one knew why the Tao sect's ancestor set up an enchantment here, not even the people of the Tao sect. Although countless years had passed, the enchantment was still strong. Only half-step divine crystal realm experts could barely get close to this wasteland. The second Tao brother came to the top of a mountain. Below the mountain was a wasteland. At first glance, it was a blurry wasteland. Enchantment. The second Tao brother looked into the distance, his face a little gloomy. He was already too late. At this time, a man with a long blade suddenly appeared behind the second Tao brother. The second Tao brother glanced at the man with the long blade. "You've been following me for so long, what's the matter?" The man with the long blade was expressionless. "Do you need a thug?" The second Tao brother narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you want?" The man with the long blade said, "As far as I know, your master once created a sword skill. No one in your Tao sect can successfully cultivate the sword skill, right?" The second Tao brother looked at the man. "You're blade addict." The man said, "Give me that scroll, I'll kill that Yixian for you." The second Tao brother shook his head. "You can't kill him by yourself." The man looked at the second Tao brother. "I can try." The second Tao brother said in a deep voice. "I can give you that scroll, but I have a condition. This condition is not for you to kill Yixian, because you can't kill him by yourself. What I want is for you to follow me to the Tao sect. When I want you to attack, attack." After a moment of silence, the blade addict nodded. "Okay." The second Tao brother pointed his finger and an ancient scroll appeared in front of the man. "This is the first half." "It's the first half. I'll give you the second half after we kill Yixian." The blade addict said, "Okay." The second Tao brother slowly clenched his right hand, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly realized something. That was because there were too many martial arts manuals in the Tao sect. In addition to the Tao scriptures, there were many other martial arts, and these martial arts had a fatal temptation to the experts outside. If the Tao sect was willing, who knew how many experts would rush to the Tao sect to help? Thinking of this, the second Tao brother sneered. He turned around and left, back to the Tao sect. After returning to the Tao sect, the second Tao brother immediately used the Tao sect's resources to invite experts from all over the heavens to the Tao sect. Under the temptation of those martial arts manuals, more and more consolidation realm experts rushed to the Tao sect, because there were not only martial arts manuals, but also Tao scriptures, martial arts, and some Tao techniques. These were things that countless people dreamed of. Under such temptation, not many people could resist. On this day, the second Tao brother personally came to the sacred land. The Holy Temple. The second Tao brother looked at the Holy Lord in front of him. "Holy Lord, this time, the Tao sect will do its best to kill Yixian." The Holy Lord was silent. The second Tao brother smiled. "Holy Lord, you should have some understanding of the forces behind Yixian. To be honest, if we cooperate sincerely, this time, Yixian will definitely die." The Holy Lord looked at the second Tao brother. "What's your senior brother's attitude?" "Senior brother," the second Tao brother shook his head. "His attitude isn't important. What's important is that I represent the entire Tao sect. As he spoke, he looked at the Holy Lord. Holy Lord, tell me if you want to join forces. Of course, if the Sacred Land wants to see the Dao sect and Yixian fight to the death, it's not impossible. However, if the Dao sect loses, I hope the Sacred Land will have a good ending. With that, he stood up and left. The Holy Lord did not speak. Just as the second Dao brother was about to leave the hall, the Holy Lord suddenly looked at him. The Sacred Land is willing to help. The second Dao brother looked at the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord smiled. How about this? If the white-robed woman and Situtinyun appear, the Sacred Land will help you deal with them. However, we won't care about anything else. After a moment of silence, the second Dao brother said, all right. The Holy Lord asked, when do we act? The second Dao brother glanced at the Holy Lord. Very soon. With that, he turned around and vanished. After the second Dao brother left, the Holy Lord immediately went to the small bamboo house in the mountain behind the Sacred Land. At this moment, the mysterious woman was watering the flowers in the garden. The Holy Lord looked at the mysterious woman. Master, are we really going to act? The mysterious woman smiled. What do we act? The Holy Lord was stunned. Just now, Master asked me to agree to the second Dao brother's request, the mysterious woman smiled. If we don't agree, do you think he would dare to start a war against the entire fifth dimension? Even if he wants to, he wouldn't dare because he's afraid that someone else will take advantage of the situation. He'll only be at ease if we agree to his request. After that, he'll go find Yixian and fight to the death. The Holy Lord hesitated for a moment before he said, can he win? The mysterious woman said softly, I'm not asking him to fight. I'm asking Yixian to form an irreconcilable enmity with the Taoist sect. As long as Yixian forms an irreconcilable enmity with the Taoist sect, it'll be equivalent to forming an irreconcilable enmity with the Taoist sect's ancestor. He obtained the 9 Taoist scriptures, and it was originally a good karma. But now, this good karma is about to turn into a bad karma. How wonderful. As she spoke up to this point, she looked up at the sky and said softly, that person from the ultimate martial realm should be about to break through as well. P.S. Those who are reading should be voting as well, I'm already prepared. Throw in the votes. In the 5-dimensional universe. In the starry sky, Yixian opened his palm. Thousands of feet away, a ray of sword light appeared and a certain space was torn apart. Insta-kill sword. With the help of this unparalleled sword, his insta-kill sword had reached his limit, the true limit. This was because insta-kill sword could no longer increase his sword speed. Although it could no longer increase his speed, it could increase his strength and the power of his sword techniques. In other words, other than reaching the limit of his speed, there was still room for improvement in other areas. At this moment, a lady suddenly appeared not far away from Yixian. It was Lan Rua. Yixian looked at Lan Rua, a little surprised. Miss Lan Rua? Lan Rua walked to Yixian with a serious expression. I have bad news for you. Yixian said, Dao faction is going to make a move? Lan Rua nodded. Not just Dao faction. They made use of Dao faction's resources and connections to gather many experts to head to Dao faction. These people are not to be underestimated. Yixian asked, how many? Lan Rua glanced at Yixian. Are you sure you want to know? Yixian smiled. Of course. Lan Rua said, the Dao sect itself has at least 460 consolidation realm experts. Now, including the experts from their vassal forces, as well as those who have been tempted by martial arts manuals, there are at least 600 consolidation realm experts in the Dao sect now. Among them, there are many who have no lack of consolidation realm experts. Yixian was silent. This lineup was enough to crush the entire 5-dimensional universe. Lan Rua continued, in addition, second brother Dao has personally gone to the Holy Land. This means that the Holy Land should have agreed to make a move. As for the strength of the Holy Land, we can't find anything. Can't find anything, Yixian said softly, seems like I should be more worried about the Holy Land. Lan Rua looked at Yixian. How are you going to deal with Dao faction? Yixian smiled. We can only fight. Lan Rua frowned. Fight head-on? Yixian said softly, we definitely can't fight them head-on. Lan Rua asked, call for help? Yi Xian shook his head. Lan Rua was a little puzzled. Why didn't you call for help? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Because I don't know where they are. Lan Rua was stunned. Are you sure? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Miss Lan Rua, do you think I need to lie to you? Lan Rua said in a low voice, then you're in a rather bad situation now. Yi Xian looked at Lan Rua and smiled. Miss Lan Rua, thank you for reminding me. Lan Rua shook his head. It's just a small matter. As she said that, she looked at Yi Xian. I don't know what strategy you have, but I want to tell you that if the person behind you doesn't make a move, that door is like a mountain to you, a mountain that you can't overcome. Take care. After saying that, she turned around and disappeared. Where he was, Yi Xian looked at the supreme sword in his hand and chuckled. It's time to taste blood. After saying that, he disappeared. Dao Domain. At this moment, the Dao Domain was unprecedentedly lively because countless Consolidation Realm experts were rushing over. On this day, a man in black arrived at the Dao Domain. This man in black was naturally Yi Xian, however, at this moment, he was dressed in black and looked completely different from before. He wanted to see how the Dao sect was going to deal with him. The moment Yi Xian entered the Dao Domain, the space in front of him suddenly trembled. The next moment, an old man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The old man looked at Yi Xian. May I know who you are? Yi Xian was about to speak when a voice sounded from the horizon. I didn't expect the young Master Yi of the fifth dimension to personally come to my Dao sect. What a surprise! After saying that, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The person who came was Dao Brother Second, and around him, countless experts appeared one after another. All of them were at the Consolidation Realm. In an instant, Yi Xian was directly surrounded. Yi Xian was silent. I'm off to a bad start. However, he didn't understand how the other party found him. In the sky, Dao Brother Second looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you underestimate my Dao sect. Yi Xian nodded. Indeed, I underestimated you. Dao Brother Second looked at Yi Xian. Everyone, kill this person, and my Dao sect will fulfill its promise to you immediately. Hearing this, the hundreds of Consolidation Realm experts present all looked at Yi Xian in unison. Why did they come here? Naturally, it was because they wanted to obtain some of the Dao sect's martial arts manuals. Especially the Dao scriptures of the Dao sect. At this moment, someone was about to make a move, but Yi Xian suddenly laughed in the distance. You don't really think that I came alone, do you? Hearing this, those who were about to make a move stopped. They naturally knew about Yi Xian. Now, who didn't know that there was a mysterious force behind Yi Xian? In the sky, Dao Brother Second looked at Yi Xian. Are you trying to scare me? Yi Xian smiled. Dao Brother Second, do you think I would come here to die for nothing? Dao Brother Second looked at Yi Xian with a calm expression. Then what are you doing here? Yi Xian was silent. In fact, he really wanted to directly draw his sword and kill this Dao Brother Second. However, he wasn't completely confident. First of all, Dao Brother Second was an expert who surpassed the Consolidation Realm. Secondly, Dao Brother Second had also cultivated a Dao physique. That Dao physique was very likely to be able to block his sword strike. At this moment, a middle-aged man not far away suddenly laughed. I think that this young Master Yi is here to die. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, Yi Xian, do you really think that the force behind you can fight against us? You. At this moment, the middle-aged man's voice came to an abrupt halt. His eyes were wide open as he tightly clutched his throat. There was a sword mark on his throat, and blood kept flowing out, instantly dyeing his hands red. At this moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. He was killed. Who killed him? Soon, everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, everyone, I'm here today to look for the Dao sect. As for the others, please shut up. Because I don't have time to argue with you. Everyone looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, there was fear in their eyes. Yi Xian had just killed a Consolidation Realm expert. Most importantly, they did not even see how Yi Xian had wielded his sword. The second elder was also a little shocked at this moment. He did not expect Yi Xian to kill a Consolidation Realm expert with a single sword strike, and it was so easy. What kind of strength does this guy have? At this time, Xian looked at the crowd and said with a smile, everyone, I know that Dao Ting uses some so-called martial arts. The ancient books tempted you to come and kill me, Xian. However, have you ever thought about why the Dao sect would do that? It's very simple, because the Dao sect just wants you to be cannon fodder. Cannon fodder. At this moment, an old man stood out. He looked at Xian and said, Young Master Yi, do you know how many people we have here? Xian smiled and said, a few hundred people. The old man said calmly, Young Master Yi, as far as I know, there are not even 100 consolidation realm experts in the five-dimensional universe. What do you think? Xian smiled and said, You're right. In that case, you can make your move. The old man looked at Xian. He did not speak, nor did he make a move. The consolidation realm experts present did not make a move either. At this moment, they suddenly thought of something. Why was Xian so fearless? It was because of the force behind Xian, not to mention whether they could kill Xian, even if they did. What would happen after they killed him? Whoever killed Xian would definitely suffer the revenge of that mysterious force, not to mention, who could defeat the white-robed woman and Situ Tingyun. If these two people took revenge, would they be able to survive? Thinking of this, many people glanced at the Dao sect in the distance. They could not stand out in this matter. Seeing that no one made a move, second brother Dao slowly clenched his right hand. He knew that these people were all smart people. If he did not make a move, these people would definitely not stand out. At this moment, Xian suddenly raised his right hand and slapped it in front of him. Fen Tianjue, as the palm fell, a wave of flame slanted out from Xian's palm. In an instant, the entire starry sky was shattered. Seeing Xian suddenly make a move, the experts present were shocked. No one had expected Xian to suddenly make a move. The few consolidation realm experts who were closer to Xian were directly blasted into nothingness by Xian's Fen Tianjue, and the other consolidation realm experts were also shaken to the point of retreating. Right at this moment, second brother Dao's voice suddenly resounded. Where do you think you're going? As soon as he finished speaking, second brother Dao suddenly stretched his right hand towards the space before him, and then he made a grabbing motion. An enormous hand that could hold up the sky tore through the starry sky over 50,000 kilometers away, and then it grabbed fiercely towards Xian. Xian suddenly turned around and slashed with his sword, the Dao sword. This strike was swift like a bolt of lightning. Bang! The enormous hand trembled violently before it cracked apart, and Xian was blasted over 100 kilometers away. However, in the next moment, his entire body transformed into a strand of light and vanished. The Dao domain. Second brother Dao's expression was slightly gloomy because he noticed that Xian had vanished. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he had slightly underestimated Xian. He had greatly underestimated Xian. Xian actually possessed the strength to instantly kill consolidation realm experts. Moreover, he had also cultivated the Dao scripture martial arts of the Dao sect to such an extent. Without second brother Dao, the expressions of the consolidation realm experts present were extremely solemn. Xian's strength had greatly exceeded their expectations. Was he really only at the consolidation realm? In the field, it was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, the surrounding hundreds of thousands of kilometers of starry sky had turned into a pitch-black spatial black hole. Not only that, but a powerful force was still constantly eroding the origin of the Dao realm. Second brother Dao glanced around and was about to speak when his pupil suddenly shrank. He suddenly turned around, and as he did so, a ray of light from a sword arrived. Second brother Dao clenched his fists tightly, and at this moment, a sword directly pierced between his eyebrows. Everyone in the field was shocked. Xian turned around and attacked. This was something no one had expected. Even the Dao second brother did not expect this. How dare Xian? When Xian's sword pierced half an inch into the Dao second brother's eyebrows, it could no longer go in. Dao physique. At this critical moment, the Dao second brother's Dao physique played a life-saving role. Seeing that he could no longer stab in, Xian stomped his right foot and rotated his right hand forward. Boom! The Dao second brother was instantly thrown thousands of feet away. As for Xian, he turned around and disappeared into the end of the starry sky. His attack failed, and he fled thousands of miles away. In the starry sky, the Dao second brother slowly closed his eyes. The space between his eyebrows cracked into a spider web. Not only that, but his physical body had also suffered a certain degree of damage. At this moment, the Dao second brother's expression was extremely ugly. If it were not for his Dao physique, he would have been killed by Yi Xian's sword just now. Even now, he still had lingering fear from that sword strike, because it was too fast. It was so fast that even he could not react. In the field, the expressions of the Consolidation Realm experts were extremely solemn. At this moment, their hearts were filled with fear. At this moment, everyone could not help but ask themselves, if Yi Xian's sword was aimed at them, would they be able to block it? The answer was no. Was Yi Xian a killer or a swordsman? At this moment, the Dao second brother suddenly said, "Everyone, please take a rest." After saying that, he turned around and left. In the field, the Consolidation Realm experts looked at each other. In fact, at this moment, some of them were already retreating because they realized that Yi Xian did not look so easy to bully. Somewhere in the starry sky, Yi Xian stopped and slowly closed his eyes. He had to say that it was a pity. He could have killed the Dao second brother just now. Dao physique. With his current strength, he still could not cut through the flesh with one sword. There might be a chance if he slashed a few more times. After a while, Yi Xian left. Yi Xian did not return to the fifth dimension but went directly to the boundless sacred land, boundless holy land. Yi Xian had always been wary of this mysterious force. This time, he wanted to personally investigate this boundless sacred ground. Just as Yi Xian stepped into the Saint Realm, in the bamboo house at the back of the mountain, the woman who was reading an ancient book suddenly raised her head. She turned her head to look outside the bamboo house, and the corners of her lips curled up. Interesting. As she spoke, she lowered her head and continued to read. In the starry sky, Yi Xian did not advance any further. Because he realized that he seemed to have been discovered, this feeling was a little absurd. Yi Xian looked in the direction of the boundless sacred ground. Moments later, he turned around and left. He did not take any more risks. His current strength was not enough for him to take the risk. After Yi Xian left, in the bamboo house in the back mountain of the Holy Land, the mysterious woman smiled, very smart. At this moment, the Holy Master arrived in front of the bamboo house and bowed slightly. "Master, that Yi Xian just went to the Dao sect and then came to our Holy Land. He should have left by now." The woman said, "Ignore him." The Holy Master nodded. "Understood." After saying that, he quietly retreated. In the bamboo house, the woman read the ancient book, and as she read, her eyes gradually became cold. Yi Xian arrived at Xian City. As soon as he stepped into Xian City, a man in black suddenly appeared behind him. Yi Xian turned around, and the man in black threw out his right hand. 15 bloody heads appeared in front of Yi Xian. The man in black said, "All of them are Dao Sect's Consolidation Realm experts." Yi Xian looked at the black-cloaked man. The black-cloaked man in front of him was the one who had killed the Taoism powerhouses at the auction. He did not expect that the other party would dare to kill Dao Sect's experts. Moreover, he had really killed 15 Consolidation Realm experts. At this moment, the man in black suddenly stretched out his right hand. Yi Xian flicked his finger, and a scroll appeared in front of the man in black. It was the 9th Dao scripture. The man in black put away the Dao scripture and turned to leave. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "There's another deal, do you want to do it?" The man in black stopped. "What else do you have?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "What do you think I can give you?" The man in black was silent. Yi Xian said again, "Can you really understand the 9th Dao scripture?" The man in black opened the scroll, and a moment later, he asked, "Can you understand it?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I've already had people study the 9th Dao scripture thoroughly. Do you want it?" The man in black was silent. Yi Xian said again, "The whirling sect has had the 9th Dao scripture for so many years, but they still have not fully understood it. Do you think you're better than the whirling sect?" The man in black said, "What do you want me to do?" Yi Xian said, "Follow me." The man in black shook his head, "No. You're too dangerous. Following you is equivalent to risking my life. It's not worth it." Yi Xian smiled and said, "What if I give you a satisfactory price?" The man in black looked at Yi Xian, "What's the price?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "Do you want to go to the 9th dimension?" The 9th dimension. The man in black was stunned. Yi Xian looked at the man in black, "I'm serious." The man in black said in a deep voice, "Are you really from the 9th dimension?" Yi Xian nodded, yes. The man in black was silent for a moment, then said, how can I believe you? Yi Xian flicked his finger, and the supreme sword appeared in front of the man in black. I brought this out from the ninth dimension, take a look. The man in black hesitated for a moment, then held the sword. The next moment, he suddenly looked up at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, you've never seen such a strange sword, right? The man in black was silent. Yi Xian continued, you're now at the peak of the consolidation realm, do you want to reach a higher level? For example, the divine realm? The man in black looked at Yi Xian, the force behind you is so strong, why do you still need me? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, I'm the son of the ninth dimension, I came here to gain experience, and, like the emperor of the secular world, do you understand? The man in black looked at Yi Xian, why do I feel like you're bluffing? Yi Xian said seriously, I'm a swordsman. And I'm the world's top swordsman. Do you think such a powerful swordsman would lie? The man in black was silent. Yi Xian continued, 3 years, you follow me for 3 years, after 3 years, I'll help you reach the divine realm, if not. Speaking of this, he looked at the man in black, what's your surname? The man in black said, Yang. Yi Xian hurriedly said, if I can't help you reach the divine realm, I'll change my surname to yours. The man in black was speechless. Yi Xian smiled and said, I won't force you. If you don't want to, you can leave. The black-cloaked man shook his head. Following you is too dangerous. With that, he turned to leave. Meanwhile, Yi Xian spoke abruptly, you killed 15 members of the Taoist sect. They won't let you off. The man in black stopped, and Yi Xian said, I'm about to summon the spirit of the great Tao. Do you really not want to witness the appearance of the spirit of the great Tao? If you follow me, you will. In order to obtain a detailed explanation of all the Tao scriptures, including the 9th volume. If you were one of us, believe me, you wouldn't be able to understand this 9th scripture. The black-robed man opened the ancient scroll again. After looking at it for a moment, he disappeared. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth lifted slightly. He knew that this person would come looking for him again, because he was absolutely unable to understand the 9th scripture. If not for Nian Yan, even he and Yi Jiming would not have been able to understand the 9th scripture. Yi Xian turned and left. He went to Shan City and found Lan Rua. In a garden somewhere, 2 people were walking side by side. Lan Rua said softly, I've underestimated you. Obviously, she already knew what Yi Xian had done in the Tao domain. To be honest, she was also a little shocked. Yi Xian had instantly killed a consolidation realm powerhouse, and he had almost killed Dao Lao Er. If second brother Dao didn't have a Dao physique, he would definitely be dead. One had to know that Yi Xian had a sword that specifically targeted souls. As long as he became a soul, his combat strength would drop by several levels in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Lan Rua and said with a smile, Miss Lan Rua, to be honest, I've come to you this time to ask for your help. Lan Rua glanced at Yi Xian and said, speak. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, are there any assassins in Xian City? Lan Rua looked at Yi Xian and said, yes. Yi Xian said, the mental cultivation methods and martial arts of the Tao realm from the 1st to the 9th volume of the Tao scriptures. Lan Rua fell silent. She was very tempted. No force would not be tempted by the Tao scriptures, mental cultivation methods, and martial arts of the Tao sections. However, she was still a little hesitant. If she agreed to Yi Xian's request, it would be equivalent to taking a risk with Xian City. As if he knew what Lan Rua was thinking, Yi Xian asked again, does the Tao sects know about these people in Xian City? Lan Rua shook her head. They're some of Xian City's trump cards. Yi Xian smiled and said, how about this? Let's say that these people were trained by the force behind me. Lan Rua looked at Yi Xian and said, it's far from enough to deal with the Tao sects. Yi Xian smiled and said, I know. Lan Rua was silent for a moment before she clapped her hands lightly. The next moment, 10 shadows suddenly appeared behind Yi Xian silently. Yi Xian's expression gradually turned solemn. These 10 people had appeared without any warning. At this moment, he realized that he had underestimated these ancient forces. The foundations of these forces were extraordinarily deep. Lan Rua looked at Yi Xian and said, these 10 people are very proficient in assassination and tracking. Now, they will listen to your orders. Yi Xian opened his palm and 9 scrolls appeared in his hand. He passed the scrolls to Lan Rua and said, 9 scrolls of Tao scriptures, mental cultivation methods, and martial arts of the Tao world. Lan Rua looked at Yi Xian and said, you're making a loss. Yi Xian smiled and said, we're friends. Why are we being so calculative? Lan Rua hesitated for a moment before she clapped her hands lightly again. At this moment, another 10 men in black appeared behind Yi Xian, 20 super experts. They were all assassins. Lan Rua looked at Yi Xian and said, they're all yours. Yi Xian said softly, thank you. Lan Rua smiled and said, at the end of the day, you're the one who's making a loss. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Lan Rua, I'm going to do something big. So, we'll meet again. With that, he turned around and left with the 20 men. Lan Rua suddenly said, young Master Yi. Yi Xian turned to look at Lan Rua. Lan Rua smiled and said, we'll meet again. Yi Xian smiled and said, all right. With that, he disappeared with the 20 super assassins. Somewhere in the starry sky, Yi Xian looked at the 20 people in front of him. These 20 people were all at the peak of the consolidation realm, and they were extremely good at concealment and assassination. 20 people was not a lot, but it would be different if there were 20 assassins. Yi Xian turned and looked in the direction of the Tao domain. He did not want to sit still and wait for death. A moment later, Yi Xian disappeared with the 20 people. Tao sect. In a certain hall, Tao Brother Second sat cross-legged on the ground, his body emitting a dark green luster. Healing. Although Yi Xian's sword had not killed him, it had caused considerable damage to his Tao body. As if thinking of something, he suddenly opened his eyes, passed down the order. Yi Xian already has the strength to easily kill a consolidation realm expert. Let all Tao sect disciples be careful. Outside the hall, a voice sounded, yes. Inside the hall, Tao Brother Second slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he felt more and more uneasy. Yi Xian's strength was far beyond his expectations. Now, Yi Xian was only at the Tao attainment realm, but he already had the strength to hurt him. One had to know that there was a difference of 2 realms between him and Yi Xian, not to mention the half-step divine realm. There was a world of difference between the Tao attainment realm and the consolidation realm, and now, Yi Xian could surpass 2 realms. How terrifying was this? Could this guy really be from the 9th dimension? Naturally, he did not believe the nonsense that Yi Xian said. The 9th dimension, if there really was such a place, the Tao sect's patriarch would have definitely mentioned it back then, but the Tao sect's patriarch had never mentioned this place. Moreover, Yi Xian loved to fool people the most, so how could he believe what he said? At this moment, Tao Brother Fourth walked into the hall. At this moment, his physical body had already recovered. Tao Brother Fourth said softly, we can't delay any longer. Tao Brother Second was silent. Not long ago, Yi Xian had a hard time killing a Tao attainment realm cultivator, but now, he can easily kill a consolidation realm cultivator. His growth speed is too terrifying. If this continues, it won't be long before he can easily kill a half-step divine stage expert or even a divine stage expert. The second Tao brother said, we must deal with 2 people right now, the white-robed woman and Sititing Yun. The 4th elder said in a low voice, not only these 2, but also Yi Ling and the woman in the plain dress. Neither of them are simple. The 2nd elder was silent. A moment later, he opened his eyes and looked at the statue in front of him with a complicated expression. If Master was still here, who in this world would dare to bully the Taoist faction? The 4th Taoist fell silent. Master, when the patriarch of the Tao sect was still around, who dared to disrespect the Tao sect? Who dared to disrespect the Tao sect? Who in the world would dare to go against the words of the Tao sect? But now, at this time, 4th Taoist sighed in a low voice, it's our incompetence. The 2nd Taoist said softly, indeed. The 4th Taoist said, because of what happened to Yi Xian, many people have the intention to retreat. So, we can't delay any longer. Didn't the sacred ground agree to let them deal with the white-robed woman and Sititing Yun? If that's the case, then it'll be easy. The 2nd Taoist fell silent. The 4th Taoist asked, are you still worried about Yi Ling and the woman in the plain dress? The 2nd Taoist nodded, not just those 2. I'm afraid that there are others behind him. The strength of these people. The 4th Taoist looked at the 2nd Taoist, you're regretting it. The 2nd Taoist said softly, indeed. My intuition tells me that we might be walking on a path of no return. The fourth Taoist chuckled, second senior brother, have you ever thought about what will happen if Xian summons the Grand Tao spirit? When he summons the spirit of the Great Tao, will you and I have to bow down to him? The second Taoist fell silent. The Grand Tao spirit, the reason why the Tao sect still had no master was because the Tao sect's ancestor had once said that the person who possessed the Grand Tao spirit would be the next master of the Tao sect. Back then, the Tao sect had internal strife in order to fight for the complete version of the Tao scripture. It was also because of the internal strife that the Tao scripture was divided into 9 parts and scattered across the heavens. It was also because of that internal strife that the Tao sect's strength had declined greatly. At this moment, the fourth Taoist suddenly said, we have no way out. We can only kill Xian at all costs, obtain the Tao scripture, and then summon the Grand Tao spirit. The second Taoist nodded, indeed, there is no way out. Now that they had become enemies with Xian, it could be said that either Xian died or the Tao sect died, there was no other way, they could only kill Xian. With that thought, the second Taoist stood up, gather everyone. The fourth Taoist stood up and left. Not long after, all the experts in the Tao sect rushed toward the starry sky. In less than 15 minutes, there were more than 600 Consolidation Realm experts gathered in the starry sky of the Tao sect. Needless to say, this lineup was extremely terrifying. More than 600 Consolidation Realm experts, it could be said that at least half of the Consolidation Realm experts in the world were here. Although the Tao sect was not as strong as it used to be, it still had the ability to rally people. In the hall, the second Taoist stood up and left. He came to a starry sky, and not far in front of him was the holy leader of the boundless sacred land. The second Taoist looked at the holy leader, if those 2 women appear, can the sacred land handle them? The holy leader smiled, yes. The second Taoist nodded, that's good. The holy leader suddenly said, if we kill Xian, the sacred land wants a complete version of the Tao scripture. The second Taoist smiled, no problem. The holy leader said, including the mental cultivation method and the Tao scripture martial arts. The second Taoist looked at the holy leader, no problem. The holy leader nodded, go. If those 2 women appear, the sacred land will stand up to them. With that, he turned and disappeared into the horizon. In the field, the second Taoist looked much more relaxed. With the help of the sacred land, he had more confidence in killing Xian this time. Soon, the second Taoist and the fourth Taoist led all the experts to the 5th dimension. The 2 of them did not want to wait any longer. This time, the Tao sect really came out in full force. Obviously, the Tao sect wanted to fight to the death. Not long after the second Taoist and the others left the Tao domain, Xian suddenly appeared in the Tao domain. He had been hiding in the dark for a long time, and only appeared when he saw the second Taoist and the others leaving the Tao domain. He naturally would not fight with the second Taoist and the others now. Xian looked around. He had to say that the Tao domain was very cold, because all the top experts of the Tao sect had gone to the 5th dimension. Xian walked down, and at this moment, an angry shout suddenly sounded from afar, who are you? Xian casually waved his sword, and a head flew hundreds of meters away. At the same time, 20 black-clothed men suddenly appeared silently in the surroundings, and it wasn't long before numerous shrill cries resounded incessantly. Xian slowly walked to the front of a large hall, and there was a statue in front of the hall. The statue of the Tao sect's ancestor. Xian glanced at the statue, and then walked toward the Tao palace. The Tao palace was very cold, and there was not a single person. Xian smiled, and he opened his palm, and the 9 Tao scriptures appeared in his hand. He glanced at the 9 Tao scriptures and said with a smile, let's see if you guys panic. With that, he slowly closed his eyes, and in front of him, the 9 Tao scriptures suddenly trembled. Fusion. The moment all the Tao scriptures trembled, a mysterious aura suddenly rose from the Tao sect, and went straight into the depths of the starry sky. Tao scriptures fusion. On the other side, the second Taoist and the others were rushing to the starry sky of the 5th dimension. At this moment, a voice sounded in his mind. The second Taoist frowned. The fourth Taoist asked, Xian went to our Tao domain? The second Taoist nodded. The fourth Taoist frowned slightly. Are we going back? The second Taoist shook his head. No, he will return to the 5th dimension by himself. Because he is more anxious than us. The fourth Taoist nodded. Everyone continued forward. Not long after, the second Taoist stopped again, and a moment later, his pupil suddenly shrank. He is fusing the Tao scriptures, and he wants to summon the great Tao spirit back to the Tao domain. With that, he directly turned and left. The fourth Taoist was stunned, and he immediately turned and left. Summon the great Tao spirit. Xian wants to summon the great Tao spirit in the Tao domain. Seeing the second Taoist and the fourth Taoist rush back, many people present were dumbfounded, not going to the fifth dimension. A moment later, everyone hurriedly followed. The second Taoist and the others rushed back to the Tao domain at their fastest speed. When they rushed back to the Tao domain, Xian suddenly stopped. The second Taoist stared fixedly at Xian, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Xian smiled and said, "I didn't expect that you would really come back." The second Taoist slowly clenched his right hand. At this moment, Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Second Taoist, if you attack, I will immediately fuse the Tao scriptures and summon the great Tao spirit." The second Taoist narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you threatening me?" Xian smiled and said, "Yes, I am." The second Taoist stared fixedly at Xian, and he slowly clenched his right hand. Summon the great Tao spirit. If Xian really summoned the great Tao spirit, and the great Tao spirit helped Xian, at that time they would be in a very awkward situation. After all, the patriarch of the Tao faction had said that the person who obtained the recognition of the great Tao spirit would be the master of the Tao faction. If Xian obtained the recognition of the great Tao spirit, then if he continued to kill Xian, it would be equivalent to going against the will of the patriarch of the Tao faction, and many people within the Tao faction would probably rebel against him. After all, many people in the Tao faction respected the words of the Tao faction's patriarch like a god. At this moment, the fourth Taoist suddenly said, "Xian, fuse with it." The second Taoist looked at the fourth Taoist, and the fourth Taoist smiled and said, "Let him fuse with it." The second Taoist hesitated to speak. Meanwhile, the fourth Taoist sent a voice transmission to the second Taoist. "Will the great Tao spirit recognize him after he fuses with it?" The second Taoist was stunned. "Right, will the great Tao spirit recognize Xian as its master? Of course not, because after the patriarch of the Tao faction passed away, the great Tao spirit didn't submit to anyone. Otherwise, the Tao faction wouldn't be without a leader now." At the thought of this, the second Taoist looked at Xian and said, "Xian, fuse with it." Xian fell silent, and he was slightly afraid. Would the great Tao spirit do him in? After all, the great Tao spirit belongs to the Tao faction. If it summoned a father, then it would be a pain in the ass. P.S. Give me a monthly ticket, and I will take you to the 9th dimension to play. Those who write books never lie. It was fusing with the spirit of the Grand Tao. Actually, he was quite fearful as well. Because he still remembered what Master Qing had said. The spirit of the Grand Tao wasn't a benevolent fellow. He was able to discern that the Tao sect was very fearful of the spirit of the Grand Tao. However, if the spirit of the Grand Tao refused to acknowledge him or even stood on the Tao sect's side, then it would be a huge pain in the ass. Meanwhile, second brother suddenly laughed coldly. "Xian, what are you waiting for?" Xian gazed at second brother and smiled, "As you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pressed his palms together, and the Tao scripture was instantly activated by his strength to fuse the 9 scriptures into one. Bang! At the instant the 9 scriptures fused into one, an invisible force surged out from Xian, and it instantly caused ripples to arise in the space around him. The expressions of fourth brother and the others gradually became solemn. The spirit of the Grand Tao was the spirit of the Tao scripture, and it was the existence that had followed the ancestor of the Tao sect for the longest time. Moreover, the status of the Tao scripture in the Tao sect was merely inferior to the ancestor. If the spirit of the Grand Tao stood on Xian's side, then it would be extremely disadvantageous to the Tao sect. Everyone was looking at Xian. The Tao scripture in Xian's hand gradually emanated a ray of white light, and then it floated up into the sky. Xian gazed at the white light in the sky, and a shadow was gradually condensing within it. The spirit of the Grand Tao. Not far away, the expressions of countless experts from the Tao sect became excited. It was the spirit of the Grand Tao. After the ancestor of the Tao sect left, the spirit of the Grand Tao had become the symbol of the Tao sect. Unfortunately, internal strife had caused the Tao scripture to be split into 9, and the spirit of the Grand Tao had fallen into deep slumber. Yet now, the spirit of the Grand Tao was finally about to appear. Right at this moment, the Tao scripture in front of Yi Xian suddenly started burning. Yi Xian was stunned, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. What's going on? Yi Xian grabbed at the burning Tao scripture with his right hand. However, a powerful force sent him flying thousands of feet away. Yi Xian was shocked. He looked at the Tao scripture again. At this time, the complete Tao scripture directly transformed into a flame and disappeared into the end of the starry sky. Gone, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. That's it. Fourth Tao brother and second Tao brother looked at each other with a trace of doubt in their eyes. What was going on? Yi Xian was also a little confused at this moment. That's it. Where was the spirit of the great Tao? As if he had thought of something, he looked at the Tao's second brother in the distance. In the next moment, he turned and ran. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon of the starry sky. Seeing that Yi Xian was running away, second elder Tao said fiercely, "Chase him." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to rush out. At this moment, he had no time to care about the Tao scripture. The most important thing was to deal with Yi Xian first. In the starry sky, Yi Xian ran all the way. Behind him, there were nearly 700 consolidation realm experts. This time, the Tao sect was really going to risk their lives with him. At this moment, second Tao brother suddenly stopped. He looked at the sword light at the end of the starry sky in the distance. Let's go to the fifth dimension. After saying that, he turned and left. Chasing after Yi Xian like this was too much of a waste of time. If they went directly to the fifth dimension, Yi Xian would definitely return to the fifth dimension. Soon, second Tao brother and the others went straight to the fifth dimension. In the distant starry sky, Yi Xian stopped. He looked in the direction where second Tao brother and the others left. It was the direction of the fifth dimension. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a voice transmission talisman suddenly disappeared. After a moment, the space in front of him gradually trembled, and a voice came out. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian turned and disappeared into the distance. In the fifth dimension. Inside the sword hall. Knowing Destiny sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of her, there were 9 scrolls. They were the 9 scrolls of the Tao scripture. However, these 9 scrolls were all copied and not the real thing. In front of Yi Jiming was Nian Nian. Nian Nian held a fish in her left hand and a stick of tonghulu in her right. She would occasionally lick the fish, and then the tonghulu. At this moment, Yi Jiming suddenly looked at Nian Nian. Nian Nian. Nian Nian looked at Yi Jiming. Sister Jiming, what's wrong? Yi Jiming smiled. Nian Nian, tell me honestly. Have you recovered your memories? Nian Nian blinked. Recovered my memories? Yi Jiming nodded. Nian Nian shook her head. No. I can't remember a lot of things. Yi Jiming was silent. Nian Nian didn't look like she was lying, however, her intuition told her that Nian Nian was becoming more and more different. At this moment, Nian Nian suddenly raised her head. The next moment, she looked at Yi Jiming and smiled. Sister Jiming, I'm going to play. After saying that, she got up and left. In the hall, Yi Jiming frowned. She chased after her, but Nian Nian was already gone. Yi Jiming was stunned. In the sky above Tao City, a woman in a dark green dress stood quietly in the clouds. Behind her was the holy leader. At this moment, the woman suddenly turned her head. Not far away, the clouds parted and a woman slowly walked over. It was Nian Nian. The woman looked at Nian Nian and smiled. Nian Nian walked to the woman's side. Neither of them said a word and just stood there quietly. At this moment, at the end of the starry sky, a powerful aura swept over. The experts of the Tao sect had arrived. Nian Nian licked the candied hawthorn but still did not say a word. The woman glanced at the candied hawthorn in Nian Nian's hand and smiled. Candied hawthorn. There's a little white guy who especially likes to eat candied hawthorn. There's also that little girl. Both of them really like to eat candied hawthorn. Nian Nian continued to lick the candied hawthorn without saying a word. The woman smiled. Are you afraid that I'll attack, so you came to watch me? Nian Nian glanced at the woman. Do you dare to attack? The woman shook her head. I don't dare. As she said that, she looked at Nian Nian and smiled. You don't dare either. Nian Nian shrugged and continued to lick the candied hawthorn. The woman did not say anything else. She looked into the distance. At this moment, second brother Dao and the others had already entered the starry sky of the fifth dimension. It had to be said that the difference in strength between the fifth dimension and the Dao sect was huge. Below Dao City, Bai Dizzy looked at second brother Dao and the others in the sky with a calm expression. He had already expected this day. Behind him were Li Xianxia and the others. They were all super experts from the whirling world. Li Xianxia looked at second brother Dao and the others in the sky with a calm expression. In fact, he was not panicking at all. Why, those who had not come into contact with the white-robed woman would not know how terrifying she was. Back then, didn't the Xuanhuan sect think that they could defeat Yixian just like the current Dao sect? But in the end, not only was Li Xianxia not panicking, but the experts from the whirling world were also very calm. In fact, they were a little uneasy at the beginning because there were too many experts, but as long as they thought of the two women, they would calm down. Those were two immortals, in the sky. Second brother Dao looked down. Compared to the Dao sect, the strength of the fifth dimension was indeed very weak, but he did not dare to underestimate them. At this moment, a man suddenly appeared not far in front of second brother Dao and the others. The person who had come was Yixian. Seeing Yixian, Bai Dizzy's expression relaxed slightly. He was not afraid that Yixian would run away, but mainly because he felt more at ease with this guy here. Second brother Dao looked at Yixian. Yixian, where are your people? Yixian smiled. He did not answer second brother Dao, but turned to look at the consolidation realm experts in the field. Everyone, I know that many of you are not from the Dao sect, but because you want to get some benefits, you came to kill me, Yixian. I have no grievances with any of you. If you leave now, nothing will happen to me. In the field, the consolidation realm experts looked at Yixian without saying a word, and no one left. Now that the Dao sect had an overwhelming advantage, and the benefits were at their fingertips, why would they leave? Seeing that no one left, Yixian smiled, then looked at second brother Dao. Second brother, do you want to fight one-on-one? Second brother, the expressions of everyone in the field became a little strange. Second brother Dao looked at Yixian. Yixian, I will not give you any chance. Since your people will not appear, then you and your fifth dimension will die together. As his voice fell, he suddenly said, attack. As soon as the words fell, more than 20 shadows suddenly rushed straight down from the sky. All of them were experts at the peak of the consolidation realm, and their auras were infinitely close to the half-step divine realm. Dao guards, these were 20 people carefully cultivated by the Dao sect, and their strength far exceeded that of ordinary consolidation realm experts. The target of these 20 people was Yixian. Fourth brother Dao and second brother Dao did not make a move. They were waiting to fight whoever saved Yixian. Below, Yixian's expression was calm. At this moment, Li Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. Yixian looked at Li Xianxia, and Li Xianxia smiled awkwardly. Young Master Yi, let my Xuanhuan sect perform. Yixian asked, are you sure? Li Xianxia said seriously, of course. Yixian nodded and made an inviting gesture. Li Xianxia raised his head and looked at the 20 people rushing down with a calm expression. He opened his palm, and a black wooden seal suddenly flew out from his palm. Ancestor summon. Ancestor summon. On the side, Yixian's expression became a little strange. In the past, it was others who summoned their ancestor to beat him, but this was the first time someone summoned their ancestor to protect him. In fact, Li Xianxui's heart was also a little complicated. This could be said to be the Xuanhuan sect's last life-saving trump card. Previously, he wanted to use it on the white-robed woman, but he was not sure at that time. After seeing the miserable state of the Xuanhuan sect after summoning their ancestor, he was even more glad that he did not summon their ancestor. The reason why he summoned their ancestor now was to show off. Otherwise, the Xuanhuan sect would not have a sense of existence in the fifth dimension. As Li Xianxui's voice fell, a black light suddenly shot up from the black wooden seal into the sky. Boom, a powerful aura directly forced the 20 people from the Dao sect to stop in place. Then, a middle-aged man in a black robe appeared in the sky. The Xuanhuan sect's patriarch. Seeing the Xuanhuan sect's patriarch, second brother Dao frowned. It was just a split soul. However, this middle-aged man was once an expert at the peak of the god state. At this moment, the current patriarch of the Shao clan, Xiaoqua, suddenly roared, Ancestor summon. As his voice fell, he directly threw out a black chess piece, which turned into a black light and shot into the sky. At the same time, the current dean of the Dao returning courtyard, Chiao Min, suddenly said, "Ancestor, please." As his voice fell, a white light shot up into the sky. On the other side, Xuanji sect master Gu Wuchao was a little embarrassed. In the past, the Xuanji sect had already summoned their ancestor once. Now, they could not summon it. What should they do? They could not lose face, they had to put in some effort, right? Gu Wuchao seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly pointed at second brother Dao and roared, "Second brother Dao, I'll screw your ancestor." Everyone. Hearing Gu Wuchao's words, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. This guy was actually cursing. In the field, some experts also looked at Gu Wuchao with strange expressions. After all, this guy was still a consolidation realm expert. How could he curse like this? At this moment, Gu Wuchao suddenly walked to Yi Xian's side, bowed slightly, and then respectfully retreated behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian, in the field, everyone looked at Yi Xian. Obviously, this was Yi Xian's instigation. In the sky, the second Dao master's gaze also fell on Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, you don't have the demeanor of an expert at all." Yi Xian turned his head and glanced at Gu Wuchao. Gu Wuchao smiled awkwardly. "I live and die with the five-dimensional universe." Yi Xian was speechless. He looked up at the sky. At this time, there were 3 super experts in the sky. They were the black-robed middle-aged man from the Xuanao sect, the ancestor of the Shao clan, and the ancestor of the Dao returning academy. The ancestor of the Shao clan was an old man in a grey robe. His eyes were like knives, giving off a strong sense of oppression. The ancestor of the Dao returning academy wore a brown robe. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and he held a black ancient book in his hand. The ancestors of 3 super forces. When the 3 appeared, the expressions of the second Dao master and the others gradually became solemn. The whirling world was not a low-level world. In this world, there were also many amazing experts. Just these 3 people in front of them were at least in the God realm, and they were definitely not ordinary God realm experts. They were even above the God realm. Although this kind of existence could not compare to the ancestor of the Dao sect, this kind of existence belonged to the top of this world. They could not be underestimated. In the sky, the Xuanao sect's ancestor looked around. Finally, he looked at the sect master of the Xuanao sect, Li Xianxia. Li Xianxia hurriedly bowed respectfully. The Xuanao sect's ancestor said, "This is not the whirling world." Li Xianxia said respectfully, "Ancestor, the Xuanao sect will advance and retreat with young Master Yi." Advance and retreat together. The patriarch of the Xianxia sect looked at Yi Xian. "Him?" Li Xianxia quickly nodded. The gazes of the desolate clan's ancestor and the Dao returnant's courtyard's ancestor descended onto Yi Xian. Yi Xian cupped his fists at the patriarch of Xuanao sect. The old ancestor of the Xuanao sect looked at Yi Xian. Gradually, a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. "Your bloodline." Yi Xian opened his palm, and the blood in his body began to tremble. When the power of Yi Xian's bloodline emerged, the surprise in the eyes of the patriarch of Xuanao sect gradually turned into shock. On the other side, the patriarch of the Shao clan and the patriarch of the Dao returning academy were also shocked. The same was true for the surrounding consolidation realm experts. In fact, Yi Xian's bloodline power had always been growing. His current bloodline power was many times stronger than before. As for why it kept growing, Yi Xian was not particularly clear. According to his guess, it might have something to do with madness. The crazier one was, the stronger the bloodline power. The patriarch of the Xianxia sect looked at Yi Xian. "He's indeed not simple." As he spoke, he looked at Li Xianxia. "You bet the future of the Xianxia sect on him?" Li Xianxia nodded. The patriarch of the Xianxia sect asked, "No regrets?" Li Xianxia shook his head. "No regrets." The patriarch of the Xianxia sect nodded slightly. Just as he was about to speak, the second brother suddenly said, "Sir, we are from the Dao sect." The Dao sect. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Xianxia sect looked at the second brother and said with a smile, "Dao sect. Are you threatening me?" The second brother was expressionless. "I just want to remind you that this matter has nothing to do with the Xianxia sect. Why do you want your descendants to be involved in this struggle? If you let your descendants leave now, the Dao sect will let bygones be bygones." The patriarch of the Xianxia sect shook his head and smiled. May I ask, are you in charge of the Tao sect now? The second brother said, yes. The patriarch of the Xianxia sect shook his head. The Tao sect's patriarch is also a senior I respect, but why is the disciple he chose so stupid? The second brother looked at the patriarch of the Xianxia sect with a calm expression. It seems that you are determined to make the Xianxia sect an enemy of the Tao sect. The patriarch of the Xianxia sect said with a smile, just now, my descendant told me that this young Master Yi has gathered all 9 Tao scriptures, so your Tao sect wants to kill him, right? The second brother said calmly, so what? Idiot. The smile on the patriarch of the Xianxia sect's face disappeared. I can tell at a glance that you are an idiot, but I didn't expect you to be this stupid. Everyone was speechless. The second brother narrowed his eyes and slowly clenched his right hand. The patriarch of the Xianxia sect said, what kind of person is the Tao sect's patriarch? He left behind the Tao scriptures, but the great Tao spirit doesn't recognize you as its master. Have you ever thought about why? And these 9 Tao scriptures have fallen into the hands of this young Master Yi. Have you ever thought about why? The second brother was silent. The patriarch of the Xianxia sect continued, this young Master Yi has the legendary cause of misfortune, but he is able to live until now. What does this prove? It proves that someone is forcibly resisting the cause of misfortune for him. In my opinion, someone who can do this will not lose to your Tao sect's patriarch. And your Tao sect's 9 Tao scriptures have fallen into the hands of young Master Yi. Don't you think this may also be an arrangement of your Tao sect's patriarch? The second brother said in a deep voice, absolutely impossible. Master will never choose him. The patriarch of the Xianxia sect chuckled. Could he have chosen you? The second brother stared at the patriarch of the Xianxia sect. Master will never choose him. The patriarch of the Xianxia sect smiled. Second brother, you are the disciple of the Tao sect's patriarch. Why are you so bad? Look at you now. There is only hatred in your eyes and no reason. You have cultivated to this level. Logically speaking, your temperament should not be bad, but why are you blinded by hatred now? The second brother was expressionless. Are you teaching me how to be a person? The patriarch of the Xianxia sect laughed. Teach you how to be a person? Second brother, to say that you are stupid is an insult to the word stupid. The reason why I'm talking so much nonsense with you is that what I learned is also derived from the Tao scriptures. The Tao sect's patriarch is someone I respect. I don't want the Tao sect he established to be destroyed by you. I just didn't expect your temperament to be so bad. A person like you leading the Tao sect is not only the sorrow of the Tao sect, but also the sorrow of the Tao sect's patriarch. At this moment, the fourth brother of the Tao sect suddenly laughed. The reason why you said this is because you think our Tao sect is inferior to young Master Yi, right? The patriarch of the Xianxia sect looked at the fourth brother of the Tao sect and said with a smile, it seems that you still don't understand what the cause of misfortune is. No, I should say that you have become arrogant. However, it's very sad that you don't have the strength to be arrogant, but you think you have the strength. Why? Because you think you are the disciples of the Tao sect's patriarch, but you have never thought that the reason why the Tao sect is strong is not because of you, but because of the Tao sect's patriarch. There is a difference between a Tao sect with the Tao sect's patriarch and a Tao sect without him. Understand? The fourth Taoist smiled and said, I would like to know if your strength is as sharp as your mouth. The patriarch of the Xianxia sect roared with laughter, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, the fourth brother's expression changed abruptly, and he suddenly smashed his fist forward, rumble, along with a shocking explosion. The fourth brother of the Tao sect retreated explosively, and he retreated thousands of meters into the starry sky. The expressions of everyone here changed. He's so strong. Yi Xian was quite shocked as well. Even though the patriarch of the Tao sect was only a wisp of his soul, he was actually so strong. In the distance, the second brother of the Tao sect stared fixedly at the patriarch of the Xianxia sect, and he was quite shocked as well. A wisp of the soul of a god-rank realm expert was actually so strong. The patriarch of the Xianxia sect gazed at the fourth brother in the distance and said with a smile, looks like it's always the fist that's stronger in any era. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot once more. The pupils of the fourth brother of the Tao sect suddenly constricted, and he swiftly raised his arms. A fist seal arrived. Bang, the fourth brother of the Tao sect was instantly blasted away, and he flew for thousands of meters. Not only that, but his body even split apart. His current body wasn't a Tao physique any longer because his Tao physique had been shattered by Yi Ling. So, his current body was extremely weak. The patriarch of the Xianxia sect gazed at the fourth brother of the Tao sect and said with a smile, "I've noticed that you can't reason with some people because if you do, they'll look at you like an idiot." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot once more. Right at this moment, the second brother of the Tao sect suddenly vanished on the spot. Rumble, the space in the sky suddenly collapsed, and then a figure retreated explosively for over 1 km. It was the second brother of the Tao sect. After he stopped moving, he gazed at the patriarch of the Xianxia sect. "From today onward, the Xianxia sect will cease to exist in this world." The patriarch of the Xianxia sect roared with laughter. "A little second brother of the Tao sect is laughable. You're being used as a pawn by others, yet you don't even realize it. How laughable." The second brother frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" The patriarch of the Xianxia sect blinked. "I'm not telling you. You idiot. Haha." After saying that, he turned to look at Yi Xian below. "Young Master Yi, I've sent a wisp of my soul to help you today. I hope that young Master Yi will treat the Xianxia sect well in the future. The Xianxia sect doesn't seek to be invincible in the world, but to be passed down from generation to generation." Yi Xian bowed slightly. "I, Yi Xian, will forever remember the kindness of the Xianxia sect." The patriarch of the Xianxia sect smiled and said, "With young Master Yi's words, I'm relieved." After saying that, he glanced at the clouds somewhere. "Young Master Yi, remember, not all of your enemies are as stupid as this second brother." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and rushed toward the second brother of the Tao sect. Seeing the patriarch of the Xianxia sect rushing over, the second brother's face became ferocious. "Kill. If Yi Xian is destroyed today, you can take anything in the fifth dimension and the whirling world." After saying that, he rushed over. The rest of the Consolidation Realm experts from the Tao sects also rushed over. However, some of the Consolidation Realm experts who did not belong to the Tao sects were a little hesitant. But there were also some who directly rushed over. Below, the ancestor of the Shao clan and the ancestor of the Tao Returning Academy looked at each other. The ancestor of the Shao clan turned to look at Yi Xian. "What do you think?" The ancestor of the Tao Returning Academy smiled and said, "I was hesitating just now. After all, it's the Tao sects, but now it seems, the person in charge of the Tao sects is too stupid. If we help this kind of person, I'm afraid our Tao Returning Academy will be doomed. So, let's choose this young Master Yi." After saying that, he rushed out. The ancestor of the Shao clan smiled and said, "Why did the Tao sects choose such an idiot to be in charge? This IQ is worse than the pigs I raised back then." After saying that, he also rushed out. On the other side, in the clouds, the mysterious woman beside Nian Nian smiled and said, "The sect master of the Xianxia sect has discovered us. Interesting." Nian Nian licked the Tonghulu and did not speak. The mysterious woman looked at Nian Nian. "Do you want to kill me?" Nian Nian nodded. The mysterious woman gently stroked the hair beside her ear with her jade-like hand and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "No one can kill me under 3 strikes." Nian Nian licked the Tonghulu. "Can you take 1 strike from the plain-dressed woman?" The mysterious woman's smile gradually disappeared. After a moment, she looked at Nian Nian. "If you continue to chat like this, I won't be chatting with you anymore. P.S. After I update the first chapter, I will be disconnected from the internet when I update the second chapter." In the sky above Tao City, a great battle had begun. Although the fifth dimension was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, with the addition of the Xianyao sect's patriarch, the Shao clan's patriarch, and the Tao Return Courtyard's patriarch, the situation was instantly different. The Xianyao sect's patriarch was holding off Dao Lao Air and Dao Lao Si by himself, while the Shao clan's patriarch and the Tao Return Courtyard's patriarch were directly suppressing nearly 200 Consolidation Realm experts. Although it was only a wisp of their soul, the difference between these Consolidation Realm experts and them was too great. However, as they made their moves, their wisps of soul became more and more illusory. Below, Bai Dizzy suddenly said, "Make your move." As his voice fell, all the Consolidation Realm experts of the fifth dimension soared into the sky. As the experts of the fifth dimension made their move, 20 black-clothed men suddenly rushed into the crowd of Tao sect experts. Then, bloody heads flew into the sky. Assassins! These 20 people were the 20 super assassins that Yi Xian had borrowed from Xian City. Yi Xian did not make a move. His eyes were fixed on Dao Lao Er. At this time, Dao Lao Er and Dao Lao Si were being suppressed by the Xianxia sect's patriarch. Dao Lao Er did not focus all his energy on the Xianxia sect's patriarch. He had been guarding against Yi Xian. He had not forgotten Yi Xian's sword. That sword had almost killed him in an instant. Therefore, until now, he had been distracted by guarding against Yi Xian to ensure that when Yi Xian made his move, he would be the first to react. However, Yi Xian did not make a move. Instead, he just looked at him, which put a great deal of pressure on him. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly laughed. "Second brother, I'm going to make my move." He was going to make his move. Dao Lao Er, who was fighting with the Xianxia sect's patriarch, suddenly changed his expression. He glanced at Yi Xian, who was looking at him with a smile. Dao Lao Er did not dare to be too distracted. He withdrew his gaze because the Xianxia sect's patriarch in front of him was very powerful. Just as second brother Dao withdrew his gaze, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Second brother Dao, I'm really going to make a move." Second elder Dao suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian blinked and said, "Don't worry, I'm about to make my move." "Yi Xian," the second Daoist said fiercely. Yi Xian grinned. "Come and hit me." Just as the second elder was about to speak, a shadow suddenly rushed in front of him. Second elder Dao's pupils suddenly shrank, and his arms suddenly moved forward to block. Boom, the second Daoist was sent flying thousands of feet away. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Sensing this, the second elder's pupils suddenly shrank. He waved his right hand, and a black round shield appeared in front of him. This black round shield was specially kept for Yi Xian. However, he quickly noticed that the target of Yi Xian's attack wasn't him, it was fourth elder Dao. When he noticed this, second elder Dao suddenly turned his head to look at fourth elder Dao, who was not far away. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Little, before his voice died away, swoosh, a ray of sword light suddenly pierced through fourth elder Dao's eyebrows. Without his Taoist body, fourth elder Dao's eyebrows were directly pierced by Yi Xian's sword. Fourth elder Dao's body froze in the air. His eyes were wide open and full of disbelief. He didn't expect that Yi Xian's target wasn't fourth elder Dao, but him. Of course, he didn't expect that the sword would be so fast that he didn't even have time to react. In front of fourth elder Dao, Yi Xian held the sword in his right hand and pulled it out little by little. Between fourth elder Dao's eyebrows, blood spurted out. Second elder Dao stared at Yi Xian. He was about to make a move when the patriarch of Xuanao sect appeared in front of him again. Second elder Dao suddenly turned his head and said fiercely, "Get lost." As soon as his voice fell, he punched out, Taoist fist, a punch with all his strength. Rumble, the surrounding starry sky trembled violently. Second elder Dao retreated hundreds of feet, and the patriarch of Xuanao sect also retreated hundreds of feet. After stopping, he didn't make another move because his soul was already very transparent and was about to disappear. Seeing this, second elder Dao was about to take the initiative to attack, but at this time, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of the patriarch of Xuanao sect. Second elder Dao narrowed his eyes and turned to look in the direction of fourth elder Dao. At this moment, fourth elder Dao's soul had been absorbed by Yi Xian's sword, leaving only his physical body. His soul had been destroyed. Seeing this, second elder Dao's face became extremely ferocious. He turned to look at Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, my Taoist sect is absolutely irreconcilable with you." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Don't you think it's stupid to say that now?" Behind Yi Xian, the patriarch of Xuanao sect suddenly said, "Young friend, this strand of my soul is about to vanish." Yi Xian turned to look at the patriarch of Xuanao sect, cupped his fists, and said, "I, Yi Xian, will remember senior's help." The patriarch of Xuanao sect smiled and said, "Just take care of my Xuanao sect." Yi Xian nodded and said, "Of course." The patriarch of Xuanao sect turned to look at the clouds again, and then his body gradually became illusory. Yi Xian glanced in the direction the patriarch of Xuanao sect was looking, but he couldn't see anything. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Senior, did you see something?" The patriarch of Xuanao sect was about to speak when he suddenly vanished without a trace. Yi Xian's eyes instantly narrowed when he saw this. Someone had forcefully wiped out the patriarch of Xuanao sect. Who was it? Yi Xian turned to look at the clouds, but there was nothing there. There were actually two women standing above the clouds, but Yi Xian couldn't see them. At this moment, Nian Nian suddenly said, "There should be a backup plan." The mysterious woman smiled and said, "Of course." Nian Nian nodded. "I'm looking forward to it." The mysterious woman smiled and said, "I'm looking forward to it as well." In the distance, Yi Xian retracted his gaze and turned to look around. The Shao clan's patriarch and the Dao returning monastery's patriarch were still there. With the two of them working together, they had killed more than 50 consolidation realm experts. Their strength was slightly inferior to the patriarch of Xuanao sect. At this moment, their strands of soul were becoming more and more illusory. At the sight of this, Yi Xian knew he could not delay any longer. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the supreme sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he vanished on the spot. In the distance, the second elder's eyes narrowed slightly as he blasted a punch forward. Bang! A wisp of sword light was forced to a stop. In front of the second elder, Yi Xian stomped his right foot, and the Dao sword in his hand suddenly turned into a technological form. In the next moment, his strength increased explosively. Rumble! The second elder was knocked back hundreds of feet. Meanwhile, Yi Xian didn't attack the second elder again. Instead, he turned into a sword light and disappeared into the distance. Qi, in the distant crowd, the head of a Dao sect consolidation realm expert flew into the air. Instant kill sword. Ordinary consolidation realm experts had no way of resisting Yi Xian's instant kill sword. Massacre. When Yi Xian entered the crowd, it was simply a massacre. Seeing this scene, the second elder's expression turned extremely ugly. He was just about to make a move when Yi Xian suddenly turned around and slashed at him. The second elder didn't dodge and directly punched out. Dao fist. As for Yi Xian's sword, it was a Dao sword. Boom! With a loud explosion, the two of them retreated rapidly. Yi Xian retreated 100 feet, and the second elder also retreated nearly 100 feet. The two of them were evenly matched. When Yi Xian had stopped, he raised his hand and brandished his sword at the right side. Instant kill sword. Qi, 100 feet to the right, the head of a consolidation realm expert flew into the air. Instant kill. In the field, the consolidation realm experts who came to help the Dao sect were finally afraid, because up until now, more than 200 consolidation realm experts had died on the battlefield. Most of them were killed by the Shao clan's patriarch and the Dao returning academy's patriarch, and some were killed by the 20 super assassins from Xian City. As for the elites of the Dao sect, they had always been restrained by the Dao returning academy's patriarch. In fact, without these three patriarchs, the situation in the fifth dimension would have become very bad. These three people were equivalent to hundreds of consolidation realm experts. After all, they were once all-powerful figures. As long as they did not encounter experts like the white-robed woman, even their split souls were not something ordinary people could fight against. Now, Yi Xian was also anxious. Because once the Shao clan's patriarch and the Dao returning academy's patriarch disappeared, the situation in the fifth dimension would be very disadvantageous. Therefore, he had to end the battle while the two of them were still around. The second elder also understood this, and what he had to do was to stall them. As long as he could stall until the Shao clan's patriarch and the Dao returning academy's patriarch disappeared, the situation would be reversed. The Dao sect still had a chance to win. At this moment, Yi Xian looked at the Shao clan's patriarch in the distance. "Senior, can you help me stall the second elder?" In the distance, the Shao clan's patriarch stopped and turned to look at the second elder. 15 minutes. Yi Xian smiled and said, "That's enough." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. In the distance, the second elder was about to attack when the Shao clan's patriarch appeared in front of him. The second elder said in a deep voice, "Sir, aren't you afraid that the Shao clan will be doomed?" The Shao clan's patriarch shook his head and smiled. "You're still threatening me now. You're too stupid." After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. In the distance, the second elder threw a punch. Boom! The surrounding space shook as if there was an earthquake. The Shao clan's patriarch was pushed back by the punch. After stopping, the Shao clan's patriarch shook his head. "It's just a split soul after all." After saying that, he rushed out. 15 minutes, he only needed to buy 15 minutes for Yi Xian. after Yi Xian rushed into the group of people in the distance, rays of sword gleams appeared, and each sword gleam took a life, instant kill. In addition to his Dao body, ordinary consolidation realm experts would not be able to cause fatal damage to him. In a short while, Yi Xian had killed more than 10 consolidation realm experts. Seeing this, some of the consolidation realm experts who came to help the Dao sect chose to retreat. They were here to make a fortune, not to risk their lives, especially now that the Dao sect was at a disadvantage. As those people left, the Dao sect's situation became worse and worse. At this moment, Nian Nian, who was in the clouds, suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky. In the next moment, she looked at Yi Xian's position. There, an afterimage silently appeared. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and slashed with his sword. Boom, the sword gleams shattered, and Yi Xian retreated thousands of meters away. The afterimage waved its right hand, and the split souls of the Shao clan's patriarch and the Dao returning courtyard's patriarch were directly wiped out. The scene became silent. Everyone was looking at the afterimage, which was gradually becoming more and more solid. It was a woman in white, holding a jade flute in her hand. Seeing this woman, Yi Xian's expression gradually became serious. His opponent's attack just now had directly shattered his Dao body, a godly state expert, a true godly state expert. In the distance, the Dao sect experts became excited. Dao sect's third brother, third miss, she was once the Dao sect's patriarch's proudest disciple. She only liked to cultivate and hunt for novelty, never getting involved in the internal affairs of the Dao sect. Back then, she was actually the most likely to become the Dao sect's leader because she was the Dao sect's patriarch's proudest disciple. Most importantly, she was the most talented among the 4 disciples. Unfortunately, after the Dao sect's patriarch disappeared, she only came back to take a look before leaving. Once she left, she never returned. Seeing third miss, second brother also heaved a huge sigh of relief. She finally came back. If she didn't come back, even if the Dao sect won today, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, the Dao sect was very likely to lose, because if no one restrained Yi Xian, with Yi Xian's strength, he would probably be able to destroy all the Dao sect's consolidation realm experts. Second brother walked to third miss and stared at Yi Xian. Third junior sister, I'll hold Yi Xian back. Leave the rest to me. Saying that, he was about to make a move. At this moment, third miss suddenly said, second senior brother, I'm very disappointed. Second brother looked at third miss and third miss shook her head, very disappointed. Second brother said in a deep voice, what do you mean? Third miss did not answer second brother. She turned to look at the Dao sect experts, you guys also disappointed me. Everyone was silent. Third miss looked at second brother, do you think the Dao sect can win today? Second brother said in a deep voice, if junior sister is willing to help, can we lose? Third miss shook her head, second senior brother, you need to calm down. Calm down. Second brother narrowed his eyes, what do you mean? Third miss looked at second brother, as far as I know, you should have investigated Yi Xian. Then you should know that he is someone who has the cause of disaster, right? Second brother said in a deep voice, yes. But so what? The third young lady frowned. So what? Ask yourself, can you resist this cause of disaster? The second Taoist was silent. The third young lady continued, let's not talk about the cause of this disaster. Let's talk about this person's bloodline. Have you ever seen such a powerful bloodline? The second Taoist was silent. The third young lady continued, the most important thing is that the white-robed woman has seen the person behind this person before. Let me ask, when the white-robed woman was in the whirling sect, she summoned the Xuanji sect's ancestor, but what was the result? In the end, the profound secret sect submitted to Yi Xian. Yet, he was injured by a wisp of the Xuanhuan sect's ancestor's soul. Tell me, can he be compared to her? The second elder was silent, and his face was gloomy. The third young lady shook her head. When Master was still alive, Dao sect was the #1 power in the world. However, Master often said that there is always someone better than you. No one is truly invincible. There is no strongest, only stronger. Second senior brother didn't remember what he said at all. The second Taoist spoke fiercely, it's impossible for there to be a power stronger than my Dao sect in this world. The third young lady sighed in a low voice. The reason why the Dao sect is strong isn't because of us, it's because of Master. But now, master is gone. Understand? The second Taoist was slightly mad. He pointed angrily at Xian and said, he's a true expert at the peak of the god rank realm. So long as he attacks, then Xian will definitely die today. Why didn't he attack? The third young lady gazed at the second Taoist. After a short moment, she shook her head. I gave him the opportunity, but I didn't cherish it. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and an ink-colored ruler suddenly appeared in her hand. The Taoist ruler. The expressions of the experts from the Tao sect instantly changed when they saw it. It was a sacred artifact of the Tao sect that was only inferior to the Tao scriptures. It was used by the Tao sect's ancestor to discipline his disciples, and it contained the Tao laws that the Tao sect's ancestor had personally set up within it. The second Taoist's expression changed as well, and he took a few steps back. All those years ago, he'd been struck by the Taoist ruler, and it was already traumatized by it. The third young lady suddenly waved her right hand, and a ruler image flew out. Bang! The second Taoist was struck by the ruler image, and his skin and flesh split open while blood sprayed. His invincible Tao physique was as weak as paper before the Taoist ruler. Moreover, a mysterious force had directly restrained the second Taoist, causing him to be unable to move at all. Xian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. After all, he possessed the Tao physique as well. The Taoist ruler seemed to be able to restrain the Tao physique. The second Taoist ruler stared fixedly at the third young lady. Third young lady, what are you doing? The third young lady turned around to gaze at an expert from the Tao sect. Take him to the Tao prison, imprison his soul, and seal his body. He can't leave the Tao prison for 100 years. 100 years, the old man was stunned. The second Taoist ruler's expression became ferocious. Third young lady, you dare. You dare. The third young lady gazed at the old man. Do I have to repeat myself? The old man hesitated for a moment before he walked towards the second Taoist ruler. The second Taoist ruler gazed at the third young lady and roared like a wild beast. Third young lady, what exactly are you afraid of? Who in this world can restrain him with his strength? So long as we make a move, we'll be able to kill Xian right away and eliminate this great calamity for our Tao sect. The old man who was walking towards the second Taoist ruler stopped when he heard this. The third young lady shook her head. Go calm down first. The second Taoist ruler spoke ferociously. Third young lady, are you worthy of master for treating a fellow disciple like this? I, the second Taoist ruler. Meanwhile, the third young lady suddenly swung her ruler, and a shadow of the ruler smashed against the second Taoist ruler. Bang! The second Taoist ruler's body instantly collapsed. The second Taoist ruler was stunned. The other experts of the Tao sect were stunned as well. That attack was a little too ruthless. The Tao physique wasn't something that could be cultivated in a short period of time. It was destroyed just like that. The third young lady gazed at the old man. Take him away. The old man didn't dare hesitate at all, and he immediately left with the second Taoist ruler's soul. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed. It slashed straight at the second Taoist ruler. It was Xian who'd attacked. Moreover, he was using the soul-suppressing sword. However, the soul-suppressing sword was directly clamped by two fingers when it was still several hundred feet away from Tao old second. The third young lady made her move. The third young lady flicked her jade-like fingers and the soul-suppressing sword flew back to Xian. Third Miss looked at Xian. Young Master Yi, my Tao faction's people will be dealt with by my Tao faction. There's no need to trouble yourself. As she spoke, she raised her head to look at the clouds in the sky. Both of you, our Tao Gate can't afford to play this game. We'll be leaving. I hope both of you can be magnanimous. After saying that, she turned around and left with the experts from the Tao sect. Xian turned to look at the clouds. Who was that? Above the clouds, the mysterious woman beside Nian Nian smiled and said, looks like this sect isn't completely useless. Nian Nian licked the Tonghulu. Is there still a chance? The mysterious woman smiled and said, of course. Nian Nian said softly, I'm looking forward to it. Speaking of which, is your goal to make the Tao sect and Xian hostile? The mysterious woman smiled and said, guess. Nian Nian looked down. I know that the Tao sect can't kill him. The reason why I'm doing this is because I want him to destroy the Tao sect and form a bad relationship with the Tao sect's ancestor. I understand your intentions. I want to magnify the cause of misfortune on him. As she spoke, she turned to look at the mysterious woman. I want to use the cause of misfortune on him to kill him. The mysterious woman smiled. How smart. Nian Yan gave the mysterious woman a thumbs up. Very smart. The mysterious woman smiled. There's nothing we can do about it. Nian Yan suddenly said, I'm a little curious about your identity. The mysterious woman smiled and said, in the past, I was a good person. As she said that, she looked into the distant horizon. They should be here soon. Below, as the third miss left with the experts from the Tao sect, some of the experts who came to help the Tao sect felt a little awkward, because the Tao sect didn't bring them along. When they wanted to leave with the Tao sect, the experts of the fifth dimension stopped them, and the Tao sect didn't make a move. This was a little awkward. In fact, they wanted to escape at first, but after seeing the third miss, they felt that the Tao sect was enough. So they all stayed. However, what they didn't expect was that the third miss would directly leave with the people of the Tao sect. They didn't want to fight anymore, and now, Yi Xian's people wouldn't let them go. Yi Xian glanced at the Consolidation Realm experts. There were still about 100 of them. At this time an old man walked out. The old man hesitated for a moment and then said, Young Master Yi, we can guarantee that we will no longer be enemies with the fifth dimension. I wonder if young Master Yi can let us go? Yi Xian smiled and said, No. As his voice fell, the sword in his hand suddenly flew out. Chi, the old man's head directly flew out. Instant kill. Seeing Yi Xian make a move, the expressions of the remaining Consolidation Realm experts changed drastically. One of the middle-aged men suddenly said fiercely, Since Yi Xian won't let us live, then we'll die together. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out, and the experts behind him charged out as well. Yi Xian's face was expressionless. Kill. Leave no one alive. Leave no one alive. As soon as Yi Xian's voice fell, the experts behind him directly rushed out, as well as the 20 super assassins from Xian City. In order to reduce the losses, Yi Xian also attacked. Very quickly, bloody heads rained down from the sky. Massacre. Without the experts of the Tao sect, although these Consolidation Realm experts were strong, they were far inferior to the fifth dimension in both quantity and quality. This was especially true for Yi Xian. Almost none of the Consolidation Realm experts present could withstand his instant kill sword. Once the sword was drawn, there would be death. In a short while, all the 100 or so people present were killed, and their souls were absorbed by Yi Xian's soul-suppressing sword. After absorbing those souls, the soul-suppressing sword directly returned to the prison pagoda. It was going to break through. Just when everyone thought that the matter was about to end, in the starry sky of the fifth dimension, a powerful pressure like a mountain crushed over. Boom. The entire starry sky of the fifth dimension directly trembled. Below, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head, and there was a trace of shock in his eyes. What a powerful aura. Who is this? P.S. This month is about to end. If you don't vote now, you won't have the chance to vote again. Hee hee. Who is it? At this moment, all the experts in the surroundings were looking up at the starry sky. That aura was so formidable that it shocked them. Under everyone's gazes, the space in the sky suddenly split open. In the next moment, a middle-aged man walked out from within the space that had split open. The middle-aged man wore a gray robe with wide sleeves, and his hands were hidden within them. He seemed like a scholar, quiet and refined. Yi Xian frowned slightly because he didn't recognize the middle-aged man. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Yi Xian's mind. Wu Li, the martial emperor. It was Lan Rua's voice, the martial emperor. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. He knew who it was that big shot who imprisoned Jiao Long and the others. Yi Xian was quite puzzled. Why has he made an appearance at this moment? Wu Li looked down at Yi Xian and said, Where's that woman? Jiao Lu. Yi Xian was about to speak when Jiao Lu appeared by Yi Xian's side. At this moment, Jiao Lu had attained the peak of the Tao attainment realm under the full support of the fifth dimension. It could be said that she was only a little bit away from attaining the Union realm. Jiao Lu stared Wu Li in the eyes without a trace of fear. Conversely, her eyes were filled with killing intent. It could be said that it was like the eyes of an enemy that had met. Meanwhile, Wu Li suddenly slapped his palm down. The space in the sky above Jiao Lu collapsed. At practically the exact same moment, Jiao Lu smashed her fist forward. She was going head-on against it. She had no choice but to go head-on against it because Wu Li's punch had sealed off the space around her. Rumble. along with a deafening explosion, the space where Jia Lu stood collapsed, and she was instantly pushed back thousands of meters. As soon as she stopped moving, the dragon scales on her body cracked inch by inch. Not only that, but even her Dao body shattered at this moment. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked when they witnessed this scene. Right at this moment, Wu Li smashed his fist forward again. Hiss, the space in front of Jia Lu collapsed, and a fist mark flashed out, heading straight for Jia Lu. The powerful fist force was like a tsunami, directly crushing the space in front of Jia Lu and deforming it. Jia Lu's pupils constricted. She couldn't block this punch. Jia Lu did not close her eyes. Even at this moment, there was no fear in her eyes. Right at this moment, a ray of sword light suddenly slashed down. Boom, the fist mark was forced to a stop by the sword light, but the next moment, the sword light shattered, and the fist mark broke through the air. Meanwhile, Xian appeared in front of Jia Lu, and a trace of ferocity flashed through his eyes as he slashed with his sword. He directly used the power of his bloodline and the power of the unparalleled sword. Boom, as soon as the sword descended, the fist collapsed, and Xian and Jia Lu were instantly blasted back over 3 km. After stopping, Xian's entire right hand trembled slightly. In the sky, Wu Li looked at Xian. "Do you think that I don't dare to kill you?" Xian looked Wu Li in the eyes. "I promised a senior from the Jia Dragon clan that I would take care of Miss Jia Lu." Xian, keep my word." Wu Li nodded. "I know that you have many powerful backers, but..." Xian suddenly said, "I'll fight you one-on-one." "One-on-one?" Wu Li's eyes narrowed slightly. "Fight me one-on-one?" Xian looked Wu Li in the eyes. "I don't know what enmity you have with the Jia dragons, and I don't want to know. I'll fight you one-on-one, and I, Xian, will take over the enmity between you and the Jia dragons." A trace of gratification flashed through the eyes of the mysterious woman in the clouds, and she smiled. "At least he's responsible. He didn't bring shame to his parents." Nian gazed into the distance in silence. In the distance, behind Xian, Jia Lu tugged on Xian's sleeve and shook her head. Xian smiled. "I promised your grandfather that I would protect you. I keep my word." Then Jia Lu looked at Xian. "This enmity is between me, Jia Lu, and him." Xian said, "The Jia dragons have been kind to me." Jia Lu said in a low voice, "He's very strong." Xian smiled. "One can't be ungrateful." As he spoke, he raised his head to look at Wu Li. "What do you think?" Wu Li looked at Xian. "It's not fair for you to fight me one-on-one." Xian said, "Then lower your realm and fight me." The crowd. In the clouds, the mysterious woman suddenly laughed. "This little fellow is really interesting. This Wu Li is really unlucky to have encountered such a thick-skinned fellow." In the distance, Wu Li looked at Xian. "What if I don't lower my realm?" Xian smiled. "Then I'll challenge someone of a higher realm. It's not shameful if I lose, and it's a huge profit if I win." Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. Needless to say, this was indeed the case. Wu Li slowly walked towards Xian. With every step he took, his aura became weaker. When he was several dozen feet away from Xian, his realm had already been suppressed to the consolidation realm. Wu Li looked at Xian. "Suppressing to the consolidation realm is my limit." Xian smiled. "That's enough." As his voice fell, he suddenly raised his sword and rushed forward. In front of Wu Li, the space was suddenly torn apart, and a ray of sword light appeared. Wu Li slightly leaned to the side, and a sword passed right between his eyebrows. At this time, his right hand suddenly swept out. Bang, a ray of sword light shattered, and Xian instantly retreated thousands of feet. The moment he stopped, the flesh in front of his chest split open, and blood flowed out. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many experts in the fifth dimension sank. Xian looked at his chest, and his expression gradually became solemn. This martial emperor's moves were very simple: speed and power. In terms of speed and power, he was suppressed. At this time, Wu Li took a step forward, and with this step, a fist imprint suddenly appeared in front of Xian. Xian was already prepared, and he raised his sword and slashed. Bang, the space where Xian was directly collapsed, and his entire body was sent several thousand feet back. Before he could stop, Wu Li took another step forward, and with each step, he threw a punch. It was a very simple punch. At this time, in the distance, Xian suddenly stomped his right foot. In the next instant, he gripped his sword with both hands and fiercely slashed forward. The moment his sword fell, 4 kinds of domains directly enveloped Wu Li. Bang! Within the domains, the fist imprint directly shattered, and Wu Li retreated several dozen feet. Seeing this scene, the experts of the 5th dimension immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that there was still a fight. In the distance, Wu Li looked at Yi Xian. 4 kinds of domains? Yi Xian nodded. Wu Li said in a light voice, I'm slightly surprised. As he spoke, he took another step forward. Bang! The space in front of Yi Xian suddenly collapsed, and in the next moment, an afterimage flashed by. The strength of this afterimage was so strong that even 4 kinds of domains found it difficult to suppress it. Right at this moment, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and in the next moment, he suddenly slashed down with his sword. As this sword descended, Wu Li's pupils suddenly constricted, and he changed from offense to defense. He raised his right arm horizontally to block. Bang! Under the gazes of everyone, Wu Li retreated explosively by several hundred feet. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they witnessed this scene. What kind of power is this? In the distance, Bai Dizzy was slightly excited. He knew what kind of power this was, the power of faith. This was the power of faith of all the living beings in the 5th dimension, and now, Yi Xian was using this power of faith, the purest power of faith. At this moment, Yi Xian wasn't alone, he represented everyone who believed in him. The power of faith. Above the clouds, the mysterious woman. She said in a light voice, very pure power of faith. Behind her, the Divine Lord's expression was extremely gloomy. Nian Nian looked into the distance and still didn't speak, but there was a trace of gratification in her eyes. She knew that the reason Yi Xian was able to possess such pure power of faith was because the living beings in the 5th dimension trusted him. In other words, Yi Xian was sufficiently good to all the living beings in the 5th dimension. In the distance, Wu Li looked at Yi Xian. The power of faith. Yi Xian grinned. Take another strike from me. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, twisted his wrist, and slashed down with his sword. Hiss! A ray of sword light tore through the sky. In the distance, Wu Li suddenly clenched his right hand, and then he smashed his fist forward. Bang! The space where his fist descended directly transformed into a vortex, and a powerful force poured out like a torrent. At this moment, the heavens and earth shook and split. Rumble! As soon as the 2 powerful forces came into contact, it was like a volcanic eruption. The powerful force swept across the entire world, and the expressions of the surrounding consolidation realm experts changed drastically, and they all retreated. Below, a huge light screen suddenly rose from the Dao City. A protective shield. This was a protective shield built by the Xuanji sect with all their might. It was to prevent the powerful forces from entering the 5th dimension and causing a devastating blow to the 5th dimension. The remaining power was completely blocked by the protective barrier. However, the entire protective barrier was also shattered. In the sky, Wu Li retreated more than 300 feet, but Yi Xian didn't even take a step back. At this time, Yi Xian not only had the blessing of 4 kinds of domains, but also the power of faith of the 5th dimension. His current strength had exceeded the scope of the consolidation realm. Wu Li looked at Yi Xian. He knew that if he didn't restore his realm, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Yi Xian. He had underestimated this young man in front of him. Yi Xian suddenly said, Your Excellency Martial Emperor, today, I, Yi Xian, took advantage of you, and this is quite unfair to you. How about this, in a year, let's fight again. At that time, you don't have to suppress your realm. Fight more. Wu Li looked at Yi Xian. You want to delay for a year? Yi Xian nodded, yes. Wu Li's expression was calm. Do you really have to interfere in the affairs of the Naga Dragon clan? Yi Xian said, I have to repay the kindness of others. Wu Li stared at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian said again, just 1 year. A year later, I, Yi Xian, will fight you fairly. I can swear to the heavens that if there are people behind me, I won't let them interfere. Do you think it's feasible? Wu Li slowly loosened his right hand. A year later, life and death. A life and death, Yi Xian said, sure. Wu Li glanced at Jiao Lu, your grandfather found a good person for you. With that, he turned and left. After walking a few steps, he suddenly turned his head and looked at a certain place in the clouds. Your Excellency, as you wish. With that, he quickly disappeared not far away. Above the clouds, Nian Nian suddenly said, Congratulations. The mysterious woman blinked. What are you congratulating me for? Nian Nian looked at the mysterious woman. If Wu Li wants to kill Jiao Lu, he will need your help, because he will soon discover that his opponent will grow very quickly, so quickly that it will exceed his expectations. At that time, even if he is unwilling, he can only ask for help from you. And if he asks for help from you, then isn't the entire ultimate martial realm in your pocket? And with your intelligence, you should not be plotting just this. If I'm not wrong, the ultimate martial realm is not simple. What do you think? The mysterious woman looked at Nian Nian, and after a moment, she suddenly smiled and said, if it wasn't for that kid below, I would be very willing to be friends with you, because you are too smart. Unfortunately, we can only be enemies. Nian Nian took out a stick of Tonghulu. You made a move, now, it's my turn. The mysterious woman slightly raised the corner of her mouth, looking forward to it. With Wu Li's departure, the entire fifth dimension completely calmed down. There were no cheers. Because the fifth dimension had also suffered heavy casualties, in the sky, Yi Xian looked up at the clouds in the sky. The next moment, he appeared directly above the clouds. However, there was nothing here. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian turned around and left. After returning to Dao City's Dao Hall, Nian Nian was sitting on the stone steps in front of the hall. She was holding a Tonghulu in her hand. Yi Xian walked in front of Nian Nian. Nian Nian looked up at Yi Xian. Is it over? Yi Xian smiled. It's over for now. Nian Nian grinned. She took out a lively fish. Grilled fish. Yi Xian laughed. All right. As he spoke, he pulled Nian Nian into the hall. Grilled fish, the two sat next to each other. Nian Nian hugged Yi Xian's arm and leaned her head against Yi Xian's shoulder. There was a sweet smile on her face. At this moment, Bai Dizzy walked into the hall. Looking at the White Emperor, Yi Xian said with a smile, have a seat. Bai Dizzy shook her head. I'll just stand. Yi Xian did not insist. Let's talk. Bai Dizzy hesitated for a moment. Do you still have money? Hearing this, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He said in shock, you ran out of money? Bai Dizzy nodded. I basically spent all the money you gave me. Yi Xian blinked. All spent? 3 billion. Bai Dizzy nodded slightly. Yi Xian was a little curious. How did you spend it? He knew that Bai Dizzy was usually not extravagant. Bai Dizzy said in a deep voice, those pills were basically given to the most outstanding people. As for these fortune divine crystals, they have many uses. Among them, I used 1 billion fortune divine crystals to support the world below. Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy. The world below? Bai Dizzy said in a deep voice, it's just some low-level worlds. These worlds are very, very backward. Then, I used your name to establish a few martial arts academies in these backward worlds. The name of the academy is called Fifth Dimensional Academy, and you are the dean. Those who meet certain requirements can enter the martial arts academy for free. Based on preliminary estimates, we have already established more than 1 million fifth dimensional academies. Moreover, we are still expanding. This expenditure is extremely large, but it is extremely meaningful. Yi Xian said, tell me. Bai Dizzy nodded. There are two main reasons why the five-dimensional universe is lagging behind other worlds. The first is the upper limit. What is the upper limit? This is the martial arts civilization of our five-dimensional universe. Before there was the Tao scripture, other than the five-dimensional Tendo, the ceiling of the five-dimensional universe's martial Tao was release 1, and it was a fake release 1. But now, it is different. We have the Tao scripture, and with the addition of the whirling world, our current upper limit is no different from the Tao sect. But what about the lower limit? Some of the worlds below the five-dimensional universe are too backward. Some of them are even in the Savage era. My idea is very simple. We will establish fifth-dimensional academies in various places to give those backward worlds a chance to learn martial arts, and also give them a chance to change their destiny. When there are more and more outstanding people, it will be much easier for us to change the entire five-dimensional universe. After saying this, he paused, then continued, of course, there is also some selfishness. I established the fifth-dimensional academy in your name. It can be said that as long as someone comes out of our academy, they will be your student. And these people will worship you like a god. The more students there are, the more power of belief you will have. This is a win-win situation. The most important thing is that we can also unearth more talents. Some people, it is not that they do not have the ability, it is not that they do not work hard, it is just that they do not have the opportunity, they do not have the platform. If we give them the opportunity and platform, they will not be worse than anyone else. Xian pondering. Bai Dizzy hesitated for a while, then said, "This matter is my own initiative." Xian smiled and said, "You think too much. You have done very well. I have to say, in terms of the overall situation, we are inferior to you. As for the matter of money, I will think of a way." Bai Dizzy nodded. "If you say so, then I can rest assured. There is one more thing, and that is, I have collected the martial arts books of the Daoting and Saha world. These martial arts books and divine techniques, I have already ordered people to compile them. When the time comes, they will be stored in the various academies. As long as you meet the requirements, you will be able to cultivate. However, for the time being, Dao scriptures, martial arts, and Dao scripture cultivation methods will be placed in our Dao City's 5th Dimensional Academy. The Dao City's 5th Dimensional Academy is the main academy. This place will be the holy land in the hearts of all the students of the 5th Dimensional Academy. Everyone will strive to cultivate in order to come here. Because only by coming here can you learn the legendary Dao scripture martial arts and Dao scripture mental cultivation methods. The most important thing is, only by coming here can you see the mysterious Dean. Xian, Bai Dizzy smiled faintly, "If you want to come here, it will be very, very difficult. It can be said that among millions of people, only one person can come here, because we only recruit 30 people every year. At that time, when the headquarters starts to recruit, you must personally come to take a look, you will definitely be shocked. Because those who can come to the headquarters must be super evildoers. Those kind of true super evildoers." Xian smiled and said, "I am looking forward to it." As he said this, he hesitated for a while, then said, "Everything you have done is very good, but, in terms of culture," Bai Dizzy smiled and said, "Don't worry, all the academies cultivate both literature and martial arts. Cultivating literature, which is also cultivating the mind, is equally important as cultivating martial arts." Xian nodded, "You have thought it through very thoroughly." As he said this, he looked at Nian Nian, who was beside him. Nian Nian's contribution to the 5-dimensional universe being able to have what it is today is indispensable. Her contribution to the 5-dimensional universe should be known by everyone in the 5-dimensional universe. Bai Dizzy glanced at Nian Nian and nodded, "I know, in cultural classes, there is an article about a person's biography. Only people who have made great contributions to the 5-dimensional universe can be included in this article. Currently, there are only 2 people, one is Miss Nian Nian, and the other is you. Miss Nian Nian is ranked first, and you are ranked second. In addition, we have also built Miss Nian Nian's memorial courtyards all over the world, which have detailed records of Miss Nian Nian's contributions to the 5-dimensional universe." Xian looked at Bai Dizzy and said with a smile, "You are really thoughtful." Bai Dizzy said softly, "Whether it is Miss Nian Nian or you, even if what you have done for the 5-dimensional universe is not praised by the world, it should not be forgotten by the world." In fact, the 5-dimensional universe was a burden to both Xian and Nian Nian. As long as Mu Nian Nian gave up on the 5-dimensional universe, other than the 3 swords, she was almost invincible. To Nian Nian, without the 5-dimensional universe, she would be even stronger. As if he had thought of something, Bai Dizzy said, "One more thing, we have already formulated a law. As long as you nod your head, it can be implemented in the entire 5-dimensional universe." As he said that, he took out a thick book and handed it to Xian. Xian took it and glanced at it. A moment later, he looked at Bai Dizzy, "Is this law only for the people at the bottom, or for everyone?" Bai Dizzy looked at Xian, "For everyone. Including you. Even you don't have the privilege." Xian nodded, "Then that's enough." After saying that, he handed the book to Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy took the book and said, "Then I'll start implementing it." Xian nodded. Bai Dizzy retreated. Xian handed the roasted fish to Nian Nian and said with a smile, "Eat." Nian Nian took the roasted fish and said with a smile, "I'm going out to play." After saying that, she picked up the roasted fish and left the hall. Only Xian was left in the hall. Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and spread his hands. Suddenly, a mysterious power appeared around him, the power of faith. He could feel that his power of faith was continuously becoming stronger. This power of faith was very strong. If not for this power of faith, he would not have been able to do anything to Wu Li. However, he also understood that this power did not completely belong to him, Xian. This was given to him by all living beings. If one day, he went against the flow and the five-dimensional universe collapsed, then this power of faith would disappear. He could not rely too much on this power of faith. As if thinking of something, Xian took out a scroll. This was the content and notes of the 9th volume of the Tao Scripture. It also contained the 9th volume of the Tao Scripture's Mental Cultivation Method and Tao Scripture Martial Arts, Life Fist. The 9th volume of the Tao Scripture Martial Arts was Life Fist. When he saw the content of this Life Fist, Xian's expression suddenly changed. What was Life Fist? By burning one's lifespan as the price, one could obtain endless lifespan power. Lifespan power. This was the first time Xian heard of this power. By burning 1 year of lifespan, one could obtain 10 years of cultivation. By burning 100 years, one could obtain 1,000 years of cultivation. By burning 1,000 years, one could obtain 10,000 years of cultivation. Not only that, when burning one's lifespan, one could also trigger one's own destiny power. Xian closed the ancient book and could not calm down for a long time. This thing could not be easily cultivated. This life fist was extremely profound and mysterious. It also involved the power of destiny and some karma power. In any case, he did not understand it. Most importantly, this thing needed to burn one's lifespan, and he, Xian, did not have much lifespan left. His current lifespan was less than 1,000 years. If he burnt his lifespan, he was afraid that he would directly die. Moreover, this life fist was not something he could cultivate just because he wanted to. It was extremely difficult. Not to mention, one of the difficulties was the physical body. His physical body must be at the consolidation realm before he could reluctantly cultivate it. Reluctantly, if his physical body was not strong enough, he would not be able to withstand the power obtained by burning his lifespan. In addition, his divine soul must be strong enough. It could be said that this life fist had very strict requirements for the cultivator. Xian hesitated. There was no doubt about the power of this life fist. Once it was cultivated, its power would not be any weaker than his instant kill sword, or even stronger. Most importantly, he could combine both of them. After burning his lifespan to obtain the power of life, he could use the instant kill sword again. In that case, it could be said that his strength and speed would reach a very terrifying level. However, burning one's lifespan was really not a joke. Moreover, it could be addictive. Because the more lifespan burned, the stronger the power. There was no upper limit. The moment of death was also the moment when he was at his strongest. After a long time, Xian finally chose to cultivate it. However, in order to cultivate this life fist, he had to first improve his physical body to the consolidation realm. And now, if he wanted to advance to the consolidation realm, he needed the ancestral dragon's blood, and the ancestral dragon's blood could only be obtained by Taoism. Would Taoism give it to him? Of course not. As if thinking of something, Xian said softly, "This time, Taoism besieged my five-dimensional universe. No matter what, they should compensate me for my mental damage." After saying that, he suddenly got up and left. P.S. New month, ask for a few guaranteed monthly tickets to save face. Otherwise, it would be too ugly. FPZW Dao Sect. Somewhere in the hall, third lady was sitting cross-legged on the ground. In front of her was a long ruler. Dao Gate ruler. Inside the hall, there were some Dao Sect experts. At this moment, everyone's expression was somewhat ugly. In this trip to the fifth dimension, Dao Sect could be said to have suffered a great defeat. This time, Dao Sect's losses were too heavy. At this moment, third lady suddenly opened her eyes. The next moment, she disappeared. In the sky outside the hall, third lady appeared in front of a man. This man was Xian. Seeing third lady, Xian was secretly on guard. This woman was not simple, he must be careful. Third lady looked at Xian. "What's the matter?" Xian nodded. Third lady asked, "What's the matter?" Xian thought for a moment, then said, "Your Dao Sect besieged me, causing indelible damage to my young mind. Shouldn't you compensate me for my mental damage?" Third lady looked at Xian. Are you serious? Xian nodded. Third lady said, you want the ancestral dragon's blood? Xian blinked, he was a little surprised. How do you know? Third lady said again, you want to cultivate life fist? Xian, third lady asked again, are you sure you want to cultivate life fist? Xian nodded. Third young lady said, I have to remind you that even in our Taoism, only 2 people have practiced this Taoist scripture martial art. Xian frowned, 2 people? Third lady nodded, master and me. Xian blinked, third lady has cultivated life fist? Third lady looked at Xian, is there a problem? Xian hesitated, then said, is it powerful? Third lady looked at Xian, do you want to try? Xian quickly shook his head. No need. What a joke. He couldn't even defeat this woman without using her life punch. If she used her life punch, his Taoist body would probably be blasted into smithereens. Third young lady said, it's impossible for you to learn this life fist by yourself. In other words, you have to take a lot of detours. Do you want me to teach you? Xian was stunned, and then he said, you'll teach me? The third young lady nodded. If you want, I can teach you. Xian was puzzled. Why? The third young lady turned her head and looked into the distance. Do you want to go for a walk? Xian thought about it and nodded. Sure. Third young lady nodded and walked to the right. Xian followed her. Not long after, the 2 of them arrived at the back of a mountain. There was a xiaodao at the back of the mountain, and at the end of the xiaodao was a cliff. The 2 of them walked along the xiaodao. Third young lady suddenly said, young Master Yi, the reason why my second senior brother targeted you like a madman is because you have the Tao scriptures. He's afraid that you'll collect all 9 Tao scriptures and threaten his position. Of course, there's another reason. All these years, the Taoists have been used to being high and mighty. He thinks that the Taoists are number 1 in the world, and no one can offend them. Moreover, he's being used by someone. Xian frowned slightly. Used by someone? Third young lady turned her head and looked at young Master Yi. Young Master Yi, you have a very powerful enemy. How powerful is he? I think that if the other party wants to kill you, you won't be able to survive. However, I don't understand why the other party didn't kill you. Perhaps it's because he's afraid of the person behind you. Xian said in a deep voice, who is that person? Third young lady shook her head. I don't know him, and I don't want to know him. This is a matter between young Master Yi and the other party. My Taoists doesn't want to interfere. Xian didn't say anything. He had some doubts in his heart. Who is this enemy? Third young lady said again, young Master Yi, if you want to learn life fist, I can help you. I can even help you improve your physical body to the consolidation realm. Xian looked at third young lady. What's the condition? Third young lady smiled slightly. The grudge between the 5th dimension and the Taoists will be written off. Xian was silent. Third young lady continued, young Master Yi, your enemy isn't my Taoists, and my Taoists' enemy isn't you. However, someone wants my Taoists to fight to the death with you, and then let you and my Taoists. Or rather, let you and Master form a bad relationship. However, I feel that there's no need for us to become enemies. First, we don't have any conflict of interest. Second, we don't have any deep hatred. The reason for this situation, other than being used by others, is because my second senior brother's IQ is limited. And now, I'm in charge of the Taoists. Xian asked, what about second brother? Third young lady said, he has been imprisoned by me. He won't appear for at least 100 years. And after 100 years? If young Master Yi hasn't fallen, I think second senior brother shouldn't pose any threat to young Master Yi. What do you think? Xian asked with a smile, can't you tell me who that mysterious person is? Third young lady said with a smile, my Taoists can't afford to offend him. Please forgive me, young Master Yi. Xian was about to speak, but he found that he had already walked to the edge of the cliff. Under the cliff, clouds and mist lingered, making it unfathomable. Third young lady gently pointed with her finger. The clouds and mist below suddenly separated. The next moment, Xian saw a behemoth, dragon, To be precise, it was a dragon's head. This dragon's head was at the bottom of the abyss. Its body followed the abyss for an unknown length. The moment this dragon's head appeared, Xian suddenly felt an oppressive pressure. Dragon's might, he had never felt such a strong dragon's might. Compared to this pressure, the winged dragon in Xian City was simply child's play, Xian said in a deep voice. Ancestral dragon. Third young lady nodded. Only the ancestral dragon's blood can improve your current Dao body. Xian looked at third young lady. This dragon has fallen? Third young lady nodded. Xian was a little curious. How did it fall? Third young lady said with a smile. I don't know either. Xian was speechless. Third young lady looked at the ancestral dragon below. At that time, I was still young. I only know that after Master brought it back, it fell not long after. As for the reason, Master never said. After this dragon fell, Master guarded it for 3 months. 3 months later, he left, and after that, there was no news of him. Saying that, she shook her head. Young Master Yi, my Dao faction has no intention of becoming enemies with you. My Dao faction can't afford to offend you. Now that I am in charge of the Dao faction, I want to settle the grudge between us with young Master Yi. Xian said softly. Third young lady, aren't you afraid that I will summon the great Dao spirit and threaten your position? Third young lady chuckled. If that's the case, I can't wait to be happy. Xian was a little curious. Why? Third young lady looked at Xian. If you really get the recognition of the great Dao spirit, it means that you are the person appointed by Master, and you will also be a part of my Dao faction. With a genius like you joining, I naturally should be happy. As for the Dao faction's master, to put it bluntly, what's the use of that position? Second senior brother spent a lot of effort to fight for the position. As long as I want to, I can take it back at any time. Saying that, she shook her head. Second senior brother doesn't understand the principle that strength is the king. Whatever position, it's all empty. Xian looked at third young lady. If I really get the recognition of the great Dao spirit, are you really willing to let me be the Dao faction's master? Third young lady nodded. Yes. Xian said. Without the recognition of the great Dao spirit? Third young lady smiled. No. Xian was a little puzzled. Why? Third young lady smiled slightly. If you have the recognition of the great Dao spirit, it means that you have obtained Master's recognition. Since you have obtained Master's recognition, Dao faction should naturally share honor and disgrace with you, live and die together. However, if you don't get the recognition of the great Dao spirit, it means that you have not obtained Master's recognition. In this case, I naturally can't use the entire Dao faction's future to help you. Moreover, you can't take the initiative to join Dao faction, right? Xian said with a smile. I see. The Dao faction's ancestor's opinion is the most important. Third young lady nodded. Just like second senior brother, although I also want to kill him, he is Master's disciple after all. Even if I don't give face to a monk, I still have to give face to Buddha, so I can't be too ruthless. However, young Master Yi can rest assured that from now on, he will not appear in front of young Master Yi again. This, I can guarantee. Xian looked at the ancestor dragon below and was silent. In fact, he was very clear that the reason why third young lady was so humble was not because of Xian, but because she was afraid of the person behind him. Moreover, she did not want to be used by others. Third young lady looked down and was also silent. She wanted to resolve the grievances between the five-dimensional universe and Dao faction because Dao faction really had no reason to fight with Xian. Moreover, Xian being able to gather all 9 Dao scriptures was very abnormal. In her opinion, it was very likely that Xian was the person chosen by her master. However, she was not sure because the great Dao spirit had run away. At this moment, Xian suddenly smiled and said, Third young lady, let's talk about life fist. Third young lady glanced at Xian and said with a smile, let's talk about Dao body first. Young Master Ye's Dao body cultivation is indeed very good, but his realm is a bit low. For young Master Yi, the Dao body of achieved Dao realm should be somewhat insufficient. As she said this, she looked down and said, young Master Ye's bloodline is overbearing. It is enough to absorb the ancestor dragon's blood, so it should not be a big problem for him to improve. Also, this ancestor dragon's scale armor is extremely hard. I can give young Master Yi a few pieces and let young Master Yi forge them into treasured armor. This way, except for some mysterious experts, it should be impossible for ordinary people to kill young Master Yi. Yi Xian looked at third young lady. Mysterious experts? Third young lady nodded. For example, the white-robed woman behind young Master Yi. Yi Xian said with a smile, why don't you use a different analogy? Third young lady smiled slightly. It can't be helped. I'm weak and can't afford to offend others. Please forgive me, young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled, then looked down and narrowed his eyes. Who was it that made third young lady so afraid? Who was it that wanted to mess with him? At this moment, third young lady suddenly said, young Master Yi, let's go down. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and nodded, okay. Soon, the two of them walked towards the bottom of the abyss. Somewhere in the starry sky, a little girl walked slowly. The little girl held a skewer of tonghulu in her left hand and a grilled fish in her right. This little girl was Nian Nian. After walking for an unknown period of time, the starry sky in front of Nian Nian suddenly shook violently and a voice came from it. The three-dimensional universe does not welcome outsiders. Leave immediately. Nian Nian looked at the space in front of her. Yi Xian. After a moment of silence, that expanse of space suddenly split open, and then a woman walked out from within. The woman was dressed in a white dress and held a halberd in her hand. Her expression was indifferent. Seeing this woman, Nian Nian's eyes flashed with surprise. This woman is so strong. This was her first impression. The woman looked at Nian Nian. Yi Xian? Nian Nian nodded. The woman asked, who are you? Nian Nian smiled, let me tell you slowly. On the other side, ultimate martial realm. On a certain mountain peak, Wuli suddenly opened his eyes. Not far in front of him, stood a woman. It was the mysterious woman from the sacred land. Wuli looked at the mysterious woman. You want me to kill Yi Xian? The mysterious woman shook her head and smiled. No. You can't kill him. Wuli frowned. The person behind him? The mysterious woman nodded and smiled. Do you see the woman who stood with me that day? Wuli was silent. The mysterious woman said, that's the fifth dimension Tendo. Wuli said, I know. The mysterious woman smiled. The reason why you agreed to Yi Xian's 1-year appointment is mainly because of her. Because you know, with her around, you can't kill Yi Xian, right? Wuli looked at the mysterious woman. What are you trying to do? The mysterious woman smiled. How confident do you think you are after 1 year? Wuli was silent. How confident? In fact, he really wasn't confident. His current realm was crushing Yi Xian, but Yi Xian's combat power wasn't weak at all. Moreover, Yi Xian's growth speed was too fast. 1 year later, was he really confident? At this moment, the mysterious woman suddenly smiled. Do you want to know what realm is above the God realm? Wuli's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at the mysterious woman. Who are you? The mysterious woman smiled. I can't answer this question. Wuli said in a deep voice, Sir, with your strength, if you want to kill Yi Xian, it should be a piece of cake. Why do you want me to do it? The mysterious woman shook her head. Not yet. Wuli frowned. Why? The mysterious woman smiled and said, because that woman is still quite close to here. I need her to speed up, or rather, I need his disaster cause to speed up. Because there are too many people helping him now, his disaster cause's progress is a bit slow. Wuli stared at the mysterious woman. You don't dare to kill him openly. The mysterious woman smiled and said, that's not something you should worry about. This time, I came to ask you a question. Are you willing to let go of Jiao Lu of the Jiaolong tribe? If you are willing to let go of this hatred, I will never come looking for you again. If you're not willing, we can work together. Wuli was silent. The mysterious woman smiled. It seems that you are unwilling to let go of your hatred. As she spoke, she tapped with her finger, and an ancient scroll appeared before Wuli. This scroll can allow you to advance a step further. With that, she turned around and left. Wuli remained silent on the spot. A moment later, he opened the ancient book, and his expression gradually turned solemn. In the end, the solemn look in his eyes gradually turned into excitement. In the horizon, the mysterious woman walked towards the distance, and behind her was the sacred master. The sacred master hesitated for a moment, and then said, Master, you want to nurture this Wuli and let him fight against Yi Xian? The mysterious woman shook her head and smiled. I'm not interested in him, but the ultimate martial realm. Ultimate martial realm, the sacred master was silent. To the entire ultimate martial realm, even the sacred master didn't know much about it. He only knew that the ultimate martial realm had produced 6 martial emperors. After the Dao sect's ancestor disappeared, the ultimate martial realm instantly became the #1 power. But the sacred master didn't know anything about the situation inside the ultimate martial realm. The ultimate martial realm wasn't open to the outside world, and outsiders couldn't enter at all. This place was actually very mysterious. The mysterious woman turned around and glanced in the direction of the ultimate martial realm, and said with a smile, "This place isn't simple." With that, she withdrew her gaze. "Let's go meet some old fellows." As she spoke, she walked towards the distance. Before long, the two of them disappeared into the distant horizon. Dao sect. Yi Xian and the third young lady arrived at the bottom of the abyss. Needless to say, Yi Xian was shocked by the abyss. To be more precise, he was shocked by the ancestral dragon. The abyss was truly bottomless, and they still hadn't reached the bottom after descending for almost 150 kilometers. Yi Xian still didn't know exactly how big the ancestral dragon was, because when he looked down from his position, the abyss was at least tens of thousands of km long. Right at this moment, the third young lady suddenly stopped, and then she looked at the ancestral dragon and bowed slightly. "Sorry for the offense." As she spoke, she pressed her fingers together and lightly swiped, and then a part of the ancestral dragon that didn't have scales split open and blood sprayed out. The third young lady gestured with her right hand, and all the blood fell into a white gourd in her hand. The ancestral dragon's blood. Yi Xian was slightly excited as he looked at the white gourd. He could sense how formidable the ancestral dragon's blood was, and it could be said that the Dark City's winged dragon couldn't compare to this enormous dragon at all. Meanwhile, the third young lady suddenly put away the gourd, and then she passed it to Yi Xian. "Let's begin." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, "Is this enough?" The third young lady smiled. "If it's not enough, then we can take more. In any case, it's convenient." Yi Xian nodded, and then he took the gourd. He opened it, and a wave of heat assaulted his face. The ancestral dragon's blood was red like lava. Yi Xian looked at the third young lady. "Are we going to swallow it just like that?" The third young lady nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, "Will it be dangerous?" The third young lady sized up Yi Xian and said, "Your body should be able to endure it." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he nodded. "All right." As he spoke, he directly drank the ancestral dragon's blood. Bang! As soon as the blood entered his body, Yi Xian's clothes were instantly transformed into ash. At the same time, his entire body actually started burning. The third young lady sized up Yi Xian's body, and then she said, "Use the energy of your bloodline to suppress it." Yi Xian hurriedly activated the energy of his bloodline. As soon as he did, the energy of the ancestral dragon's blood was instantly suppressed. Yi Xian instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this scene. If the energy of his bloodline wasn't able to suppress the ancestral dragon's blood, then he might be finished, because he felt like his body was on the verge of being incinerated when the ancestral dragon's blood entered his body. The ancestral dragon's blood was too domineering, even his Dao physique was unable to endure it. Fortunately, the energy of his bloodline was able to suppress the ancestral dragon's blood. Otherwise, his current Dao physique would really not dare to absorb the ancestral dragon's blood. Suddenly, the third young lady said, "Start absorbing the ancestral dragon's blood." Yi Xian nodded. He sat cross-legged on the ground and started to absorb the ancestral dragon's blood. The third young lady ceaselessly sized Yi Xian up, and it didn't take long for her gaze to descend onto a certain spot on Yi Xian's body. She shook her head. "Isn't that part of yours too ugly? What's the use of it?" Yi Xian was speechless. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to feel that the ancestral dragon's blood within his body had been completely absorbed. However, his body still hadn't changed at all. Yi Xian opened his eyes and gazed at the third young lady. The latter fell silent for a moment before she went to get another gourd of ancestral dragon's blood and passed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't hold back, and he picked up the gourd and gulped it down. As soon as the gourd of ancestral dragon's blood entered his body, the formidable energy of dragon blood started to spread throughout Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian hurriedly utilized the energy of his bloodline to suppress it. About an hour later, Yi Xian opened his eyes again and gazed at the third young lady. The ancestral dragon's blood had been completely absorbed by him again, however, his body still hadn't changed much. The third young lady frowned. "How can you eat so much?" Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "I don't know either." As he spoke, he glanced at the huge ancestral dragon not far away. Then, "Third young lady, can you let me absorb more? Look at this dragon, it's huge." The third young lady glared at Yi Xian. "This dragon's blood is very precious." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "I know, but I don't think it's of much use for you to let me absorb so little. Look at me, my body hasn't changed at all." The third young lady thought for a moment and said, "Just you wait." As she spoke, she turned and left. After the third young lady left, Yi Xian's gaze fell on the ancestral dragon, and his eyes lit up. This ancestral dragon's entire body was a treasure, moreover, it was a priceless treasure. At this moment, the third young lady took out a large wooden bucket filled with dragon's blood. The third young lady looked at Yi Xian. "Drink it." Yi Xian blinked his eyes. "So much?" The third young lady said plainly, "I want to see how much you can absorb." Yi Xian smiled. He directly picked up the wooden bucket and drank it. As the dragon's blood entered Yi Xian's body gradually started to become red-hot like iron. There was finally a change. The third young lady heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the ancestral dragon's blood was very precious. One must know that there was only one ancestral dragon. Its blood would decrease every time it was used, and it couldn't be regenerated. Under such circumstances, its blood was even more precious. Not to mention Yi Xian, even the internal members of Taoism would find it difficult to obtain the ancestral dragon's blood. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from Yi Xian's body. At the same time, his body directly burned. Yi Xian was shocked. He hurriedly activated the power of the bloodline in his body to suppress it. The third young lady suddenly said, "Don't just suppress it. Remember to absorb it. Also, circulate the Tao scripture's mental cultivation method. Let that mental cultivation method assist your bloodline power." Yi Xian nodded and hurriedly circulated the Tao scripture's mental cultivation method. Just like that, the ancestral dragon's blood in his body gradually calmed down and was absorbed by his body bit by bit. His body was also slowly changing. The third young lady just looked at Yi Xian. No one knew what she was thinking. Three-dimensional universe. The woman in the white dress and Nian Nian walked slowly. After a long time, Nian Nian turned to look at the woman in the white dress. "This is it." The woman in the white dress was silent for a moment. She slowly closed her eyes. "I know who that woman is." Nian Nian was a little curious. "Who?" The woman in the white dress opened her eyes and whispered, "If it's really her, then he's in danger. P.S. Many readers must have a lot of votes in their hands, but I don't dare to ask for it because I'm afraid of being scolded." Danger. Upon hearing the white-dressed woman's words, Nian Nian pulled out the tonghulu in her mouth and said, "I've been targeted by the cause of misfortune and can't make a move. If I make a move, it will be exactly what that woman wants, so," at this point, she looked at the white-dressed woman. "I'm here to look for you." The white-dressed woman fell silent. Nian Nian asked, "It's not convenient to make a move?" The white-dressed woman nodded. "It's not convenient. However, since it's her, I have to make a trip no matter what." Nian Nian nodded. "Thank you." After saying that, she glanced at the three-dimensional universe below. "No one is allowed to enter this place?" The white-dressed woman nodded. "Especially someone as powerful as you." Nian Nian asked with a smile, "Why?" The white-dressed woman said, "To protect this universe." "Protect," Nian Nian nodded. "Understood." The white-dressed woman looked at Nian Nian. "Go back first. I will appear when it's time." Nian Nian smiled. "All right." After saying that, she turned around and left. On the spot, the woman was silent for a moment before shaking her head. Doomed fate. After saying that, she turned around and left. Nian Nian did not return to the fifth dimension directly. Instead, she went to the nether hall in the fourth dimension. The hall was very quiet. Just as Nian Nian walked into the hall, a voice sounded from within. "He caused trouble again?" Nian Yan smiled. Sort of. The voice said, can't solve it? Nian Yan shook her head. I've already been targeted by the cause of misfortune. Once I make a move, the price will be too great. The voice said softly, perhaps, he should be allowed to walk his own path. Nian Yan smiled. I want to too. However, a mysterious woman has appeared. That woman is not someone he can contend against now. The voice said, what kind of woman? Nian Yan described. A moment later, the voice said softly, so it's her. Nian Yan smiled. It seems that you all know her. The voice said, I know her, and we used to be a little familiar. Nian Yan blinked. Is it really as she said? She's very close to Yixian? The voice said, very close, very close. Nian Yan frowned. Then why did she do that? The voice sighed. It's complicated. Nian Yan smiled. So it's an old acquaintance of yours. What should we do? The voice was silent. Nian Yan licked the candied fruit and said, she wants to use the cause of disaster to kill him now, but I know that she definitely has a detailed plan. Once this plan succeeds, his life will really be in danger. The voice said, in terms of strength, besides the 3 swords, no one can kill her. In terms of intelligence, only Peony could compare to her. Should he look for Miss Ding? She might have a better idea. As for us, to tell you the truth, we've also encountered some problems, and it's difficult for us to leave. Nian Yan suddenly smiled and said, there's no need. Since you're in a difficult position, let me do it. With that, she turned around and left. The voice said, young miss, be careful of her. Since she's only acting against Yixian now, then there's definitely a reason. Moreover, she definitely has a perfect plan once she makes a move. Nian Yan nodded. I know. The voice continued, don't let Tianming interfere in this matter. Nian Yan was a little curious. Why? After a moment of silence, the voice said, letting heavens will interfere will make things more complicated. It can cause internal strife here. Because apart from her brother, Tianming doesn't recognize anyone and dares to kill anyone. If it weren't for the green-robed man, she would have even killed Yixian's mother. She would even kill us. She's unreasonable. Once she's angered, it'll be a disaster for the entire world. And if she destroys the world again, then the cause of disaster on Yixian will really be unsolvable. Nian Yan said softly, is the cause of his disaster because of the plain-dressed woman and his father? The voice said, half of the reason is because of them. The 2 of them are untainted by all kinds of karma, but it doesn't mean that their closest relatives can do the same. It can be said that Yixian is now taking the blame for them. And it's precisely because of this that Tianming doesn't dare to kill anymore. Otherwise, before she leaves, she would probably kill everyone who can threaten her. As she said that, she paused and said, actually, her temper has changed a lot now. It's all because of him. Nian Yan was silent. In fact, she had guessed a long time ago that part of the cause of Yixian's disaster was because of the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man. It was because these 2 closest relatives of Yixian were not good people. After a moment, Nian Yan suddenly said, I understand. After saying that, she turned and left. The voice said, I will find a way to contact Miss Ding and see if she has a way to resolve this feud. Also, Miss Nian, you must be careful when fighting with this woman. She may be more difficult to deal with than you think. Nian Yan smiled and said, I understand. After saying that, she disappeared at the end of the horizon. In the hall, a sigh sounded. Dao sect. At the bottom of the abyss, Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground. At that moment, a faint flame was emitting from his body. That was the dragon flame emitted by the ancestral dragon's blood. After drinking a full bottle of ancestral dragon's blood, his body finally changed. Most importantly, he had the 3rd young lady's guidance. He realized that the 3rd young lady's understanding of the Dao body far exceeded his. At the side, the 3rd young lady glanced at him and then turned and left. Now, Yixian had entered the final stage, and it would not be long before he could break through. She still felt a little pained because Yixian had absorbed too much ancestral dragon's blood. Every bit he absorbed meant a little less. The 3rd young lady left the abyss and came to the Dao prison. The Dao prison, this was the place where the Tao sect specially imprisoned disciples who had made mistakes. The third young lady came in front of the Tao sect's second brother, whose soul was currently locked by a flame. Seeing the third young lady, the Tao sect's second brother slowly closed his eyes. Are you here to laugh at me? The third young lady shook her head. Second senior brother, it seems that you haven't calmed down yet. After saying that, she turned and left. At that moment, the Tao sect's second brother suddenly said, "What are you afraid of?" The third young lady turned to look at the Tao sect's second brother and said with a smile, "Do you really think that the immortal realm is invincible?" The Tao sect's second brother looked at the third young lady. "I can kill Xian." The third young lady smiled slightly. "Under normal circumstances, I can kill him, but what about after I kill him? Can the Tao sect withstand the revenge of the forces behind him? I know that we can. In our hearts, the Tao sect has always been invincible." The Tao sect's second brother was silent. The third young lady continued, "Have you ever thought about why we want to kill him? Just because he has the 9 scrolls of the Tao scripture? But did he forget what his master said? The Tao scripture is not the Tao scripture of the Tao sect, but the Tao scripture of the world. Anyone can learn his martial arts. What is his greatest wish? It is to exile the martial arts civilization in the Tao scripture for all ages so that everyone can learn it. But what about you? As soon as he left, you took the Tao scripture and everything about the Tao sect for yourself. Why doesn't the spirit of the Great Path admit it, you? It's very simple. Because your actions have already violated Master's original intentions." The Tao sect's second brother's face was gloomy and he did not speak. The third young lady continued, "Even now, this Xian still thinks that the Tao sect can kill him. Do you know? If the Tao sect really touches him, the Tao sect will be doomed eternally." The Tao sect's second brother said in a deep voice, "What force is behind him?" The third young lady shook her head, "I don't know. I only know that it is definitely not a force that the Tao sect can afford to offend." Then, she looked at the Tao sect's second brother, second senior brother, "Do you know why you can't reach the immortal state?" The Tao sect's second brother looked at the third young lady, and the third young lady said softly, "Because you care too much about the Tao scripture. Not only do you care about the Tao scripture, but you also care about power. You have taken the wrong path." After saying that, she turned around and left. When she reached the door, she stopped again, "Imprisoned for 100 years. If you can wake up within 100 years, you can reach the immortal state. If you can't and still live in hatred, then die." As she spoke, she had already disappeared. In the Tao prison, the Tao sect's second brother was silent. After the third young lady left the Tao prison, she looked up at the sky. At this moment, a shadow appeared behind her. The shadow bowed slightly, "Third young lady." The third young lady said softly, "Have you found out where she came from?" The shadow said in a deep voice, "I only know that she is from the holy ground, but I can't find out her identity." The holy ground, the third young lady slowly closed her eyes. "That woman wants to use the Tao sect as a tool." The shadow said in a deep voice, "Third young lady, do you want revenge?" The third young lady shook her head, "We are no match for her." The shadow hesitated for a moment, then said, "Is she that strong?" The third young lady said softly, "She is stronger than we thought. However, we can't let this matter go just like that. Doesn't she want to kill Xian? Then let's help Xian and make Xian stronger. Let's give her some trouble." After saying that, she turned around and left. At the bottom of the abyss, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with flames. At this moment, the third young lady appeared in front of Xian. She looked at Xian, "Congratulations." Xian stood up, clenched his fists, and the surrounding space directly shattered. Power. At this moment, Xian felt endless power, the power of the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Now, not only had his physical body reached the consolidation realm, but his power had also increased by at least 10 times. Most importantly, his physical body had reached the consolidation realm. Now, ordinary consolidation realm experts could not do anything to his physical body. As if thinking of something, Xian looked at the third young lady. "Third young lady, can I practice life fist now?" The third young lady nodded, "Yes. However, the lethality of this move is too great. Using it once is equivalent to hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting yourself by 800, or even hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting yourself by 2,000. So, are you sure you want to learn it? Xian smiled, learn it. The third young lady nodded, follow me. After saying that, she turned around and left. Xian suddenly said, third young lady. The third young lady turned to look at Xian. Xian hesitated, then said, didn't you say that you would give me the ancestral dragon scale? After saying that, he walked to the ancestral dragon's side, patted one of the thick scales, and said with a smile, I think this one is fine. If you don't mind, I will take it away. After saying that, he had already started to take it away. That was the ancestral dragon's reverse scale, the hardest part of the body. The third young lady was silent. Damn, how could this man be so shameless? Seeing that Xian was really going to pull out the dragon scale, Third Miss hurriedly said, young Master Yi. Xian turned to look at Third Miss and blinked. Third Miss, there's no need to help me. I can do it myself. With that, he exerted force and plucked out the dragon scale. Third Miss was speechless. Xian looked at the dragon scale. It wasn't particularly big, but it was abnormally strong. It was at least 4 to 5 times stronger than the other dragon scales around it. Good stuff. If this thing was made into armor, it would be equivalent to a Dao body. Xian was very satisfied. At this moment, Third Miss suddenly said in a deep voice, young Master Yi. Xian looked at Third Miss and smiled. Third Miss, I won't take this dragon scale for free. Third Miss looked at Xian. Young Master Yi wants to trade something with me? Xian nodded. If Third Miss likes anything, as long as I have it, I can give it to you. Third Miss asked, really? Xian nodded. He wasn't afraid. He was poorer than the Dao sex anyway, Third Miss said, I want some young Master Ye's blood. Xian was stunned. My blood? Third Miss nodded. Not much. 1 gourd is enough. Xian's face darkened. That's not much? 1 gourd. I'm not a dragon. If I let out a gourd of blood, I'm afraid I'll collapse, Third Miss said lightly, young Master Yi is unwilling? Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, Third Miss, why do you want my blood? Third Miss smiled. I have my uses. Xian was silent. Third Miss smiled. Young Master Yi is alive, but my ancestral dragon is dead. Young Master Ye's blood can be regenerated, but my ancestral dragon's blood can't be regenerated. Young Master Yi, Xian suddenly said, Third Miss, 1 gourd of blood is too much. You're trying to drain me dry. Third Miss blinked. Then just half a gourd. This gourd is so small. Half a gourd of blood won't have much effect on young Master Yi. Xian was speechless. He suddenly realized that the dragon scale was a bit hot. The third young lady walked up to Xian and said with a smile, may I? Xian did not speak. He took out a gourd and started to bleed. Soon, half of the gourd was filled with blood. Xian. Third Miss said, Third Miss, Xian said, Third Xian. Xian looked at third young lady, what are you doing with my blood? The third young lady smiled and said, don't worry, I won't use your blood recklessly. I just want to study it. Moreover, your blood might be helpful to my Taoist body. Xian nodded. Understood. The third girl put away the gourd, young Master Yi, let's go practice live fist. With that, she turned around and left. Xian glanced at the third young lady and followed her. On the way, Xian suddenly asked, Third young lady, as far as I know, this Tao scripture martial art is the origin of all the martial arts in the myriad world. Then, what was this Tao scripture martial art before? Or could it be that before the Tao scriptures and martial arts, there wasn't any martial arts civilization? The third young lady remained silent. Xian asked again, can't you tell me? I still don't know. Tao? Third young lady said softly, of course I know. Xian smiled and said, can you tell me about it? The third young lady glanced at Xian and said, if you want to know about the civilization before the Tao scripture civilization, then you must first understand the history of our universe. Our universe, conservatively estimated, should have existed for hundreds of trillions of years. But the Tao scripture martial art civilization is only 360,000 years old. Hearing this, Xian's expression became solemn. The third young lady said again, compared to this universe, humans are really insignificant. We also know very little about the history of this universe. For example, how it was formed, how humans were born, we know nothing. Before the Tao scripture martial arts civilization, the martial arts civilization of this universe was very, very backward. The people of that era were still in the body refining stage and didn't know how to cultivate qi. The lifespan of humans was basically less than 100 years. Xian frowned slightly, so backward? The third young lady nodded, very backward. But the spiritual qi in that era was very rich, at least 1,000 times richer than it is now. Because the people of that era didn't cultivate qi, spiritual qi was basically useless to them. Master called that era the primitive era. Whether it was the spiritual civilization or the martial arts civilization, they were the most primitive. After Master appeared, he created a new cultivation method, which was qi cultivation. Absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself, change oneself, break through oneself. It was also from Master's era that people became more and more powerful, so powerful that they could destroy the world. Xian suddenly asked, did the ancestors of the Tao sects teach themselves? The third young lady nodded slightly, learn and explore by yourself. Xian said softly, amazing. Creating a new path wasn't something an ordinary person could do, the third young lady said. After Master appeared, the cultivation method he created completely changed our universe. However, it also brought a disaster to this universe. Because everyone cultivated, they absorbed spiritual qi without restraint, and even plundered the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, so many worlds were destroyed. Saying that, she glanced at Xian, the model in the five-dimensional universe is very good. It protects the world, protects the spirit of heaven and earth, and forbids the wanton destruction of the strong. In this case, the universe can live longer. Xian said in a deep voice, third young lady, just now you said that the history of this universe is at least 100 trillion years, and the Tao scripture civilization only has a little more than 30 years. Before the Tao scripture civilization was the primitive era. What about before the primitive era? The third young lady shook her head, I don't know. Because the people of that era didn't even create words, so there was no record at all. However, Master once calculated that more than 10 million years before the primitive era, there might be an extremely powerful civilization in this universe. Xian hurried to ask, what civilization? The third young lady hesitated, then shook her head, I don't know. After a moment of silence, Xian asked, why did the Tao sect's ancestor think that more than 10 million years before the primitive era, there was a powerful civilization in this world? The third young lady looked at Xian. In order to spread martial Tao, Master once traveled all over the world. He once encountered something unusual in the northern wilderness, but I don't know what it was. I only know that after he came back from there, the ancestral dragon that had been accompanying him all along died. Later, Master personally sealed the northern wilderness, and no one was allowed to step into that place. These years, the seal has loosened, and I have entered several times, but I couldn't go deep. That place is indeed not simple. The northern wilderness, Xian was silent, and he remembered this place in his heart. At this time, the third young lady stopped and turned to look at Xian. The Tao scripture martial Tao civilization is only the origin of our universe's martial Tao civilization, but it is not the only martial Tao civilization. Xian smiled bitterly, third young lady, are you trying to tell me that there is a higher dimension world? The third young lady asked, why not? Xian frowned slightly, don't tell me there is really an 8th or 9th dimension? The third young lady shook her head, do you think there is any difference between the 4th and 5th dimensions? Xian thought for a moment, and shook his head, there is no difference, just that the martial Tao civilization of the 5th dimension is higher than that of the 4th dimension. Third young lady nodded. Actually, no matter if it's 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional, or 5-dimensional, or even the Saha world, everyone is in the same universe. It's just that someone separated each place and set up a cosmic barrier. That's why there's the so-called 4-dimensional and 5-dimensional distinction. In the end, everyone belongs to the same universe. It's just that the area is different. Xian suddenly asked, now, what is the farthest known place in Tao sect? The third young lady looked at Xian, the Orc world. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The orc world? The third young lady nodded. Another race that has existed since primitive times. They are actually also humans, but they are a race that is a combination of humans and demons. They can be said to be the natural enemy of the human race. If it was not for Master's sudden appearance, the human race would have been destroyed by them. Yi Xian was a little surprised. So strong? The third young lady said softly, not just strong, they not only have the cultivation talent of the human race, but also the strong physical body of the orc race, especially in the aspect of physical body. Compared to the human race, they have a unique advantage, and those orcs who have cultivated their physical body to the extreme are even more terrifying. She looked at Yi Xian as she spoke. Master created the Taoist physique based on the cultivation method of their threads. Yi Xian said, in other words, the orcs in the orc world are more advanced than us humans in terms of physical body? The third young lady nodded, yes. Because their physical body has a unique advantage. Humans may need to cultivate for 20 to 30 years to cultivate a strong physical body, but on the orc side, they may be born with it. Yi Xian said softly, I understand. At this moment, he finally had a rough understanding of this universe. The universe was very big. The martial arts civilization did not only consist of the Taoist scripture civilization. The Taoist scripture civilization was only the source of the martial arts civilization of this universe, but who knew if there were other universes? The third young lady said again, if young Master Yi wants to know more about the history of this universe, you can go to the northern wilderness, but that place is a bit dangerous. Young Master Yi better not go now. Otherwise, you won't be able to return. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the third young lady stopped in her tracks. She glanced at her surroundings and said, Young Master Yi, this is the place where I usually cultivate. The space here is unusually firm, so young Master Yi can cultivate Fate Fist here. However, I have to remind you that cultivating Fate Fist is playing with your life. Because you have to burn your lifespan in the beginning. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. I found that everyone has been guessing the identity of that woman recently. I also read the book comments, but no one guessed correctly. Burning one's lifespan, Yi Xian was speechless. This life fist was really risking one's life. Third Miss smiled and said, however, if you succeed in cultivating it, you will feel that burning your lifespan is worth it. However, in my opinion, young Master Yi's lifespan is at most 1,000 years. That's too little. I'm afraid it's not enough for young Master Yi to successfully cultivate this fist. So. Yi Xian suddenly said, let's try it first. Third Miss glanced at Yi Xian and nodded, then let's try it first. Saying that, she sat cross-legged on the ground and said, Young Master Yi, sit down first. Let me tell you about the origin of this life fist and its special characteristics. Yi Xian nodded and sat cross-legged opposite to Third Mississippi. Third young lady said, this life fist was created by Master by chance. Originally, he didn't want to incorporate this fist into the martial arts scripture because this fist was too harmful to the harmony of the heavens and its power was too great. Ordinary people couldn't control it. However, after seeing me cultivate this fist, he changed his mind. Yi Xian blinked, why? Third Miss looked at Yi Xian, because I can control this life fist. Yi Xian was speechless. Third Miss continued, this life fist burns one's lifespan as the price. It can be said to be an unconventional sword, and because of this unconventional sword, the requirements for the cultivator are extremely harsh. First is the body, because its power is too powerful, ordinary people can't bear its power. If an ordinary person cultivates it, once they use it, they may directly explode and die. Therefore, the cultivator must at least have a Tao body of the consolidation realm. Only a Tao body of the consolidation realm can bear its power. Second is the soul. In the process of cultivating this fist, the cultivator will have to endure unbearable pain. The soul must be strong enough, otherwise, the soul may be destroyed while cultivating. Yi Xian blinked, the soul will be destroyed? The third young lady nodded. This fist intent surpasses the limits of ordinary people. Moreover, the power obtained from this fist is unconventional. Therefore, there are many drawbacks. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. Your physical body is strong enough. As for your divine soul, it shouldn't be too big of a problem. The only problem is his lifespan. His lifespan is a little short, but his comprehension isn't bad, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Yi Xian nodded, then let's begin. Third young lady said, now, I will teach you some of my experience in practicing life fist. It should be helpful. With that, she pointed with her fingers, and a white light directly entered the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Soon, countless pieces of information flowed into his mind. About an hour later, Yi Xian began to circulate the 9th volume of Tao scripture and began to practice the life fist. The moment he activated the 9th manual, a faint flame suddenly appeared around him. Burning his lifespan, needless to say, the price of practicing life fist was too high. Burning his lifespan, what was the ultimate goal of ordinary people's cultivation? It was to prolong their lifespan, but this life fist directly burned one's lifespan. However, Yi Xian had no choice but to practice. His top priority now was to do everything possible to improve his strength. Without great strength, everything else was nonsense. The sacred ground. The sacred lord came to the bamboo house in the back of the mountain. In the garden, a woman was slowly watering the plants. The woman was still wearing that dark green dress. The sacred lord walked to the side of the garden and bowed respectfully. Master, I received news. Yi Xian is practicing in the Tao sect and has now cultivated his physical body to the consolidation realm. Not only that, he is also practicing the Tao sect's supreme martial art, life fist. The woman nodded, got it. The sacred lord hesitated, then said, aren't we going to stop him? The woman smiled, why should we stop him? The sacred lord said in a deep voice, he is getting stronger and stronger. The woman smiled, I know. The sacred lord wanted to say something but stopped. The woman glanced at the sacred lord, even if his physical body and realm have reached the god realm, he is not a threat to me. Do you understand? The sacred lord shook his head, no. The woman smiled, whether he lives or not doesn't depend on him. Whether I die or not doesn't depend on him. This is a game between me and the person behind him. The sacred lord said softly, the woman in the plain dress? The woman nodded, the only people who can kill me and dare to kill me are this woman and her father. It can be said that I only have one chance. If I can't kill him in one strike, I won't have a second chance. Now, the only thing that can hold them back is the calamity cause. Her father is far enough away from here. If I make a move, he will not be able to help. Of course, the woman in the plain dress is not near here either. However, if I make a move and kill him, I will die too. A life for a life, that was my idea in the past. Now, I don't want a life for a life because I think it will be too easy for him. So, I want a life for a few more. The sacred lord glanced at the woman, his eyes filled with fear. He knew that the master before him might be doing something crazy. The woman suddenly stopped and sighed softly, there's nothing I can do. As long as I want to kill him, no matter what I do, I will definitely die in the end. However, it doesn't matter. The sacred lord said in a low voice, Master, is there no chance of survival? The woman shook her head, there is no chance of survival. The sacred lord hesitated for a moment and said, then why not give up? The woman smiled, there are some things that must be done, even if it means death. As she spoke, she glanced at the sacred lord, don't worry too much. I will give you a way out later. Once Yi Xian dies, the woman in the plain dress will definitely go mad, and the entire universe will tremble under her sword. Moreover, no one can stop her, not even those two men, because they can't stop a mandate of heaven that has lost its mind. However, there is a place that she will not make a move, and that is the place where her brother died. Only by going there can she survive. The sacred lord said in a trembling voice, Master, is that woman really invincible? The woman nodded and smiled, she is. If it wasn't for the disaster cause, I wouldn't have a chance at all. Even with the disaster cause, as long as I touch Yi Xian, I will definitely die. However, I am prepared to die. The sacred lord still wanted to say something, but the woman waved her hand, you may leave. The sacred lord did not dare to say anything else. He bowed respectfully and left. The woman put down the tools in her hand and walked slowly into the bamboo house. There was only a bed, a bamboo table, and a bamboo chair in the bamboo house. The woman walked to the bamboo table and sat down. She picked up the teapot and poured herself a cup of tea. However, she did not drink it and fell silent. After a long time, the woman raised the teacup and said softly, "I don't blame him. However, he must die." After saying that, she picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Then, she stood up and left the bamboo house. After walking out of the bamboo house, she gently drew a line with her finger and the space in front of her split open. In the next moment, she entered the split space. The desolate north. Very few people knew about the northern wilderness because it was a true forbidden area. Even godly state experts did not dare to step into this place easily. There were two reasons why this place was called a forbidden area. First, this place itself was extremely special. Second, there was a restriction set up by the Tao sect's patriarch. Over the years, countless people had entered this place in search of opportunities. However, only a few could come out alive. Even if they did, it was because they did not go deep. On this day, a woman came to the northern wilderness. It was the mysterious woman from the sacred ground. The mysterious woman slowly walked toward the northern wilderness. When she walked to a river, an invisible force suddenly blocked her way. The mysterious woman waved her lily-white hand and the invisible force instantly disappeared without a trace. The mysterious woman continued to move forward. Not long after, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped her body. The mysterious woman smiled slightly. The Great Path Law. As she spoke, she waved her right hand and the mysterious force instantly disappeared without a trace. The mysterious woman continued to move forward. Soon, she arrived in front of a tall building with 12 floors. The woman raised her head and looked at the tall building. In the middle of the building, there were 3 big black words, White Jade Jing. The woman walked toward the entrance. When she approached the White Jade Jing, a mysterious force suddenly blocked her way. At the same time, a shadow appeared in front of the mysterious woman. The shadow looked at the woman. "Trespasser, die." The woman suddenly grabbed with her right hand. The next moment, the shadow's throat was directly grabbed by the woman. He did not even have the strength to fight back. The woman looked at the shadow and smiled. "I'm not one of those nobodies." As she spoke, she clenched her fist. Boom, that illusory figure turned into nothingness. At that moment, the White Jade Jing suddenly trembled. The mysterious woman smiled slightly and gently stomped her right foot. Boom, the entire White Jade Jing shook violently and cracks appeared everywhere. At the same time, the White Jade Jing calmed down. The mysterious woman looked at the White Jade Jing and shook her head with a smile. "Is this the prehistoric civilization?" As soon as she spoke, she turned around and left. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the top floor of the White Jade Jing. "Who is it?" The mysterious woman stopped in her tracks. The next moment, she turned around and punched. Boom, the White Jade Jing suddenly crumbled and turned into fragments that scattered all over the sky. The moment the White Jade Jing was destroyed, countless souls floated out of it. The mysterious woman waved her right hand and collected the souls. At that moment, a ferocious voice suddenly sounded from the sky. "Who is it? Why don't you dare show your true face?" From his perspective, he could only see a blurry figure. He could not see the mysterious woman's true face. The mysterious woman looked up at the sky and smiled. "These souls are very useful to my nephew, Xianxia, so I'm taking them with me. It's an honor for prehistoric people like you to be absorbed by my nephew." As soon as she spoke, she turned around and left. In the sky, the ferocious voice sounded. Xianxia, the mysterious woman did not leave. Instead, she continued to go deeper. Along the way, she was unscrupulous and killed everything she passed. However, she did not kill all of them. Instead, she would say, "My nephew, Xianxia." Following the mysterious woman's crazy massacre, the entire northern wilderness wailed, but soon, the mysterious woman escaped. Because she seemed to be injured, this made the mysterious forces in the northern wilderness heave a sigh of relief. This woman did not seem to be invincible. However, they still could not do anything to her and could only watch her escape. Following the mysterious woman's escape, the entire northern wilderness returned to peace. But not long after, the northern wilderness became lively again as if they were discussing something. It was worth mentioning that not only did the mysterious woman forcibly take away some of the sleeping souls here, but she also took away countless mysterious treasures. They were all the family properties of those forces. this was simply robbery, a blatant robbery. For a moment, the northern wilderness was filled with anger and murderous intent. Tao sect. In the cultivation place, Xian stood quietly with a faint flame burning around him. Burning his lifespan, he was now burning his lifespan to obtain great power. After burning his lifespan, he found that he had indeed obtained a mysterious and powerful power, the power of lifespan. This power was not cultivated, but burned. One had to admit that this was indeed an unconventional move. However, this power was really strong. Xian slowly clenched his right hand and the space within tens of thousands of feet around him became illusory. The power in his right hand was still becoming stronger as he burned his lifespan. The third young lady watched quietly in front of Xian. She was actually very curious about Xian because even if the Tao sect tried their best, they could not find out Xian's true identity. In this universe, there were really not many people that the Tao sect could not find out. Most importantly, this guy seemed to have a huge force behind him and the Tao sect knew nothing about this huge force. Too mysterious. At this moment, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The clothes on his right arm instantly turned into ashes. Blue veins bulged on his entire right arm, and it was filled with an extremely violent power, the power of lifespan. Xian said in a deep voice, "Third young lady, I feel that I can't control this power anymore." Third young lady looked at Xian. "You must learn to control it." Xian quickly asked, "How do I control it?" Third lady said, "Don't burn your lifespan yet." Xian nodded and quickly stopped burning his lifespan. Although he had stopped burning his lifespan, the power in his body was still somewhat difficult to control. He even felt like his body was about to explode, because he was too strong. Moreover, he felt as if his body was about to collapse. Not only was his physical body on the verge of collapse, but his soul was also on the verge of collapse. At this time, the third young lady suddenly said, "Although this power is strong, you must know that it is yours. It was obtained by burning your lifespan, and your lifespan is also yours, so you can try to communicate with it." Xian blinked. "Communicate?" The third young lady nodded. "Feel it, fuse with it, and make it a part of your body. Only then will you be able to control it completely." With that, she paused and continued, "The reason why many people in Taoism cannot cultivate this life fist is because they have not found a suitable way to control it." Xian nodded. "I will try." With that, he slowly closed his eyes and calmed his mind. Feel that power. Gradually, Xian found that although this power was violent and overbearing, it was a little dependent on his body. No, it should be said that it was a little close to his body. Any power without the support of the body would be like a duckweed without roots, and this power was created by him, so naturally it was most dependent on him. As long as he used the right method, he could easily control this power. Xian began to try to fuse with this power. At first, it was a little difficult, but slowly, he found that this power was not so resistant to him. Feeling this, Xian was delighted. There's hope. About 3 days later, Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly stood up. He clenched his right hand, and in an instant, the surrounding space became transparent. On top of his fist, there was a faint blood-red flame, life fist. Xian looked at his fist, his eyes full of excitement. At this moment, he felt boundless power. At this time, the third young lady suddenly smiled. "Are you satisfied?" Xian looked at the third young lady. The third young lady smiled and said, "Your life fist is just a beginner, and its power is not even 1/10 of the real life fist. Not only that, when you burned your lifespan, you only burned 50 years. If you burn for a few hundred years, you will find out what power is." Xian was a little curious. "What if I burn for 1,000 years?" The third young lady smiled and said, "Your current body can't take it. With your current body, you can at most burn 200 years of lifespan, and 200 years of lifespan is enough for you to obtain power far beyond your realm." Xian was a little curious. How powerful is it exactly? He wanted to try, but the price was too high. 200 years of lifespan was not enough to try, he couldn't afford to try. The third young lady thought for a moment and said, "If you burn 200 years of lifespan, your power should be able to kill a God state expert easily." "Very, very easily." Xian said in a deep voice, "What is above the God state?" The third young lady smiled and said, "That's not for you to worry about. What you should worry about now is the problem of lifespan. You have to know that you have less than 800 years of lifespan left. Don't think it's a lot. If you use Life Fist a few more times, it will be gone. Moreover, your body and soul are not particularly strong. If you use it a few more times, not only will your lifespan not be able to bear it, even your soul and body will not be able to bear it. So, you need to find a way to improve your body and soul again. Xian looked at the third young lady, and the third young lady quickly said, "Don't look at me. Your divine soul and physical body have already reached your limits. It will be extremely difficult for you to improve any further. I can't help you." Xian was a little curious. "Third young lady, what is your body realm?" The third young lady said, "God state." Xian quickly asked, "How did you reach God state?" The third young lady looked at Xian and raised a finger. "I spent 100 years to reach God state." 100 years, Xian was petrified on the spot. The third young lady smiled and said, "You can also reach God state if you take your time." Xian smiled bitterly, "I also want to, but I'm afraid my enemy will not give me 100 years. The third young lady spread her hands, "Then I can't help you." After a moment of silence, Xian cupped his fists, "No matter what, third young lady, thank you." The third young lady nodded, "Are you going back now?" Xian nodded, "There are still some things waiting for me to deal with in the fifth dimension. I have to go back and see if I can improve my soul and body." The third young lady nodded slightly, "Your soul may be able to improve, but your body will not be able to improve in a short period of time. Unless you have a fortuitous encounter, but it is also very difficult." Xian nodded slightly. His body had just broken through to consolidation realm, and if he wanted to break through again, as the third young lady said, without a special fortuitous encounter, it would be basically impossible. In this world, there was basically no beast blood more powerful than the ancestral dragon blood. Even if there was, he was afraid he would not be able to defeat it. At this time, the third young lady suddenly said, "I still have something to deal with, I will leave first. If you need anything, or if there is anything you do not understand, you can also come to my Dao sect." Xian cupped his fists, "Thank you." The third young lady nodded slightly, turned around and left. Xian suddenly said, "Third young lady." The third young lady turned to look at Xian. Xian smiled, "You said I have a powerful enemy, can you tell me?" The third young lady thought for a moment, then shook her head, "Young Master Yi, I am sorry, my Dao sect does not want to get involved in this mess anymore. Whether it is you or the other party, my Dao sect cannot afford to offend you. I just want my Dao sect to develop steadily." After saying that, she turned around and left. In the same place, Xian was silent. "Who is it that wants to mess with me behind the scenes?" Without thinking much, Xian turned around and left. Somewhere, the third young lady looked at Xian's departing figure, whispering, "I hope we will meet again." After saying that, she turned around and left, but after taking 2 steps, her eyes suddenly narrowed, her right hand suddenly clenched, and a powerful force condensed in her right hand. A laugh sounded from behind the third young lady. "Miss, you can't beat me." The third young lady said softly, "Your Excellency, can't you let my Dao sect go?" The voice laughed, "You know he is the person I want to kill, but you still want to help him. You want him to become stronger, and then cause trouble for me, right?" The third young lady shook her head, "I just want to settle the grudge between my Dao sect and him, that's all." The voice was silent. The third young lady slowly closed her eyes, and the force in her right hand became stronger and stronger. The atmosphere became more and more tense. At this moment, the voice suddenly laughed, "Forget it. Your master is a respectable person after all, so I won't be so ruthless in this matter. Miss, don't play such tricks in the future. Because you don't have a second chance, understand?" The third young lady nodded, "Boss is right. I will remember it." The voice laughed, "What a smart girl, you are much smarter than that Dao sect's second young master. Take care." After saying that, the third young lady in the distance suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. She turned around, but there was no one in front of her. The other party had left. The third young lady looked at the horizon, and softly said, "Young Master Yi, I mourn for you." Somewhere in the starry sky, Xian was flying on his sword, returning to the fifth dimension. It had been a while since he came out. Although the threat of the Dao sect was gone, there were still many things in the fifth dimension that he needed to deal with. At this moment, Xian suddenly stopped. Not far in front of him stood a woman. The woman wore a dark green dress, on which there were mountains and rivers, and she looked very quiet and elegant. Yi Xian's expression became solemn. Because the other party appeared without a sound, the woman smiled. Don't be nervous, I am a good person. Yi Xian looked at the woman. That's what bad people usually say. The woman laughed. You are right. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, who are you? The woman thought for a while, then said, you should call me aunt. As she said that, the corner of her mouth slightly raised, the kissing kind. Yi Xian. P.S. I'm late, let me tell you slowly. It was dusk, and I passed by a dark alley. In the alley, there were a few people in revealing clothes. These people waved at me. Out of curiosity, I walked over, and then... Auntie, dear, Yi Xian was confused. The woman smiled. It's normal that you don't know me. This is the first time we've met. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Are you really my auntie? The woman nodded. Yes. Yi Xian asked. How do you prove it? The woman smiled. I really don't know. Yi Xian looked at the woman in silence. The woman thought for a while. But you can ask me some questions. I think I should be able to answer them. Yi Xian asked. Who is Qing? The woman smiled. Her name is Tian Ming. She comes from the three-dimensional universe. Moreover, the current woman in a plain dress wasn't her true body. Of course, her current strength had already far surpassed her previous body. Besides her, there is also that woman in white. Her name is Tuesday. She used to be the owner of the executing heaven sword. She is also Qing, one of the 4 doppelgangers. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, where are the other 2? The woman said softly. The other 2 were killed by Qing a long time ago. Yi Xian frowned. Why? The woman looked at Yi Xian. Because the 2 Qing obstructed her, so she killed them. Yi Xian was curious. What obstructed Qing? The woman smiled. Because Qing wanted to defy the heavens and change her fate. But the prerequisite was to destroy the Tao. So she chose to destroy all living beings. The other 2 tried to stop her, so she killed them. Yi Xian was silent. The woman gently brushed her hair behind her ear. What else do you want to ask? Yi Xian looked at the woman. Who is my father? The woman smiled. It's not convenient for me to tell you. You will know in the future. Yi Xian asked again. What about my mother? The woman smiled. Mother is not an ordinary person, very extraordinary. In fact, there's another bloodline in my body, but it hasn't been activated yet. Yi Xian frowned. There's another bloodline? The woman nodded. Yes. It was a very powerful bloodline. However, that ability had yet to be awakened. Moreover, the current crazy demon bloodline is too overbearing. It directly suppresses that bloodline, so it can't awaken. Yi Xian said solemnly, I have 2 bloodlines. The woman said with a smile, yes. Moreover, the other bloodline is also very strong. Of course, in terms of power, it can't compare to the crazy demon bloodline. However, the other bloodline is a little special. Its function is not to increase strength. Yi Xian was a little curious. Is that a support type? The woman nodded. You can say so. Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, is it powerful? The woman smiled and said, definitely powerful. Yi Xian asked, how do I activate it? The woman blinked. Do you want to activate it? Yi Xian nodded. The woman smiled and said, I'll help. With that, she walked in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's right hand slowly clenched, his heart secretly on guard. The woman shook her head and smiled, don't be on guard against me. If I want to kill, you can't stop me. Even if you burn 1,000 years of your lifespan to use that life fist, you're still not my opponent. Yi Xian looked straight at the woman, how do you know that I practice life fist? The woman smiled and said, because I've been secretly observing. Yi Xian asked, observing me for what? The woman blinked, as an aunt, what's wrong with observing my nephew? Yi Xian was silent. The woman smiled and said, do you want to activate your bloodline? Yi Xian was still silent. The woman shook her head and smiled. It seems that you still don't believe me. In that case, you can use your life fist to hit me. Yi Xian looked at the woman, then I won't be polite. With that, he suddenly swung his sword, instant kill sword. He had cultivated this instant kill sword to the limit. Even if he didn't use the supreme sword, its speed and power had reached the limit. Moreover, he was so close to this woman. Even if this woman was a peak God realm expert, she would absolutely not be able to block this sword. However, Yi Xian was stunned. Because his sword was clamped by 2 fingers, the woman's fingers. The woman clamped Yi Xian's sword and said with a smile, a very fast sword. Unfortunately, this speed is still not a threat to me. With that, she loosened her fingers. Yi Xian was silent. He knew that this woman's strength far exceeded his. Just like what she said, if she wanted to kill him, he couldn't resist at all. The woman smiled and said, now do you believe me? Yi Xian looked at the woman, why are you looking for me? The woman blinked her eyes, someone asked me to help you because you're too weak now. So weak, you won't be able to resist the calamity cause in the future. Yi Xian was stunned and then said, someone asked you to help me? The woman nodded, yes. Yi Xian asked, who is it? The woman smiled and said, someone I know very well. As for who it is, I won't tell you. In any case, I'm here to help. Yi Xian glanced at the woman, how? The woman sized up Yi Xian and said, first, I have to help you activate the power of your bloodline and activate the power of another bloodline. Secondly, your soul is slightly weak, so I can help you improve it and bring it to a new height. Yi Xian was slightly surprised, you can help me improve my soul? The woman nodded, yes. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and asked, really? The woman smiled and said, what's in it for me to lie to you? Yi Xian fell silent. He didn't know if this woman was his aunt, but an expert like her wouldn't joke with him, right? Moreover, she knew Qing and the others so well, so she was obviously from the 3-dimensional universe. The woman suddenly said, I'll activate your bloodline first. Of course, if you really don't believe me, then you don't have to activate it. I'm busy anyway. Yi Xian looked at the woman, will the 2 bloodlines conflict with each other if I activate the other bloodline? The woman smiled and said, conflict or not, it depends on you. Yi Xian frowned slightly, depends on me? The woman nodded, remember, whether it's the crazy demon bloodline or the other bloodline, it's their master, not the other way around. Understand? Yi Xian said solemnly, I understand. The woman smiled and said, can we start now? Yi Xian hesitated and said, are you really my mother's sister? The woman nodded, yes. Yi Xian looked straight at the woman, in other words, you have the same bloodline as me, right? The woman smiled slightly, yes. Yi Xian smiled and said, can you show me? The woman laughed, little fellow, you're really cautious, but it's a good thing. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and in the next moment, an emerald light suddenly appeared around her body. Not only that, but Yi Xian also noticed that the blood vessels on her right hand had suddenly bulged. Those were emerald green blood vessels. Yi Xian was slightly curious, what bloodline is this? The woman blinked, immortal bloodline. Yi Xian frowned slightly, immortal bloodline? The woman smiled and said, immortal bloodline. Once activated, it possesses extremely terrifying self-healing abilities. If cultivated to the extreme, so long as it's not erased in a single move, then no matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed. Even if the physical body is shattered, this bloodline can automatically restore the physical body. Not only the physical body, but even if the soul is shattered, it can instantly reform. Simply put, so long as it's not directly erased by the opponent, then it won't die. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, it's that terrifying? The woman nodded and smiled, it's that terrifying. It can be said that after this bloodline is activated, there are very, very few people in this world who can kill it besides those true almighty experts. Or perhaps it's even difficult to die. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, what kind of almighty experts are you talking about? The woman pointed at herself, for example, my kind. Yi Xian was speechless. The woman continued, there's also the Qing kind. No bloodline is of any use when she slashes down with her sword. Because she can sever everything with a single slash of her sword, and she can truly erase a person. Yi Xian nodded, I understand. As he spoke, he looked at the woman, help me activate my bloodline. The woman smiled and said, all right. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm and pressed it lightly on Yi Xian's shoulder. Bang! In an instant, Yi Xian's body trembled violently, and then the blood in his body suddenly started trembling violently. The crazy demonic bloodline was resisting. The woman smiled slightly, I have to suppress the crazy demonic bloodline first. I have to cooperate and don't resist, otherwise, it won't let the other bloodline awaken. As she spoke, she gently exerted force with her right hand. Bang! In an instant, the crazy demonic bloodline in Yi Xian's body was directly suppressed by a powerful force. Sensing this scene, Yi Xian's expression became solemn. This woman's strength was so terrifying, she could actually suppress the crazy demonic bloodline so easily. At this moment, the woman smiled and gently raised her right hand. Bang! Yi Xian's eyes widened. At this moment, he felt as if something was about to come out of his body. Gradually, some dark green light appeared around his body, immortal bloodline, and Yi Xian found that the blood in his body gradually began to turn emerald green. His blood was changing. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and at this moment, he felt like he was floating, because the power of the bloodline was a little comfortable. The crazy demonic bloodline was very powerful, but it could not be controlled. Moreover, people would go crazy, and that kind of feeling was really not good. But this bloodline was different. This bloodline gave him a very comfortable feeling. Gradually, the blood in Yi Xian's body slowly transformed. And during this process, Yi Xian did not feel any discomfort. After a long time, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the woman. Just now, you said that you can help me improve my soul? The woman nodded, yes. Yi Xian was a little curious, how do you improve it? The woman smiled, using souls to supplement souls. Yi Xian frowned slightly, using souls to supplement souls? The woman nodded, not long ago, I picked up a batch of powerful souls. After absorbing them, I should be able to break through the limit of my soul. And, when I leave, I will also leave behind a fortune, enough to help change the entire five-dimensional universe. Yi Xian blinked his eyes, fortune. The woman smiled, no matter what, you are my nephew, I will definitely treat you well. Auntie, Yi Xian glanced at the woman. He was now certain that this woman was related to his mother, because his new bloodline power was the same as this woman's bloodline power. Moreover, the other party could know so many things. Was the other party really here to help him? His intuition told him that things might not be so simple, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. At this time, the mysterious woman smiled slightly, don't think too much, feel the bloodline. Yi Xian nodded and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his whole body was warm and very, very comfortable. He had to admit that he was a little excited at this moment. If this immortal bloodline was really so abnormal, then with his Taoist physique, who could kill him? Moreover, he also had the ancestral dragon scale. Once the scale was forged into a treasured armor, it could be said that his physical body would be extremely tough. Even if he stood there and let a consolidation realm expert slash at him, the opponent would not be able to kill him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian looked forward to it even more. With the help of the woman, the mad demon bloodline in his body had been completely suppressed, and the new bloodline was slowly taking over his body. After the bloodline had been dormant for more than 20 years, it was even happier than Yi Xian himself when it regained its freedom. About half an hour later, the woman withdrew her hand. She retreated to the side and said with a smile, it's done. Yi Xian opened his eyes and clenched his fists. In an instant, the blood in his body quickly flowed from his body, and an emerald light appeared around him. It was very comfortable. Yi Xian looked at the woman, my bloodline activation was successful? The woman nodded, yes. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then asked, then what about my crazy demon bloodline? The woman said with a smile, the crazy demon bloodline did not disappear, but it was temporarily suppressed by me. In the future, when you need to use it, it will naturally appear, but under normal circumstances, it won't be used, right? Yi Xian nodded, that's true. The woman continued, actually, the two bloodlines can coexist, but I'm afraid it's a little difficult to control right now, so I can only separate them and slowly try to control them in the future. It will be very interesting if the two bloodlines can coexist because the undying bloodline can make up for the flaws of the mad demon bloodline. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. The mad demon bloodline was equivalent to self-mutilation, but the undying bloodline could restore the body. Meanwhile, the woman spoke abruptly, "Will slowly comprehend the bloodline energy in the future. Let me help you improve your divine soul." As she spoke, she opened her palm and a white jade bottle appeared in her hand. Yi Xian was a little curious. "This is?" The woman smiled and said, "Soul body. A very powerful soul body." A soul body. Yi Xian glanced at it, and soon, his expression became unprecedentedly solemn. There were at least tens of thousands of souls inside. These souls were at least at the peak of the immortal state, and many of them might have surpassed the immortal state. Yi Xian looked at the woman in shock. "These are?" The woman smiled faintly. "They were all bad people, and I killed them. And I've erased all their memories, and now they're a great tonic for you. After absorbing these souls, your divine soul should reach a very terrifying level." Yi Xian looked at the white jade bottle and did not speak. The woman smiled. "Are you worried?" Yi Xian looked at the woman. "These souls are too powerful." The woman laughed. "If they're not powerful, it's useless to absorb them." Yi Xian was silent. The woman smiled. "It seems that you still think I'll harm you." "Really, I'm in critical condition. If I make a move now, other than my Qing no one will be able to save him. You should know that I'm not lying, right?" Yi Xian was still silent. The woman shook her head and smiled. "Little guy, I said so much because you're my nephew. If you want to become stronger, it's not impossible to ignore these souls. I won't force you." With that, she put away the white jade bottle. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Where is my mother now?" The woman smiled. "A very far place." Yi Xian asked, "How far?" The woman thought for a moment and said, "I don't know, but it's very, very far. Father is the same. Many people are helping to fight against the cause of calamity." With that, she raised the white jade bottle in her hand. "Do you want it or not? The souls of over 10,000 super experts can not only make my divine soul stronger, it can also make my soul subduing sword achieve a qualitative change." Yi Xian smiled. "Yes." The woman passed the white jade bottle to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the white jade bottle, but he did not absorb it immediately. The woman blinked. "If you absorb it now, I can help you improve." Yi Xian smiled. "There's no hurry, auntie. Didn't you say that you have some treasures for me?" The woman smiled. "Of course." With that, she took out a spatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at the mustard seed ring. Soon, his expression turned serious. The woman smiled. "Moved?" Yi Xian looked at the woman and nodded. The treasures in the spatial ring were enough to change the entire fifth dimension. They could make the fifth dimension reach an unprecedented level. The woman looked around. "I should also go. Take care of yourself." Yi Xian looked at the woman. "Where are you going?" The woman smiled. "A very far place. We'll meet again in the future." With that, she turned and left. Under Yi Xian's gaze, the woman disappeared into the horizon. In the same place, Yi Xian looked at the white jade bottle and the spatial ring in his hand. At this time, Yi Jiming suddenly said, "You don't believe this woman?" Yi Xian nodded. Yi Jiming was a little confused. "Why?" Yi Xian said softly, "One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. My soul is not strong enough, and then someone immediately came to give me powerful souls for me to absorb. My fifth dimension wants to develop, and then someone came to give me so many treasures that can change the entire fifth dimension. Is this a coincidence? Maybe it is, but I can't be too cautious. If someone dug a hole for me, wouldn't it be a pain in the ass?" Yi Jiming said in a low voice, "Do you think she is little aunt?" Yi Xian looked at his body, then said, "She has the same bloodline as me, so it should be true. However, her appearance is a little suspicious. Also." As he spoke, he looked at the white jade bottle and storage ring in front of him. "I can tell at a glance that these powerful souls are not simple, and with these treasures, I think she might have gone to rob a powerful force. Anyway, I have to be more careful. When the time comes, I will go to the Nether Palace and ask that big ant if she knows this little ant. If she does, then she is really one of us. That would be for the best. If she doesn't." At this point, he did not continue. Yi Jiming also fell silent. Neither of them wanted to think about the worst. At this time, Xian said, I will go to the Nether Palace now. With that, he was about to leave, but at this moment, the white jade bottle in his hand suddenly shattered, and the next moment, countless souls rushed into his forehead like a tide. Boom, Xian's body trembled violently, and a powerful soul aura swept out from his body, causing the space around him to tremble like an earthquake. It's over. This was the thought in Xian's mind at this moment. The other party actually used force. This was definitely a trap. Damn it, is this woman really my little aunt? On the other side, the mysterious woman looked at Xian in the distance, a faint smile on her face. What a cautious guy. I actually failed to trick him. However, this karma, I have to accept it even if I don't want to. Not far away, Xian was madly absorbing those souls, not because he wanted to, but because he had to. If he did not absorb those souls, they would burst his body. He had to absorb them. Not only did he have to absorb them himself, but he also had to use the soul-suppressing sword to help him, because those souls were too powerful. Just like this, after about 4 hours, the soul aura around Xian finally calmed down, and beside him, the soul-suppressing sword trembled violently, emitting a powerful soul aura that could really destroy the world. The soul-suppressing sword had broken through and reached an unprecedented level of strength. Even Xian did not know what level it had reached. In any case, there was only one word to describe it: powerful. And his own divine soul was also unprecedentedly strong. After his divine soul became stronger, he realized that with a thought, his divine sense could cover a radius of millions of miles, and he could even clearly sense an ant within millions of miles. At this moment, he felt that the whole world had become clear. This feeling was too wonderful. But soon, Xian's face darkened. Why did that woman do this? Moreover, he had the same bloodline as her, which meant that she might really be his little aunt. Since she was his little aunt, why would she do this? Dig a hole for him? Xian was silent. Although his divine soul had greatly improved, he could not feel happy at all, because his intuition told him that this was not a good thing. At this moment, Yijiming suddenly said, but if that woman really wanted to die, she could have just killed him. Why would she dig a hole for him? Xian shook his head. That's what I'm confused about. Yijiming said solemnly, do you want to use the treasures in the storage ring? Xian looked at the storage ring and said softly, I do. I've already absorbed these souls anyway. If there's bad karma, even if I don't use this storage ring, I'm afraid it's useless. Saying so, he looked at the horizon. Go back. Then, he turned into a sword light and disappeared into the horizon. In the clouds, the woman looked at Xian in the distance with a complicated look in her eyes. So similar. P.S. Did anyone force me to have a monthly ticket? The 5-dimensional universe. After returning to the 5-dimensional universe, Xian immediately called Bai Dizzy. In the hall, Bai Dizzy looked at the storage ring in Xian's hand with a solemn expression. These treasures, Xian smiled. Shocked, right? Bai Dizzy nodded. Xian said softly, I'm shocked too. As he said that, he told them about the mysterious woman. After listening to Xian's words, Bai Dizzy immediately shook his head. This woman's purpose is not pure. Xian asked, why do you think so? Bai Dizzy said in a deep voice, she may really be related to you, but if it was for your own good, she would never force you to absorb those souls. Moreover, don't you think her appearance is a bit too coincidental? Xian nodded and said in a deep voice, I think so too. However, with her strength, it should be easy for her to kill me. If she wanted to deal with me, there is really no need for her to do these fancy things. Bai Dizzy shook his head. You can't think like that. Xian looked at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy said in a deep voice, it's easy to kill you, but what about after killing you? Can she live? As he said that, he shook his head. After the other party kills you, she definitely can't live. At least she will be retaliated. Xian shook his head. He really couldn't figure out the woman's purpose. Bai Dizzy said again, however, I also don't quite understand the other party's purpose. Because since the other party knows how powerful the woman in the plain dress is, but still dared to deal with you like this, it is definitely not normal. In any case, you have to be careful. Xian nodded. He was most worried about the mysterious enemy that the third young lady mentioned. If the previous aunt was the mysterious enemy that the third young lady mentioned, then it would be a bit of a pain in the ass. Bai Dizzy suddenly said, right. Miss An and Miss Xiaoqi have reached the Consolidation Realm. Consolidation Realm, Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, that fast? Bai Dizzy smiled and said, it's mainly because of Xian City's help. Of course, the main reason is that Miss An and Miss Xiaoqi are too talented. Yi Xian nodded. Xiaoqi and An Lanqiu's talent was definitely not inferior to his. Bai Dizzy continued, other than the two of them, Jiaolo, Arrow, and Lady Jiao are also showing signs of breaking through. Yi Xian suddenly asked, where are Mu and the others? Bai Dizzy said, you mean High Priest Mu of the Wu clan? Yi Xian nodded. Of course, he did not forget this woman. He was her servant. Bai Dizzy said, the Wu clan has always been our focus. As for Miss Mu, she has already reached the Dao Attainment Realm. However, it will be a little difficult for her to reach the Consolidation Realm. Of course, Miss Mu's strength is not cultivation talent, but her intelligence. I have formed a cabinet, which is filled with some outstanding people in our fifth dimension. Miss Mu is one of them. Many of the policies were proposed by Miss Mu. Yi Xian smiled slightly. I'll go see her. Bai Dizzy nodded. Okay. Yi Xian left the hall and went to the hall where Bai Dizzy worked, which was the Daoist temple. This Daoist temple was where Bai Dizzy usually worked. At this time, a group of people were busy in the temple. There were men and women, and there were more than 50 people. They were all people that Bai Dizzy had carefully selected. These people might not be very strong, but their intelligence was top-notch. It could be said that these people were the brains of the fifth dimension. When Yi Xian walked into the hall, everyone in the hall raised their heads to look at Yi Xian. When they saw that it was Yi Xian, they immediately stopped what they were doing and stood up to greet him. Yi Xian smiled slightly. You guys continue with your work. As he said this, he looked at a woman in the corner and smiled. My high priest, shall we go out for a walk? Amu looked at Yi Xian. After a while, she smiled sweetly. Okay. The two left the hall. Yi Xian, this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. He brought Amu to the city. At this time, Dao City was very prosperous. The streets were filled with people, and the majority of them were cultivators. Moreover, they were very strong. This was because there were two attractive places in Dao City. First, there were complete versions of Dao scriptures. Second, the headquarters of the Fifth Dimension Academy was located here. All the major powers in the universe wanted to send their people to the Fifth Dimension Academy. This included the ancient superpowers like the Nanyue family and the Gu family. This was because the temptation of Dao scriptures was too great. Although they had obtained some of the contents of Dao scriptures, their cultivation methods and martial arts were still in the hands of Yi Xian. As for the whirling school, although they also had it, they didn't dare to spread it. Therefore, if one wanted to learn Dao scriptures, martial arts, and Dao scriptures, there were only two places. One was the fifth dimension, and the other was the Dao sect. However, Dao Gate was not open to the public. Therefore, they could only come to the fifth dimension. At this time, Amu suddenly said in a soft voice, I thought you had forgotten about me. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and smiled. How could I forget about you? Even if I forget about myself, I will not forget about you. Amu turned her head and looked at Yi Xian. A moment later, her expression became somewhat complicated. You have grown so fast. Yi Xian turned his head to look at Amu and smiled. No matter how fast I grow, I will always be your witch's servant. Amu stopped and looked at Yi Xian. Are you still my witch's servant? Yi Xian looked straight at Amu. I will be your witch's servant for a lifetime. Not only your witch's servant, but also the Wu clan's witch's servant. Amu looked at Yi Xian for a long time. After a long time, she suddenly pulled Yi Xian's hand and smiled. You must remember what you said. Yi Xian held Amu's hand. I never lie to my own people. The corner of Amu's mouth rose. The witch's servant I found is the strongest in the history of the Wu clan. Yi Xian laughed. Amu suddenly said softly, meeting you and choosing you is my fortune, and also the Wu clan's fortune. Yi Xian shook his head. Meeting you is my fortune. Amu smiled mischievously. Do you really think so? Yi Xian smiled. I told you. I never lie to my own people. Amu blinked. I'm one of your own people? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Amu smiled. Thank you. Actually, at first I really thought you had forgotten about me. I didn't dare to look for you because I was afraid you would really forget about me. I just didn't expect you to take the initiative to look for me. Yi Xian said softly, I'm sorry. Amu shook her head. I know you are very busy. Moreover, the enemies are getting stronger and stronger. As she said that, she looked at Yi Xian. Do we still have powerful enemies? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Amu sighed softly. When will it end? Yi Xian smiled. It's fine. I'll carry it. As he said that, he pulled Amu to the noodle shop. He looked at the owner of the noodle shop and said with a smile, Boss, 2 bowls of noodles. The owner laughed. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll be right there. As Yi Xian and Amu took their seats, many people around them looked over, mainly at Amu. Amu was a great beauty. Coupled with her gentle personality, she gave people a very comfortable feeling. Soon, 2 bowls of noodles were served. Yi Xian looked at Amu and said with a smile, I especially like eating noodles. Amu blinked. Were you poor when you were young? Yi Xian smiled. You investigated me? Amu nodded. Yi Xian looked at the noodles in front of him. At that moment, he thought of Yi Ling again. He did not know how that little girl was doing now. However, with that mysterious senior around, Yi Ling's safety would definitely not be a problem. At that moment, laughter suddenly came from the side. What a beautiful woman. Hearing that, Yi Xian frowned slightly. He turned his head and saw a young man walking over slowly from afar. The man was wearing a purple brocade robe. If this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. There was a piece of green jade tied to his waist. The jade was the size of a palm and emitted a dark green glow. It was obvious that it was no ordinary item. And in his right hand, he held a long sword. The man was handsome and dressed luxuriously. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of many people, especially women. Many women around looked at the man with smiles on their faces and covered their mouths as they whispered. Actually, the man's looks were secondary. The most important thing was that the man was carrying a sword. One look and you could tell that he was a swordsman. It should be known that the most popular person in the entire 5th dimension was a swordsman. This was because the master of the 5th dimension, who was also the dean of the 5th dimension academy, Yi Xian, was a swordsman. Behind the young man, there was an old man. The old man carried a sword and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. One look and you could tell that he was an expert. The man slowly walked to the side of Yi Xian and Amu. He looked at Amu and smiled. Miss, there is still an empty seat here. May I sit here? Amu looked at a certain badge on the man's chest. She smiled and shook her head. It's not convenient. The man was not angry. He smiled and said, Miss, let me introduce myself. I am Nan Muchuan. Nan Muchuan. As soon as the man's voice fell, there was a cry of surprise. Oh my God. He's that Nan Muchuan. It's really him. He's Nan Muchuan from the #1 family in the south, the Nanmu family. The #1 swordsman of the south, Nan Muchuan. I heard that his overall score reached 9 stars. 9 stars. So he's here to join the 5th Dimension Academy's headquarters? That's for sure, 5th Dimension Academy. In front of Amu, Yi Xian blinked his eyes and looked at Nan Muchuan. You're from the 5th Dimension Academy? Nan Muchuan looked at Yi Xian. Let me correct you. I'm currently from the 5th Dimension Academy's headquarters. Yi Xian pointed at himself. He was a little puzzled. You don't know me? Nan Muchuan smiled. Should I know you? Yi Xian turned to look at Amu. Amu covered her mouth and chuckled. She used her mystical qi to transmit her voice. Every academy has a statue of you and Miss Nian Nian. However, that statue is a little exaggerated. In addition, you're wearing 2 ordinary clothes. Moreover, your aura is restrained and you don't have the aura of a ruler. Therefore, it's normal that he doesn't know you. In fact, it's not just them. Many people in the city don't really know you. Because you spend very little time in the city, people rarely come into contact with you. Even if they see you, they won't think of you immediately. Yi Xian was speechless. He was too low-key. At this time, Nan Muchuan looked at Amu. How should I address you, miss? Amu smiled. She pointed at Yi Xian. Do you know who he is? Nan Muchuan glanced at Yi Xian. He smiled. I don't know. I don't want to know either. Amu was a little curious. Why? Nan Muchuan smiled. Miss, forgive me for being blunt. He's not worthy of you. Yi Xian lowered his head and ate his noodles. He didn't say anything. This was too tragic. His position as the master of the fifth dimension was really too tragic. It was fine if outsiders didn't know him. But no one in the city had noticed him. When he got back, he had to have a good talk with Bai Dizzy. Nan Muchuan looked at Amu. Miss, do you really not want to get to know me? I feel that if you don't get to know me, first of all, I will feel very regretful. Second, I feel that this is a loss for you. Amu gently kicked Yi Xian. She was a little dissatisfied. My witch's servant, stop eating. Yi Xian wiped his mouth and looked at Nan Muchuan. She's my high priestess, and I'm her witch's servant. She won't get to know another man. Nan Muchuan shook his head and smiled. He took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Yi Xian. There are 100 fortune divine crystals inside. There's also a scroll of my sword down mental cultivation method and insights. It's enough to change your fate. Leave her, and these are all yours. Yi Xian. End of this chapter. 100 fortune divine crystals. Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it, I still have a few 100 million in my storage ring. Amu covered her mouth and snickered. At this moment, she did not look like a high priestess. Instead, she looked like a young girl in love. When Nan Muchuan saw that Yi Xian did not speak, he took out another storage ring. 200 fortune divine crystals. 200, Yi Xian was about to speak when Nan Muchuan threw out another storage ring. 1,000 fortune divine crystals. 1,000, someone exclaimed in surprise. 1,000 fortune divine crystals was not a small amount. One should know that the most common crystals in the market were ordinary crystals. Only some of the major forces had fortune divine crystals. There was another reason why many people racked their brains to enter the Fifth Dimensions Academy. The academy would provide them with fortune divine crystals. For an ordinary person, 1,000 fortune divine crystals was enough to change their fate. Yi Xian looked at Nan Muchuan and smiled. So what if you're rich? Nan Muchuan smiled. Being rich isn't necessarily a big deal. But without money, one must be a coward. What do you think? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. You're right. Without money, one must be a coward. But I don't understand. Didn't your academy teach you how to behave? First of all, it's rude of you to interrupt us while we're eating noodles. Secondly, you insulted me with money. That's very tasteless. I remember there's a rule in the academy. Disciples are not allowed to bully the weak or... Nan Muchuan suddenly interrupted Yi Xian. I'm sorry. There's no such rule in the academy. Yi Xian looked at Nan Muchuan. Then there's one now. I said it. Nan Muchuan narrowed his eyes. He had already noticed that something was wrong. Amu was also silent. She knew that Yi Xian was a little angry. Bullying the weak was what Yi Xian hated the most. Simply put, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Nan Muchuan looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, looks like you're not an ordinary person. However, aren't you a little too arrogant? Do you think you can change the academy's rules just because you say so? Yi Xian smiled and said, I think we should give people a chance to turn over a new leaf. Now, apologize to both of us, sincerely apologize, and we will forgive you. What do you think? Nan Muchuan laughed. Sir, you think too highly of yourself. Yi Xian faintly smiled. Then I will now announce that you are disqualified from entering the Fifth Dimensions Academy. Nan Muchuan looked at Yi Xian and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Who the hell are you? He was not stupid. At this moment, he already felt that something was wrong. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, a voice sounded out from the side. Brother Nanmu, this person sure is arrogant. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a man striding over from afar. Nan Muchuan was slightly surprised when he saw this person. Then, he smiled and said, "Oh, it's brother Fang Jin." Fang Jin. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "He's also Fang Jin who passed the 9 Stars Academy." This time, there were only 2 people from the south who were admitted into the 5th Dimensions Academy. One of them was Nan Muchuan, and the other was Fang Jin. These 2 people belonged to the same academy in the south. Fang Jin cupped his fists at Nan Muchuan and then looked at Yi Xian. He smiled and said, "Did you just say that you want to disqualify Nan Muchuan?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Yes." Fang Jin shook his head and smiled. "Don't you think it's ridiculous for you to say that?" Yi Xian blinked his eyes. "Is it ridiculous?" Fang Jin laughed. "It's not just ridiculous. As far as I know, there are only 2 people who can disqualify someone from the academy. One of them is Beisteen by Dizzy, and the other is Yi Xian. You." At this point, he seemed to have thought of something. His pupils suddenly shrank and he took a few steps back. "You," Yi Xian smiled. "What about me?" Fang Jin stared at Yi Xian. After a while, he said in a trembling voice, "Yi. Dean Yi." As soon as he said this, the crowd was in an uproar. At this time, someone exclaimed, He's City Lord Yi. It's really him. He used to kill a fish seller here. Green City, Yi family, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang." The person who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man. The young man had a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. Beside him were the elders of the Yi family. "Why?" At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. The little girl was called Yi Ling. She was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to disqualify Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince. Why did you disqualify him?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a family matter. Why are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince." Impudent! The great elder suddenly raged. "It's not up to a little girl like you to decide whether to disqualify him or not. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 guards of the Yi family rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he is fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard smiled coldly. "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. I will go through fire and water for the crown prince. I will do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man wore a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian ignored Zhang Mu, walking up to Yi Ling. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the ancestral hall, and asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, he should be flogged 30 times, as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard quickly bowed, this subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply, this subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and his robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang! Zhang Mu's head spun, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Kill him. There was complete silence. Around them, some people secretly shook their heads. Was there something wrong with Nan Muchuan's brain? Facing Yi Xian, not only did he refuse to admit defeat, he even said such ruthless words. Did he really think that Yi Xian was a good-tempered person? Overturn the Fifth Dimension Academy? How stupid would he have to be to say such words? Yi Xian shook his head. He turned to look at Amu and smiled. Let's go. Amu nodded. The two of them left. On the way, Amu said softly, it's our fault. When we go back, I will strengthen the management of the various academies, especially the education on how to behave. Yi Xian shook his head. It's my problem. Amu looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. I seemed too easy to talk to at the beginning. He felt that I was weak. This world is like this. Some people have a good temper, but in the eyes of others, a good temper means that they are easy to bully. However, a good temper does not mean that they have no temper. As he said that, he shook his head. There are many people. They like to bully the weak and fear the strong. They like to bully the kind and honest because the kind and honest are easy to bully. There are also some people who like to use moral coercion. Just look at Nan Muchuan. He actually said that I am the headmaster and cannot kill him. Killing him would be breaking the law. It really amused me. This is like a mother of a naughty child. Her child has made a mistake. However, she does not educate her child. Instead, she educates you and questions you. He is still a child. How can you be so calculative with a child? Amu shook her head and smiled. Your analogy, Yi Xian smiled. It's not particularly appropriate. But you should understand what I mean. Amu nodded. She seemed to have thought of something. She hesitated and then said, but you are the headmaster. This matter should not be handled personally. I am afraid that someone will use it, Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Who dares? Amu was silent. In the fifth dimension, no one dared to stab Yi Xian in the back. Yi Xian suddenly said, Amu, what do you think they came to the headquarters for? Amu said, learn. Yi Xian asked, what else? Amu was silent. Yi Xian smiled and said, they are not only here to learn, but also to protect the five-dimensional universe. The fifth dimension. Was it Sister Nian's fifth dimension? Is this my, Yi Xian's, five-dimensional universe? No, the fifth dimension is everyone's fifth dimension. Anyone who lives in the fifth dimension has the obligation to protect our fifth dimension. The academy is not a safe place for them to enjoy. I, Yi Xian, will not spend money to feed a bunch of conceited people. As he spoke, he looked at Amu. Remember, we're not doing charity. For some people, if you help them once, they will shed tears of gratitude. But if you help them 10 times, they will feel that it's only right. And if you don't help them anymore, they might even see you as an enemy. I'm telling you this because I realized that our academy lacks a core purpose. What is the purpose of entering the school? There's nothing wrong with learning. But what else? I don't ask them to serve me, Yi Xian, but they must serve this universe. Do you understand? Amu nodded. I understand. Yi Xian nodded. You can talk to Bai Dizzy about this. He will handle it. Amu smiled and said, Old Bai is very busy. Let me handle this matter. I will come up with a plan first, then I will submit it to you. You can make the final decision. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Amu smiled. Come back for noodles next time. Yi Xian laughed. Okay. After chatting for a while, they parted ways. Yi Xian did not return to the sword hall directly. Instead, he went to the boundless dungeon. Tendo pawnshop. When Yi Xian came to the Tendo pawnshop, the door was open. There was a woman standing behind the counter inside the door. It was Xiao Dao. As if sensing something, Xiao Dao suddenly looked up. When she saw Yi Xian, she was slightly stunned. Yi Xian walked into the pawnshop and smiled. They told me that you've been living here? Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. Yi Xian looked around and said softly, I haven't been here for a long time. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. You're very busy now. Yi Xian smiled. I'm a little busy. Xiao Dao said softly, when will Nian Nian regain her memory? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. Xiao Dao was silent. Yi Xian was about to speak. At this moment, the space in front of him trembled slightly. Yi Xian frowned. Xiao Dao asked, what's wrong? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Nian Nian is gone. Gone. The little Daoist was stunned for a moment before saying, it disappeared? Yi Xian nodded. I'm going back. After saying that, he disappeared. In the pawnshop, Xiao Dao was silent for a while before disappearing. Sword Hall. When Yi Xian returned to the Sword Hall, Bai Dizzy had been waiting there for a long time. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, you said that Nian Nian is gone? Bai Dizzy nodded. Not long ago, she was wandering around the city, so I didn't pay much attention. But not long after, she disappeared. Yi Xian was silent. Bai Dizzy said in a deep voice, has she regained her memory? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. Bai Dizzy was silent. Yi Xian said softly, have you sent anyone to look for her? Bai Dizzy nodded. But there's no news at all. Also, we don't know how she disappeared. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said softly, there's no need to look for her. Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. I believe that she will come back. With that, he looked at Bai Dizzy. As long as Sister Nian doesn't want anything to happen to her, she won't be in danger. Bai Dizzy smiled. That's true. Then, he looked at Yi Xian. Today is the first day of school. As the dean, you should go. Yi Xian shook his head. I don't really want to go. Bai Dizzy said, is it because of Namuchuan? Yi Xian smiled. You know about it too? Bai Dizzy said, as the most outstanding swordsman of the younger generation in the south, it's normal for him to be arrogant. Yi Xian smiled. Do you think I did something wrong? Bai Dizzy shook his head. No. Through this matter, I discovered a problem. Many people in the fifth dimension respect you, but they don't fear you. If I were the one who appeared, that guy definitely wouldn't have threatened you. On the contrary, he would have immediately admitted his mistake and begged for mercy. Yi Xian smiled. What's the problem? Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. The reason is that you're too young. Youngsters generally don't respect other youngsters. The students in the academy know you're strong, but no one knows how strong you are. Therefore, many people don't fear you. Since they don't fear you, they naturally dare to provoke you. After all, they're proud sons of heaven, and these kinds of people usually don't submit to people of the same age. Therefore, it is necessary for you to attend the start-of-term ceremony. At the same time, I also hope that you can tell them that in this world, there are youngsters who are more outstanding than them. Let them know that there's always someone better than you. Yi Xian said with a smile, looks like I have to go. Bai Dizzy nodded. As the dean, you should go no matter what. Moreover, you should also show your strength. Let those guys know that you, the dean, aren't some kind of trash. Yi Xian laughed. Then let's go. Bai Dizzy nodded and the two of them left. With regards to Nian Yan, Yi Xian wasn't really worried because he knew how terrifying Nian Yan was. Fifth Dimension's Academy. Dao City was unusually lively today because today was the day students from all over the universe would come to Dao City to enroll. It was also the first time the Dao City's headquarters was recruiting students, and this time, those who came could be said to be monsters among monsters, geniuses among geniuses. It could be said that this time all the monsters and geniuses of the fifth dimension would be gathered here, including some geniuses from ancient powers. For example, Nanue Xiao and Nanue Qi of the Nanue clan. Not only the Nanue clan, but there were also geniuses from the Gu clan and Xian City. Fifth Dimension's Academy. The Fifth Dimension's Academy was built on a large scale. There were more than 60 different learning halls. In addition, there were also formations arranged by the Xuanji sect. There were all kinds of formations, more than 100 of them. As for the lineup of teachers, it was also very luxurious. Arrow and Lanxiu and Li Shanshui of the Whirling sect were all teachers of the academy. They were all super experts at the peak of the fifth dimension. At the entrance of the academy, there were two huge statues. One was of Nian Yan, and the other was of Yi Xian. Nian Yan was the Tendo of the fifth dimension, the soul of the entire fifth dimension, while Yi Xian was the protector of the entire fifth dimension. As the entrance of the fifth dimension's academy opened, students entered the academy one after another. Somewhere in the darkness, Bai Dizzy smiled and said, Dao Master, what do you think of these students? Yi Xian looked at the students in the distance and said softly, very outstanding. Bai Dizzy nodded, this world doesn't lack monsters and geniuses. What it lacks is people who discover them. This time even I was shocked by the establishment of the academy. It turns out that there are so many monsters and geniuses in our cosmos. Originally, the academy only accepted 30 people every year, but I felt that it wasn't enough, so I expanded it to 40. Yi Xian said softly, these people are the future of the fifth dimension. Bai Dizzy nodded. The fifth dimension couldn't always be carried by Yi Xian. His intuition told him that in the future, Yi Xian would definitely go to a broader stage. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, we need to let these guys have a sense of belonging to the fifth dimension. Bai Dizzy said with a smile, that's natural. Actually, everyone already has a sense of belonging to the fifth dimension. Let's not talk about other things, many people in my Dao sect have already regarded themselves as members of the fifth dimension. Yi Xian said with a smile, that's a good thing. Bai Dizzy looked at the students in the distance and said with a smile, some of the branch vice deans told me to pay attention. Pay attention to what? Yi Xian was curious. Bai Dizzy said with a smile, there are many thorns in this batch of students. At this time a man suddenly rushed in from the distance. He was tall and sturdy, and with every step he took, the ground would tremble violently. Not only the ground but the space he ran through would also tremble. Xian looked at this man, and there was some surprise in his eyes. Not bad. Bai Dizzy nodded. This guy is called Manzi. He is a body cultivator, and he is the strongest among the body cultivators. Moreover, his overall score has reached 10 stars. Xian was a little curious. What's the highest score? Bai Dizzy said, 12 stars. This time, among all the students, only one person has reached 12 stars, and among them, there are only 6 11-star students. Xian was about to speak, but at this time, Manzi suddenly rushed in front of Xian's statue. He looked straight at Xian's statue and roared, Manzi of the great wilderness, I challenge Dinyi. I seek a hammer. Xian was speechless. Begging for a hammer, Xian's expression was a little strange. Next to Xian, Bai Dizzy smiled and said, Look, they are not very convinced by you. However, you have to understand. After all, they are all geniuses. It is normal for them to have drive. Xian nodded, of course. Bai Dizzy looked at Manzi in the distance, everyone is waiting for you to appear. Xian laughed, and the next moment, he appeared directly in front of Manzi. Seeing Xian, there was an uproar in the field. Xian appeared, the eyes of all the students around fell on Xian. There was respect, curiosity, excitement, and provocation. Dean, although Xian was the dean, Xian was the same age as them. In addition, Xian's strength was mostly legendary. For example, Xian had killed a consolidation realm expert and so on. Therefore, many people had always been skeptical about Xian's strength. In other words, many people wanted to know how strong Xian was. Seeing Xian, the barbarian chuckled. You're the dean? Xian nodded, yes. Manzi glanced at Xian, do you dare to accept my challenge? Xian smiled and said, I dare. Manzi grinned and said, let me tell you, my fist has no eyes. If I hurt you later, don't blame me, and don't make things difficult for me. Xian was directly amused by this guy. It turned out that this guy was afraid that he would make things difficult for him. Manzi asked again, is there a problem? Xian smiled and said, don't worry, I will definitely not make things difficult for you. Manzi grinned, then I won't be polite. As his voice fell, he suddenly rushed forward. With this rush, the space in front of Xian directly turned into a groove. His physical strength was too strong. When he arrived in front of Xian, the barbarian directly threw a punch at Xian's head. It was a simple punch, however, this punch contained a powerful and overbearing force. With a single punch, the space around Xian directly cracked. Needless to say, Xian was still a little shocked. This punch was definitely not something an average Dao accomplished realm powerhouse could resist. And how old was this barbarian, to have such great power at such a young age? One had to say that it was very terrifying. Without any hesitation, Xian punched out. Boom, under everyone's gazes, the barbarian was sent flying out of the academy before crashing heavily onto the ground. Bang, the ground collapsed, and the barbarian's body trembled. The surroundings fell silent. One punch, many of the students present turned solemn. Right at this moment, the barbarian slowly crawled up from the ground, and his entire body had cracked apart. Xian walked over to him, and the barbarian hurriedly said, no. No more. I can't. Xian smiled, I'm not going to hit you. As he spoke, he withdrew a medicinal pill and passed it to Manzi. It's for healing. Manzi glanced at Xian, hesitated for a moment, and then took the medicinal pill and consumed it. As soon as the medicinal pill entered his body, a strand of pure energy swept out from within him, and it didn't take long for his injuries to heal at a visible speed. Manzi was slightly shocked. This? Xian smiled, your physical body isn't bad, and your strength isn't bad as well. However, there's still a lot of room for growth. Manzi hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. Pine City, the Yi clan's ancestral shrine. Ancestors, Xian is lacking in talent and virtue. From this moment onward, Xian is removed from the position of heir and will be succeeded by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile hanging on the corners of his mouth. This person was Yi Lang. And on both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a somewhat timid voice suddenly resounded in the ancestral shrine. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. The little girl was called Yiling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yiling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral shrine, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is an heir, why did you remove him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yiling coldly, this is a clan matter, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yiling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look directly at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she summoned her courage and walked into the ancestral shrine. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and his life is uncertain. But the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from the position of heir. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly said angrily, whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away from me. At this time, the new heir Yiling suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder coldly said, then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new heir Yiling, and he knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard smiled coldly, young Master Yiling inherits the position of heir, and it is everyone's wish. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yiling's face instantly swelled up. But she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yiling looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhongmu greets the heir. Yiling nodded, you're not bad. After I become the heir, I will need 10 guards. You will be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhongmu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply, this subordinate will go through fire and water for the heir, and I will risk my life for him. Yiling nodded, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, don't show mercy, understand? Zhongmu glanced at Yiling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yiling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhongmu seemed to see something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yiling's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhongmu dragging Yiling, his expression turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhongmu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He quickly looked at Yiling, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhongmu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yiling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhongmu again. At this time, Yiling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhongmu's chest. Pooh, Zhongmu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yiling's expression turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him, and snarled, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhongmu's face. Zhongmu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhongmu, as he walked to Yiling's side. Seeing Yiling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yiling. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yiling. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yiling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yiling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yiling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave." Yiling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yiling, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is risking his life for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yiling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yiling inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yiling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yiling looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yiling nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince." Yiling nodded. "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Do you understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yiling. When he saw the murderous intent in Yiling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yiling's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yiling and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Peng, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yiling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng! Who was that mysterious person just now? Yi Xian was puzzled. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian got up and left. After a while, he arrived at the Dao Gate. He was looking for third Miss, Dao Gate. As soon as Yi Xian arrived, an old man appeared in front of him. The old man glanced at Yi Xian and cupped his fists. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled. I'm looking for third Mississippi. Please inform her. The old man smiled bitterly. Young Master Yi came at a bad time. Third Miss has just left. Yi Xian frowned. Left? The old man nodded. Yi Xian asked, where did she go? The old man shook his head. She didn't say. Yi Xian fell silent. The old man said, Young Master Yi, do you want to go in and have a seat? Yi Xian smiled. Thank you. But there's no need. I still have something to deal with. Goodbye. With that said, he turned and left. After a moment of silence, the old man turned and left. It didn't take long for him to arrive in front of a large hall, within which sat a woman. It was third Miss. The old man bowed slightly. Third Master, Young Master Yi has left. Third Miss nodded slightly. Got it. The old man was puzzled. Third Master, why didn't you see Young Master Yi? Third Miss felt helpless. Because I'm afraid of death. The old man was speechless. Third Miss got up and walked to the entrance of the hall. She looked up at the sky and said softly, I'm afraid that Young Master Yi is in big trouble. After Yi Xian left the Taoist gate, his face became more and more serious. His intuition told him that third Miss did not want to see him, but why did she not want to see him? It was simple. His enemy made third Miss fearful, extremely fearful. Who was that enemy? Could it be that aunt? A moment later, Yi Xian turned and left. He arrived at Xian City. In a certain hall, Lan Rua shook his head. I didn't see them, so I don't know which faction they are from. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian stood up and said with a smile, Miss Lan Rua, I'll take my leave first. Lan Rua looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, take care. Yi Xian nodded. You too. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and transformed into a streak of sword light that vanished into the horizon. Inside the hall, Lan Rua looked at the horizon in silence. Although Yi Xian no longer had his archenemy, Dao sect, she realized that Yi Xian seemed to be in more danger. There seemed to be an invisible hand secretly targeting Yi Xian. As for who it was, she didn't know either. However, she knew that it wasn't an ordinary mastermind. After a short moment, Lan Rua sighed softly, turned around, and left. After leaving the profound city, Yi Xian came to a starry sky and slowly closed his eyes. He was sure that he had a hidden enemy, and this enemy was very, very powerful. The sacred land. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he thought of the sacred land. Dao sect was no longer his enemy, so there was only one place left, the sacred land, a mysterious force that even profound city couldn't infiltrate. As he thought of this, Yi Xian suddenly transformed into a streak of sword light and disappeared into the horizon. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at the sacred land. As soon as he entered the sacred land, the sacred leader of the sacred land appeared in front of Yi Xian. Seeing the sacred leader, Yi Xian's face darkened. He didn't come openly, he came sneakily. Of course, he didn't come openly. Green City, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment onwards, Yi Xian's position as crown prince shall be removed and Yi Lang shall take over. The one who spoke was an old man dressed in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone looked over and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her two little hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face was sickly pale, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of timidity in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed slightly to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a family matter. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder coldly replied, then do it 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince position. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard quickly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply, I'll go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I'll risk my life for you. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Ling. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Ling. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether or not he is crippled, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then do it 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Ling inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling sized up the guard and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yi Ling nodded. "You are very good. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. "Subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince, and I will risk my life for you." Yi Ling nodded slightly. "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Do not show mercy, understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Ling, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Peng, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and he rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's entire face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, who was crying for help, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng! He ran away. The sacred lord's expression was somewhat unsightly. He had thought that Yi Xian would go down and fight. He did not expect Yi Xian to turn around and run. A moment later, the sacred lord turned and left. He came to the bamboo house. The sacred lord bowed slightly to the bamboo house. "Master, Yi Xian's growth is too fast." Inside the bamboo house, the woman put down the teacup and picked up an ancient book. She opened it and smiled. "There's nothing bad about it." "Nothing bad about it," the sacred lord was somewhat dumbfounded. The woman chuckled. "He will become even stronger." The sacred lord hesitated and said, "Master, aren't you worried?" The woman turned and looked outside the bamboo house. She smiled. "I told you. Whether he lives or not doesn't depend on him. Whether I die or not also doesn't depend on him. At least for the next 30 years. The sacred lord was silent. The woman put down the ancient book and walked out of the bamboo house. The sacred lord hurriedly bowed. The woman stretched and smiled. "Miss Nian Nian, I haven't seen her for a long time. She must have gone to find help. Who would she call? Let me think. Missin has been following him. She probably won't come. Nether Hall? They are quite troublesome now. They probably won't come either. Then who else could it be? Tu? Situ Tingyun? Probably not either. Both of them have been targeted by the calamity cause. Tianxiao? Probably not. After all, her main body isn't here. Oh, the three-dimensional universe. Princess, should be her. After all, she's the only one who can fight." Saying this, she seemed to have thought of something. The smile on her face gradually disappeared. "Don't tell me she called that Miss Ding? If that's the case, then it'll be troublesome." At the side, the sacred lord bowed. He was puzzled. Why didn't he know any of the people his master mentioned? At this moment, the woman suddenly smiled and said, "I'll go out and see if I can make more enemies for him. I'll also look for the great Tao spirit. During this period of time, don't provoke Lord Yi. It won't be long before someone comes to deal with him." After saying this, she walked into the distance. Soon, she completely disappeared into the horizon. Yi Xian returned to the fifth dimension. In the hall, Yi Xian sat on the ground with his legs crossed. At this moment, his expression was extremely solemn. Back in the sacred ground, when that divine sense locked onto him, he knew that he was no match for the owner of that divine sense. Who was this person? There was no answer. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he felt a little uneasy. The enemy of the Holy Land was different from the Tao sect because he could not figure out their intentions. For the Tao scripture, however, the Tao scripture was no longer in his hands, and the spirit of the great Tao had already escaped. The other party had no reason to look for him, but if it wasn't for the Taoist scripture, then what was it for? Yi Xian couldn't figure it out. At this moment, a little girl walked in. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the little girl. The person who had come was none other than Nian Nian. Nian Nian held a stick of tonghulu in her right hand and a struggling small fish in her left. Nian Nian walked in front of Yi Xian and giggled. "Grilled fish." Yi Xian looked at Nian Nian. Nian Nian, where did you go before this? Nian Nian blinked. I've been playing outside all this time. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Playing outside? Nian Nian nodded. Yes. Yi Xian fell silent. Nian Nian didn't seem to be lying. Nian Nian suddenly asked softly, what's wrong? Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and shook his head. He smiled and said, it's nothing. I'll grill fish for you. Nian Nian grinned. Okay. Somewhere in the starry sky, a woman was walking slowly. This person was none other than Yi Ling. Yi Ling looked into the depths of the starry sky in the distance. We're almost there. As soon as she said that, her speed suddenly increased. Soon, Yi Ling arrived at a small village. This village was a little strange because it was in the starry sky. Yi Ling walked into the village. The village was very deserted. The surrounding light was dim, and it looked a little like a ghost village. At that moment, an old man walked out. When he saw Yi Ling, the old man frowned slightly. You are? Yi Ling opened her palm, and a faint light flickered in her palm. Seeing this, the old man was slightly taken aback. The next moment, he knelt down and said in a trembling voice, Clan. Clan leader, Yi Ling nodded. Did he store my body here? The old man hurriedly nodded. Yes. After a long silence, Yi Ling said, take me there. The old man hurriedly stood up and said in a trembling voice, Clan leader, follow me. With that, he turned and left. At that moment, the old man's face was already covered in tears. He was happy. They had waited for countless years, and the clan leader had finally arrived. Yi Ling followed the old man. On the way, Yi Ling suddenly asked, how many clansmen are left? The old man shook his head. Not many. If it weren't for young Master Yang's care back then, I'm afraid. Yi Ling was silent. The Void Spirit clan had become history. Soon, the two disappeared into the distance. Ultimate Martial Realm. Wu Li sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. He formed a seal with his hands and exuded a powerful aura. This aura was getting stronger and stronger, and it was no longer the aura that a godly state expert should have. Northern Wilderness. In the deepest part of Northern Wilderness, there was a huge stone tablet that was over 100 feet tall. The stone tablet stood in a deep pit. A few hundred feet away, a middle-aged man was walking toward the stone tablet. When he was about 100 feet away from the stone tablet, he suddenly knelt down, put his palms together, and bowed to the stone tablet. He was even chanting something piously. After a while, the middle-aged man stood up and continued walking toward the stone tablet. After about 10 steps, he knelt down again. Just like that, the middle-aged man slowly approached the stone tablet, kneeling and bowing every 10 steps. After a long time, the middle-aged man came before the stone tablet. He knelt down in front of the stone tablet, put his palms together, and said in a trembling voice, Exalted Goddess, Yi Xian has gone too far. Not only did he absorb the souls of our clansmen, but he also took away all our treasures. Please help us, Exalted Goddess. The stone tablet did not respond. The middle-aged man bowed again. Just as he was about to speak, a woman suddenly appeared behind him. The middle-aged man turned around. When he saw the woman, his expression changed drastically. This woman was the mysterious woman who had robbed Northern Wilderness. The woman smiled. You don't seem to want to see me. The middle-aged man quickly retreated behind the stone tablet. He stared at the mysterious woman. What are you trying to do? The mysterious woman blinked. He said that he's afraid that you'll take revenge, so he wants me to kill all of you. The middle-aged man roared. You've gone too far. The mysterious woman waved her right hand. Boom, the middle-aged man was sent flying a few hundred feet away. However, he did not die. It was obvious that the woman had shown mercy. After sending the middle-aged man flying, the mysterious woman looked at the stone tablet and slammed her fist forward. The middle-aged man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets at the sight of this. No. The stone tablet was their faith, their supreme faith. It was the most sacred existence of their era. When the mysterious woman's power blasted against the stone tablet, it shook violently. However, it did not shatter. Moreover, the mysterious woman's powerful force had vanished without a trace. A trace of surprise flashed through the mysterious woman's eyes. Not bad. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared from the stone tablet. The mysterious woman blinked and said, "Farewell." With that, she turned around and disappeared. As she left, she took away many more treasures. The middle-aged man was speechless. The stone tablet gradually trembled. After a long time, an ancient voice sounded out from within it. "You've gone too far." The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded. "This woman isn't just an ordinary kind of bully. She comes here every few days to bully others. She's not human." At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out from within the stone tablet. "Guyao, awaken the clansman." With that, a black token suddenly floated out from the stone tablet. The middle-aged man called Guyao instantly became excited at the sight of the black token. He hurriedly caught the black token. "As you command, exalted God." With that, he turned around and left. Before long, countless powerful auras shot into the sky throughout the entire northern wilderness, and the seals left behind by the Tao ancestor were directly destroyed by a mysterious force. Taoism. The third young lady, who was sitting cross-legged in the main hall, suddenly opened her eyes. After a long time, she slowly closed her eyes. This crazy woman. In a small bar in the Divine City, the shopkeeper behind the counter suddenly looked in the direction of the northern wilderness. In the next moment, he turned around and came to a small courtyard. He bowed slightly towards the room in front of him. "Master, there's something strange in the northern wilderness." After a long time, a voice sounded out from the room. "I know." The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment and then said, "Do you want me to go investigate?" In the bar, the voice said, "No need. This isn't something you can interfere with." The shopkeeper bowed slightly and then left. Soon, many powerful auras rushed out of the northern desolate land. These mysterious experts were all above the immortal realm. After they left the northern desolate land, they went straight to the fifth dimension. Orc world. In the starry sky, a middle-aged man stood quietly. His hands were behind his back and his eyes were closed. This person was the Beast King of the Beastman tribe. At this moment, a Beastman suddenly appeared in front of the Beast King. The Beastman bowed slightly to the Beast King. "King, there's a strange movement in the northern wilderness. They seem to want to make a move on that human young Master Yi." The Beast King frowned. "Has the northern wilderness gone mad?" The Beastman shook his head. "I don't know. I only know that the northern wilderness is furious. They are all super experts above the God realm." Above the divine realm, the Beast King was silent, his face somewhat gloomy. The orc said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid that young Master Yi is no match for this northern wilderness." After a moment of silence, the Beast King sighed in a low voice. "Call people to the fifth dimension." The orc was stunned. "King, are we going to be enemies with the northern wilderness?" "That is." The Beast King's face was somewhat ugly. "Do you think I want to interfere? Didn't you hear what that woman said? Her brother is dead. She wants us to be buried with him." Buried with him? Damn, she really doesn't listen to reason at all. Based on what? Based on what? I refuse to accept this. The Beast King waved his hand. "Go and call people." The orc nodded and was about to leave. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Call people? There's no need to call." The Beast King turned his head and looked. Not far away, a woman was slowly walking over. It was the mysterious woman from the Holy Land. The mysterious woman looked at the Beast King and smiled. "From now on, the Beastmen are not allowed to take half a step out of the Beast world." The Beast King narrowed his eyes. "Who do you think you are?" After saying that, he punched out. The mysterious woman flicked her sleeves. Boom, the Beast King retreated tens of thousands of feet away. Not only that, the entire starry sky became illusory. The Beast King's right arm that punched out was shattered by a powerful force. The Beast King was somewhat dumbfounded. The mysterious woman looked at the Beast King and smiled. "If the Beastmen dare to take a step out of the Beast world, I will destroy your Beastmen race." The Beast King stared at the mysterious woman. He was extremely shocked. Who are you? The mysterious woman blinked. I am Xianxia. This is our family matter. Outsiders should not interfere, understand? The Beast King. P.S. The update is late. 2 more chapters. If the update is late in the future, the update will be doubled. Auntie, the Beast King stared at the mysterious woman. We are going to help your nephew. The mysterious woman smiled. No need. The Beast King said after a moment of silence, you want him dead. A trace of surprise flashed in the mysterious woman's eyes. How did you know? The Beast King looked at the mysterious woman. Northern Wilderness is your doing. The mysterious woman laughed. As expected of the Beast King. Very smart. Everything you say is right. The Beast King said in a deep voice, Your Excellency, do you know that he has a sister? The mysterious woman nodded. I do. The invincible Tian Ming. The Beast King looked at the mysterious woman with a serious expression. Since you know, why do you still want to kill him? The mysterious woman smiled. That's my business. As for you beastmen, just stay in your beastman realm and don't come out. I have no enmity with you and I don't want to destroy you. Do you understand? The Beast King was silent. The mysterious woman looked at the Beast King and smiled. I'm not joking with you. And I won't give you a second chance. Then she turned and left. The Beast King was silent. Not far away, the Beastman said, King. The Beast King slowly closed his eyes. I can't afford to offend my sister, and I can't afford to offend this auntie either. Let them play by themselves. I can't beat anyone. I'm scared. I'm scared. Then he turned and left. After the mysterious woman left, she did not return to the sacred region. Instead, she went to the divine city. When she entered the tavern, the waiter and the shopkeeper's face suddenly became serious. The shopkeeper walked in front of the mysterious woman and bowed. Your Excellency is? The mysterious woman smiled. A pot of spring sword. The shopkeeper looked at the mysterious woman. Please wait. Soon, the shopkeeper brought out a pot of spring sword. The mysterious woman opened the bottle and gently sniffed. Not bad. Suddenly, a voice came from the inner courtyard. What's the matter? The mysterious woman picked up a peanut and put it in her mouth. I don't want to kill you. After all, we are old acquaintances. The inner courtyard was silent. The mysterious woman said again, This is our family's private matter. Outsiders should stay out of it. Okay? The inner courtyard was still silent. The mysterious woman smiled and said, I want you to give me an answer. Otherwise, I won't be polite. In the inner courtyard, a sigh sounded. Why did you have to do this? The mysterious woman chuckled, You know the reason. In the inner courtyard, the voice said, After all, he is your nephew. The mysterious woman narrowed her eyes. Boom, the entire tavern turned into nothingness in an instant. The shopkeeper and the waiter's expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with terror. At this moment, both of them could smell the scent of death. The mysterious woman poured herself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. Why is he still alive? As she spoke, she turned around to look at a small house. Even though she was smiling, it was slightly bone-piercingly gloomy, and it caused others to shiver. On what basis? Inside the hut, the man was silent. The mysterious woman smiled and stood up. For the sake of an old friend, I don't want to kill you. After all, this matter has nothing to do with you. However, I don't want you seniors to help him. If you dare to interfere, don't blame me for being ruthless. Then, she stood up and left. At this moment, the man in the hut suddenly said, Have you ever considered his feelings? The mysterious woman stopped. After a moment of silence, she said, I don't hate him. He tried his best back then. However, I still want to seek justice. The man in the hut sighed again. Have you ever thought about that woman? He will be considerate and won't hurt you. However, that woman, to continue this chapter, please continue to the next page. If you do this, you will anger that woman. Once she returns, many people will die. Do you understand? The mysterious woman smiled and said, So what? Anyway, I've already prepared myself to die. I'm not even afraid of death, so why would I be afraid of her? The man in the hut sighed again. Is there really no way to resolve this matter? The mysterious woman smiled and walked into the distance. Either he dies, or I die. Soon, the mysterious woman disappeared into the distance. At this moment, the shopkeeper came before the hut and bowed respectfully. Master. This man, the man in the hut sighed softly and said no more. Taoism. After the mysterious woman left, she went directly to Taoism. Inside the hall, the third lady sat cross-legged in front of the statue of the Taoism's ancestor. The mysterious woman looked at the statue of the Taoism's ancestor and said with a smile, "Your master is a very amazing person." The third lady opened her eyes and said with a smile, "Thank you." The mysterious woman looked at the third lady. "You are also a smart person." The third lady said, "Boss, I won't interfere in the matters of the fifth dimension. I don't have the ability to interfere." The mysterious woman smiled and said, "I'm not here to cause trouble for you. I'm here to ask you something." The third lady nodded. "Boss, please speak." The mysterious woman said, "Do you know where the spirit of the great Tao is?" The spirit of the great Tao. After a moment of silence, the third lady said, "To tell you the truth, I'm also looking for the spirit of the great Tao." The mysterious woman smiled and said, "You don't know either?" The third lady nodded. When young Master Yi combined the 9 scriptures into one, the spirit of the great Tao did appear. However, for some reason, she escaped. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. The mysterious woman looked at the third lady. "Why do you think she escaped?" The third lady shook her head. "I really don't know." The mysterious woman smiled and said, "Make a guess." After a moment of silence, the third lady said softly, "She should have sensed the calamity on young Master Yi, or perhaps she sensed your existence." The mysterious woman blinked. "Am I that scary?" The third young miss hesitated for a moment, and then she said, "Sir, you don't seem like an extremely evil person. Moreover, with your strength, you don't need the Taoist scriptures at all, so why do you still target Yixian? Is it a personal grudge?" The mysterious woman smiled and said, "It is indeed a personal grudge." The third lady nodded. "I understand." The mysterious woman glanced at the statue of the Taoism's ancestor and said with a smile, "I'm leaving." With that, she turned around and left. The third lady said, "Boss, take care." The mysterious woman smiled and said, "I'm not the boss. The woman in the plain dress is the real boss." The third lady said softly, "I can't defeat them. They are all bosses." The mysterious woman laughed and said, "Miss, your future is limitless." After saying that, she disappeared. In the hall, the third lady looked at the statue of the Taoism's ancestor and said softly, "Master. Disciple finally understands what you said. There is always someone better than you." In the 5-dimensional universe. In the hall, Nian Yan was leaning on Yixian's thigh and was sleeping soundly. In front of the two of them, there were fish bones on the ground. Yixian looked at the sky outside the hall and pondered. During this time, he had been thinking about a question. Was the mysterious expert in the Holy Land the woman who claimed to be his aunt? If it was, it didn't make sense. The reason why his bloodline could be awakened was because of the other party's help. Since the other party wanted him dead, why did she help him improve his bloodline? Yixian was a little puzzled. This chapter is not over. Please turn the page. At this moment, Yixian suddenly raised his head. The next moment, he gently placed Nian Yan on the ground and disappeared from the hall. The moment Yixian disappeared, Nian Yan suddenly opened her eyes. In the 5-dimensional universe, Yixian looked at the group of people in front of him. "Who are you?" In front of him stood more than 30 people. These people's auras were extremely powerful and had already surpassed the god realm. The middle-aged man in the lead was Gu Yao. Gu Yao stared at Yixian. "Where is that woman?" Yixian frowned slightly. "Woman? What woman?" Gu Yao stared at Yixian and slowly clenched his fists. "Your name is Yixian, right?" Yixian nodded, "Yes." "Speaking of which, is there some misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding?" Gu Yao's face became a little sinister. "Misunderstanding? You're telling me it's a misunderstanding?" As his voice fell, he suddenly blasted out a punch. In the distance, Yi Xian frowned slightly and raised his sword. Boom, the space in front of the two of them exploded. Then, Yi Xian retreated hundreds of feet. As for Gu Yao, he also retreated hundreds of feet. Gu Yao stared at Yi Xian. I'll ask you one last time, where is that woman? Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand. Sir, I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. I think you don't want to be used by others, right? Gu Yao sneered. Misunderstanding? Yi Xian, you actually have the nerve to say it's a misunderstanding. You absorbed the souls of my clansmen, and then you tell me it's a misunderstanding? Souls, Yi Xian was stunned. In the next moment, his face turned ugly. At this moment, he was sure that the mysterious enemy was his so-called aunt. That woman was digging a hole for him. Damn it, this hole was too deep. At this moment, Gu Yao sneered. Tell me, is this a misunderstanding? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, I want to say that these souls were forcefully absorbed by a woman. Do you believe me? Yi Xian. Gu Yao suddenly said fiercely, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Forcefully absorbed by you? What is she to you? Is she your mother? Yi Xian was slightly helpless. I really didn't lie to you this time. She really did force me to absorb them. Gu Yao stared fixedly at Yi Xian as if he wanted to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian was slightly speechless. Why doesn't anyone believe me when I tell the truth? Damn it, that woman. At this moment, Yi Xian felt that he was in a terrible state, but he didn't understand why that woman would do that. Meanwhile, Gu Yao suddenly said, let that woman come out. Yi Xian gazed at Gu Yao. I don't know where she is. Really? Gu Yao's face was expressionless. It's fine. I don't believe that she won't come out once I catch you. As he spoke, he charged directly at Yi Xian. Behind him, the super experts also rushed over. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly held his sword horizontally to his neck. Seeing this, Gu Yao suddenly stopped and looked at Yi Xian. What are you doing? Yi Xian looked at Gu Yao and sneered. You want to use me to threaten my aunt? No way. If you dare take another step forward, I'll kill myself. Let me tell you, once I die, my aunt will go crazy and take revenge on you. She will hide in the dark and take revenge on you. Let me ask you, are you afraid? Gu Yao narrowed his eyes. I don't believe that you really dare to kill yourself. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly held his sword and stabbed it into his abdomen. Yi Xian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Gu Yao was dumbfounded. Damn it, are all modern people so crazy? Suicide just because you say so? End of this chapter. Needless to say, Gu Yao was quite stunned right now. He really hadn't intended to kill Yi Xian, and he'd mainly intended to capture Yi Xian so that the mysterious woman wouldn't act against him. However, he'd never imagined that Yi Xian would be so staunch and take his own life just like that. That's too ruthless. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. So long as I die, then my aunt will definitely stop at nothing to take revenge on all of you. Gu Yao gazed at Yi Xian and spoke fiercely. She killed countless members of our clan and even took countless treasures from us. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard this. Damn it. That woman is really ruthless. Gu Yao stared fixedly at Yi Xian. All of you will repay this enmity with your blood. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, I'll take all of you to her. Do all of you dare? Gu Yao was slightly hesitant. Even though he'd awakened most of the experts in his clan, he still didn't have the information to deal with that mysterious woman. That woman was too strong. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, I'll tell you the truth. Don't get angry. That is, the number of people you have is really not enough for my aunt to fight. Do you know how strong she is? Gu Yao gazed at Yi Xian. How strong? Yi Xian spoke seriously. I don't know the specifics. All I know is that she kills God-rank realm experts like ants, and experts above the God-rank realm can't even withstand a single blow from her. Gu Yao glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian continued, I think that the few of you aren't enough. Why don't you call more people over, and then I'll take all of you to her. Gu Yao gazed at Yi Xian. You don't seem to be worried about her. Yi Xian laughed embarrassedly. My aunt is really good at fighting. Gu Yao gazed at Yi Xian and laughed coldly. Just you wait. And that aunt of yours? I'll make all of you pay the price. With that, he turned around and left. Seeing that Gu Yao and the rest had left, Yi Xian pulled out the sword from his abdomen, his face gradually darkening. damn it, that woman was setting him up. He finally understood why the other party forced him to absorb those souls and even gave him treasures. They wanted to make him a scapegoat. Although he had obtained some benefits, it was obvious that he had formed a bad relationship with this mysterious force. What was he trying to do? Yi Xian sheathed his sword and turned to leave. At this moment, Bai Dizzy appeared in front of Yi Xian. He glanced at the end of the starry sky in the distance. Are you all right? Yi Xian shook his head. I'll handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of sword light and vanished into the distance. In the starry sky, Bai Dizzy's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. Saint level. In front of the bamboo house, the Holy Master was bowing, and no one knew what he was saying. After a while, the woman in the bamboo house shook her head and smiled. This little fellow is really interesting. He sent those fellows from the wilderness north away with just a few words. He's just like his father. His eloquence is extraordinary. The Holy Master hesitated for a moment and said, Master, what kind of force is the wilderness north? The woman said softly, it's a very, very ancient force. They belong to the prehistoric civilization. The Holy Master frowned slightly. Prehistoric civilization? The woman nodded. It's a civilization that existed before the Taoist scripture civilization. However, there are no records of that civilization in the entire universe because the Taoist scripture civilization was 1,000,000 years away from that civilization. During that 1,000,000 years, there was a blank period. In other words, it was the primitive era. During that era, there were pitifully few humans, and they didn't even have a written language. Therefore, there are no records of the prehistoric era. As for why they sealed themselves, no one knows. At this point, she paused for a moment and continued. However, this prehistoric civilization is a little strange. Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From this moment onwards, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to dismiss Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a crown prince, why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling, this is a clan matter, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides, Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his crown prince position. This is unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, discard him or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder said coldly, then flog him 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang, and he knew that his chance to show off had come. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince position, and it is everyone's wish. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen, but she did not cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yilang looked at the guard, and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed, "I'm Zhang Mu, greeting the crown prince." Yilang nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and he hurriedly bowed deeply, "I will go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I will do anything for you." Yilang nodded slightly, "Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, so don't show any mercy. Do you understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yilang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yilang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was torn, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Yixian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yixian, Yilang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yixian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yixian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yilang, and was about to speak, when Yixian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yixian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yiling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yilang suddenly roared, "Yixian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yixian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yilang's face turned ugly. Yixian looked up at him and snarled, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yixian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yiling's side. Seeing Yiling's appearance, Yixian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yixian, her tears flowed out, "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yixian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yixian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yixian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yilang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yilang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. "Why?" At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yiling, and she was Yixian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yixian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, "Yiling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yixian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yiling coldly, "This is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave." Yiling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides, "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged, "Whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yilang, suddenly laughed, "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is risking his life for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Do you understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Needless to say, Yi Xian was a little shocked at this moment. His own father killed his own grandfather. Can it be played like this? At this moment, the voice sighed softly. "It's not your father's fault. It's your grandfather who wanted to devour your father's bloodline. Moreover, your grandfather is really not a good person. These are all old matters. You will naturally know about these grudges in the future." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "I don't really want to know about these grudges now. I just want to know if anyone has come to take that woman." The voice said, "Originally, your bloodline could suppress her, but now, your bloodline has been suppressed and sealed. How can you play with her?" Yi Xian was speechless. "I also didn't know that my aunt was such a scammer." The voice said, "After all, she is your aunt. Why don't you go and talk to her? Maybe you can resolve some of the grudges from the past. After all, you are quite good at bluffing." Yi Xian was speechless. The voice said again, "Aunt still has things to do. Take care of yourself." In the hall, Yi Xian sighed softly. Grudges? What grudges? What does the matters of the older generation have to do with me? Why are they all beating me up? After a long time, Yi Xian sighed again and turned to leave. "I can only go and talk to that woman," just as eldest aunt said. They were a family, so why should they fight? It would be good to talk. Of course, I can't beat her. After leaving the four-dimensional universe, Yi Xian came to the holy region. Let's talk. As soon as Xian arrived at the holy region, the Holy Master appeared in front of him. At this time, the Holy Master's arm had already recovered. The Holy Master looked at Xian. What do you want? Xian said with a smile, kill people. Oh, no, chat. I'm here to chat. The Holy Master stared at Xian. Chat. What do we have to chat about? Xian pointed below. I'm here to talk to my aunt. Holy Lord frowned. Xian, what nonsense are you spouting? Xian blinked. Holy Lord, don't you know that the woman below is my aunt? My dear aunt. The sacred leader glared at Xian. Are you here to acknowledge your kin? Xian nodded. Yes. Saint Master was expressionless. There's no one down there. You can leave. Xian chuckled. He took out the supreme sword and gently tapped it on his palm. He didn't say anything and just smiled. The sacred lord's expression was somewhat unsightly. Damn it, this guy is threatening me. However, he really couldn't do anything to Xian. God realm experts couldn't do anything to Xian because Xian's physical body was too monstrous. Deity realm powerhouses were already unable to pose any substantial threat to Xian's fleshy body. Suddenly, a voice resounded from below, ask him to come down. The sacred lord bowed respectfully to the people below. Then he looked at Xian and said, you can leave now. Xian walked down, and it didn't take long for him to arrive before a bamboo forest. He passed through the bamboo forest and saw a bamboo house. At this moment, a voice resounded from within the house, come in. Xian didn't hesitate and walked in. The furnishings within the house were very simple. There was only a bed, a bamboo table, and 2 bamboo chairs. The woman sat before the table and was reading a book. The woman smiled when she saw Xian. Sit. Xian nodded. He sat before the woman. There was a chessboard on the table, and the white piece was in a hopeless situation. Xian smiled, is this white piece me? The woman shook her head and smiled, it's not you. It's me. Xian frowned slightly, you? The woman smiled, yes. No matter where I go, I'll die in the end. Xian looked at the woman, I heard from others that you're really my aunt. The woman nodded, it's true, and we're related. Xian was puzzled, why did you do this to me? The woman smiled, some grudges. Xian asked, the older generation? The woman nodded. Xian looked at the woman, is it appropriate for you to bully the younger generation for the grudges of the older generation? The woman smiled, I can't beat the older generation. Hearing this, Xian's mouth twitched, and he almost went berserk. F***ck, you can't beat the older generation, so you come to beat me? F***ck me, the woman smiled, did you come to me today to talk about this? Xian said, I want to understand something. The woman put down the book in her hand and smiled, ask away. Xian looked at the woman, you can kill me, right? The woman nodded, I can indeed kill you, but that's under the premise that no one else interferes. But if I touch you, someone will definitely stop me. Just like now, although it's only the 2 of us, I can't kill you if I want to. Xian frowned, why? The woman smiled, that's not the point. Xian was silent for a moment, then said, I want to know about the grudges of the older generation. The woman shook her head, I can't tell you. No, I don't want to tell you. Xian looked at the woman, so you're saying that you're determined to kill me? The woman smiled, yes. Xian nodded, I understand. With that, he stood up and left. When he walked to the door, he turned to look at the woman, you've done so much, so it shouldn't be just to use others to kill me, right? The woman smiled, yes. Xian said, the cause of disaster? The woman nodded. Xian nodded slightly, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Within the bamboo house, the woman's smile gradually vanished. After a long time, she placed her right hand lightly on the chessboard, and in the next moment, the entire chessboard transformed into nothingness. Everything was destroyed, there was no winner. Xian returned to the 5th dimension, and he looked for Baidizhi. Within the hall, Xian said in a low voice, investigate those mysterious powers that came looking for me earlier and find out their origins. Baidizhi said in a low voice, I've already sent people to investigate before you left. However, there's no news. Xian said softly, then they should be quite far away from us. Bai Dizzy nodded, I've already asked Black City for help, and they've agreed. Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, you must do it secretly. Otherwise, you might implicate them. Bai Dizzy nodded slightly, I understand. As he spoke, he hesitated for a moment before he said, do you know who's behind this? Xian nodded. I do. Bai Dizzy fell silent for a moment before he said, no matter what, be careful. Xian nodded. I understand. Bai Dizzy was about to speak when a figure suddenly appeared within the hall. Xian looked at the figure, and the figure bowed slightly to Xian before leaving behind a scroll and vanishing. Xian opened his palm, and the scroll appeared in his hand. He opened it, and there were only 4 words on it, Divine City, Northern Wilderness, Divine City? Northern Wilderness. Xian exerted some force with his right hand, and the scroll vanished. The mysterious power from before was from the Northern Wilderness. That woman was obviously using the Northern Wilderness. Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, I'm going out for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Northern Wilderness. Yao knelt devoutly in front of the stone tablet, and behind him were dozens of super overlords. These people had all surpassed the immortal state. At this moment, all of them were kneeling in front of the stone tablet. After an unknown period of time, the stone tablet trembled slightly, and in the next moment, a woman walked out of it. The woman only wore a black tube top, and most of her skin was exposed to the air. She only wore a very short leather skirt, and her legs were as white as jade. After the woman appeared, she slowly closed her eyes, and Yao and the others in front of her hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings, Divine Envoy. The woman gently hooked her finger, and a black gauze suddenly appeared on her body, which made her look even sexier. After a while, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, and her gaze pierced through the starry sky, directly to the sacred region. Inside the bamboo house, the mysterious woman who was reading a book suddenly opened her eyes. She turned her head to take a look and said with a smile, interesting. It seems that I've underestimated this prehistoric civilization. Northern Wilderness. The Divine Envoy opened her palm, and a machete suddenly appeared in her hand. In the next moment, she lightly slashed in front of her. Whoosh, the space in front of her cracked, and almost at the same time, in the bamboo house in the sacred region, the space in front of the mysterious woman suddenly cracked, and a black blade flashed out. The mysterious woman's expression was calm, and she lightly pointed with her fingers. Boom, the blade shook violently, and then slowly turned into nothingness. The Divine Envoy swung the blade again. Whoosh, a blade suddenly appeared between the mysterious woman's eyebrows, but the blade stopped half an inch away from the mysterious woman's eyebrows. This was because the mysterious woman's jade-like fingers had caught the blade. The mysterious woman gently pinched the blade with her fingers, and the blade turned into nothingness. Then, she lightly pointed forward. In the sacred region, the space in front of the Divine Envoy suddenly cracked, and a finger shot out. The Divine Envoy's expression was calm. She opened her palm, and countless blade auras flew out of it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, the finger was directly cut into powder. In the sacred region, inside the bamboo house, the woman smiled and did not attack again. In the Northern Wilderness, the Divine Envoy also did not attack again. Several blade auras flew around her. Yao hesitated, and then asked, Divine Envoy? The Divine Envoy said softly, very strong. Very strong. Hearing this, Yao's expression became serious. The Divine Envoy slowly closed her eyes. This woman forced her way into the Northern Wilderness, took those souls, and bullied the Northern Wilderness. Just for that young man Xian? Yao nodded. Yes. That young man has already absorbed those souls. Then, she paused, and then said, that young man is not simple, especially his body, which is extremely powerful, and his bloodline has extremely strong healing abilities. The Divine Envoy was expressionless. I'll go and see this person. You guys wait here for the Underworld Envoy. Underworld Envoy. Hearing this, Yao's heart jumped, and he quickly nodded. Yes. The Divine Envoy did not speak again. She took a step forward, and with that, she disappeared from the Northern Wilderness. In the starry sky, Xian rode on his flying sword. After a long time, he arrived at the God City. Just as he was about to step into the God City, a powerful divine sense suddenly enveloped him. Xian frowned slightly. At this moment, that divine sense suddenly disappeared without a trace. Xian was slightly startled. A moment later, he continued forward. There was only a small tavern in the city. The small tavern was very new, as if it had just been built. Xian walked into the tavern. Inside the tavern, there were only two people. One was the tavern manager, and the other was a waiter. At this moment, both of them were looking at Xian. Xian was a little baffled by their gazes. He asked, "Do the two of you know me?" The waiter looked at the manager. The manager waved his hand and the waiter retreated. The manager looked at Xian and said with a smile, "Do you want to drink? The best wine here is Spring Sword." Xian thought for a moment and said with a smile, "I'll have a pot." The manager smiled and said, "Please sit." Xian walked to the side and sat down. The manager immediately brought over a pot of wine and two side dishes. Just as the manager was about to leave, Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Let's have a chat." The manager hesitated for a moment before nodding, "Sure." He sat in front of Xian. Xian smiled and said, "Senior knows me." The manager smiled, "Why do you say so?" Xian said, "When I first came in, the way you looked at me." The manager was silent. Xian suddenly asked, "I'll be more direct. Are you in cahoots with that woman?" The manager seemed to know who Xian was talking about. He immediately shook his head, "No." "No," Xian asked again, "Do you know me?" The manager nodded, "My master knows you." Xian was a little curious, "Your master? Can I meet him?" The manager shook his head. "It's not convenient for the time being." Xian smiled and asked, "Why?" The manager hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young Master Yi, your true objective for coming here this time is for that woman, right?" Xian nodded. The innkeeper sighed in a low voice. "Young Master Yi, to be honest, that woman also came to the tavern, and we couldn't do anything to her." After a moment of silence, Xian smiled and said, "Then I'll ask about the northern wilderness." "Northern wilderness," the shopkeeper said, "we know a little about Daoyi. The northern wilderness is a prehistoric civilization, a civilization before the Tao scripture. Their cultivation system is completely different from ours. Their cultivation system is also different. Moreover, they also cultivate faith energy, but it's different from ours. Moreover, some of their cultivation methods are very special. For example, they cultivate psychokinesis, which we know nothing about. Apart from that, they also cultivate underworld energy, a special kind of power." As he said this, his expression became serious. Xian smiled bitterly. "To tell you the truth, that woman must have gone to the desolate north. Then she brought out the souls of some of the desolate north's powerhouses and let me absorb them." The innkeeper looked at Xian and asked, "You absorbed them?" Xian shrugged. "She forced me to absorb them." The innkeeper said in a deep voice, "She wants to make the northern wilderness your enemy." Xian nodded. After a moment of silence, the innkeeper said, "What are you going to do?" Xian said, "I want to go to the northern wilderness and clear up this misunderstanding. But I'm afraid I won't be able to return. They are not only strong, but they also have a lot of people." The innkeeper hesitated and said, "You absorbed all the souls?" Xian nodded. The innkeeper sighed again. "That's not a simple problem." Xian said in a deep voice, "I'm not particularly worried about the northern wilderness. I'm worried about that woman. My intuition tells me that she's plotting something." The innkeeper nodded. "Master also said that she's plotting something. It's not just to cause trouble for you. It might have something to do with the cause of misfortune on you." Xian nodded. "My guess is also the cause of misfortune. But I don't know the specifics." The innkeeper glanced at Xian. "Young Master Yi, you can't fight her alone. Master suggests that you find someone from the older generation." Xian shrugged. "I can't find anyone. By the way, can you help me contact Jing'er?" The innkeeper asked. "The woman in the plain dress?" Xian nodded. The innkeeper shook his head. No. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? The innkeeper said in a deep voice, young Master Yi, Master also doesn't suggest that you let that senior come back. Because if she comes back, things will become more complicated. Also, your aunt's target might be the woman in the plain dress. Yi Xian frowned. Kill Qing-er? The innkeeper shook his head. She doesn't have that ability. She might be plotting against you and the woman in the plain dress. The only thing that can restrain the woman in the plain dress is the cause of misfortune. So. When he spoke up to hear, he sighed softly. Actually, Master isn't too sure about her true objective. The only thing I know is that it's related to the disaster cause. Because if she wants to kill you, she can only rely on the disaster cause. Yi Xian suddenly asked. Can I see your master? The innkeeper shook his head. Master can't see you. Please understand. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Let's talk about the northern wilderness. The northern wilderness now sees me as their mortal enemy. Although I tricked them into leaving, I believe that they will definitely come back soon. The innkeeper suddenly said. Go find Misting. Misting? Yi Xian blinked. Who is it? The innkeeper took out a scroll and placed it in front of Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, take care. Then, he got up and left. Yi Xian was silent for a long time. He picked up the scroll and left. Not long after, he suddenly turned around. Not far away, the tavern suddenly burst into flames. Soon, the entire tavern turned into nothingness. Yi Xian said softly. I'm sorry. I didn't know I would implicate you. Thank you. Then, he turned around and left. In the starry sky, Yi Xian opened the scroll. It was actually a map. Misting, Yi Xian was curious. Who was this Misting that the tavern senior mentioned? Would he implicate her if he went to find her? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian finally chose to find this Misting. Otherwise, who knew what would happen if he allowed that woman to continue? He really couldn't beat her. Even now, he still didn't know how strong that woman was. Since it was a grudge between the older generation, it was better to let the older generation solve it themselves. I won't take the blame. In the fifth dimension. On this day, a woman suddenly arrived in the starry sky of the fifth dimension. It was the divine envoy. The divine envoy stood in the starry sky and looked down at the fifth dimension. After a long time, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. This universe is a bit interesting. Then, she suddenly turned around. Not far away, there stood a little girl, Mu Nianyan. The divine envoy looked at Mu Nianyan. After a while, she looked at the candied fruit in Mu Nianyan's hand and said softly. You are very strong. Mu Nianyan said, the northern wilderness? The divine envoy nodded. Mu Nianyan said with a smile, want to talk? The divine envoy looked at Mu Nianyan's candied fruit and asked, is there a need to talk? Mu Nianyan smiled slightly. That woman is using you. The divine envoy looked calm. That woman wants to use us to target that young man? Mu Nianyan said with a smile, it seems that I can save my breath. However, I am a bit curious. How did you know? Or is it just a guess? The divine envoy slowly clenched her right hand that was hidden behind her back. I have fought with her. She is very strong. It is meaningless for such a strong person to snatch those souls. Those treasures are also meaningless to her. Then, there are only two possibilities left. First, she is really doing it for that young man. Second, she is framing that young man and wants the northern wilderness to become enemies with that young man. Then, she looked down. This time, I came to see that young man and this universe. This universe is not simple. You are very strong. However, you are a bit strange. You are in a very strange state now. Mu Nianyan said with a smile, strange state? The divine envoy nodded. There seems to be something bothering you. Mu Nianyan smiled. The cause of misfortune. The divine envoy frowned. The cause of misfortune? Mu Nianyan asked, there is no cause of misfortune in your era? The divine envoy said softly, you are talking about the body of misfortune. Mu Nianyan was a bit curious. The body of misfortune? The divine emissary nodded. The cause of disaster you mentioned should be what we call the body of disaster, the source of all evil karma. However, this kind of person has never appeared even in our era. In our era, there was a good body. As for this body of disaster, not only did it not appear in our era, it did not even appear in the most ancient era. Mu Nianyan licked the candied fruit and said, "Do you have a way to solve this body of misfortune?" The divine envoy looked at Mu Nianyan's candied fruit again. Yes. Mu Nianyan blinked. There is? The divine envoy said, "The body of misfortune cannot be directly erased or changed, but it can be reversed, forcibly reversed." Mu Nianyan asked, "How do you reverse it?" The divine envoy looked at Mu Nianyan. "Become stronger. So strong that no karma can touch you." Mu Nianyan was silent. Wasn't she talking about the woman in the plain dress? That woman was the one who no karma dared to touch, but it was still very difficult for Xian to reach the level of the woman in the plain dress, at least not in a short time. At this moment, the divine envoy suddenly said, "That young man can live until now with the body of misfortune is because someone is blocking the source of the body of misfortune for him, right?" Mu Nianyan nodded. Yes. The divine envoy frowned slightly. Someone can do that? Mu Nianyan smiled. Yes. The divine envoy shook his head. Impossible. This cause of misfortune is simply. No, you have no reason to lie to me. Moreover, that young man is indeed still alive. Mu Nianyan licked the candied fruit and smiled. It was good to talk to smart people because you didn't have to explain too much nonsense. At this moment, the divine envoy suddenly asked, "What are you licking?" Mu Nianyan smiled. Candied fruit. The divine envoy hesitated. It looks delicious. Can I lick it? Mu Nianyan blinked and said, This is a divine item. It blooms every 10,000 years and bears fruit every 10,000 years. Look at this string of mine, there are 6 of them. They have been bearing fruit for 60,000 years. The divine envoy. 60,000 years old, the saint blinked. Really? Mu Nianyan said seriously, Of course. However, I can give you a skewer. With that, she took out a skewer of candied haws and handed it to the saint. The saint hesitated for a moment before taking the candied haws. She licked it gently. It was a little sweet and sour, but there was no spiritual energy or energy. She looked at Mu Nianyan and asked, Why doesn't this thing have any energy or spiritual energy? Nianyan blinked, feeling a little awkward. How was she going to fool him? Fortunately, the saint did not continue to ask this question. She licked it again and said, This thing is sour and sweet. There's an indescribable feeling when you lick it. Mu Nianyan smiled and said, Delicious, right? The saint nodded. Indeed. With that, she glanced at Mu Nianyan and said, I can't take it from you for free. When she spoke up to hear, she opened her palm to reveal a pure white spirit fruit. As soon as it appeared, a wave of pure spiritual energy instantly spread out from her palm. Nianyan blinked. This is? The saint said, My clan's sacred fruit. It blooms every 10,000 years and bears fruit every 10,000 years. After eating, it can cleanse the marrow and nourish the limbs and bones. Most importantly, it tastes good and delicious. Nianyan looked at the saint. Is it for me? The saint nodded. Yes. Nianyan smiled and said, Actually, this candied haw isn't that precious. The saint nodded. I know. This thing should be some snacks of this era, right? Nianyan nodded. Yes. The saint smiled slightly. No matter what, I ate your candied haw and I don't like to owe others, so you can keep it. Nianyan shook her head. You have your principles and I have mine. Just give me a skewer of candied haw in the future. The saint thought for a moment and said, That's fine too. Nianyan smiled and said, Let's talk about that woman. Are you interested? The saint nodded. Yes. Nianyan smiled and said, You already know the truth. What are you going to do now? The saint shook his head. I don't know how strong she is, and I don't know what she will do next. As she said that, she looked at Mu Nianyan. Because you're affected by the disaster constitution, you can't attack openly, right? Nianyan nodded. Yes. The divine envoy said softly, then things will be a bit tricky. Nian said, if I'm not wrong, she should have a backup plan, but we don't know what this backup plan is for now. Most importantly, you've already seen through her scheme. I'm worried that she has already anticipated this and has a backup plan. The saint nodded slightly. That's what I'm worried about. As she spoke, she shook her head. I wanted to talk to her, but she didn't want to. Nian blinked. Why don't we join forces? The saint was silent. Nian asked, are you worried about the body of disaster? The sage nodded. Yes. Nian smiled and said, she killed many of your people. The saint looked at Nian. But if we continue to be enemies with her without knowing her true strength, we might lose more people. Moreover, her real intention is to target you. My clan doesn't want to get involved in this mess for now. Nian nodded. I understand. However, you guys still have to be careful. She probably won't let this go. The saint nodded. Thank you for the reminder. As she said that, she licked the candied fruit and said, I still have something to do. We'll talk another day. With that, she turned and left. Nian looked at the saint in the distance and remained silent. What will that woman do next? Somewhere in the starry sky, Xianxia was flying on his sword. He didn't know where he was going because he was following the map. Miss Ding, he was also curious about this Miss Ding. The tavern owner had asked him to look for her. She should be able to restrain that woman, right? At this moment, the space not far away from him suddenly trembled. Xianxia frowned slightly and clenched his right hand tightly. He clenched the sword in his hand because he felt a murderous intent that came out of nowhere. At this moment, the murderous intent suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the space split open and a woman walked out. It was the mysterious woman from the sacred land. Xianxia looked at the woman in silence. The woman said with a smile, are you going to look for help? Xianxia hurriedly shook his head. No. I'm just strolling around. The woman laughed and said, I like to see you lie with your eyes wide open. It's really interesting. Xianxia was speechless. The woman said with a smile, go back. Xianxia looked at the woman. Are you afraid that I'll look for that person? The woman shook her head. I'm not afraid because she can't do anything to me. However, with her around, it'll be a little troublesome to carry out many of my plans because she knows me better than Miss Nian and knows more than Miss Nian. Xianxia was silent. The woman looked at Xianxia and said with a smile, are you going back yourself, or do you want me to beat you up? Xianxia looked at the woman. How about a spar? The woman said with a smile, are you serious? Xianxia nodded. I'm serious. It's a spar, the kind where we stop when it's appropriate. The woman laughed. Stop when it's appropriate. Since you want to know my strength, then come. Xianxia suddenly disappeared from the spot. The space in front of the woman suddenly tore open and a sword beam appeared an inch away from the woman's eyebrows. Instant kill sword, extreme instant kill sword. However, such a fast sword was caught by 2 fingers. The woman held on to Xianxia's sword and smiled. A very fast sword. However, even Tingyun can't do anything to me with this sword, let alone you. As she said that, her fingers trembled slightly. Boom, Xianxia and his sword were sent flying hundreds of feet away. The woman looked at Xianxia. Again. Xianxia looked at the woman. The next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of the woman. Immediately after, 4 types of domains enveloped the woman. At the same time, he held the sword with both hands and slashed forward. He used all his strength in this sword. Of course, it lacked the crazy demon bloodline power. Even so, the power of this sword was enough to destroy heaven and earth. However, even with the support of 4 types of domains, this sword was still caught by the woman's 2 fingers. The woman's 2 fingers trembled slightly. Boom, Xianxia's 4 types of domains were directly shattered. At the same time, he was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Xianxia looked at the sword in his hand in silence. He was crushed. This woman's strength was far above his. Even if he used the power of faith, he might not be able to do anything to this woman. The woman sized up Xianxia. 4 types of domains. It's quite rare. However, it's a pity that your 4 types of domains are of a low level. You haven't grasped the true essence of domains. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Low level? The woman nodded and smiled. You can't really think that domains are so trashy, right? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Are domains very strong? The woman smiled. Of course. Although you have 4 types of domains, you haven't grasped the essence of domains. Therefore, your power is mediocre. Yi Xian said in a low voice. How can I display the true power of this domain? The woman blinked. Are you asking me? Yi Xian, the woman smiled. I won't tell you. Otherwise, if you're too strong, you'll only make things difficult for me. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Are you afraid that I'll become stronger? The woman smiled. If you want to be a threat to me, you'll need at least 30 years, or even longer. Therefore, within 30 years, it doesn't matter how you jump around. However, I can't take the initiative to help you improve. Isn't that looking for trouble for myself? Yi Xian was silent. The woman smiled. Don't worry. I won't target the people around you. I won't use your relatives to threaten you. You can rest assured. Yi Xian glanced at the woman. In that case, I should be thanking you. The woman smiled. I can understand you. After all, it's a grudge of the older generation. You have to take the blame. But there's no other way. This matter has something to do with you. Moreover, I really can't beat the older generation. I can only beat you. Yi Xian looked calm. You're really straightforward. Speaking of which, I'm curious. Do you have some kind of blood feud with my mother? The woman smiled. Sort of. Yi Xian frowned. Your sisters. Is there such a big grudge? The woman shook her head. I can't tell you about this. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. He asked again. I heard from a senior that my grandfather was killed. The woman nodded. Yes. Yi Xian continued to ask. My father did it? The woman nodded. Your grandfather's death. I can only say that he deserved it. Although it's a bit unfilial to say this, he has done too many evil things. Moreover, when you were born, he wanted to kill you. Yi Xian was stunned. My grandfather wanted to kill me? The woman nodded. Yes. Yi Xian wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Damn it. It's not easy for me to live until now, the woman suddenly smiled. Let's go back. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Can we make an agreement? The woman smiled. Let's hear it. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. No matter what happens in the future, don't make a move on the 5th dimension. Don't make a move on the people around me. Of course, I won't make the 5th dimension and the people around you your enemy. This is a grudge between the two of us. What do you think? The woman smiled. Sure. However, I won't make a move on the 5th dimension. I won't show mercy to some people from the older generation who helped you. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Okay. After saying that, he turned around and left. Not long after Yi Xian left, a shadow quietly appeared behind the woman. The shadow gradually solidified. It was a woman wearing an emerald green dress. There were some leaf-like things on the woman's head. It looked quite strange. The woman who had just appeared stared at Yi Xian at the end of the starry sky in the distance. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. The mysterious woman suddenly smiled. You can't just kill him like that. Do you understand? Moreover, what's the point of killing him? After all, the person you want to kill is Tian Ming. The woman in the emerald green dress was expressionless. If I kill him, that woman will definitely be in pain, right? The mysterious woman smiled. And then? Then she will end you with a sword? Also, we can't kill him now. Don't underestimate that Miss Nian Yen. The woman in the emerald green dress was silent. The mysterious woman suddenly said, How's the contact going? The woman in the emerald green dress said solemnly, I've already contacted some people. However, most of them don't dare to participate in this matter because they fear Tian Ming. As she said that, she looked at the mysterious woman. How do you plan to deal with that man and that woman? The mysterious woman raised her head to look at the end of the starry sky and said softly, our appearance is the best chance for this disaster cause. I don't believe it won't seize this opportunity. This disaster cause will definitely help us. If I'm not wrong, this disaster cause is about to make a move. In a certain part of the starry sky, a woman was walking slowly. It was the woman in the white dress. At that moment, the woman in the white dress suddenly stopped. The blood-red threads around her suddenly trembled violently. They surrounded the woman in the white dress like a huge ball, wrapping around her. However, it was very difficult for them to approach her. At the same time, the space in front of the woman suddenly turned blood-red. Within that blood-red space, there was a blood-red door. The woman in the white dress slowly closed her eyes. After a long while, she turned her head to take a look and sneered. You're playing with me? If it weren't for the fact that you're his mother, I would have ended you with my sword long ago. You don't even recognize your own son. What the hell? After saying that, she walked towards the blood-red door. P.S. Updated 1 minute late, one more chapter. As the plain-dressed woman walked towards the blood-red door, the starry sky around her had already turned blood-red. The entire starry sky was like a sea of blood. It was extremely strange. The plain-dressed woman walked slowly. Her expression was calm as the number of blood-red threads around her increased. When she reached the blood-red door, those blood-red threads had already covered the entire starry sky. If someone was here, they would definitely be scared to death. This was too terrifying. Karmic threads, endless karmic threads of disaster. These karmic threads of disaster should be on Xianxia's body. However, they had been shouldered by the plain-dressed woman. Of course, these karmic threads of disaster couldn't do anything to her. However, she couldn't sever them all because new threads would appear even if she severed them. Therefore, she didn't sever them all. The plain-dressed woman walked towards the blood-red door. Behind the door was a long blood-red path that seemed to have no end. When she entered the blood-red door, she suddenly turned her head to look at the karmic threads of disaster. She could see countless things from these karmic threads of disaster. Many of the karmic threads of disaster were related to her and the green-robed man. However, there were also some that didn't belong to her and the green-robed man. They belonged to Xianxia himself. The degree of terror of these karmic threads of disaster wasn't any less than the ones she and the green-robed man had. Everyone had a past life, present life, and a future life. However, when a person's strength reached a certain level, they could sever their past life and future life. The green-robed man had done it, she had also done it. She wouldn't be tainted by any karma. She would be herself. However, Xian couldn't do it. What was she really worried about? She was worried that Xian's past life would determine his present life. Some powerful people could be reborn after reaching a certain level. Moreover, they could control their own rebirth. After such people were reborn, they would gradually regain their past life's memories. If they were strong enough in their present life, they might be able to maintain their current state. However, if they weren't strong enough, they might become their past life self. Was there a difference? There was definitely a difference. Because once the past life's memories were restored, the person at that time would no longer be him. The reason why Xian was still himself now was because she had blocked everything from his previous life. All the karmic threads from his previous life had basically landed on her. Of course, this was only her guess. She was not sure if it was Xian's doing in his previous life, or if someone else was doing it, or if he was doing it himself, or if someone was helping him. Regardless of the reason, she was certain that Xian's identity was not simple. In fact, it was becoming more and more complicated. Before this, what gave her a headache was that the disaster cause had been lurking in the dark, leaving her powerless. But now, the cause of disaster could no longer hold back. When she thought up to here, the woman in a plain dress put away the wooden doll, and then she turned around to glance below. At this glance, she directly saw the mysterious woman from the hallowed grounds, and she had an expressionless face. A bunch of ants. If it wasn't for the fact that you're his mother, I would have killed you a long time ago. Are you even worthy of showing off your intelligence? After saying that, she entered the blood-red door. In fact, the mysterious woman from the hallowed grounds did not know that the woman in a plain dress wanted to make a move against the disaster cause even more than she did. If the disaster cause did not make a move and kept hiding, she really could not do anything to it. But if the disaster cause made a move and let her know where the disaster cause was, then it would be different. After the woman in a plain dress disappeared, the blood-red door in the starry sky slowly became illusory. After a while, it disappeared, and the surrounding starry sky also returned to normal. In the hallowed grounds, the mysterious woman in the bamboo house suddenly raised her head. After being silent for a long time, she softly said, "No, they might not have gone far. We have to wait a little longer. We can't rush." After saying that, she lowered her head and continued to read the ancient book. At this moment, the sacred master's voice came from outside the door. "Master, the people from the desolate north have already gone to the fifth dimension." The woman nodded. "I know." The sacred master hesitated for a moment, then said, "Will the desolate north ally with the fifth dimension?" The woman shook her head. "They wouldn't dare." The sacred master was somewhat puzzled. "Why?" The woman smiled and said, "They won't want to get involved in this mess." The sacred master said in a deep voice, "But if they know that this is a conspiracy of yours, master," the woman shook her head and smiled. "As long as Xian absorbs those souls, it will be fine. Those souls are evil causes. Although I forced him to absorb them, he still benefited from it. As for the desolate north, the sacred envoy doesn't represent the entire desolate north. Moreover, as long as there are enough benefits, the desolate north will kill Xian." Although the sacred master still had some doubts in his heart, he didn't ask any more. Instead, he quietly retreated. Outside the bamboo forest, the sacred master sighed. He knew that his master must have some big plan. Recently, some extremely powerful auras appeared in the hallowed grounds. However, he didn't know who these people were, and he didn't dare to ask. Xian returned to the fifth dimension. Somewhere in the cultivation room, Xian opened his right hand and slowly clenched it. In an instant, a powerful force condensed in his right hand, life fist. He had to admit that the power of this life fist was very powerful. However, he knew that even if he burned 1,000 years of his life, the life fist would not be able to do anything to that woman. Xian slowly loosened his right hand. This was the first time he felt so powerless. Although he had many enemies in the past, and they were all powerful, they were completely incomparable to this mysterious woman. Now, he felt that the woman was in control of everything. The biggest disadvantage was that the woman knew everything about him, while he didn't know much about her. As if he had thought of something, Xian suddenly opened his hands, and a mysterious force suddenly overflowed from his body. The power of faith. At this moment, his power of faith was unprecedentedly powerful. This was because it could be said that he had gathered the power of faith of the entire fifth dimension. Moreover, this power of faith was very pure. It could be said that this power of faith would increase his strength to an extremely terrifying level. However, his use of the power of faith was very simple and crude. That was to use it to forcibly increase his own strength. Domain. Xian suddenly displayed his sword domain. His sword domain directly enveloped the entire cultivation room. After the sword domain appeared, he crazily released his power of faith. Endless power of faith entered his sword domain. Excitement gradually appeared in Xian's eyes. Because he noticed that the sword domain was actually undergoing a transformation when the power of faith entered it, as if he'd thought of something, Xian suddenly said, "Condense." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It was an illusory sword. It was a sword condensed from the power of faith he'd condensed. Xian held the sword in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his sword domain had undergone a tremendous transformation. The sword domain that was supported by the power of faith and the sword Daoi was countless times stronger than his original sword domain. Moreover, he was able to increase the effects of the power of faith to its limits within this sword domain. Moreover, he could even utilize this sword domain to improve the might of his sword Dao. The power of faith could strengthen the sword domain, and the sword domain could strengthen his sword Dao. Xian clenched his fists tightly. He looked into the distance with the sword of faith in his hand. At this moment, he really wanted to slash out. The power of this sword would definitely destroy the world. However, this was the fifth dimension. Naturally, he couldn't use his sword. If he did, it would severely damage the origin of the fifth dimension. Yi Xian put away his sword and continued to ponder the power of faith and sword domain. He originally wanted to rush to the consolidation realm. However, he felt that he should stabilize his current realm. After all, he just reached the Tao attainment realm not long ago. As for his physical body, it hadn't been long since he'd reached the consolidation realm. It would be very difficult to improve it again. Since he couldn't improve his realm and physical body, he would improve his sword Tao and sword domain, especially the sword domain. He didn't know when it started, but he rarely used it. Against ordinary enemies, he didn't even need to use the sword domain. He could instantly kill them with one strike. However, against some enemies, the sword domain was completely useless. For example, against that mysterious woman, the sword domain was completely useless, and that woman's words made him understand that it wasn't that the sword domain was weak, but that he hadn't developed it yet. In the following time, Yi Xian began to study the sword domain and the power of faith. Not only that, but he also studied the sword of instant death. With the blessing of the sword domain and the power of faith, the power of the sword of instant death could also be greatly enhanced. Especially in the space covered by the sword domain, the speed of the sword of instant death was already indescribable. It could be said that the speed was so fast that even he couldn't resist it. The power of faith and sword domain allowed Yi Xian to discover a new continent. In the blink of an eye, 1 month passed. During this month, Yi Xian hid in the cultivation room every day. As for the matters of the fifth dimension, he was relieved that Bai Dizzy and the others were handling it. Moreover, Bai Dizzy and the others didn't disturb him. Apart from cultivating, Yi Xian had been reading books for the past month. He read the ancient books that Nian Nian had collected. Not only that, he also asked Bai Dizzy to collect all the books related to the sword path in the fifth dimension, especially those from the sword sect. Just as the white-robed Qing'er said, his current sword path had reached its end. He could only walk the next path by himself. However, if he wanted to walk his own path, learning was indispensable. He wanted to improve his attainments in the sword Tao to the next level. During this time, there was no movement from the sacred domain. On this day, the sacred master came to the bamboo house. The sacred master glanced inside the bamboo house and saw that there were 2 women inside. The sacred master bowed slightly. "Master, that Yi Xian seems to be cultivating crazily." The mysterious woman said with a smile, "Let him be." The sacred master hesitated for a moment and then said, "Master, aren't you worried?" The mysterious woman said, "You can leave." The sacred master didn't dare to say anything else and immediately left. Inside the bamboo house, the mysterious woman looked at the woman in front of her. The woman was wearing an emerald green dress and there were a few broken leaves in her hair. The mysterious woman said with a smile, "Tree Boundless, you are too anxious." Tree Boundless' expression was cold. "She has already left. Are you still not going to act?" The mysterious woman shook her head. "Not enough, because I can still feel a trace of her aura." Tree Boundless suddenly asked, "What if she comes back?" The mysterious woman was silent. Tree Boundless looked at the woman. "You have thought about this problem, right?" The mysterious woman said softly, "She will not come back." Tree Boundless frowned slightly. "Why?" The mysterious woman said with a smile, in her eyes, "You and I are both ants." "Ants?" Tree Boundless was silent. How strong was that woman? She had personally experienced it, so strong that it made people feel despair. In this world, who could suppress the plain-dressed woman? No one. Even the green-robed man could only fight against the plain-dressed woman. But if the plain-dressed woman went crazy, the green-robed man could not stop her. In the eyes of that woman, apart from a few people, who was not an ant, in front of Tree Boundless, the mysterious woman suddenly smiled and said, "Of course, if she comes back, it is also a good thing." Tree Boundless looked at the mysterious woman and asked, "What do you mean?" The mysterious woman smiled and said, "The reason why Yi Xian can live so comfortably now is because she is at the front. If she returns to Yi Xian's side, who will be at the front? Of course, she can always stay by Yi Xian's side, but if she stays by Yi Xian's side, Yi Xian will never be able to grow. The path of the great Tao is walked by oneself. This is also the reason why she left Yi Xian, because she wants Yi Xian to grow on his own." Saying that, she shook her head and smiled. In her heart, the enemies of this universe, including us, are all Yixian's whetstones. Tree Boundless' expression was somewhat cold. She is so confident. The mysterious woman said softly, she is indeed very confident, but she has the strength. Saying that, she turned to look at the horizon. I hope that the cause of disaster is not so weak, otherwise, how can others play with it? Tree Boundless asked, in your opinion, does the cause of disaster have a chance of winning? The mysterious woman nodded, yes. Tree Boundless asked, why do you think so? The mysterious woman said softly, that's because the two of them weren't able to stop this disaster caused back then. You have to understand that whether it's the azure-clothed man or the plain-dressed woman, they can only destroy, but they can't create. This disaster cause is far, far too deep. Most importantly, if the source of this cause of disaster is Yixian himself, then this matter will be too interesting. At that time, should she kill or not? The reason why she hasn't forcefully cut off the cause of calamity on Yixian is also because of this. Tree Boundless asked solemnly, what do you plan to do next? The mysterious woman raised the teacup and took a light sip, and then she said softly, wait. Tree Boundless frowned. How much longer do we have to wait? The mysterious woman smiled and said, we've waited for so many years. There's no need to rush, right? Tree Boundless was silent. The mysterious woman suddenly asked, how's the contact? Tree Boundless said calmly, your seduction worked. More and more people join us. However, you have to remember one thing. If that woman or that man comes back, everything we've done will be meaningless. The mysterious woman nodded, even if that man wanted to come back, he wouldn't be able to do so immediately. What we really need to be careful of is slaughtering them. Tree Boundless nodded. As long as that woman doesn't come back. At this point, she suddenly looked at the mysterious woman. By the way, what level have you reached? Why can't I sense your realm? The mysterious woman smiled slightly, we're not enemies, you don't need to worry. Tree Boundless said calmly, I'm just curious. The mysterious woman smiled and said, a little higher than you think. Tree Boundless frowned slightly, but she didn't ask any more questions. At this time, the mysterious woman suddenly said, we have to be careful of someone. Tree Boundless asked, who? The mysterious woman dipped her finger into the tea, and then wrote a name on the table. Tree Boundless frowned slightly, he's here? The mysterious woman nodded, he should be here. Tree Boundless said, I'll deal with him. The mysterious woman smiled and said, no, you have to deal with something else. Tree Boundless looked at the mysterious woman, tell me your plan. The mysterious woman said softly, when that woman is a little further away, when I can't sense her, we'll make the disaster cause on Yixian materialize. At that time, besides the 3 swords, whoever helps him will suffer the wrath of heaven. Tree Boundless said, all right. Saying so, she stood up and left. The mysterious woman looked at the teacup in front of her, and after a long time, she said softly, even if I'm an ant trying to shake a tree, I still want to try. Saying so, she took out a white silk handkerchief, and on the handkerchief, there was a small footprint. Looking at the handkerchief in her hand, a trace of pain flashed in her eyes. Why should you die? Why? Because he has an invincible little sister? Don't worry, I'll make him pay the price. Those were her son's footprints. However, she had never even seen her son's face. That was because the calamity had descended upon her, and her soul had almost been destroyed. When she had woken up, only one of her 2 children was left. No, at that time, there was another person, and that was Tianming. After recalling the past, the killing intent in the mysterious woman's eyes became more and more ferocious. In the 5-dimensional universe, Yixian didn't pay attention to the outside world, and every day, he only focused on cultivating. The current him had perfectly fused the sword domain and the power of faith. The power of faith supported the sword domain, and the sword domain supported the way of the sword. With the perfect combination of the 2 powers, it could be said that his current sword domain was completely different from before. Apart from that, he had also developed the blood domain, the combination of bloodline power and the blood domain. He found that his bloodline power could greatly increase his blood domain, and it could make his blood reach a qualitative change. The most important thing in the blood domain was blood. Before this, he had actually neglected this problem, the blood domain. Of course, needed blood. The only pity was that he couldn't activate the crazy demon bloodline, because the crazy demon bloodline's destructive power was stronger than the immortal bloodline. If the crazy demon bloodline was combined with the blood domain, the power of the blood domain would become even stronger. Apart from that, he found that when he used the blood domain, the more blood there was, the stronger the blood domain would become. In addition, the death domain needed death chi. A death domain with death chi and a death domain without death chi were two completely different domains. However, the power of the death domain couldn't be compared to the blood domain and the sword domain, because he didn't have too much death chi. Unless he killed too many people and used millions of yin spirits and death chi to stabilize the domain. However, this situation was very rare. As for the dark domain, he found that the power of the dark domain would be greatly enhanced in the shattered space. He could use all kinds of dark matter to strengthen the dark domain. It should be said that when he used the dark domain, he could use the dark domain to forcibly absorb all the dark matter energy in the surroundings. How much dark matter energy was there between heaven and earth, especially in the starry sky? The dark matter energy could be said to be endless. In short, in the past month or so, Xian had gained a lot, especially in the use of the four domains. In this aspect, he had improved a lot. Now, the four domains were no longer useless to him, but a great killer move. Inside the hall, Xian and Xianxia sat facing each other. During this period of time, Xianxia had always been with him, and the two of them were discussing. Moreover, he had already imparted Life Fist to Xianxia. What made him a little dumbfounded was that even if Xianxia didn't have a powerful body, she could still cultivate the Life Fist. However, her Life Fist was different from his. Moreover, she didn't burn her lifespan. Rather than saying that she cultivated the Life Fist, it would be better to say that she was drawing on the Life Fist. In this aspect of the martial Tao, Xianxia's talent was really too terrifying. Xianxia looked at Xian. You want to change the Life Fist into the Life Sword? Xian nodded, yes. I had this idea a long time ago. The Life Fist's power is extremely strong. If it can be fused with my instant kill sword, then its power will definitely reach a very terrifying level. Xianxia said in a deep voice, difficult. Xianxia said in a deep voice, difficult. Xian smiled, I know. What was the instant kill sword particular about? It was speed and that instant of explosive force. The Life Fist was also particular about explosive force. If these two types of explosive force could be fused together, then the might would absolutely be able to destroy the heavens and the earth. However, this was extremely difficult because the might of the Life Fist was too great, and the speed and strength of the instant kill sword had reached a limit. This wasn't a combination of strength and softness, but a fusion of strength and strength. So, the difficulty wasn't ordinary. Xianxia suddenly said, however, it isn't impossible. Xian looked at Xianxia, what do you mean? Xianxia looked at Xian, domain. Xian was stunned when he heard this, and then he suddenly came to his senses, right. I can use my domain to suppress these two forces and prevent them from going out of control. Xianxia nodded, your faith energy combined with your sword domain should be able to suppress the formidable strength of these two martial techniques. Moreover, your body is sufficiently strong to be able to support these two forces. However, you have to pay attention to the problem after executing this sword strike. If you're directly paralyzed after executing this sword strike, then I feel that such a fusion wouldn't have much meaning. Moreover, after the fusion, if the speed of execution is unable to attain the speed of the instant kill sword, then it would be meaningless as well. Xian fell silent. He knew what Xianxia meant. No matter if it was researching domains or sword techniques, their imaginary enemy was that mysterious woman. Simply speaking, if he were to face the mysterious woman, then he only had the chance to execute a single sword strike, and this sword strike didn't just have to be swift, it had to be strong as well. In other words, the current speed of the instant kill sword wasn't sufficient. Not only was its speed insufficient, its strength was far from sufficient. Moreover, if he were to fuse the Life Fist with the instant kill sword, then even if his strength was sufficient, it would be useless if his speed wasn't sufficient, because he might be killed by the mysterious woman at the instant he executed his sword strike. That woman wasn't stupid, and if she sensed danger, then she would absolutely not give him the chance to execute his sword strike. And Xianxia said, you can give it a try now. Xian nodded, enter the pagoda. As he spoke, he and Xianxia entered the world prison pagoda. Only by cultivating in the pagoda would he be able to satisfy that mysterious woman. Within the world prison pagoda, Xian stood silently, his right hand grasping the unparalleled sword. His lifespan began to burn, and at the instant he did so, a powerful force suddenly condensed in his right arm, the energy of lifespan. Xian slowly closed his eyes, continuing to burn his lifespan. In just a moment, he had burned nearly 50 years of his lifespan, and at this moment, the sword in his hand began to tremble violently. Although he was constantly using the sword domain and faith energy to suppress it, this force was truly too strong, and he found it difficult to control. After a long time, Xian suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Xianxia. "I can't use my sword." Xianxia frowned. "You can't use your sword?" Xian nodded, his expression solemn. "The force is too strong, it has already surpassed my control." Xianxia fell silent. Xian sighed softly, feeling slightly regretful, but he didn't intend to give up. If it was so easy to fuse, then it would be too much of a joke. Xian began to slowly release the force. He decided to make it simpler and not burn so much of his lifespan. He would do it bit by bit. Although this would consume a little of his lifespan, if he could fuse it, then it would absolutely be worth it. While Xian was cultivating, the space on the 9th floor suddenly trembled. Xian and Xianxia, who were cultivating, suddenly raised their heads to look at the 9th floor. In the next moment, the two of them appeared on the 9th floor, and in the 9th floor, space suddenly split open and a black object floated out. When they saw this object, Xian and Xianxia were stunned. "P.S. Please praise me, let me be lost in your praises." Pagoda, in front of the two of them was a Xiaota. This Xiaota was different from the world prison pagoda. This Xiaota was emitting a purple light, and this purple light was somewhat similar to his purple aura. Xian turned to look at Xianxia. Both of them had a trace of shock in their eyes. There was a Xiaota in this pagoda? What was this? At this moment, that Xiaota floated in front of Xian. It bounced in front of Xian, as if it was sizing up Xian. Xian hesitated, and asked, "You are?" The Xiaota suddenly laughed. "Xiaota." Xian's mouth twitched. Damn, this Xiaota could speak. Xiaota suddenly said, "You seem to be very confused?" Xian sized up Xiaota. "You are?" Xiaota laughed. "I am Xiaota." Xian's expression froze. This mother of asterisk cur. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly swayed from side to side, as if it was very happy. Xian asked, "Xiaota, why are you in this pagoda?" Xiaota floated in front of Xian, and said with a smile, "Master placed me here, saying that I should assist you." Xian blinked. "Assist me?" Xiaota nodded, "Yes." Xian was a little confused. "Who is your master?" Xiaota said, "My master is my master." Xian held his forehead, he was having a headache. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly asked, "What is your master called?" Xiaota laughed, "You want to know my master's identity?" Xian nodded, "Yes." Xiaota suddenly bounced, "Is there any benefit?" "Benefits?" Xian and Xianxia were both stunned. This pagoda wanted benefits? Xiaota suddenly said, "Of course there must be benefits. Why should I tell you if I won't give you any benefits?" Xian said solemnly, "Didn't I ask you to assist me?" Xiaota stopped. "Who said that?" Xian stared at Xiaota. "You said it yourself." Xiaota quickly shook his head, "No. I never said that. You must have heard wrong." Xian was dumbfounded. Damn it, this guy actually didn't want to admit it? Xianxia's expression was also somewhat odd. Why was this Xiaota so flowery? Xian suddenly asked, "What benefits do you want?" Xiaota chuckled. "I don't know either. You decide. As long as I like it, it's fine." Xian thought for a moment, then said with a smile, "I feel that you definitely won't be interested in ordinary treasures, right?" Small Tower hurriedly nodded. "Of course, you can't use trash to trick me. Let me tell you, I know several hundred ways to trick people. Trying to trick me in front of me, you will only be asking to be humiliated." Xian, at this moment, a sword suddenly flew in front of Xian. Sword Spirit. Xian was just about to speak when Sword Spirit directly slashed at Xiaota. Bang! Xiao Ta trembled violently and directly jumped out. Xian, in the distance, Xiao Ta wailed, "Wow, Sister Sword Spirit, you're here too." The Sword Spirit flew back in front of Xian. Xian opened his palm and the Sword Spirit landed in his hand. In the distance, Xiao Ta was shivering. Xian glanced at Xiao Ta. This Xiao Ta was afraid of the Sword Spirit. Xian held his sword and walked in front of Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta hurriedly said, "You, don't mess around. Violence is useless. Let's talk this out." The corner of Xian's mouth twitched. This guy was quite flexible. Xian, he smiled and said, "I won't mess around. Like, I want to ask you some questions. Can you answer me?" Xiao Ta was silent. The little friend suddenly held the sword and lightly patted his palm. At this moment, Xiao Ta hurriedly said, "Master is Sister Sword Spirit's master." Xian was slightly stunned. He looked at the sword in his hand and understood, this Xiao Ta's master was the green-robed man. The green-robed man left for him was Xiao Ta. Xian collected his thoughts and continued to ask, "Your master left you for me?" Xiao Ta nodded but quickly shook his head. The corner of Xian's mouth twitched. "What do you mean?" Lil Pagoda stuttered. Xian smiled and said, "If you want to leave, I won't stop you." Xiao Ta suddenly jumped up. "Really?" Xian nodded. Xiao Ta turned and ran. Xian, at this moment, a sword suddenly blocked in front of him. It was the Sword Spirit. The Sword Spirit fiercely slashed at Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta hurriedly dodged and begged, "Sister Sword Spirit, don't hit me. Don't hit me. I won't leave. I really won't leave. I will be honest." Xian, after slashing for a long time, the Sword Spirit stopped. Xiao Ta hid in a corner and looked a little pitiful. Xian smiled and said, "Can we have a good talk?" Xiao Ta felt a little wronged and said, "You asked me to leave. I didn't leave on my own." Xian shook his head and smiled. "What did your master leave you for me to do?" Xiao Ta said, "To help you." Xian frowned slightly. "To help me?" Xiao Ta nodded. "Yes." Xian was a little curious. "What can you help me with?" Xiao Ta suddenly jumped up. "I can help you a lot." Xian asked, "For example?" Xiao Ta was speechless. Xian shook his head and smiled. "It seems that you are a mascot. You can play by yourself. We are leaving." After saying that, he and Xianxia were about to leave. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly trembled. In the next moment, countless purple chi appeared in the tower. Xian was stunned. He glanced at the purple chi and was a little shocked. This purple chi was so pure. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "This is primordial purple chi. It is only inferior to Little White's purple chi. If you use my purple chi to cultivate, your cultivation speed can increase by more than several times. In addition, my purple chi also has a powerful recovery ability." Xian and Xianxia looked at each other. Both of their eyes were filled with shock. This purple chi was not ordinary purple chi. If they used it to cultivate, it shouldn't be difficult for them to reach the consolidation realm. At this moment, Xiao Ta said again, "I still have some treasures." Xian hurriedly asked, "What treasures?" Xiao Ta jumped up and down. He was very proud. "Many, many treasures." Hee. Xian, at this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, "Can you take it out for me to see?" Xiao Ta hurriedly shook his head. "I should not show my wealth. If I take it out, you will be thinking about it." Xian was a little speechless. "Aren't we on the same side? Why are you still guarding against us?" Xiao Ta said, "Even blood brothers should settle accounts clearly." Xian, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Your strength is a little weak. I suggest you increase your strength. Otherwise, you will be in great danger." Xian frowned slightly. "Danger?" Xiao Ta nodded. "I can feel that something bad is about to happen. You better increase your strength quickly." "Increase your strength?" Xian fell silent. Could it be that woman is about to make a move? During this period of time, that woman has not made a move. This is very abnormal. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Can I go out and play?" Xian glanced at Xiao Ta. Xiaota giggled. I won't run around. I will come back after playing for a while. As he said this, an ancient book suddenly floated in front of Yixian. Yixian asked, "This is?" Xiaota hurriedly said, "Sword drawing technique. This is the sword drawing technique that Master improved. Take it and cultivate." Sword drawing technique. Yixian took the ancient book. He opened it and very quickly, his expression became solemn. This sword drawing technique was very different from the one that the green-clothed man gave him. Yixian kept the ancient book and looked at Xiaota. "Go and play." Xiaota suddenly cheered. He directly turned into a purple light and disappeared in the prison pagoda. Inside the prison pagoda, Yixian looked at the ancient book in front of him and said softly, "This sword skill is suitable for frontal attacks. Moreover, this sword skill focuses on breaking the surface with a single point. It has the meaning of one sword breaks 10,000 techniques. It can be used for both offense and defense." And Lanqiao said, "You should first fuse your instant death sword with life fist." Yixian nodded. He still wanted to fuse life fist with instant death sword first. As for this sword drawing technique, it is not that difficult to cultivate. He can temporarily take it slow. In the following time, Yixian began to study the instant death sword and life fist. And Lanqiao did not leave and continued to help in the pagoda. As for that Xiaota, Yixian was particularly speechless towards this Xiaota. Because this Xiaota has already gone somewhere, but fortunately, the sword spirit chased after him. Northern Wilderness. In front of the stone tablet, the divine envoy sat cross-legged on the ground. Behind her were Guyao and the others. At this moment, there are more people than before. There are more than 100 people. The aura of these people, including themselves, is much stronger than before. Obviously, the long period of hibernation has caused their strength to decline. Now, their strength is slowly recovering to the peak. At this moment, the divine envoy suddenly opened her eyes. A woman suddenly appeared in front of her. It is the mysterious woman from the sacred ground. Seeing the mysterious woman, Guyao and the others behind the divine envoy suddenly became gloomy. "It is this woman again." The mysterious woman looked at the divine envoy and said with a smile, "We meet again." The divine envoy asked, "What is it?" The mysterious woman nodded, "I want to talk to you about a great opportunity. I wonder if you are interested?" The divine envoy said, "Cooperate with you to deal with that young Yixian?" The mysterious woman said with a smile, "Smart. You guessed it right." The divine envoy shook her head, "That young man is not simple. The people behind him are not simple either. We will not cooperate with you." The mysterious woman blinked, "Can you represent the entire northern wilderness?" The divine envoy said, "Now I can." Saying so, she looked at the mysterious woman, "We will not be used by you." The mysterious woman said with a smile, "That is because there are not enough benefits." The divine envoy frowned, "Even if you give us benefits, we will not team up with you." The mysterious woman smirked, "That may not be true." Saying so, she opened her palm and a black box appeared in her hand. She opened the box. When she saw the item in the black box, her eyes suddenly narrowed. "You." The mysterious woman smiled and did not speak. Instead, she turned to look at the stone tablet not far away. At this moment, a voice came from the stone tablet, "We can talk." "Let's talk." Hearing the voice, the mysterious woman smiled. "Then let's talk." Not far away, the holy messenger was silent. Her gaze was fixed on the box in the mysterious woman's hand. At this moment, her heart was like a raging storm, and she was extremely shocked. A voice came from the stone tablet. "How did you get this item?" The mysterious woman blinked and smiled. "I picked it up." The voice from the stone tablet fell silent. "Picked it up?" No one believed it. The mysterious woman suddenly smiled. "I don't like to talk nonsense, so I'll be straightforward. You guys help me deal with Yixian. To be exact, you just need to help me stall 3 people. Once you stall them, this thing will be yours." The voice from the stone tablet said, "That young man's background is not simple." The mysterious woman smiled. "I'm not simple either." The voice was silent. The mysterious woman smiled. "Take your time to think about it." Then, she turned and left. The voice from the stone tablet suddenly said, "I agree. The mysterious woman smiled. Wait for my notice. After saying that, she disappeared. The saint walked to the stone tablet and whispered, Supreme Goddess, that young man has the constitution of adversity. He's not simple. The voice from the stone tablet said again, that's the Black Heaven and Earth Temple. We can't refuse her. The saint fell silent. The Black Heaven and Earth Temple, the number one treasure of the prehistoric era, the true number one treasure came from before the birth of this universe. It was an artifact but not an artifact. It existed forever and was indestructible. There were 6 ancient characters inside, Tao, life, death, kindness, evil, and calamity. Apart from that, the number one treasure of the Northern Wilderness tribe, the Northern Wilderness martial scripture, came from the Black Heaven and Earth Temple. There were countless secrets in the Black Heaven and Earth Temple. The Black Heaven and Earth Temple might contain an unknown era's inheritance, civilization, and treasures. The Black Heaven and Earth Temple used to be in the hands of the Northern Wilderness tribe. But then, the prehistoric era changed and the item disappeared. But now, it had appeared again. The saint asked softly, why is that item in her hands? The Supreme Goddess said, I don't know. However, based on the current situation, she probably doesn't know exactly what this item is. Otherwise, she would definitely not use this item to make a trade. The saint envoy said in a low voice, Exalted deity, it's not normal for this woman to have this item. Moreover, that young man, Xianxia, has a special background. If our clan becomes enemies with him, then I'm afraid we'll be tainted with some bad karma, and it might even bring about a calamity to our clan. The supreme deity in the stone tablet was silent. The divine envoy continued, the temple of heaven and earth is naturally important to our tribe. However, have you ever thought about how powerful and intelligent this woman is? She is trying to sow discord and use all kinds of tricks to make us become enemies with that young Master Yi. What does this mean? It meant that she was afraid of the person behind that young man. I've also investigated this person. There's an extremely powerful expert following her, and there are also several mysterious women behind her. These people are not simple. Then, she looked at the stone tablet. This woman wants us to be cannon fodder. Inside the stone tablet, the great deity suddenly said, I want to see this person. The divine envoy said, should I invite him? The exalted deity said, there's no need, I'll meet him personally. The divine envoy was stunned for a moment before nodding. All right. Sacred ground, inside the bamboo house. After the mysterious woman returned to the bamboo house, she placed the black box on the bamboo table. In front of the mysterious woman was Tree Boundless. Tree Boundless looked at the black box. Does the Northern Wilderness care about this box? The mysterious woman smiled. They care about the item inside the box. Tree Boundless asked, what is it? The mysterious woman smiled. A very ancient item. Tree Boundless looked at the mysterious woman. You're not interested? The mysterious woman shook her head. At my level, other treasures or martial arts inheritances are no longer attractive to me. Tree Boundless looked at the black box curiously. How did you get this item? The mysterious woman smiled. That little white guy touched it and I traded it for 2 candied haws. Hearing that, Tree Boundless' expression turned strange. That little white guy, of course, she knew who the mysterious woman was talking about. She knew that the little white guy was playful and gluttonous, but she did not expect that he would sell such a precious item for 2 candied haws. What a wastrel. Tree Boundless shook his head. Suddenly, the mysterious woman said, I'm going out for a while. Tree Boundless looked at the mysterious woman. Are you going to make a move? The mysterious woman shook her head. Wait until that woman is far away. Tree Boundless nodded. That's true. If that woman came back, everything they had done would be for naught. No one could stop that woman head-on. As if thinking of something, Tree Boundless suddenly asked, Xianxia seems to be cultivating. The mysterious woman smiled. Let him cultivate. After all, we don't have much time left. She put away the black box and left. Tree Boundless suddenly asked, do you look down on him that much? The mysterious woman stopped and shook her head. It's not that I look down on him. On the contrary, I admire him. Among my peers, there are not many who can compare to him. But we are from the same generation as his father. If we can't even beat him, then we have lived all these years in vain." Having said that, she opened the bamboo door and walked out. Inside the hall, Tree Boundless was silent. That era, at that moment, she thought of that woman again, that woman in a plain dress, that woman who had suppressed countless eras. In front of that woman, countless giants of the past paled in fear. In the five-dimensional universe. Inside the World Prison Pagoda, Xian sat on the 9th floor. His eyes were closed, and his sword domain enveloped the entire World Prison Pagoda. In front of him was the unparalleled sword. After an unknown amount of time, Xian once again grasped the unparalleled sword. Bang! A powerful force suddenly shook the pagoda, causing the surrounding walls to tremble. Xian tightly gripped the unparalleled sword. Within his right hand was an endless amount of lifespan. This time, he burned 50 years of his lifespan. Xian stared at the unparalleled sword in his hand. Although the sword domain was suppressing him, the power contained within the sword was too great. At this moment, the 9th floor was shaking violently. If not for the Tao law suppressing him, this pagoda would not have been able to withstand his current strength. His current strength was already a bit abnormal. On the side, and Xianxia looked at Xian. "Can you use the sword?" Xian nodded. "I can now." As he spoke, he slowly raised the unparalleled sword. This sword, he could swing it, however, the speed was not enough. The power of this sword far exceeded the power of the instant death sword. It could be said to be several times more powerful. However, the speed was definitely not as fast as the instant death sword. At this moment, and Xianxia suddenly said, "There are pros and cons." Xian nodded. The power and speed of the instant death sword had actually reached the limit of his physical body. If the instant death sword fused with his life fist, unless his physical body reached the god realm, it would be very difficult for him to increase his speed. Xian sighed softly and began to slowly release the power within the sword. During this period of time, in order to fuse the life fist with the instant death sword, he had burned more than 200 years of his lifespan. However, he still could not achieve his ideal state. This was because the unparalleled sword could no longer increase his speed. This meant that he had truly reached his own limit. On the other hand, without that speed, this sword of his would absolutely not be able to pose any threat to that woman. She wouldn't just stand there and let him slash her. Meanwhile, Xianxia spoke in a light voice, "Just do your best." Xian gazed at Xianxia and smiled, "Right. Just do your best. If you really can't defeat her, then it can't be helped." Xianxia nodded. "This sword of yours has no chance of winning against that woman. However, there aren't many in this world that can withstand this sword of yours." The might of the life fist combined with the instant death sword was extraordinarily terrifying when two explosive martial techniques were fused. Xian nodded. He glanced at the unparalleled sword in his hand and said, "This new sword technique shall be called the life sword." The life sword, a sword strike that burned one's lifespan. Xian put the unparalleled sword away, and then he withdrew the ancient scroll that Xiao Ta had given him. The sword drawing technique. Xian flipped open the scroll, and he gazed at it for a long time before he spoke in a light voice, "What an amazing sword drawing technique." Xianxia walked over to Xian, glanced at it, and said softly, "It really is extraordinary." Xian shook his head and laughed bitterly. "I think I need to consolidate my strength for a while. I've been busy dealing with those enemies every single day, and I've neglected my own sword Dao." His sword Dao hadn't improved in a very, very long time. His improvement was mainly in the aspect of his body, and he'd relied on external forces to improve his body. As for his sword Dao, it had stagnated for a very long time. Moreover, no one could help him in his future path of the sword Dao. Because he'd already walked his own path, and what he had to do now was continue walking down it and not stay where he was. At this moment, he recalled what the white-robed Qing had said, the unrestrained sword heart. Actually, he'd always been unable to truly attain the unrestrained sword heart because there were truly too many restraints in his heart. In the beginning, it was only Ling then it was Big Sister Nian, and now it was the entire fifth dimension. There were more and more restraints, and they were the kind that couldn't be cut off. As for the swordsman's sword, the fewer restraints there were, the faster and sharper his sword would be. As he thought of this, Xian's brows suddenly furrowed. Was this really the case? A person must have faith in life. What was his faith? It was to protect the people by his side. Responsibility. If a man couldn't shoulder his responsibilities, could he still be considered a man? Restraints. To him, the entire fifth dimension was indeed a restraint, but it was also Xian's responsibility. Since it was his responsibility, how could he talk about restraints, being heartless and giving up everything? Could he really attain the unrestrained sword heart? Perhaps he could, but for Xian, it was impossible. It was like a person abandoning his parents, wife, and children. This kind of person was indeed very free, because he didn't have any burdens. He was alone and free. However, this kind of freedom wasn't what Xian wanted. To him, what was the use of a sword? It wasn't to seek invincibility, instead, it was to protect. As he thought of this, many people suddenly appeared in Xian's mind. Yi Ling and Lanxiu, Lian Wanli, Tuoba Yan, Xiao Qi, Xiao Dao, Arrow, Mo Yunqi, Xiao Qi, everything in the fifth dimension, and Sister Nian. Scenes of the past flashed through Xian's mind like lightning. There were all kinds of ups and downs. After a long time, Xian suddenly looked at the sword in his hand and smiled. Qing'er, I understand what you mean by the unrestrained sword heart. The unrestrained sword heart doesn't mean abandoning everything, it doesn't mean being heartless or selfish. The unrestrained sword heart means doing things with a clear conscience, being a person with a clear conscience, and being free with a clear conscience. As he thought of this, the unparalleled sword in his hand suddenly trembled, and the sword's cry never stopped. Not only that, at this moment, all the swords in Xian's body trembled, even the sword at the top of the pagoda trembled slightly, as if responding. P.S. Give me a ticket if you have one. 1 monthly ticket isn't much, you can't go to Singapore. 1 monthly ticket is nothing, anyone can afford it. Inside the pagoda, Xian's eyes were closed. At that moment, he had entered a very strange state. Relaxed, he suddenly felt extremely relaxed. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. In the past, it was as if he had been imprisoned by shackles. There were shackles on his heart and thoughts, but now, those 2 shackles were gone. His thoughts were clear, and he felt unprecedentedly relaxed. At that moment, and Lanxiu suddenly asked, "Did you break through?" Xian opened his eyes and smiled. "No, but I understand what true freedom is." As he said that, he looked at the supreme sword in his hand and chuckled. Previously, I was always shackled by myself, and my sword was also shackled by me. But it won't happen in the future. The supreme sword in Xian's hand was still trembling as if it was responding. This sword originally did not have a spirit, and it was just a sword. Of course, this sword was very special. After all, it came from the Milky Way realm. But now, this sword had a spirit of its own. Xian had bestowed it with a spirit of its own. The sword was extraordinary because of its master. The current Xian already had the ability to change the sword. The breakthrough in his state of mind made Xian look different. Previously, he was like a sword shackled by a scabbard. Although he was reserved, his hands and feet were tied, and he did not have the kind of momentum that could destroy thousands of enemies with one sword. But now, he was like an unsheathed sword. Not only did he show off his sharpness, but he also had a domineering sword aura that made people feel intimidated. At that moment, and Lanxiu felt that Xian was a swordsman. In fact, although Xian was a swordsman, his combat strength was previously dependent on the power of his bloodline, his physical body, and the power of faith. It could be said that the reason why his combat strength was so strong was not because of his sword Dao. Apart from these few things, his combat strength was really not that great. Especially when he did not have a Dao body, his combat strength could be said to be greatly reduced. Could he easily kill a godly state powerhouse by relying on sword Dao alone? Of course not. Moreover, without the Dao physique, he could at most fight 1 or 2 god state experts, but if he had the Dao physique, even 10 god state experts wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Rather than a swordsman, it would be more accurate to say that he was a physique cultivator. Moreover, even though he'd taken a new path in the Tao of the sword, he hadn't taken it well. Because he hadn't gone far on this new path, and he'd remained stagnant. Now that he was enlightened, he was finally like a real swordsman, competence in the way of the sword. Of course, this was only the beginning. Xian looked at the supreme sword in his hand and said with a smile, "This feeling is very wonderful. It's like the feeling when I first learned the sword." And Lanxiu suddenly said, "Congratulations." Xian shook his head and smiled. "My path of the sword Dao is still very long. Although his mental state had broken through, he couldn't be arrogant at all. Why? Because there were too many formidable swordsmen by his side, not to mention Qing and the green-clothed man. He couldn't even compare to Ting Yun now. There was also Big Sister Nian, and Big Sister Nian was a formidable swordsman as well, and Lan Xiao suddenly said, "Try executing the insta-kill sword now." Yi Xian looked at Lan Xiao. "Let's go somewhere else." And Lan Xiao nodded. Both of them directly vanished within the pagoda, and it wasn't long before they arrived in a deathly silent starry sky. The two of them were 300 m apart. Yi Xian looked at Lan Xiao. "Watch out." At the instant he finished speaking, a strand of sword light suddenly arrived between Lan Xiao's brows. However, a spear had suddenly been pressed against Yi Xian's chest. In the distance, Lan Xiao shook her head. "I've lost." She was unable to resist this strike of Yi Xian's. Even though her spear was extremely swift, but Yi Xian had an advantage over her. Xian had an advantage over her, and that was her Taoist physique. Yi Xian's sword was able to kill her, but her spear was unable to kill Yi Xian. Compared to before, Yi Xian's sword had already undergone a tremendous change. If he utilized external forces like the energy of faith, then she would be even more unable to fight him. Yi Xian looked at the sword in his hand. His current insta-kill sword was too much faster than before. Most importantly, its might was much stronger than before as well. The breakthrough in his mental state this time had brought about a tremendous change to his sword Dao. At this moment, he finally felt that he was a swordsman and not a body refiner. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Lan Xiao. "I'll defend if you attack me." As he spoke, he took out a sword sheath and placed the supreme sword into it. And Lan Xiao understood what Yi Xian meant, and she immediately nodded. "All right." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly vanished on the spot, and a speck of cold light appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword drawing technique. An expanse of sword light suddenly erupted in front of Yi Xian, and that speck of cold light was instantly drowned out by this expanse of sword light. But in the next moment, that expanse of sword light was directly shattered. Bang! Yi Xian directly retreated explosively by 300 m. After he stopped, Yi Xian looked at Lan Xiao. His sword drawing technique utilized a single point to break through, whereas, Lan Xiao's spear strike utilized a single point to break through, and he hadn't gone all out. Yi Xian looked at Lan Xiao. "Again." Lan Xiao nodded, and then she tapped the tip of her foot lightly. In the next moment, an afterimage flashed to arrive before Yi Xian. Yi Xian held the hilt of his sword with his right hand, and then he suddenly drew it. A sword howl shook the heavens and the earth. His sword descended, rumble, along with an explosion. Yi Xian's sword light was directly shattered. This time, Yi Xian retreated by over 1 kilometer. After he stopped, Yi Xian gazed at the sword in his hand and went silent. And Lan Xiao didn't attack again. After a long time, Yi Xian said in a low voice, "I know what the problem is. Imposing aura." As he spoke, his eyes slowly closed. Imposing aura. A person's imposing aura was extremely important, and his sword drawing technique lacked precisely such an imposing aura. In the past, he'd seen the green-clothed man execute this sword technique, and that time was in the world below. When the green-clothed man executed this sword technique, that strike seemed as if it intended to slash the heavens apart. When he thought of imposing aura, he thought of Qing life and death decided with a single strike. Death is inevitable with this strike of mine. This sort of imposing aura was what he lacked the most. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian looked at Lan Xiao. But in next to no time, he became slightly helpless. He wanted to be more ruthless, but how could he be ruthless towards Lan Xiao? Should I slash him to death with this strike of mine? Towards Lan Xiao, he seriously couldn't do it. Actually, Lan Xiao didn't have that sort of killing aura when she attacked him with her spear either. On the contrary, she still held back strength and didn't dare to use her full strength. Two people sparring had advantages and disadvantages. Seeming to have thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Come, I'll bring you to find someone." Finished talking, he directly brought Lan Xiao along and vanished in the starry sky. Before long, the two people arrived at the Dao door again. The person who received Yi Xian and Lan Xiao was an old man. When he saw Yi Xian, that old man had a slight headache because the person who received Yi Xian the last time was him. Yi Xian looked at the old man and said with a smile, please inform third miss that I have something to look for her about. The old man hesitated and was just about to speak when Xian suddenly said, you want to say that third miss isn't here, right? The old man was speechless. Xian smiled and said, go tell third miss that I'm here. Xian won't make it difficult for her. The old man was still hesitant. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Xian and Xianxia. It was the third miss. The third miss looked at Xian, how annoying. Xian smiled and said, third miss, I trust you've been well since we last met. The third miss said indifferently, is something the matter? Xian cupped his fists and said, I hope third miss can help me with something. The third miss said, what is it? Xian said, hit me. And Xianxia was very strong, but she couldn't bring herself to be ruthless, and he similarly couldn't bring himself to be ruthless towards Xianxia. Moreover, if both of them showed mercy during sparring, then what was the point of sparring? So he wanted to find someone who could beat him up. Only in this way would he be able to find out where he was lacking. The third miss looked at Xian, you want to spar with me? Xian nodded, yes. The third miss was silent. Xian asked, can I? The third miss glanced at Xian, why do you suddenly want to spar with me? Xian smiled and said, I just want to improve myself. The third miss nodded, okay. Xian blinked, you agree? The third miss said, spar with me. Come with me. Saying that, she turned and left. Xian hesitated for a moment, then followed the third Mississippi. Soon, the third miss brought Xian to an empty square. Around this square, there were all kinds of array formations stabilizing the space. The third miss looked at Xian, how do you want to spar? Xian said, hit me. Before he could finish his words, the distant third young lady suddenly disappeared. Before Xian could react, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Then, his whole body flew backward and finally hit the space barrier. The entire trial square suddenly shook violently. And Xianxia, in the distance, Xian looked a little pained because he felt like his body was falling apart. When did his Dao body become so weak? At this moment, the third miss suddenly appeared in front of him. Xian was stunned. He was about to speak when the third miss suddenly punched his head. Bang! Xian's whole body directly hit the ground and slid hundreds of feet away. The moment he stopped, he felt dizzy as if he was going to faint. At this moment, the third miss suddenly appeared in front of him again. Before he could react, the third miss directly grabbed one of his legs and lifted him up. Then, she slammed him into the ground. Boom, the ground directly collapsed, turning into a huge pit. But it was not over yet. The third miss suddenly kicked Xian's abdomen. Bang, Xian instantly flew more than 100 feet away. Before he landed, the third miss appeared in front of him again and then flew up and kicked him in the abdomen. Bang, Xian directly flew out and hit the space barrier in the distance. Boom, the surrounding space barrier directly cracked. As soon as Xian stopped, the third miss appeared in front of him again. Then, she directly grabbed one of Xian's legs and slammed it on the ground. Bang 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 bang. Deep pits directly appeared in the surrounding ground. At this moment, Xian suddenly wailed, stop. Stop, the third miss said while hitting him. What? Don't stop? Use force? Okay, I will use force. Bang 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 bang, Xian. Just like that, Xian was beaten for nearly half an hour before he stopped. During this period, Xian tried to resist, but it was useless. The more he resisted, the worse he was beaten. Every time he wanted to use his sword, it was useless, because as soon as the sword appeared, he would be beaten even worse. The main reason was that he was beaten silly from the beginning, and his Dao body seemed to be useless in front of the third young lady. After the third young lady stopped, she walked to the side, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. It was really comfortable. In fact, she had wanted to beat this guy for a long time, but there was no chance. But she didn't expect that this guy would come to her and ask her to beat him. How could she refuse such a good thing? In the distance, Xian climbed up and looked at the third young lady in the distance. The third young lady turned to look at Xian and said seriously, how do you feel? Xian's face was full of black lines. Third young lady, did you just want to beat me? The third young lady sneered, you actually thought that I just wanted to beat you. Xian glanced at the third young lady, isn't that the case? The third young lady walked in front of Xian. Of course not, the reason why I beat you was to let you understand your current shortcomings. Moreover, you asked me to beat you, you asked me to. Saying that, she pointed to the distant Xianxia, she can testify. Xianxia, Xian shook his head, he had fallen for this woman's trick. The third young lady suddenly said, "What do you think now?" Xian said lightly, "My thought is to be careful of women." The third young lady, as if thinking of something, Xian suddenly said, "Third young lady, why is my Tao body so vulnerable in front of you?" The third young lady smiled, "Because I also cultivate Tao body. And let me tell you, Tao body doesn't mean invincible. When a person is too strong, they can directly destroy your body. Of course, your physical body is a little special because you have a powerful bloodline. The recovery ability of your bloodline is too abnormal." Although Xian had just been beaten up, his body had more or less recovered, which made her rather depressed. "Third young lady, how strong are you?" Xian asked in a deep voice. He suddenly realized that the woman in front of him was much, much stronger than he had imagined. Even though he hadn't truly fought with his life on the line just now, and he would still be able to fight back if he utilized the sword domain and faith energy. However, he noticed that the three of them hadn't attacked him with the intent to kill. Moreover, he wanted to see if he could resist them without utilizing external forces. The outcome was that he couldn't. The third young lady laughed, "I'm not that strong. I just started cultivating earlier than you." Xian shook his head. "You're too humble." The third young lady smiled, "Unless you have invincible strength, you have to be humble. Being humble will help you live longer." Xian said solemnly. Sister Nian said the same thing. The third young lady laughed, "Fifth dimension Tendo?" Xian nodded his head. The third young lady whispered, "She is an amazing person." Xian smiled, "You know Sister Nian?" The third young lady nodded, "I have investigated her. She is a person of faith. And she was willing to seal her strength for your fifth dimension. She is worthy of respect. Of course, you are also not bad. At least she didn't misjudge you." Xian smiled and then said, "Third young lady, to be honest, there is one thing that I don't understand. You, Dao Lauer, and Dao Lauer are all disciples of the Taoist sect's grand ancestor. So why is there such a big gap between you?" He discovered that the difference in IQ between second young Dao and the third young lady was like heaven and earth. The third young lady shook her head. Second senior brother was also very outstanding. He was able to use Master's Dao scripture to create the dark scripture, which proved his talent. It was power that harmed him. After Master left, the Dao faction was like a group of dragons without a leader. At that time, the Dao faction was the #1 force in the universe. Second senior brother and eldest senior brother were fighting for the position of Dao faction's master. Therefore, the two of them directly fought for this position and the great Dao spirit. Unfortunately, the great Dao spirit did not choose either of them. At this point, she sighed, "At that time, I should have stood up. If I had fought, they would not have been able to compete with me. But I really have no interest in the position of Dao faction's master." Xian shook his head and smiled, "Third young lady, you have no interest in the position of Dao faction's master, but in the end, you became the Dao faction's master." This life, the third young lady laughed, "Young Master Yi, you also don't seem to have any interest in the master of the fifth dimension." Xian nodded, "However, I will not let go of the fifth dimension." The third young lady chuckled, "This is where I am inferior to you. I was a little selfish at that time. I only wanted to live according to my own ideas. Although this is not wrong, I should not let go of the responsibility that I should bear." Xian suddenly asked, "Do you have an eldest senior brother?" The third young lady nodded, "I contacted him. He is no longer interested in the position of Dao faction's master." Xian said in a deep voice, "Third young lady, you are so strong, but you still can't beat that woman?" The third young lady looked at Xian, "You know?" Xian nodded, "I know." The third young lady chuckled, "The reason why you think I am strong now is because you are still a little weak. Remember, in this world, there is no strongest, only stronger." Xian said, "I want to kill her." The third young lady stared at Xian, "Are you serious?" Xian nodded. The third young lady fell into silence. Xian said, "Do you think it's impossible?" The third young lady said softly, "Young Master Yi, you are a genius. Among the younger generation, there are very few who are better than you. But do you know who you are going to face? She is not from the same generation as you. She has cultivated for tens of thousands of years more than you. Do you know how difficult it is to jump levels and challenge her?" Yi Xian smiled, "But I can't just wait for death, right?" The third young lady nodded, "Indeed." Saying that, she sighed softly, "Forget it. I don't need to worry about the matters between you two. Since you came to me to spar, let's start now." Yi Xian cupped his fists, "Thank you." The third young lady looked at Yi Xian, "Make your move against me." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Third young lady, I will do my best." The third young lady smiled, "Come on. Don't worry, I won't be careless." Yi Xian nodded. The next moment, he suddenly struck with his sword. Instant kill. This sword was fast to the extreme, but it was still caught by 2 fingers. The third young lady held on to Yi Xian's sword and smiled, "Your swordsmanship realm has broken through." Yi Xian nodded, "But it doesn't seem to work." The third young lady shook her head, "No." As she spoke, she loosened 2 of her fingers. On her 2 fingers, there were 2 traces of blood. The third young lady looked at Yi Xian, "If it was before, this sword of yours would not be a threat to me at all. But now, your sword can hurt me. You should know that I have a God-state Taoist body. If it was someone else, this sword of yours would be enough to kill them." Yi Xian was relieved. He almost forgot that the third young lady had a God-state Taoist body. He also had a Taoist body, so he knew how terrifying it was. The third young lady suddenly said, "You are more like a swordsman now. Your sword does not have so many external enhancements, so it is more pure. This is a good thing." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "How can this sword of mine be a threat to you?" The third young lady looked at Yi Xian, "Your speed must be at least 5 times faster, and your strength must be at least 10 times stronger. Only then can you kill me with 1 strike. You cannot do without either. You have the speed, but not the strength. My Taoist body can defend against this sword of yours. You have the strength, but not the speed. I can escape before you strike, or I can strike first." Yi Xian said softly, "I understand." The third young lady said, "Now, you can use your external strength to enhance your swordsmanship." Yi Xian shook his head, "No need." Saying that, he suddenly took a step forward, and the sword domain enveloped the third young lady. The next moment, a ray of sword light flashed through the sword domain. The third young lady suddenly punched, boom. As soon as she punched, the ray of sword light was stopped by her punch. Inside the ray of sword light was Yi Xian's sword. However, Yi Xian's sword stabbed into the third young lady's fist by half an inch. The third young lady suddenly withdrew her fist, but in the next moment, she punched again. Boom, the ray of sword light shattered, and the moment it shattered, a sword silently arrived between the third young lady's eyebrows. However, the sword stopped half an inch away from her eyebrows, because the third young lady had unknowingly grabbed the sword in the ray of sword light. At this moment, in the distance, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. In an instant, countless rays of sword light crisscrossed and tore through the sword domain. Chi 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 chi, tearing sounds resounded, and it made one's scalp go numb. The third young lady slowly closed her eyes. When the sword chi arrived in front of her, she suddenly clenched her right hand, and a powerful fist force suddenly swept out from her body. Life fist, without burning one's lifespan, it was just the fist force of life fist. However, this fist force directly crushed all of Yi Xian's sword chi. Not only that, but the sword domain was also trembling, and it was almost unable to withstand this force. However, there were several sword wounds all over her body. Yi Xian's sword could already break through her defense, but it was not enough because it was not fatal. The third young lady looked at Yi Xian, slowly loosened her right hand, and then said, "Continue." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the supreme sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he directly appeared in front of the third young lady, and suddenly pulled out the sword and slashed down. Sword drawing technique. As the sword slashed out, a powerful force swept down from the top of the third young lady's head. The third young lady suddenly clenched her right hand, and a powerful fist force surged out from her right hand. Boom, Yi Xian was directly shaken back. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian rushed out again. In this way, in the following time, Yi Xian madly sparred with the third young lady every day, practicing the instant kill sword and the sword-drawing technique. As for Life Fist, he could not practice it because to obtain the power of life, he had to burn his lifespan, and he really could not afford to practice it. Under the crazy practice, the power of Yi Xian's instant kill sword and the sword-drawing technique also became stronger and stronger. This also made Yi Xian understand that there was no limit, only a higher limit. As for Xianxia, she was no longer in the Tao sect, and she had come to an unknown starry sky. In her hand was the map that Yi Xian gave her. Looking for Miss Ding, Yi Xian knew that if he went to look for her, the mysterious woman would definitely know. Therefore, he cultivated hard in the Tao sect to attract attention, and secretly asked Xianxia to look for Miss Ding. Xianxia was flying through the starry sky. She knew a little about that mysterious woman from the hallowed grounds, Dao Yi, and she was absolutely the strongest enemy Yi Xian had encountered so far. Just as the third young miss had said, the current Yi Xian couldn't resist that mysterious woman at all. She and Yi Xian weren't from the same generation at all. Moreover, Yi Xian's only bloodline that could pose a slight threat to her had been sealed and suppressed by her. Most importantly, that woman wasn't alone, she was even forming alliances. What the hell was she doing? Yi Xian naturally wouldn't resign himself to death. That woman didn't stop him from cultivating, but she stopped him from looking for Miss Ding. Obviously, that woman was rather afraid of Miss Ding. This time Xianxia wasn't going alone. Instead, she was bringing Xiao Ta and the sword spirit along. Because Xiao Ta was able to conceal Xianxia's aura, and the sword spirit was naturally there to restrain the gaudy Xiao Ta. Without the sword spirit, Xiao Ta would ascend to the heavens, and Xianxia suddenly stopped and opened the map that Yi Xian had given her. After a long time, she transformed into a ray of light and vanished into the starry sky. After the mysterious woman left the hallowed grounds, she arrived in the starry sky, and then she waved her fair hand lightly. The starry sky in front of her was directly torn open, and she walked into the spatial rift. In the next moment, she appeared in an unknown starry sky. She didn't stop, and she continued tearing open the starry sky and leaping through space. Just like that, she stopped after around 4 hours. At this moment, she was in a deathly silent starry sky. There wasn't any aura of life in this starry sky. Moreover, there was a putrid smell everywhere, and it was nauseating. The mysterious woman casually waved her hand, and the putrid smell in the surroundings vanished without a trace. She glanced at the surroundings, and then she transformed into a ray of light and entered a deathly silent starry sky. When she entered the planet, she frowned slightly because this planet was filled with an aura of death and decay. Not only that, but there were also rotting corpses everywhere she looked. The woman in the plain dress floated into the distance. Not long after, she arrived before an ancient city. When she approached the ancient city, a nauseating smell of decay rushed towards her like a tidal wave. There was also the smell of blood mixed in this rotten smell. The mysterious woman looked at the city. The city was filled with densely packed corpses. These corpses had been dead for a long time, but they were all soaked in blood. The blood contained a mysterious power, and it was this mysterious power that allowed these corpses to be preserved. There were at least several million corpses in the entire city. This place was simply a living hell. The mysterious woman spoke softly. The stronger some people are, the lower their limits are. As she spoke, she pressed her fingers together and gestured lightly. A black coffin floated up slowly from within the city. At the very least, the coffin was covered in countless blood-red talismans, and it seemed rather strange. Right at this moment, the coffin suddenly started trembling. A moment later, a savage voice resounded from within it. Who dares to disturb my cultivation? Are you tired of living? As soon as the voice resounded, a ray of blood-red light suddenly surged out from within the coffin, and then it shot violently towards the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman waved her hand. Bang! The ray of blood-red light was instantly blasted apart. At the same time, a mysterious force blasted against the coffin. Bang! The coffin instantly shattered apart, and then a man appeared in midair. The man's hair was disheveled, his body was emaciated, and his entire body emanated an extremely unpleasant and rotten smell. The man stared fixedly at the mysterious woman. Who are you? The mysterious woman had an emotionless expression on her face. I'll give you a fortune. Do you want it? The man laughed coldly. Give me a fortune? How arrogant of you. The mysterious woman suddenly spread open her right hand, and then she stretched it forward and pressed it down. Bang! In the distance, the man directly smashed down from the sky, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. On the ground, the man looked at the mysterious woman in the distance. At this moment, his eyes became slightly solemn. Who the hell are you? The mysterious woman's face was expressionless. You're the immortal emperor, right? The man stood up slowly and stared at the mysterious woman. Who the hell are you? The mysterious woman smiled. You slaughtered all the living beings here to make use of the aura of death within their bodies to strengthen yourself, so that you can reach the godly state and control the boundless aura of death, right? The man clenched his right hand slowly. So what if I am? The mysterious woman looked at the man. Now, I'll give you a chance to help you reach the godly state. The man narrowed his eyes slightly. Help me reach the godly state? The mysterious woman smiled. Yes. The man sneered. Do you have the ability to do that? The mysterious woman suddenly slapped him. The man's pupils constricted, and he threw a punch forward. Bang! With a punch, the man was sent flying. When he slammed into the city wall behind him, the ancient city instantly turned into nothingness, and the man's body split open, revealing his internal organs. The man gulped, and he raised his head to look at the mysterious woman in the distance. At this moment, his eyes were no longer solemn, but fearful. He knew that the woman's strength was far beyond his. The mysterious woman said, Do you believe me now? The man said in a deep voice, Who the hell are you? The mysterious woman shook her head. Don't ask these meaningless questions. You should ask what I want you to do. The man looked at the mysterious woman. What do you want me to do? The mysterious woman smiled. You're too weak now. You can't do anything. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and an ancient scroll appeared in front of the man. This can help you reach the godly state, and there's a map in it. Once you reach the godly state, look for me immediately. I'll give you 10 days, it should be enough. The man opened the scroll and glanced at it. Gradually, his expression became extremely solemn. After a while, the man looked at the mysterious woman. Senior, what do you want me to do? The mysterious woman smiled. When the time comes, I'll let you do something to restrain some people. Of course, you might have to pay with your life, or you might not have to do anything. So, you can choose now. If you're not willing, I won't force you. If you're willing, I'll help you reach the godly state. The man said, I'm willing. The mysterious woman smiled. Won't you consider it? The undying emperor looked at the woman. There's no need to consider it. If I don't break through, I won't be able to live for long. The mysterious woman looked at the undying emperor and smiled. Indeed. As she spoke, she looked around. I don't like this place, I'm leaving. Then, she turned around and left. The undying emperor suddenly said, Aren't you afraid that I won't look for you after I reach the godly state? The mysterious woman didn't even turn her head. You can try. As she spoke, she disappeared into the horizon. The undying emperor remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Taoism. In the training field, Xianxia sat with his legs crossed, recalling the scene of him sparring with the third lady. He was thinking about his own shortcomings. He had to admit that he had learned a lot from sparring with the third lady. Not only had his insta-kill sword technique and sword drawing technique improved greatly, he had also gained new insights into his life fist. Not far away, the third lady glanced at Yixian. In fact, she was a little shocked. Not long ago, Yixian was not a threat to her, but now, Yixian was a threat to her. If she hadn't cultivated her Tao body to the godly state, it would be hard to say who would win between her and Yixian. In other words, if an ordinary godly state expert were to fight against Yixian, they would be instantly killed by Yixian, because his sword was truly fast enough. The reason why she could suppress Yixian was because of her physical body. Her physical body was stronger than Yixian's. At this moment, Yixian suddenly stood up. He opened his palm and the supreme sword appeared in his hand. He looked at the third lady in the distance and said, Let's continue. As he spoke, he was about to draw his sword. At this moment, the third lady shook her head and said, You have a guest. Yixian frowned and said, That woman? The third lady shook her head and said, No. As she spoke, she looked to the right and said, You guys talk. After saying that, she turned and left. Yixian looked at where the third lady was looking. There, the space suddenly split and a shadow floated out. The shadow was blurry and he couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. Xian looked at the shadow and asked, "You are?" The shadow said, "The northern wilderness." The voice was blurry and he couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. The northern wilderness. Xian was stunned and said, "What's the matter?" The shadow said, "It's nothing, I just came to see you." "See me?" Xian's expression became slightly strange. He glanced at the shadow and said, "I think you should know the truth of the matter." "Am I right?" The shadow said, "That woman wants the northern wilderness to deal with you. What do you think about this?" Xian smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, she must have given you a treasure or condition that you can't refuse, right?" The shadow said, "Yes." Xian thought for a moment and said, "What do you think?" The shadow said, "I want to hear what you think." Xian smiled and said, "My idea is very simple. I will sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight." The shadow didn't say anything. Xian smiled and said, "Sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. You will always be in an invincible position. What do you think?" The shadow said softly, "But the thing she gave me is very tempting." Xian asked, "How tempting?" The shadow said, "It can change the fate of the entire northern wilderness." Xian said, "Only when you are alive can you have a fate." The shadow said softly, "But you are very weak." Xian smiled and said, "Can you see through that mysterious woman?" The shadow said, "I can't." Xian shrugged and said, "She is my aunt, the blood kind." The shadow was silent. Xian said again, "Sir, to tell you the truth, I have a dozen other aunts like her. In the end, this is our family's business, it's not good for you to get involved. Also, what if one day my aunt thinks it through? She won't hit me anymore. At that time, what will you do? At that time, it will be the two of us who will hit you. What do you think?" Then he paused and said, "Although my aunt has always been against me because of some things, I don't hate her at all. Because I know that there are no misunderstandings that can't be solved in a family. After all, she is my aunt. My blood. Blood is thicker than water." The shadow. P.S. Some readers told me to slow down the pace and write in more detail. However, when I slowed down the pace, I was scolded. "Brothers, reading a book is like making a big sword, you can't just start with the climax of the plot, everything needs to be foreshadowed, which is a process. Just like in a relationship, don't you have to eat first, then watch a movie, and finally. How can you just get straight to the point? Although this process is a bit boring, it must be done. Without this process, how could there be such a thing? Don't you guys think that makes sense?" Sorry, I went a bit off topic. In the end, everyone could see that the woman in the plain dress had left and the plot had sped up. Next, watch me. 1. Show off. One more small request, when you scold me, can you be a bit more reserved? My mental endurance is a bit low. Blood is thicker than water. The phantom was silent. Although this Xian was bluffing, but it had to be said that what he said was reasonable, this was other people's family matter. If one day this pair of nephew and aunt suddenly stopped fighting and reconciled, at that time, wouldn't they really be in a bad situation? Xian looked at the phantom. "Your Excellency, if I were you, I would choose to wait and see, not help anyone, wait until both of us are injured, then you come out to clean up the mess, isn't that perfect?" The phantom said softly, "What you said is reasonable." Saying that, his body gradually became illusory. Obviously, he was about to leave. Xian suddenly said, "Wait, wait." The phantom said, "What's the matter?" Xian hesitated, and then said, "I heard that you are from a prehistoric civilization?" The phantom nodded, "Yes." Xian said, "Can I understand you?" The phantom said, "Understand us?" And some nodded quickly. "I heard that your cultivation method is somewhat different from ours, is that right?" The phantom said, "It is indeed not the same, but the essence is not too different, we all obtain great strength through cultivation." Xian quickly asked, "Do you have a physical cultivation method?" The phantom said, "Yes." Xian blinked, "Look at me, look at my physical body, do you think my physical body can still break through?" The phantom looked at Xian, and said softly, "Your physical body is very strong, but there is still a lot of room for improvement." Xian quickly asked, Do you have a way to improve my physical body again? The phantom nodded, there is, but why should we help you? Xian thought for a moment, and then said, what do you think of me? The phantom asked, what do you mean in which aspect? Xian said, all aspects. The phantom said, glib, flowery, not what you mean. Xian suddenly said, stop, just say something good. The phantom remained silent. Xian frowned. I don't have any merits in your heart? The phantom said, he has many backers. Xian's face immediately darkened, and he almost went berserk. Xian took a deep breath and pointed to himself. Sir, don't you think I'm very outstanding? It's not an exaggeration to say that an outstanding young man like me should be the very, 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 very rare kind of person in your prehistoric era, right? The figure shook his head. Xian was puzzled. Why are you shaking your head? The figure said, I've existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and in these endless years, I've seen all kinds of people, but I've never seen someone with such thick skin. Or is it that modern humans are also thick-skinned? Xian was speechless. The mysterious man continued, you've said so much because you want us to help you improve your physical body, right? Xian nodded. That's right. The phantom said, why should I help you improve your physical body? Can you give me a reason? Xian thought for a moment, then said, why don't you state your conditions? After a moment of silence, the phantom said, you don't have anything that we want. Xian suddenly said, a favor. The phantom looked at Xian. A favor? Xian smiled and said, yes. Help me, and I'll owe you a favor. The phantom said softly, you're trying to get something for nothing. Xian, the phantom suddenly said, okay. Xian was stunned, then said, you agree? The phantom nodded. I agree. Come with me to the Northern Desolate. Xian hesitated, then said, the Northern Desolate? The phantom said, afraid? Xian hurriedly shook his head. With your strength, if you want to kill me, isn't it a piece of cake? Why do you have to trick me to the Northern Desolate? The phantom said, let's go. After that, the space in front of Xian suddenly cracked. Xian hesitated, then looked to the right, and cupped his fists. Third young lady, thank you for all this time. After that, he walked into the space crack. The phantom also disappeared. On the other side, the third young lady looked at Xian disappearing in the distance, silent. The Northern Desolate. When Xian came out of the teleportation array, he directly appeared in front of a huge stone tablet. Xian glanced around. This is the Northern Desolate, and not far from him stood a woman. The woman's fingertips flashed with knife light. Saint, and behind the saint were Guyao and the others. When Xian saw Guyao and the others, his expression changed. Behind Guyao, there were more than 200 people, these people at least above the immortal state, judging from their aura. And the woman at the head of the group, her strength was unfathomable. This Northern Desolate is so strong. Guyao looked at Xian, not particularly friendly. Glancing at them, Xian said with a smile, hello, everyone. The saint looked at Xian. Young Master Yi, you want to strengthen your body? Xian nodded. Yes. Then, he looked at the saint. How should I address you, young lady? The saint smiled. Mu Shi. Xian said, Miss Mu Shi, where is the senior who brought me here? Mu Shi smiled. Young Master Yi, please wait for a moment. The exalted god will appear soon. Xian nodded. Okay. Then, he looked around. It was surrounded by clouds and he could not see far. Mu Shi smiled. Young Master Yi seems to be a bit curious about the Northern Desolate region. Xian said with a smile, indeed. Miss Mu Shi, there is one thing I am very curious about. That is, how are your realms divided? Then, he pointed at Guyao. For example, he should be in the immortal state in our era. What about in your era? Mu Shi smiled. The immortal state you speak of is in the Tao scripture system, right? Xian nodded. Yes. Mu Shi said, in our era, he is called the Tao defiant state. Xian frowned. Tao defiant? Mu Shi nodded. At his level, he can reverse the death qi in his body and gradually turn it into life qi. This action is equivalent to going against the heavens. Therefore, in our era, he is called the Tao defiant state. He has the ability to reverse the Tao and reverse life and death. Xian asked again, what about above the Tao defiant state? Mushi smiled. Eternal. Xian blinked. Eternal realm? Mushi nodded. At this level, the body is eternal, the soul is eternal, and the spirit is eternal. Of course, the lifespan will still disappear. However, it is possible for an expert of this level to live for hundreds of thousands of years. Of course, the premise is that they are not killed by others or seek their own death. Xian said softly, is there anyone who can live forever? Mushi looked at Xian. No. Xian looked at Mushi. In your era, no one can live forever? Mushi shook her head. I can tell you that a person, through cultivation, can live for a very, very long time, even millions of years. But up until now, in our recorded history, no one has been able to live forever. Even the gods are limited by their lifespan and are unable to achieve true eternal life. Xian was a little puzzled. Why can't true eternal life be achieved? Mushi smiled. If someone can achieve true eternal life, then there is only one possibility. That is, the current laws of the universe have completely collapsed. Xian was a little curious. The laws of the universe? Mushi nodded. According to what we know, there are currently 9 laws of the universe. One of them is the life law. Everyone's lifespan is limited by the life law. No one can live forever. No life can achieve eternal existence. Because once someone lives forever, the universe will be in chaos. Think about it, if a person can't die, wouldn't that be terrifying? Xian nodded. That's true. Mushi continued. Some people can go against the Tao. However, no one can go against the laws of the universe. That's not right. At least no one can go against the first 5 laws of the universe. If someone can go against the eternal law, perhaps they can really live forever. However, it is basically impossible. Xian was a little curious. Why is it impossible? Mushi smiled slightly. The laws of the universe are existences of a higher level. We're only in contact with the Tao now, but the laws of the universe are existences that surpass the Tao. When she spoke up to hear, she glanced at Xian and said, your adversity constitution belongs to a different kind of existence, an extremely different kind of existence. Xian asked, a different kind of existence? Does it belong to the laws of the universe? Mushi shook her head. I'm unable to answer that. Because I only know that there are 9 laws of the universe. However, I don't know exactly which 9 laws they are. So, I can't be sure if your adversity constitution is related to the laws of the universe. Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, what if my adversity constitution is really the work of the laws of the universe? Mushi thought for a long time and then she said, be a good person in your next life. Xian was speechless. Right at this moment, the stone steel behind Xian suddenly trembled, and a voice resounded from within it. Mushi looked at Xian. Follow me. Xian glanced at the stone steel, and then he said, what are you exalted goddess doing inside? Mushi said, it's a secret. A secret, Xian was speechless. Mushi suddenly said, young Master Yi, I heard that the woman who wanted to beat you up is your aunt. Xian nodded. Yes, she said she's my aunt. Mushi said, since there's an aunt, there must be a grandfather. Why don't you go look for your grandfather? Xian shrugged. I think it's said that my grandfather was killed by my cheapskate father. Mushi stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Xian. Killed by your father? Xian nodded. That's what they said. Mushi frowned slightly. Your father killed your father-in-law? Xian nodded. Actually, it's hard for me to understand too. However, I heard that my grandfather isn't a good person either. Mushi said softly, your family is really amazing. Xian was curious. Miss Mushi, can your exalted deity defeat that woman? Mushi shook her head, I don't know. We'll only know after we fight. Xian said, do you have any good suggestions for my current situation? Mushi thought for a moment, and then she said, "You can ask your aunt if we can spare their lives if they surrender." Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian glanced at Mushi. This woman's words were quite amusing. Could he not be killed if he surrendered? However, he could ask her when the time came. Before long, Mushi brought Yi Xian to a cloud. Not far from the two of them, there were countless flashes of lightning. It was a pool of lightning. Yi Xian looked at Mushi. "Miss Mushi, are you going to use the heavenly lightning to temper my body?" Mushi shook her head. "Not for you." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "Then?" Mushi looked at Yi Xian. "Absorb." Yi Xian was stunned. "Absorb the lightning?" Mushi nodded. She looked at the pool of lightning in the distance. This pool of lightning is the heavenly tribulation lightning of our era. It contains extremely pure lightning power. If you can absorb the lightning elements, your body should be able to break through again. Yi Xian looked at the pool of lightning. Within it, lightning flashed, and the might of the heavens was oppressive. Mushi suddenly said, "Go." Yi Xian hesitated. "Is it dangerous?" Mushi nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian blinked. "What danger?" Mushi said, "It might electrocute you to death." Yi Xian, after a while, Yi Xian didn't ask any more. He walked towards the pool of lightning. The closer he got to the pool of lightning, the stronger the might of the heavenly lightning. Yi Xian stopped and turned to look at Mushi. "Miss Mushi, are you going to absorb it forcefully?" Mushi looked at Yi Xian. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." With that, he transformed into a sword light and entered the pool of lightning. Boom, as soon as he entered the pool of lightning, countless bolts of lightning struck Yi Xian. In an instant, Yi Xian became a man of lightning. Was it painful? Yi Xian didn't feel much pain, just a little numb. Meanwhile, Mushi suddenly pointed with her finger, and a ray of white light entered the space between Yi Xian's brows. At the same time, Mushi's voice resounded in Yi Xian's mind. "This is a mental cultivation technique. Follow it and you'll be able to absorb the heavenly lightning tribulation and the surroundings into your body, and then convert it into lightning energy to strengthen your body." Yi Xian nodded. A moment later, he began to circulate the mental cultivation method. Gradually, the lightning in his surroundings began to be absorbed by his body. At this moment, he felt warm and comfortable. Yi Xian grinned. This was the first time he felt so comfortable cultivating his physical body. In the past, when he cultivated his physical body, he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Actually, the main reason was that his physical body was strong enough, which was why he could do it so easily. A moment later, Yi Xian calmed himself down and concentrated on absorbing the tribulation lightning. Mushi turned around and left. Mushi arrived in front of the stone tablet, and a phantom image appeared on the stone tablet. It was the mysterious exalted deity. Mushi said softly, "Exalted deity still chose him." Exalted deity said, "It's not that I chose him, but that we had no choice but to form a good relationship with him." Mushi said, "Isn't there still that mysterious woman?" Exalted deity said softly, "Choosing that woman will lead to eternal damnation." Mushi said in a low voice, "Exalted deity, did you discover something?" Exalted deity said, "The body of adversity is scarier than I imagined. The fact that that young man could survive until now means that there must be a powerful expert protecting him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive until now. And the person who can resist the body of adversity." At this point, she didn't say anything else. Mushi said, "That mysterious woman must know how powerful the person behind him is, but she still did it." "Why?" Exalted deity said, "I don't know. But from the looks of it, this woman is a little crazy. What my clan needs to do is to form a good relationship with that young man, and then wait and see what happens. If the mysterious woman wins, we just won't be able to obtain the mysterious temple of heaven and earth, but our clan can continue to pass on. If that Yi Xian wins, our clan will benefit greatly." Mushi nodded. "I understand. But what if that woman wants us to choose a side?" Exalted deity said softly, "Then we will choose Yi Xian." Mushi was curious. "Why?" Exalted deity said, "Do you believe in justice?" Mushi shook her head. "Not really. Since ancient times, whoever wins is justice. Exalted deity said softly, then you can believe it. Mushi was a little curious. Xian is justice? Exalted deity said, have you seen the five-dimensional universe? Mushi was slightly stunned, then she said softly, I understand. As she said this, she seemed to have thought of something and frowned. Something is not right. Xian has the body of adversity, and shouldn't he be punished by heaven? But he is like a fish in water in the five-dimensional universe. Not only is he not punished by heaven, but he also has a good relationship with the Tendo of the five-dimensional universe. Most importantly, there are countless heaven and earth spirits in the five-dimensional universe. These heaven and earth spirits actually do not reject him. This is really strange. Not only do they not reject him, I can feel that those heaven and earth spirits and people in the five-dimensional universe respect him like a god. He does not want to be someone with the body of adversity, but someone with the body of kindness. Exalted deity said, there are two reasons. First, someone is helping him to resist the karma of the body of adversity. Second, he is slowly changing his own fate. Nothing is absolute in this world, even the body of adversity. Mushi said in a low voice, can this body of adversity really be reversed? Exalted deity said, everything is possible. Mushi shook her head. I am still a little worried about that woman. If we help Xian, I am afraid that she will target us. Exalted deity said after a moment of silence, if she dares to target my clan will move to the five-dimensional universe and live and die with Xian. Mushi looked at exalted deity. Are you serious? Exalted deity said, this woman wants to lead my clan by the nose, how can we let her do as she pleases? If she bullies us too much, then we will all perish together. The reason why my clan has survived until now is not because we are weak. Moreover, it is better to die tragically than to live in humiliation. No matter what era it is, we still need our pride and dignity. If we don't have pride and dignity, what is the point of living? Mushi smiled slightly. I understand. If that woman dares to bully my clan again, we will beat her to death. Even if we cannot defeat her, we will still beat her. Exalted deity said, go, and awaken more people. To deal with everything. Mushi nodded. Understood. After saying that, she turned and left. Holy region. Inside the bamboo house, the mysterious woman was reading an ancient book in her hands. She would smile from time to time. At this moment, Holy Leader suddenly appeared outside the bamboo house. Holy Leader bowed respectfully to the bamboo house. Master, the third lady is here. The mysterious woman put down the ancient book and smiled. Please. Outside the bamboo house, the third lady turned and left. After a while, the third lady walked into the bamboo house. She looked around and said softly, so simple. The mysterious woman smiled. Third lady, please take a seat. The third lady looked at the seat opposite the mysterious woman. There was a teacup on the table. The third lady smiled. Looks like you had a guest before. The mysterious woman nodded. She just left. The third lady sat in front of the mysterious woman. She looked at the ancient book in the mysterious woman's hands. What book is this? The mysterious woman smiled. Refreshing literature. The third lady blinked. Refreshing literature? The mysterious woman nodded and smiled. It's something that makes people feel relaxed and happy. However, this kind of literature has many flaws. For example, the style of writing is worrisome, lacking in content, often digging holes, repeating the same routine, and even contradictory. The third lady asked, just pure refreshing? The mysterious woman nodded. Yes. Refreshing to the end. The third lady looked at the mysterious woman. You actually know how to read this. The mysterious woman placed the ancient book in front of her. She smiled. I'm just a layman. Those literary works are too profound. I can't understand them. Moreover, life is stressful. Reading refreshing literature to relieve boredom is not bad. The third lady smiled. You have a stressful life? The mysterious woman blinked. My enemies are very powerful. For example, that plain-dressed woman. She can kill me with one sword strike. Don't you think I'm stressful? The third lady was speechless. You know that she can kill you with one sword strike. Yet you still target her brother. At this time, the mysterious woman handed the ancient book to the third lady. Do you want to take a look? Maybe it can relieve your worries. The third lady took the ancient book. She opened it and looked at it. After a long time, she frowned and closed the book. The intelligence of the villain in this book is too low. The mysterious woman laughed. It seems that this book is not suitable for you. The third lady thought for a moment and continued to read. After about a quarter of an hour, she shook her head again. It's really hard to understand. The mysterious woman laughed. Actually, I've read quite a lot of refreshing novels. Most of them are the same. For example, leveling up, killing monsters and picking up treasures. Cave Academy's auction. Completing a mission and entering a mystic realm. Changing planes in the immortal world and God world. Excellent talent. Cultivating for a year is equivalent to 10 years. There's an old man in the ring. Haha, the third lady was speechless. The mysterious woman picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Then she smiled. All right. Let's get down to business. Is there something you need from me? The third lady nodded. I just wanted to tell you that young Master Yi came to my Tao sect before. The mysterious woman said, about you sparring with him? The third lady nodded. Yes. You're not angry, right? The mysterious woman smiled. You came and told me. I'm not angry. The third lady smiled. Thank you. To be honest, it's hard to survive in the middle of all of you. But I've decided to seal my Tao sect. I won't interfere with anything in the world anymore. The mysterious woman shook her head. That's not necessary. I'm not a heinous person. I won't kill the innocent. I can understand that you want to form a good relationship with him. The third lady looked at the mysterious woman. You don't look like a bad person. If I'm not wrong, you're targeting Xian. No matter if Xian is dead or alive, you'll definitely die, right? The mysterious woman smiled. You're very smart, just like that Miss Nian Nian. The third lady shook her head. It's hard to understand why you're doing this. The mysterious woman smiled. She didn't say anything. At this moment, the sacred leader appeared outside the bamboo house. Master, Yi Xian is in the northern wilderness. The northern wilderness is helping him. The mysterious woman smiled. I've underestimated the northern wilderness. I can't entertain you anymore. I'm going to the northern wilderness. With that, she stood up and left. The third lady suddenly said. Perhaps the northern wilderness is the same as me. They just want to form a good relationship with him. The mysterious woman smiled. Let's make a bet. How hard do you think the northern wilderness will be? Third young mistress said in a low voice, what if they insist? The mysterious woman blinked. Do you really think my goal is to win over the Beihuang region? Third young lady was speechless. P.S. I have something to do in my hometown. I might not be able to update 5 to 6 times a day like before. Sorry. Beihuang. In the thunderbolt pool, Yi Xian was still crazily absorbing the heavenly tribulation lightning. As the energy of the heavenly tribulation lightning entered his body, a faint layer of lightning appeared all over his body. His body felt warm and comfortable. Yi Xian closed his eyes. With his current strength, he could instantly kill some immortal state experts. However, he knew that he still had no chance of winning against that mysterious woman, not to mention the mysterious woman, he had no chance of winning against an expert of the third young lady's level. Because his sword could not break through the third young lady's body. Unless he combined his life sword and the instant kill sword, together with the power of faith and 4 types of domains. Under such circumstances, he might be able to pose a fatal threat to the third young lady. However, the mysterious woman was even more terrifying than the third young lady. In fact, he was quite speechless. He had finally gotten rid of the Taoists, but he did not expect an even more terrifying enemy to appear, 100 times more terrifying than the Taoists. In any case, Yi Xian was not a person who would sit and wait for death. His top priority now was to improve his body to the immortal state. If his body could reach the immortal state, his overall strength would undergo a qualitative change, because both the life sword and the instant kill sword required a powerful body. In addition, his sword Dao had a breakthrough and his sword domain had a new breakthrough. As long as his body had a breakthrough, he still had a fighting chance. The only regret was that the insanity demon bloodline had been sealed, otherwise, his chances of winning would be higher. Thinking of this, he was infuriated. He had fallen into that woman's trap. Although the immortal bloodline was powerful, the insanity demon bloodline focused on offense. Moreover, the bloodline could pose a threat to her, but now, it was gone. Although he had a headache over the insanity demon bloodline, he missed it after losing it. At that moment, Xian suddenly turned around and saw a woman standing not far away. That mysterious woman. The corner of Xian's mouth twitched. "Damn it, that woman is here." The mysterious woman looked at Xian and said with a smile, "Tempering your body with the heavenly tribulation lightning can indeed improve your body." Xian said in a deep voice, "What are you trying to do?" The mysterious woman blinked. "Do you need help?" Xian quickly shook his head. The corners of the mysterious woman's mouth lifted slightly. "I'll help you." As she spoke, she opened her palm. In her hand was a throbbing bolt of lightning, a dark red bolt of lightning. Seeing this lightning, Xian's eyelids twitched. "What kind of lightning is this?" The mysterious woman smiled and said, "Blood-colored heavenly lightning. I obtained it by chance. I will give it to you." After she finished speaking, she flicked her finger, and the crimson bolt of lightning directly entered the pool of lightning. Boom! In an instant, all the lightning within the pool was transformed into nothingness. At the same time, Xian was enveloped by countless bolts of blood-red lightning. "Ah!" Within the lightning pool, Xian's shrill scream suddenly rang out. At this moment, Xian felt as if his entire body was being pierced by thousands of needles. Ouch! The lightning was currently corroding his body. The mysterious woman smiled and said, "It's just a little pain, just endure it." As she finished speaking, she turned around to look. Not far away, stood a woman. "Mushi." The mysterious woman smiled and said, "Actually, I gave the Northern Wilderness tribe a chance, 2 chances. The first was to follow me, the second, you can be like the Taoist faction, not helping each other. Unfortunately, you have no choice." Mushi looked at the mysterious woman and smiled, "You killed dozens of my people just to frame young Master Yi. If this is the chance that you were giving us, then I don't care." The mysterious woman smiled. "You are very strong-willed." Mushi shook her head and smiled, "Are you here to destroy the Northern Wilderness tribe today?" The mysterious woman blinked. "You think I can't do it? You can try." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the stone tablet. The next moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of the mysterious woman. The shadow gradually solidified, revealing that it was a woman. The woman was dressed in a long purple dress that reached the ground. A black cloud belt was tied around her waist, accentuating her slender waist. Her silky hair cascaded down her back, domineering but not messy. Especially her pair of phoenix-like eyes, there was a hint of arrogance in the coldness, as if she was looking down on the world. "Exalted goddess." The exalted goddess looked at the mysterious woman. "I've been annoyed by you for a long time." The mysterious woman smiled and said, "Then come and hit me." The exalted goddess opened her palm and in an instant, a bolt of lightning fell from the clouds in the sky. The bolt of lightning landed directly on her palm, using her palm as a support, connecting heaven and earth. Lightning in the palm, in the sky, the mysterious woman smiled. "Are you going to fight?" As she said that, she opened her hands and 2 balls of fire suddenly appeared in her hands. One of the balls of fire was blood red, the other was dark black. The moment the 2 balls of fire appeared, the entire Northern Wilderness world became illusory, then slowly disappeared. The world could not withstand the power of these 2 balls of fire. In the sky, the mysterious woman suddenly fused the 2 balls of fire. Gradually, the 2 balls of fire turned into a flaming sword. This sword, half of it was red fire, the other half was black fire. Not far away, Mushi suddenly said, "Everyone, retreat." Hearing Mushi's words, all the elites in the entire Northern Wilderness fled in all directions. Mushi herself had also retreated hundreds of thousands of miles away. In the entire Northern Wilderness, there were only 3 people left, the mysterious woman, the exalted goddess, and Yi Xian. Yi Xian wanted to leave too, but at that moment, he was already entangled by the bolt of lightning and there was no way he could escape. At that moment, the exalted goddess clenched her right hand and floated up. The bolt of lightning in her hand was like a silver snake that swept across the sky towards the mysterious woman. With a chi sound, the entire world was torn apart. In the sky, the mysterious woman suddenly slashed down with her sword. A wave of fire swept out, turning the entire sky into a sea of fire. The moment the sea of fire came into contact with the bolt of lightning, boom, in the blink of an eye, the entire northern wilderness turned pitch black. In this pitch black space, the bolt of lightning and the flame still existed. In the sea of fire, the bolt of lightning danced like a silver snake, tearing everything apart. At that moment, the mysterious woman suddenly raised her sword and slashed at the bolt of lightning. Boom, the bolt of lightning shattered and turned into streaks of lightning that scattered all over the sky. Below, the exalted goddess looked calm. She opened her palm and clenched it. Gather. In an instant, the shattered lightning suddenly gathered and returned to its original state. Moreover, the aura it emitted was even stronger than before. The exalted god opened her left hand and closed her eyes slowly. She chanted silently and gradually, thick black clouds appeared in the sky. Then, countless lightning bolts condensed in the thick black clouds. At that moment, the entire sky was filled with flashes of lightning. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The exalted goddess suddenly opened her eyes. In her eyes, there was a flash of lightning. Destroy. As soon as he finished speaking, the bolts of lightning suddenly shot towards the mysterious woman like a tidal wave. In the distance, the mysterious woman held the flaming sword with a faint smile on her face. Is that it? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly swung her sword. Swoosh, a beam of sword energy pierced through the air. In an instant, those terrifying lightning bolts turned into nothingness. The black hole in the entire northern wasteland realm was shattered again. Countless amounts of dark matter energy exploded. However, the dark matter energy from the explosion was eventually absorbed by Xian, who was far away. Because at that moment, Xian had activated his dark domain. At that moment, he was madly absorbing the dark matter energy. However, he was not having it easy either. This was because the shockwaves from the two women's attacks had landed on him. Even with his Taoist body, it was difficult for him to withstand the power of the two women. Fortunately, he had the immortal bloodline. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand it. After the mysterious woman destroyed the lightning bolts with her sword, she suddenly disappeared on the spot. Below, the exalted god suddenly took a step forward and pointed a finger at the tip of the flaming sword. Boom, an invisible force suddenly shook the surroundings. With the two of them as the center, everything within a radius of 1,000,000 miles turned into nothingness. In the distance, Xian's eyes were wide open. His physical body was cracking inch by inch, but very quickly, his physical body began to recover at an extremely fast speed. The immortal bloodline. At that moment, Xian felt the terror of the immortal bloodline. In the distance, the mysterious woman held the exalted goddess's finger and smiled. Telekinesis. How interesting. With that, she held the sword and spun it gently. Boom, the exalted goddess instantly retreated thousands of feet away. However, the moment she stopped, the space between the mysterious woman's eyebrows suddenly split open. Almost at the same time, the crack between her eyebrows returned to normal. However, behind her, a mysterious force spread out, covering a distance of 1,000,000 miles. Wherever this mysterious force passed, everything turned into nothingness. Fortunately, the northern wilderness was a remote area. Apart from the divine city, there were no other forces within a radius of tens of millions of miles. Otherwise, the exalted goddess's mysterious attack would have been enough to destroy hundreds of millions of lives. Seeing that the mysterious woman was unharmed, the exalted goddess's eyes turned serious for the first time. How is this possible? The mysterious woman gently touched her eyebrows and smiled. Is this your strongest attack? It's very strong. Unfortunately, even if this attack was 10 times stronger, it still wouldn't be able to kill me. Do you know why? The exalted goddess looked at the mysterious woman. The power of your bloodline. The mysterious woman nodded and slowly walked towards the exalted goddess. Yes. Other than those three, no one can kill me with a single attack. As she spoke, her aura became stronger and stronger, almost multiplying by several times. The exalted goddess said softly, "You didn't use your full strength just now." The mysterious woman smiled. "I used about 30% of my strength." The exalted goddess nodded. "I underestimated you." The mysterious woman smiled. "Don't worry, although I'm not a swordsman, my sword is very fast. I guarantee that you will die painlessly." The exalted goddess looked at the mysterious woman. "Come on." As soon as she finished speaking, a mysterious force quietly gathered in the palm of her right hand. The mysterious woman was about to draw her sword when Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of the exalted goddess. The mysterious woman stopped in her tracks and looked at Xianxia. She smiled. "Are you going to fight me?" Xianxia shook his head. "There's still a small gap between us." The mysterious woman laughed. "A small gap? You're so fresh in admitting defeat. You're just like your old man, thick-skinned." Xianxia looked at the mysterious woman. "Are you afraid of Qing'er?" The mysterious woman nodded. "I am." Xianxia said in a low voice, "You can't defeat her?" The mysterious woman gently brushed her hair behind her ear with her left hand and smiled. "She can beat me up." The exalted goddess was puzzled. "Then why are you so against me? Moreover, you're my aunt." "I'm not begging for mercy, I just don't understand." "Can you explain it to me?" The mysterious woman looked at Xianxia. "It has something to do with your mother." "It has something to do with you." Xianxia blinked. "Then go and look for my mother." The mysterious woman shook her head. "I can't kill your mother. Moreover, she's protected by your old man. I can't do anything to her." Xianxia jumped up in anger. "So you came to look for me?" The mysterious woman smiled. "I'm a bully. Come and hit me." Xianxia was so angry he almost died on the spot. At this moment, the mysterious woman suddenly turned to look at the sky. She smiled. "I'll give you face. I won't kill her." With that, she turned and walked away. The exalted goddess seemed to have noticed something. Her eyes narrowed. "Woman, what are you doing?" The mysterious woman smiled. "Since the northern wilderness tribe isn't going to help, I can only choose your enemy." The exalted goddess suddenly tugged at Xianxia's hand. "Stop her. Otherwise, you'll be finished." Xianxia was speechless. "Stop her?" Xianxia was speechless. He wanted to stop this woman too, but how could he stop her? He couldn't beat her at all. At this moment, the exalted goddess suddenly said, "Do you know what you're doing?" The mysterious woman did not stop. She smiled. "Of course I do." The exalted goddess looked at the mysterious woman. "You might not be able to control the situation." The mysterious woman smiled but did not say anything. Beside the exalted goddess, Xianxia was curious. What is she doing? The exalted goddess slowly closed her eyes. "Doing bad things?" Xianxia asked. "What bad things?" The exalted goddess looked at Xianxia. "You're still laughing here. Don't you know that you're dead meat?" Xianxia was speechless. Driven by curiosity, Xianxia followed the mysterious woman. She did not seem to have any intention of hitting him anyway. Even if she did, he would not be able to escape. The exalted goddess followed beside him. Xianxia looked at the mysterious woman. "What are you trying to do?" The mysterious woman said, "You have too many backers. I need to find more helpers or I won't be able to kill you." Xianxia hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you really hate me that much?" The mysterious woman nodded. Xianxia said, "Can I spare my life if I surrender?" The mysterious woman stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Xianxia. "Spare my life if I surrender?" Xianxia nodded. The mysterious woman shook her head and smiled. "Don't be naughty." With that, she continued forward. Soon, she came to an underground well. Everything within a radius of millions of miles had been destroyed during the previous battle. However, this underground well had always been there. Looking at the underground well, the exalted goddess's eyes were extremely solemn. Xianxia looked at the underground well. There were countless blood-colored talismans drawn on it. Xianxia turned to look at the exalted goddess. "What's inside?" The exalted goddess did not speak. The mysterious woman suddenly laughed. There's a very powerful person inside. No, there are many of them. If I'm not wrong, the disappearance of the prehistoric civilization should have something to do with the people in this underground well, right? The exalted god looked at the mysterious woman. How do you know about the prehistoric civilization? The mysterious woman glanced at the exalted god. You are not the only ones who survived from the prehistoric times. The exalted goddess frowned. Who else? The mysterious woman smiled. She did not answer the question. Instead, she walked to the well and opened her palm. A powerful force condensed in her palm. The high god suddenly said, "Do you know how terrifying they are?" The mysterious woman nodded. To be able to destroy an era, he definitely has some ability. The exalted deity said, in order to seal them, countless experts from the prehistoric era sacrificed their lives. Do you really think you can control everything? The mysterious woman smiled and said, give it a try. The exalted goddess shook her head. They will not submit to you. The mysterious woman didn't say anything else. She suddenly punched the well. Boom, the seal on the underground well shattered and a terrifying aura shot up into the sky. The moment the aura appeared, the mysterious woman's eyes flashed with surprise. Interesting. The exalted god's expression became even more solemn. Xianxia's expression was also solemn. This aura was so strong. At this moment, a man in black slowly floated up from the well. The man in black was covered in black chains and there was a blood-red mark between his brows. At this moment, the man in black suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, the black chains around him shattered but the blood-red mark between his brows did not disappear. The man slowly opened his eyes and his gaze fell on the mysterious woman. You broke the seal. The mysterious woman nodded. Yes. The man smiled. I allow you to submit to me. The exalted god's expression was a little strange. Xian suddenly walked in front of the mysterious woman and said, this man seems to be looking down on you. The mysterious woman laughed. You're asking for a beating. With that, she suddenly disappeared. In the sky, the man's pupils shrank and he raised his arm to block. Boom, the man retreated thousands of feet. After the man stopped, he looked at the mysterious woman next to Xian and grinned. You've missed a chance to change your fate. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Almost at the same time, the mysterious woman next to Xian threw a punch. Boom, an afterimage retreated rapidly, and this retreat was several tens of thousands of feet. After the man stopped, his body was covered in cracks. The man looked at the mysterious woman in the distance. At this moment, his eyes were solemn. Who are you? The mysterious woman took a step forward and arrived directly in front of the man. The man's pupils constricted, and he was about to attack when a hand clamped down on his throat. A powerful force locked down his entire body, causing him to be unable to move. The mysterious woman slowly lifted the man up. She looked at the man and smiled. Do you understand the situation now? The man stared at the mysterious woman. Who are you? The mysterious woman smiled. From now on, I'm your master. Do you have any questions? The man grinned. My master? You. The mysterious woman suddenly clenched her right hand. Boom, the man's body exploded and turned into nothingness. She killed him. Down below, Xian was struck dumb. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman suddenly turned to look at the well and smiled. Are you testing me with a clone? Meanwhile, a man walked out from within the well. He was exactly the same as the man from before, a clone. The man who came out first was just a clone. The man looked at the mysterious woman and smiled. I never expected such an expert like you to exist in this era. The mysterious woman smiled. Let's get straight to the point. I'll save all of you and you'll follow me for 3 years. Listen to my orders for 3 years. Do you have any questions? The man looked at the mysterious woman. What if I don't agree? The mysterious woman pointed at the man. Today is the day you die. The man narrowed his eyes and clenched his right hand. At this moment, Xian, who was at the side, suddenly said, a man can be killed, but not humiliated. Hit her. The man turned to glance at Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian blinked and said, I'm just passing by. The man stared at Yi Xian for a while, and then he suddenly frowned. The body of adversity. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman suddenly said, Have you made up your mind? The man looked at the mysterious woman. I don't have the habit of kneeling when I'm born. Yi Xian suddenly clapped. Well done. You have guts. The man glanced at Yi Xian. Person with the body of adversity, how did you survive until now? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I was lucky. The man was speechless. In the sky, the mysterious woman suddenly opened her palm, and a black box appeared in her hand. The man's pupils constricted when he saw the black box. The Heaven and Earth Palace. The mysterious woman smiled. Do you want it? The man stared at the mysterious woman. Why is this item in your hands? The mysterious woman smiled. That's not the point. The point is that it's in my hands now. If you want it, I can give it to you. However, my condition is the one just now. The man clenched his fists and remained silent. Beside the exalted goddess, Yi Xian suddenly asked softly, Exalted goddess, what is this item? The exalted goddess glanced at Yi Xian. The number one treasure of our era. Yi Xian looked at the man in the distance. Will he be tempted? The exalted goddess said calmly, Definitely. As expected, the man suddenly stretched out his right hand. Give it to me. I'll listen to your orders for 3 years. The mysterious woman smiled. I'll give it to you after 3 years. The man frowned and slowly clenched his right hand. The mysterious woman shook her head and smiled. You can try to snatch it. The man looked at the mysterious woman. After a long time, he slowly loosened his right hand. What do you want me to do? The mysterious woman smiled. Nothing for the time being. As she said that, she looked at the underground well. There were many powerful auras coming out of it. The mysterious woman said, Let your men stay inside. When I need them, let them out. The man was silent for a moment. As you wish. As he said that, he gently pressed his right hand in the direction of the underground well. In an instant, the underground well calmed down. The mysterious woman looked at Yi Xian in the distance and smiled. Goodbye. With that, she turned and left. The man suddenly said, I want to kill some people. The mysterious woman stopped in her tracks and looked at the exalted goddess in the distance. Is it them? The man nodded. The mysterious woman shook her head. You can't kill them. The man looked at the mysterious woman. I can do it myself. The mysterious woman smiled. I said you can't kill them. The man frowned. Just as he was about to speak, a mysterious aura suddenly locked onto him. The man suddenly turned to look at the end of the horizon. He narrowed his eyes. There are many strong people in this era. The mysterious woman smiled. There are many more than you think. Also, let me give you a piece of advice. Keep a low profile in this world. With that, she turned and left. The man looked at the end of the horizon. A moment later, he followed the mysterious woman. In a short while, the two disappeared into the horizon. Yi Xian was silent. Damn, this woman called for another strong helper. Until now, he didn't know how many helpers this woman had called for. The exalted goddess looked at the right side of the horizon. After a moment of silence, she looked at Yi Xian. That man is called Night God. He was the strongest in the prehistoric era. And he, in order to break through, built a super array. He almost sacrificed the people of an entire universe to break through. And the reason why the prehistoric era declined was because of him. His strength was weaker than that mysterious woman, but not by much. Now that they have joined forces. At this point, she didn't say anything else. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian turned to look at the horizon. By this time, Xianxia should have found Miss Ding, right? This ant is a bit fierce. I can't take it. P.S. I'm going back to my hometown. I've been too busy recently. There are many things to deal with. The outbreak might be delayed. Please understand. I'm really sorry. I rarely delay my outbreak. I'm not looking for an excuse. I'm really going back to my hometown to deal with things. I know I'll be scolded, but I have no choice. I'm really sorry. At the side, Exalted God turned to look at the horizon. There, a little girl holding Xiaoyu turned and left. Exalted God pondered. The reason why the mysterious woman stopped was because of that little girl. Exalted God turned to look at Yixian. She knew that this guy had someone protecting him, but it was normal. If there was no one, this guy would have been toyed to death. At this moment, Yixian walked to the side and sat down with his legs crossed. In an instant, countless thunders and dark matter energy were emitted from his body. Gradually, Yixian's aura became stronger. Somewhere in the starry sky, Xianxia suddenly stopped. She looked not far away. In the depths of the starry sky, there was an ancient city. Xianxia came to the city gate. She looked at the top of the gate. There were 3 big words, Goat City. Xianxia frowned, Goat City? After pondering for a moment, she walked in. Inside the city, there were people coming and going. There were cultivators and ordinary people. Soon, Xianxia arrived at a small tavern. As soon as she entered the tavern, a woman in green came to greet her. She smiled, Miss, this is your first time in Goat City, right? Xianxia's eyes flashed with surprise, how did you know? The woman in green smiled, Miss, you look unfamiliar. Xianxia nodded, is Miss Ding here? The woman in green looked at Xianxia, are you looking for Miss Ding? Xianxia nodded. The woman in green sized Xianxia up, Miss, you are? Xianxia took out the sword spirit and Xiao Ta. When she saw the sword spirit and Xiao Ta, the woman in green's eyes suddenly narrowed, Xiao Ta suddenly jumped up, Little Qing, where is Mistress Ding? Little Qing smiled, Miss Ding went out. Xianxia frowned, went out? Little Qing nodded, she looked at Xianxia, is there something urgent? Xianxia said in a deep voice, something very urgent. Little Qing said, then I will contact her. Xianxia nodded, thank you. Little Qing took out a talisman and crushed it. Around 15 minutes later, the space in front of her suddenly trembled. After a while, she looked at Xianxia. She needs 5 days to rush back. Xianxia shook her head. It might be a little slow. Qing hesitated for a moment before she said, is it something very important? Xianxia nodded. Little Qing said solemnly, then I'll contact her again. As she spoke, she withdrew another sound transmission talisman and crushed it. After a long time, she looked at Xianxia. 3 days. She'll be back in 3 days. Xianxia said in a light voice, then I'll wait for her here. Little Qing nodded. All right. Saint level. When the night god followed the mysterious woman to the sacred region, the night god's expression immediately became solemn. In this place, he sensed many extremely powerful auras. At this moment, a woman appeared beside the mysterious woman. The trees were boundless. Tree Boundless glanced at night god, then at the mysterious woman. The passage is open. The mysterious woman nodded. Let's go. The trees pointed forward lightly, and the space in front of them suddenly split open. The mysterious woman's group of 3 walked in, and it wasn't long before they arrived at a place of nothingness. A woman was sitting cross-legged in this world, Qing Zhu, the founder of the Taoist path. At this moment, Qing Zhu opened her eyes and turned to look at the mysterious woman. She smiled. Is something the matter? The mysterious woman grinned. Have you considered it? Qing Zhu shook her head and smiled. I'm not willing to live on my knees. The mysterious woman smiled. I'm not asking you to live on your knees. We can work together. Qing Zhu smiled. I heard that the 5th dimension is very good now. The mysterious woman nodded. It's better than when all of you were here. Qing Zhu grinned. It looks like I didn't misjudge you. The mysterious woman looked at Qing Zhu. So long as you nod, you can leave this place at any time. Qing Zhu shook her head. This place is pretty good. I'll stay here. The mysterious woman fell silent for a moment before she said, I respect your decision. She turned around and left after she finished speaking. In the distance, Qing Zhu slowly closed her eyes, and it was unknown what she was thinking. A short moment later, the mysterious woman's group of 3 returned to the bamboo house. Xu Wubian asked, You're not going to kill her? The mysterious woman smiled. There's no need for that. No matter what, she's a respectable person. Xu Wubian asked in a deep voice, when are you going to make your move? The mysterious woman looked at the depths of the starry sky. A moment later, she slowly closed her eyes. I can't sense her anymore. Xu Wubian asked, how are you going to kill him? The mysterious woman smiled. I've chosen a very good place for him. Xu Wubian was curious. Where is it? The mysterious woman smiled but didn't say anything. At this moment, a man suddenly appeared not far away. It was the martial emperor of the ultimate martial realm, Wu Li. At this moment, Wu Li had already reached the god realm. The mysterious woman smiled. Eternal realm. Wu Li nodded. The mysterious woman smiled. Faster than I expected. As she spoke, she suddenly looked to the right. Not far away, a powerful aura swept over. In the next moment, a man emitting death chi appeared in front of the four. The Undying Emperor looked at the people beside the mysterious woman, and his expression instantly became solemn. Each of these people was stronger than the previous one. The night god's expression was calm, but he was shocked. Not because of the two people in front of him, but because of the people hiding in the dark. Some of their auras made him feel threatened. There were many experts here. The Undying Emperor looked at the mysterious woman. I'm here. The mysterious woman nodded. I'll bring you to a place. After saying that, she gently drew a line with her finger. The space in front of her split open, and the next moment, she walked in. Xu Wubian and the others followed her in. About an hour later, in an unknown starry sky, the space suddenly split open, and a group of people walked out. The mysterious woman was leading them. In the starry sky in front of the mysterious woman and the others, there was a blood-red door. Around the blood-red door were countless blood-red threads. Karma threads. At this moment, the night god suddenly said in a deep voice, this is the legendary disaster gate. The mysterious woman glanced at the night god and smiled. As expected of the prehistoric era's strongest expert. You are really knowledgeable. The night god looked at the mysterious woman. This gate was a legend even in our era. I never thought that it would really exist, and I never thought that you would be able to find it. The mysterious woman smiled. It came to me on its own. The night god said in a deep voice, what are you trying to do? The mysterious woman smiled and looked at the disaster gate. I heard that one can enter the disaster realm through this gate. Actually, I really want to go in and take a look, but I don't dare. Xu Wubian looked at the mysterious woman. Even you don't dare? The mysterious woman said softly, apart from those three people, no one else dares to go in. If he goes in, he will die without a doubt. Because the karma on him is not his own. A large part of it comes from his father and sister. And the karma of those two. How terrifying is it? How can he bear it? Moreover, there is a universal law in it. With that, she slowly closed her eyes. Apart from those three people, anyone else who attacks will die. Xu Wubian said in a deep voice, will he go in? The mysterious woman smiled. Force him to go in. After she finished speaking, she waved her right hand and put away the door of adversity. She turned her head and smiled. Let's go to the fifth dimension. Soon, the group disappeared into the starry sky. The northern wilderness. Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and a powerful aura suddenly swept out from his body. Immortal state physique, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes and clenched his fists. At this moment, he felt that his body was filled with power, endless power. At this moment, the exalted god suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian. That woman has gone to the fifth dimension. Yi Xian said softly, she is going to make a move. The exalted god nodded. That should be the case. With that, Yi Xian chuckled. What's going to happen is going to happen. With that, he turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared into the horizon. Below, the exalted god slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, Mushi appeared beside the exalted god. She looked at the horizon. Should we help? The exalted god shook her head. We can't help anymore. Mushi was silent. She knew that the situation was no longer within the northern wilderness control. That woman alone could destroy the northern wilderness. Now, there was the night goddess. The exalted god suddenly said softly, "The world is going to change." Tao sect. The third lady, who was sitting cross-legged in the hall, suddenly opened her eyes. After a long time, she said softly, "Is it going to start?" With that, she stood up and walked to the entrance of the hall. She looked in the direction of the fifth dimension. This battle will definitely be exciting. I just don't know how many mysterious experts will appear. The fifth dimension. The mysterious woman and her group appeared in the starry sky of the fifth dimension. The mysterious woman waved her right hand and the door of disaster appeared not far away from her. The moment the door of disaster appeared, the entire fifth dimension was suddenly filled with densely packed blood-red threads. They were all Xianxia's karma threads. The mysterious woman looked in the distance. There, a ray of sword light descended. The sword light dissipated and Xian appeared in front of everyone. The moment Xian appeared, the surrounding karma threads suddenly trembled. However, they did not rush towards Xian. Instead, they slowly approached the door of disaster. Xian looked at the door of disaster. "This is prepared for me?" The mysterious woman nodded and smiled. "Yes. Go in." Xian shook his head. "I'm not going in." The mysterious woman laughed. "You have to go in even if you don't want to." With that, she glanced at the starry sky and smiled. "Don't hide. Since you're here, then come out. In order to deal with all of you, I've been busy." After a moment of silence, a voice suddenly came from the starry sky. "Do you really have to be so ruthless?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. There, a woman slowly walked over. She held a halberd in her hand and wore snow-white clothes. The expressions of Night God and the others instantly became solemn when they saw her. The woman who had just appeared was extraordinarily strong. Night God fell silent while she felt extremely shocked in her heart. Are there so many experts in this era? Wuli had an extremely solemn expression on his face as well. At this moment, he finally understood why she didn't just kill Xian. The experts behind Xian are stronger than the last. The mysterious woman gazed at Lady and grinned. "Long time no see, Lady." Lady glanced at the door of misfortune, and then she gazed at the mysterious woman. "What exactly do you intend to do?" The mysterious woman smiled. "It's very obvious." Lady shook her head. "Do we really have to go to such an extent?" She grinned. "It's meaningless to speak of all of that now." Lady pointed her halberd at the mysterious woman. "Then let's fight." "Let's fight." Her voice rumbled like thunder while her imposing aura shot into the sky. The mysterious woman shook her head and smiled. "I'm not your enemy." As soon as she finished speaking, Tree Boundless appeared in front of Lady. Lady gazed at Tree Boundless. "You know Tian Ming's temper." Tree Boundless laughed coldly. "Worse comes to worse than death." Lady nodded. "Then bring it on." As soon as she finished speaking, the halberd in her hand suddenly stabbed forward. Hiss! The space in front of Tree Boundless split apart as a bone-piercing cold halberd stabbed towards her. A wisp of a cold smile curled up on the corners of Tree Boundless' mouth. She waved her hand, and then countless vines swept out from the space in front of her. In an instant, the halberd was coiled by the vines. Meanwhile, Lady suddenly shook the halberd in her hand. Bang! Countless vines were instantly transformed into pieces while Tree Boundless retreated explosively by 3 km. As soon as she stopped moving, the space behind Tree Boundless shattered into pieces. A ferocious expression flashed through her eyes as she took a step forward, stretched out her right hand, and then made a light gesture. In an instant, countless vines sprayed out from the space around Lady, and they were like numerous pythons that stretched towards Lady. Besides that, a strand of formidable and mysterious energy enveloped Lady, and it was like a cage that firmly locked down the space around Lady. Tree Domain. Within the Tree Domain, the power of the tree vines increased by several times. Not only that, but the Tree Domain also had a powerful suppressive force. Lady slowly closed her eyes, and a moment of silence ensued before she took a step forward and stabbed with her halberd. "Halt the blade!" As her voice fell, the space around her suddenly became illusory. Following that, the tree vines began to crack inch by inch, and the boundless Tree Domain also disappeared bit by bit. This Tree Domain could not withstand the power of her halberd. At this moment, Tree Boundless suddenly disappeared. A green light flashed, tearing through everything. Lady's beautiful brows knit together slightly, and then she suddenly leaped up and slashed down with her halberd. Boom, an expanse of green light suddenly shattered, and then a figure retreated explosively. This retreat was over 10 kilometers away. It was the boundless tree. The mysterious woman below grinned. As expected of Lady. As she spoke, she looked at boundless tree. Just hold her back. Tree boundless stared fixedly at Lady, and her expression grew even more ferocious. She spread her hands open and said, "Come." As soon as the voice fell, the world below suddenly trembled. After receiving the summons of the tree boundless, countless leaves gathered from the world like a tide. Wherever the leaves passed, the entire space was torn apart inch by inch. The Tao city below was instantly torn to pieces. Fortunately, the people in the Tao city had already been evacuated by the White Emperor. Otherwise, who knew how many people in the Tao city would have died? Everyone here was visibly moved as they gazed at the endless leaves. Lady's expression was calm as she took a step forward, and then she swung her halberd forward. This attack caused the space before her to collapse inch by inch, and so did the countless leaves. However, the leaves seemed as if they were endless, and she couldn't sever them all no matter how hard she tried. However, the leaves were unable to harm Lady as well. Lady had always maintained the upper hand in their battle, but her expression was growing more and more solemn. Because a bloody mark had appeared on her palm at an unknown time. Moreover, the bloody mark was getting deeper and more numerous. It was the thread of karma. As soon as these bloody marks appeared, she felt like some sort of force was slowly restraining her. She knew that she had to end the battle as soon as possible. However, even she wasn't able to kill Tree Boundless in a short period of time. The mysterious woman withdrew her gaze, and then she gazed at Xian and smiled. "It's best for you to enter right now. Otherwise, someone will die in a moment." Xian gazed at the door of blood. He felt quite panicked when it appeared here, and he wasn't just panicked, he felt terror as well. It was terror that he couldn't restrain. He'd never had such a feeling in the past. He knew that once he stepped foot into the door, then he would be doomed. The mysterious woman grinned. "If you don't enter, then the entire fifth dimension will be buried with you. Because the calamity of this door is about to form, and your universe won't be able to endure it once it does." Xian gazed at her while he held tightly onto the supreme sword in his right hand. He didn't want to accept his fate just like that. The mysterious woman smiled and said, "I know that your physical body has just broken through, and your strength is several times stronger than before. Furthermore, there's still that life fist. However, I can tell you that even if you burn all of your lifespan, your life fist won't be able to threaten me. Not to mention you, even if the Dao Sect's ancestor is here, his life fist won't be able to do anything to me. If you enter, I'll take this door away without harming the fifth dimension. However, if you resist with all your might and summon the power of faith, then once the calamity is formed, the fifth dimension will be destroyed in an instant. At that time, you won't be the only one to die, but everyone. Calamity, calamity, whoever helps you will be haunted by the calamity. Do you understand?" Xian slowly closed his eyes. He didn't want to accept his fate, but he also didn't want to bring everyone around him to die with him. At this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed his hand. Xian opened his eyes and looked beside him. It was Nian Nian. Nian Nian smiled. "It's not the most desperate time yet." Xian was stunned, and then he said, "Sister Nian?" Nian Nian smiled and said, "Yes." Xian smiled and asked, "When did you recover your memories?" Nian Nian licked the candied fruit. "It's been some time. However, due to some reasons, I could only seal my memories." Xian asked, "The cause of calamity?" Nian Nian nodded. "Yes." As she said that, she looked at the mysterious woman in the distance. "You really went big. You even attracted this thing." The mysterious woman looked at Mu Nian Nian and said with a smile, "Miss Nian Nian, you still chose to make a move in the end." Mu Nian Nian laughed. "I didn't want to make a move at first, but I can't just watch you force him to his death like this." As she said that, she put away the candied fruit and said with a smile, "You should have made thorough preparations. Tell me, are you my opponent or someone else?" The mysterious woman smiled and said, "No one else is your match." Mu Nian Nian blinked. "So, let's play?" "To be honest, I really want to fight you." After all, you're also known to be invincible under 3 swords. To be honest, I'm not convinced. The mysterious woman smiled and said, I also want to fight you. However, you're not my opponent. Nian Yan glanced at the people behind the mysterious woman and said with a smile, they're not my match. Night God suddenly stood up. He looked at Nian Yan and said with a smile, aren't you being a little too arrogant? Nian Yan opened her palm and a sword appeared in her hand. The next moment, she slashed out with her sword. It was a very casual slash. In the distance, Night God's pupils suddenly constricted. He punched out, and space distorted under his punch. Boom, as a sword beam exploded, Night God retreated tens of thousands of feet away. Nian Yan waved the sword in her hand and the corners of her mouth curled up. Is it wrong to say that you're weak? Night God stared at Mu Nian Yan and was about to attack again when the mysterious woman suddenly said, you're not her match. Night God gazed at the mysterious woman, and the mysterious woman smiled, she's the 4th sword of the world. Night God didn't attack again because his right arm had split open, and a powerful strand of sword energy was raging within his body. He had to suppress the remaining sword energy within his body. Mu Nian Yan gazed at the mysterious woman and smiled, if all the people you've found are like this, then I'm quite disappointed. The mysterious woman smiled, you can play with the cause of disaster. As soon as she finished speaking, the door of disaster suddenly trembled violently. A moment later, a blood-red bolt of lightning shot out, and its target was Mu Nian Yan. Mu Nian Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as she slashed down with her sword. Boom, an expanse of sword energy shattered, and Mu Nian Yan was blasted back by 3 kilometers. Yi Xian's face sank when he saw this. What exactly is the door of disaster? Mu Nian Yan glanced at the door of misfortune. In the next moment, she suddenly vanished, and a ray of light flashed by. The sword was like a clap of thunder. Before anyone could react, a ray of sword energy slashed down on the door of disaster. Boom, the door of disaster shook violently, and a wave of blood-red light shot out. Rumble, the sword energy shattered, and Mu Nian Yan returned to her original position. The door of disaster was not damaged at all. Around Mu Nian Yan, a dozen or so blood-red threads appeared. These threads were extremely strange. Lines of disaster karma. These lines of disaster karma wrapped around Mu Nian Yan, and she discovered that the vitality in her body was slowly disappearing. Not only that, but the spiritual energy around her was also moving away from her. The entire world was rejecting her. Mu Nian Yan frowned slightly. She was a 5th dimension Tendo. Logically speaking, the spiritual energy of the 5th dimension should not be rejecting her. After all, she was a 5th dimension Tendo. But at this moment, not only was the spiritual energy rejecting her, but even the world was rejecting her. Mu Nian Yan slowly closed her eyes. She opened her palms, and countless rays of sword energy crisscrossed around her. Hiss! 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 Ear-piercing sounds of slicing resounded incessantly around Mu Nian Yan. The space around her had been torn apart and erased, but the lines of disaster karma still existed. However, the lines of disaster karma had become slightly dimmer. The mysterious woman in the distance had a rare trace of seriousness in her eyes when she witnessed this scene. She knew how terrifying the lines of disaster karma were, but Mu Nian Yan's sword was actually able to affect them. Mu Nian Yan frowned deeply when she saw that her sword was unable to slice through the lines of disaster karma. She was just about to attack again when the mysterious woman suddenly said, the more you attack, the more lines of disaster karma there will be, and the faster you'll die. Besides that woman, no one can resist these lines of disaster karma. Mu Nian Yan gazed at the mysterious woman. I thought you would fight me. The mysterious woman smiled. I'm not afraid of you, but I didn't come here today to spar with you. As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian. The calamity is about to form. If you don't go in now, then once it forms, the might of the calamity can easily destroy the entire 5th dimension tens of thousands of times. Even Miss Nian Yan won't be able to resist the calamity. Yi Xian gazed at the door of disaster. A blood-red cloud had appeared in the sky above the door of disaster, and countless blood-red strands of lightning were gradually gathering within the cloud. The calamity, Mu Nian Yan suddenly said, you've joined forces with the cause of disaster. The mysterious woman shook her head. Actually, I don't know what the cause of disaster is. I only know that when I go against Yi Xian, it will secretly help me. I tried to contact it earlier, but I never expected that it would actually respond and bring me this door of disaster. As she spoke, she gazed at Xian and smiled. It seems that the cause of disaster really wants to kill you. And now, whoever helps you will suffer from the backlash of the cause of disaster. Xian glanced at Mu Yanyan. At this moment, an endless amount of death qi had appeared in Mu Yanyan's body. Not only that, but a lot of turbid qi had also appeared in the fifth dimension. It was unknown where this turbid qi had come from. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. This turbid qi was slowly corroding the origin of the fifth dimension. The mysterious woman looked at Xian. If you don't go in, you will implicate everyone. Anyone related to you, as long as they help you, will die without a doubt. Also, it's best if you don't use the power of faith. Otherwise, everyone in the fifth dimension who believes in you will suffer the calamity. Xian shook his head and smiled. I'm only in the Tao realm. Do you have to go so far? The mysterious woman shook her head. You have too many helpers. Even if the plain-dressed woman doesn't make a move, I won't be able to defeat the people below if they join hands. Xian looked at the door of disaster. At this moment, Mu Yanyan suddenly pulled Xian's hand. Don't surrender so easily. Xian shook his head. I don't want to implicate you. Especially you. Mu Yanyan smiled. Between us, why talk about implicating me? Isn't your problem my problem? Xian smiled bitterly. Sister Nian. At this moment, the mysterious woman suddenly said, Xian, you don't have much time left. Xian looked at the mysterious woman, and the mysterious woman smiled. Don't have any delusions. I said before, I am invincible under the three swords. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being called invincible under the three swords? A voice suddenly came from the distant starry sky. The next moment, the space in the depths of the starry sky cracked, and a powerful aura swept over. P.S. The eruption has been delayed. Big brother, uncle, please be gentle with your scolding. I'm very sorry. Another expert had appeared. Night God and the others who stood by the mysterious woman's side turned to look towards the depths of the starry sky. A ray of light suddenly appeared there, and then the entire starry sky was torn apart. A sword instantly arrived above the mysterious woman's head, and then it descended in a straight line. Space shattered inch by inch at the moment the sword descended, and a powerful strand of sword energy shook the starry sky, causing the entire starry sky to crack inch by inch. It was an extremely shocking scene. The mysterious woman laughed with ridicule. You're still so arrogant. When the sword arrived 30 m away from her head, she suddenly shot into the sky and smashed her fist against it. Sky split punch. The sword shattered and the starry sky was obliterated by a single punch. Meanwhile, another ray of light slashed down. The mysterious woman smashed her fist forward again. Rumble. She instantly retreated explosively by over 3 kilometers in the face of this attack. A woman in a white robe stood where the mysterious woman had been standing just now. 2. The white-robed woman stood there with a sword in hand, and her gaze was icy cold. The expressions of Night God and the others instantly became extremely solemn when they saw the white-robed woman. Another extraordinary expert has arrived. Moreover, it's a swordsman. Night God took a deep glance at Xian who stood nearby. Exactly how many helpers does he have? The white-robed woman turned to look at Xian, and her expression instantly became savage when she saw the blood-red karmic threads that covered Xian's body. She turned to look at the mysterious woman in the distance, that damnable woman. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly vanished. In the instant that the white-robed woman disappeared, Mu Yanyan also disappeared. The two of them had attacked together. It was obvious that they intended to kill the mysterious woman first. Mu Yanyan and Tu were the best swordsmen in the world. So, how terrifying would their joint forces be? A cold smile arose on the corners of the mysterious woman's mouth as soon as the two women vanished, and then she took a step forward. The space around her instantly seethed, and then she clenched her right fist tightly before a strand of ghastly green flame swept out from it. A moment of silence ensued before she suddenly smashed her fist forward. Boom! The space around her was set ablaze, and a force capable of destroying heaven and earth instantly devoured the two sword lights. However, in the blink of an eye, she had retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away. When she stopped, there was a deep sword mark between her eyebrows and her throat. However, the two sword scars were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a breath's time, the two sword scars had disappeared without a trace. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings had become solemn when they witnessed this scene. Xian was also a little shocked. Was the undying bloodline so terrifying? Nian Nian and the white-robed Qing'er's swords couldn't kill her? Was it true that only 3 strikes could kill her in 1 strike? The white-robed woman looked at the mysterious woman without saying anything. No one knew what she was thinking. Mu Nian suddenly said, "Her bloodline is a little strange." The white-robed woman was expressionless. Undying bloodline. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian, the activated mad demon bloodline. "I'm going to use my bloodline to suppress hers." Yi Xian shook his head. "I can't sense the mad demon bloodline anymore." The white-robed woman was slightly puzzled. Why? Yi Xian looked at the mysterious woman in the distance. It was sealed by her. When he spoke up to this point, he was slightly angry. This woman had planned this from the very beginning when she first found him. The white-robed woman appeared by Yi Xian's side, and she placed her right hand on Yi Xian's shoulder. After a short moment, she frowned. Mu Nian asked, "Can it be undone?" The white-robed woman shook her head. "You can't force it. Otherwise, the 2 bloodlines will clash and he will die." As she spoke, she turned to look at the mysterious woman in the distance. "Sealing his bloodline will make it have 1 less natural enemy. Moreover, it will make it so that the man can't sense his condition." "What a good plan." The mysterious woman smiled, too. "After so many years, you still have such a bad temper." The white-robed woman did not speak any nonsense. She suddenly disappeared. In the distance, the mysterious woman stood in the same place. She did not dodge. In the blink of an eye, the white-robed woman appeared several dozen feet behind her. There was a blood-red sword hole between the mysterious woman's eyebrows. But in the blink of an eye, that blood-red sword hole disappeared. It was directly restored. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's face sank. This woman could not be killed. The mysterious woman suddenly disappeared. In the distance, the white-robed woman suddenly turned around and slashed down with her sword. Bang! Along with the sound of an explosion, a fiery light suddenly erupted in front of the white-robed woman. The white-robed woman retreated several dozen feet. She had just stopped when the space in front of her suddenly split open, and a fist mark came straight at her. The white-robed woman stabbed out with her sword. Bang! The fist mark directly shattered. The white-robed woman retreated several dozen feet. She had just stopped when a flaming fist mark suddenly fell straight down from the top of her head. The white-robed woman's mouth curled into a sinister smile. She held her sword and suddenly soared into the sky. A sword howl reverberated through the starry sky. A strand of dazzling flame and sword energy suddenly exploded in the starry sky, and then powerful sword energy and flames instantly swept through the starry sky. At this moment, the entire starry sky seethed and gradually became illusory. Mu Nian suddenly vanished on the spot, and then a strand of sword energy tore through the sky. At this moment, she would naturally not allow the white-robed woman to have a fair battle with the mysterious woman. After all, this wasn't a spar. At the instant that Mu Nian attacked, the door of misfortune suddenly shook violently. In the next moment, a blood-red bolt of divine lightning shot explosively towards Mu Nian. Mu Nian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she followed up with a slash with her sword. Hiss! The starry sky was torn apart, and then a ray of sword energy struck the blood-red bolt of divine lightning. Bang! The ray of sword energy shattered, and Mu Nian instantly retreated 3 kilometers. However, the blood-red bolt of divine lightning didn't vanish, and it shot straight towards Mu Nian. Wherever the blood-red divine lightning passed, space was directly erased. It was obliterated. Everyone in the surroundings was visibly moved when they witnessed this scene. After all, how formidable was the force required to obliterate an expanse of space? Mu Nian slowly closed her eyes. When the blood-red bolt of divine lightning arrived in front of her, she suddenly opened her eyes, and then the sword in her hand trembled violently. She took a step forward and slashed with her sword. As soon as her sword descended, an expanse of sword energy slashed directly against the blood-red bolt of divine lightning. Bang! The ray of sword energy forcefully stopped the blood-red bolt of divine lightning on the spot. However, it didn't shatter into pieces. Conversely, the ray of sword energy grew more and more illusory. Mu Nian slashed once more, and a ray of sword energy slashed against the blood-red bolt of divine lightning. However, it still didn't vanish. Conversely, her ray of sword energy was instantly devoured. After it devoured Mu Nian's ray of sword energy, the bolt of divine lightning suddenly transformed into countless bolts of lightning that shot towards Mu Nian. Mu Nian's brows knit together slightly. She was just about to attack when over a dozen blood-red threads appeared around her. As soon as these blood-red threads appeared, the vitality within her body instantly vanished at a visible speed, even her sword energy couldn't resist it. Meanwhile, Xian appeared in front of Mu Niannian, and a ferocious expression flashed through his eyes before he slashed with his sword. Rumble! The ray of sword energy was instantly obliterated. At the same time, Xian was blasted over 10 kilometers away, and his body had even become pitch black. He'd been charred by the lightning. His immortal stage Taoist body was as fragile as a piece of paper under the blood-red divine thunder. If it weren't for his immortal bloodline, his body would have been completely annihilated even if his divine soul didn't perish. However, the blood-red divine lightning still hadn't vanished, and it had arrived in front of Xian. Xian's pupils constricted, and he was just about to attack again when Mu Niannian appeared in front of him. Mu Niannian took her sword with both hands and slashed it forward. Bang! An expansive ray of sword energy instantly enveloped the blood-red divine lightning, and it was instantly forced to stop. However, it didn't vanish. Conversely, Mu Niannian's ray of sword energy was being devoured bit by bit. At this moment, the space around Mu Niannian had become pitch black. It was death energy. It was an unusual form of death energy, because there were threads of blood-red threads within the death energy. The death energy was gradually corroding Mu Niannian's body. It wasn't just Mu Niannian. Lady who was fighting Shu Wubian in the distance was surrounded by the death energy as well. Besides that, the entire starry sky was filled with all sorts of muddy energy. As for the layer of clouds in the sky above the door of misfortune, they had turned blood red, and lightning flickered within them. Xian gazed at the white-robed woman and the mysterious woman. They were still locked in battle, but the white-robed woman wasn't gaining any advantage. Because the mysterious woman really couldn't be killed, even if the white-robed woman slit her throat with her sword, she still wouldn't die. Presently, both of them could be said to be on par. But if this continued, the mysterious woman would definitely gain the upper hand. Because karmic calamity threads had appeared around the white-robed woman as well, and there were over 100 of them, Xian suddenly said, "Qing." The white-robed woman suddenly stopped, and then she turned around to gaze at Xian. "I'm here." Xian shook his head and walked over to the white-robed woman. When he saw the karmic calamity threads coiling around her, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. "I'm sorry." The white-robed woman looked straight at Xian. "I'm here, nothing will happen. Not unless I die." Xian was about to speak, but at this moment, countless blood-red bolts of divine lightning suddenly appeared in the sky above the door of misfortune. The mysterious woman suddenly said, "Xian, if you don't go in, the divine lightning will destroy the entire fifth dimension. Whether it's my Qing or Mu Niannian, they won't be able to resist it. Not only them, but everyone related to them will die." As she spoke, she glanced at the door of misfortune, and a rare trace of seriousness flashed through her eyes. In fact, the might of the door of misfortune had exceeded her expectations. She couldn't control the door of misfortune at this moment, because even she couldn't resist the tribulation of misfortune. The white-robed woman looked at the mysterious woman and was about to attack again. The mysterious woman smiled, "Too, you can't kill me. If you continue fighting, you'll definitely die. Moreover, haven't you noticed? The more you attack, the stronger the door of misfortune becomes." The white-robed woman looked at the door of misfortune. At this moment, the door of misfortune was emanating an extremely terrifying pressure, and this pressure caused even her heart to palpitate. The door of misfortune was growing stronger and stronger. The white-robed woman slowly closed her eyes. Her right hand tightly clenched the sword in her hand, and the sword trembled as it accumulated power. After a short while, the white-robed woman raised her head and looked towards the depths of the starry sky. She knew that only that woman could resist the door of misfortune, but what about that woman? Wasn't she resisting the cause of misfortune? At this moment, the door of misfortune suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, the blood-red divine lightning above it became violent, and the entire fifth dimension started to be destroyed inch by inch. The expressions of everyone present changed when they witnessed this scene. Even the mysterious woman's eyes were filled with a solemn expression. She sensed danger. Actually, she was extremely shocked right now. She knew that she'd severely underestimated the cause of misfortune until now. At this moment, she finally understood why the woman in a plain dress had resisted the cause of misfortune for Xian. If the woman in a plain dress hadn't been standing in front of him, then Xian wouldn't have been able to survive even if he had 100 lives. right at this moment. The blood-red divine lightning above the door of misfortune suddenly spread outwards, and it was about to leave the layer of clouds. Once it left the layer of clouds, then not only would the fifth dimension be instantly destroyed, even Mu Nian Nian and Tu might not be able to survive. The mysterious woman was retreating in the distance. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly gazed at the mysterious woman and smiled. "Since you want me dead so badly, then I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that shot into the door of misfortune. The expressions of Tu and Mu Nian Nian instantly changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. They wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Because Yi Xian was truly too close to the door of misfortune, just as the two ladies were about to stop him, Yi Xian had already entered the door of adversity. The moment he entered the door of adversity, a beam of golden light suddenly shone from the starry sky. "Holy shit, young master, don't be rash." As soon as the voice resounded, a ray of golden light followed Yi Xian into the door of misfortune. A horrified voice suddenly resounded from within the door of misfortune. "Fuck. Let me out." The entire door of misfortune trembled violently, and then the karmic threads of misfortune in the surroundings suddenly surged back into the door of misfortune like tidewater. Besides that, the blood-red divine lightning instantly surged into the door of misfortune as well. The white-robed woman and Mu Nian Nian didn't even hesitate to charge into the door of misfortune. At this moment, they felt as if they'd been struck by lightning. Right when they approached the door of misfortune, it suddenly closed, and then it transformed into a blood-red screen of light that vanished into the starry sky. The white-robed woman's pupils constricted, and she swiftly clawed forward. "Come back." As soon as her voice resounded, an enormous hand suddenly pierced through the starry sky and appeared in the deepest depths of the starry sky. However, the enormous hand had just appeared when it was instantly shattered by a ray of blood-red light. Moreover, the door of misfortune had vanished completely. The white-robed woman's face instantly turned pale when she witnessed this scene. Mu Nian Nian's face was pale as a sheet as well. Meanwhile, two women suddenly walked over from afar. One of them was Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia seemed as if she'd lost her soul as she walked slowly. There was another woman standing by Xianxia's side. She wore a white dress and wore a veil over her face. The mysterious woman glanced at the veiled woman who just appeared and smiled. "Miss Ding. We're too late. Yi Xian will definitely die, and Tianming will definitely not choose to live alone. All of them will die. We'll all die together." As she spoke, she took a deep breath and seemed extremely pleased. Miss Ding gazed at the mysterious woman. "I did all of this for the sake of avenging my son." The mysterious woman smiled. "Then shouldn't I be avenging him?" Miss Ding looked the mysterious woman in the eyes. "He's my son." The mysterious woman was slightly stunned, and then she roared with laughter. "Miss Ding, that joke isn't funny at all." Miss Ding just gazed at the mysterious woman. "Have you ever seen me joke?" The mysterious woman stared fixedly at Miss Ding. "My son was born at the same time as him, and then the cause of misfortune descended. After that, my dear older sister seized the opportunity while I was unconscious to use my son as a vessel for the misfortune. After that, my son wasn't able to endure the cause of misfortune, and his soul was destroyed. On the other hand, Tianming rushed over to protect her son." Miss Ding suddenly said, "Tianming is protecting her son. Do you know why she's been able to survive for so long? Because Tianming is giving face to her son. Otherwise, does she really think she can scheme against her? While she's playing with her wits, we're still playing with mud. It was only because she was his biological mother that she didn't behead him. Do you understand?" The mysterious woman seemed as if she'd been struck by lightning, and she retreated a few meters. She stared fixedly at Miss Ding while her entire body trembled. "No. Impossible. No. Impossible. Impossible?" Miss Ding looked at the mysterious woman with a calm expression. "Do you think there's any point in me lying to you?" The mysterious woman looked at Miss Ding with a ferocious expression and scarlet eyes. "If he really was my son, why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Why?" Miss Ding looked at the mysterious woman. "Did you give me a chance?" As if she thought of something, the mysterious woman's face instantly turned pale. Miss Ding said, "Back then, when the calamity descended, Tianming blocked it. In order to protect him, I had no choice but to bring him to his father with your sister. But I didn't expect that Tianming didn't tell you the truth. saying that, she shook her head, but that's normal. At that time, she disliked everyone, so why would she tell you this? The mysterious woman slowly closed her eyes, her whole body trembling. I asked her, and she said that my son's life or death has nothing to do with her. Miss Ding shook her head and sighed. If Tian Ming had explained back then, this wouldn't have happened. Actually, Tian Ming's temper was many times better than before. In the past, Tian Ming looked at everyone as if they were dead. Explain, it was already good enough that she didn't stab you, you still want her to explain to you? You're thinking too much. In this woman's eyes, there was no one else but her brother. Now, because of Yi Xian, Tian Ming's temper was much better, at least like a normal person. Miss Ding collected her thoughts and looked at the mysterious woman. I looked for you, but I couldn't find you. I didn't expect you to hide in the dark and make things so big. The mysterious woman suddenly said with a trembling voice, since Tian Ming knew I was taking revenge on him, why didn't she stop me? Why? No, she wanted to use me to draw out the cause of misfortune. Miss Ding nodded, the cause of misfortune has always been hidden, so she had no way to attack. But because of you, the cause of misfortune has begun to appear, which is exactly what she wanted. But she never expected that the cause of misfortune would activate the gate of misfortune to kill him. This matter is beyond the capabilities of the few of us. At this moment, the white-robed woman pointed her sword at the mysterious woman. Where is the gate of misfortune? The mysterious woman raised her head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. After a long time, a trace of confusion flashed through her eyes. I can't feel it anymore. The white-robed woman's mouth curled into a savage smile. I'll kill you. As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to attack, but she was stopped by Miss Ding. Miss Ding looked at Tuesday. Miss Tu, the only one who can find the door of disaster now is her. The white-robed woman gripped her sword tightly with her right hand, her expression becoming more and more ferocious. Miss Ding looked at the mysterious woman. We must find the door of disaster as soon as possible, or else. The mysterious woman shook her head. I can no longer sense the door of disaster. Miss Ding looked at the mysterious woman. Think of a way. The mysterious woman was silent for a long time. We can't look for the door of disaster. We have to look for him. Sense him. Hurry up. Miss Ding asked, what do you have in mind? The mysterious woman spoke in a low voice. When I sealed his crazed devil bloodline earlier, I left my power in his body. As she spoke, her body suddenly soared into the sky. She looked into the depths of the starry sky and spread out her hands. Flames suddenly burned around her. Just like that, after a quarter of an hour, the mysterious woman's pupils suddenly shrank as if she had sensed something. Seeing this scene, Miss Ding and the others' expressions instantly sank. Two stared at the mysterious woman. Speak. The mysterious woman looked into the depths of the starry sky and said with a trembling voice, his life is flowing away at an extremely fast speed. Miss Ding said in a low voice, do you know the location of the door of disaster? The mysterious woman said, I can only sense a rough direction. Moreover, the door of disaster seems to have brought him to an unknown world. Miss Ding suddenly said, you, Miss Nian Nian, and two chase in that direction. You must catch him. Don't let it bring him too far away, and don't lose him. I will go find his father. As she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Two stared at the mysterious woman. Her gaze was like a sword, and she wanted to kill. Nian Nian suddenly said, let's go. The mysterious woman turned around and looked at Xu Wubian, who was not far away. Xu Wubian looked at the mysterious woman, but did not speak. This was awkward, that Yi Xian was actually this woman's son. The mysterious woman looked at Xu Wubian. Don't touch the fifth dimension. Xu Wubian said in a low voice, okay. The mysterious woman glanced at Night Deity and the others. You all guard the fifth dimension and wait for my son to return. As she finished speaking, she turned into a flame and disappeared into the ends of the starry sky. Night Deity and the others looked at each other. Mu Nian Nian and Tu also disappeared into the ends of the starry sky. The three women raised their speed to the limit and tore through the starry sky. The mysterious woman in the lead looked at the endless starry sky with bloodshot eyes. Wait for me. You must wait for me. As the mysterious woman and the others left, the scene suddenly became quiet. After a moment of silence, Night Deity turned around and left. Only now did he understand why the mysterious woman had asked him to keep a low profile. The number of experts in this era was not just an ordinary amount, he really had to keep a low profile. He felt that he had to properly develop himself. Otherwise, his survival would be in danger. Not far away, Princess did not choose to leave. Before Misting left, she had asked her to guard the fifth dimension. Currently, Yi Xian and Mu Nianyan were not in the fifth dimension, so there needed to be a super expert guarding it. Princess looked at the depths of the starry sky with a trace of worry in her eyes. The door of adversity was so terrifying. Could he resist it? If Yi Xian really died in the door of adversity, then the matter would be really serious. With that woman's temper, no one could survive. Somewhere in the starry sky, Misting was shuttling through the starry sky. Beside her was Xianxia. Misting's expression was also solemn. The might of the door of adversity had greatly exceeded her expectations. It could be said that at present, apart from those three people, basically no one could resist the door of adversity. With Yi Xian's current strength, could he survive if he entered it? If Yi Xian died, what would happen to Tianming? What would happen to the green-robed man? Sigh. Misting sighed softly. When she found out that something was about to happen to Yi Xian, she'd put down everything she was doing and rushed over. But she hadn't expected that she would still be too late. Meanwhile, Xianxia spoke softly, "He'll be fine, right?" Misting looked towards the depths of the starry sky. "I hope he's fine." Xianxia's face instantly turned pale when she heard this. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian opened his eyes slowly. His expression changed the moment he opened his eyes. At this moment, he was in a blood-red world. Above him was an expanse of blood-red clouds, and boundless lightning flickered within the clouds. Yi Xian's expression became solemn when he saw this. The door of adversity, he knew that he was within the door of adversity right now. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded by Yi Xian's side. "Young master, we're finished." Yi Xian was shocked when he heard this, and he turned around to look. Xiao Ta was hopping around nearby, and he seemed to be very anxious. Yi Xian blinked. "Why did you come in?" Xiao Ta immediately jumped in front of Yi Xian. "I didn't want to come in either. I was sucked in by it." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, what do we do now?" Yi Xian looked up at the sky. The blood-red lightning was growing more and more violent, and its might was growing stronger and stronger. With his current strength, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single bolt of blood-colored lightning, let alone so many. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta said, "Young master, I think we have to think of a way to escape." Yi Xian looked at Xiao Ta. "Can you contact your master?" Xiao Ta shook his head. "No, I can't. Everything is blocked here, and my master is very, very far away from here. Even if he's outside, I can't contact him." "He couldn't contact the man in green," Yi Xian said softly. "It seems that we can only rely on ourselves." Xiao Ta was a little excited. "Young master, do you have any ideas?" Yi Xian looked around. He couldn't see the end of it, and he could confirm that they were in an unknown world. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly frowned. He looked up at the sky. Why didn't the blood-red lightning attack him? This wasn't normal. Suddenly, the clouds above his head suddenly turned into a strange black vortex. As the black vortex formed, all the blood-red lightning in the sky instantly gathered towards the black vortex. Yi Xian's frown deepened when he witnessed this scene, and there was a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. "What's it trying to do?" Xiao Ta said, "Young master, I think it might be about to unleash an ultimate technique." As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous pillar of lightning suddenly emerged from within the vortex. The pillar of lightning was almost 3 kilometers long and over 1 kilometer wide. Along with the appearance of the pillar of lightning, an indescribably formidable pressure instantly swept down from the sky, and the entire heavens and the earth warped at this moment. Xiao Ta was slightly excited when he witnessed this scene. "Young master, look. I wasn't wrong. It really is about to unleash an ultimate technique." Yi Xian's face darkened. "You guessed right." As he spoke, he grabbed Xiao Ta, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. At the instant he vanished, the blood-red pillar of lightning above him suddenly pierced through the starry sky. When it appeared once more, it was already over 500 kilometers away above Yixian. At the same time, a strand of formidable pressure directly sealed off the surroundings around Yixian. Yixian stopped moving when he witnessed this scene. He knew that he couldn't escape, he could only resist it head-on. Yixian raised his head to look at the blood-red pillar of lightning. He knew that not to mention his current strength, even if his strength increased by 10 times, it would still be impossible for him to resist this divine lightning. Yixian took a deep breath, and then he turned around to look at Xiao Ta and smiled. "Stay away from me. This thing is only targeting me. Understand?" As he spoke, he suddenly clenched his fists tightly. In an instant, a strand of flames appeared around him. He was burning his lifespan, since he had no way out, then he had to fight to the death. Yixian held his sword in hand as he gazed at the descending enormous pillar of lightning, and he grinned. "Isn't it just death? Come on." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly soared into the sky. However, before he could even get close to the pillar of lightning, his body began to crack bit by bit. Although he had the immortal bloodline, the recovery speed of the immortal bloodline couldn't keep up with the speed of his body's destruction. When Yixian arrived at a place 10 zhang away from the pillar of lightning, he held his sword with both hands and slashed upwards. A ray of sword light pierced through the sky. The moment he swung his sword, Yixian felt as if his entire body had been sucked dry. He slowly fell from the sky. At this moment, he only had less than half a year of lifespan left, and he had used up all his strength to swing this sword. This was the most powerful sword he had ever used. In the sky, Yixian slowly fell. He looked at the horizon as his sword light slashed the blood-red pillar of lightning. Boom! The blood-red pillar of lightning shook violently, and his sword light was instantly drowned by the lightning. The blood-red pillar of lightning plunged straight down. Seeing this, Yixian slowly closed his eyes. He had tried his best, he had really tried his best, not to mention him, even Yan Yan might not be able to resist this thing. Right at this moment, Xiao Ta, who was beside Yixian, suddenly transformed into a ray of golden light and soared into the sky. Xiao Ta directly collided with the blood-red pillar of lightning. Boom! A ray of lightning and a blood-red light exploded between heaven and earth. The lightning pillar was actually forced to stop. However, soon, the lightning pillar erupted with a dazzling ray of lightning, and Xiao Ta was directly pressed down to the ground. At this moment, Xiao Ta's voice resounded in the sky. "Young lord, hurry up and run. I can't hold on for much longer." Run? A trace of confusion flashed in Yixian's eyes. How could he run? They were in this world now, and it was useless to run anywhere. Thinking of this, Yixian's lips curled into a ferocious smile. He slammed his right hand on the ground, and his entire body soared into the sky, once again slashing at the blood-red pillar of lightning. However, in an instant, Yixian directly fell from the sky, and finally crashed into the ground. As for the golden light around Xiao Ta, it was slowly being devoured. Xiao Ta wailed, "Master! Save me! I can't hold on any longer." Below, Yixian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and once again soared into the sky. In the outside world, the door of woe disaster carried a ray of lightning as it continuously pierced through the starry sky. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it passed through countless galaxies. No one knew its destination. At this moment, the door of woe disaster suddenly appeared in the starry sky. As soon as it appeared, a blood-red ray of lightning swept across the starry sky. Wherever the blood-red ray of lightning passed, the space was directly wiped out. In the next moment, it directly disappeared into the deepest part of the starry sky. In some unknown star region, a swordsman in a cloud-white robe was slowly walking in the starry sky. Swordsman looked into the depths of the starry sky and shook his head. In the vast universe, there isn't even a single strong person. How boring. At this moment, the space behind him suddenly split open, and the next moment, a blood door flew out. The door of woe disaster. After the door of woe disaster appeared, a blood-red ray of lightning appeared in the starry sky. Its speed did not decrease, and it headed straight for Swordsman in the distance. It was not looking for Swordsman, but was just passing by. However, this swordsman just happened to be blocking its path. Seeing the door of woe disaster shooting towards him with a blood-red ray of lightning, a trace of confusion flashed in Swordsman's eyes. What is the meaning of this? P.S. I recommend a book from my hometown, Heaven's Dome. It's a cultivation book, and if you like cultivation books, you can go read it. It already has more than 1,000,000 words, and you can help me collect it. Finally, I ask for tickets. Although I didn't explode, I still ask for tickets. That's right, my skin is so thick. Not only did the door of woe disaster not slow down, it even sped up. Behind it, the starry sky was destroyed, everything was destroyed wherever the blood-red lightning passed. Looking at the unfriendly blood door, the swordsman frowned. He suddenly flicked his left thumb and the scabbard in his hand shook violently. A ray of sword light flew out and slashed at the blood door. Boom, the blood-red lightning around the blood door turned into nothingness, and the blood door was slashed tens of thousands of feet away. As soon as it stopped, its entire body cracked, but it did not completely shatter. The door of woe disaster trembled. It was a little confused. What had it encountered? Without hesitation, it turned to run. However, at that moment, the swordsman appeared in front of it. The swordsman looked at the door of woe disaster and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. There's a familiar aura. As he said that, he turned into a ray of sword light and charged at the door of woe disaster. The door of woe disaster shook violently and a ray of lightning shot out. However, before the lightning could touch the ray of sword light, it turned into nothingness, the door of woe disaster. Inside the door of woe disaster, Xianxia crashed to the ground again. Not only him, but Xiaota also crashed to the ground beside him. One man and one tower, they had tried their best, although Xiaota was tough, he had not fused with Xianxia. Therefore, Xianxia could not fully unleash his true power, and it was too late for him to fuse with him now. Xiaota lay beside Xianxia and said in a trembling voice, "Young master, I don't want to die. Why don't we surrender?" Xianxia's face darkened. Surrender? Was this something that could be solved by surrendering? Just as the lightning pillar was about to fall, the space in the distance was suddenly torn apart. The next moment, a swordsman in a white robe walked in. Following the appearance of the swordsman, the blood-colored lightning pillar suddenly stopped and shot directly towards the swordsman. At the same time, countless blood-colored lightning bolts appeared in the sky and converged towards the swordsman like red snakes. At this moment, Xianxia also realized that something was wrong. He opened his eyes and turned to look. Not far away, the swordsman slowly approached. He wore a cloud-white robe and held a sheathed sword in his hand. Xianxia was stunned when he saw the swordsman. One of the sword masters at the top of the tower. Why would he appear here? From afar, Swordsman looked at the lightning pillar and shook his head. Too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, he gently flicked his left thumb. Buzz, inside the sheath, a sword pierced through the air. Under Xianxia's astonished gaze, the lightning pillar was directly cut in half by the sword. Following that, the huge lightning pillar was directly erased, along with all the blood-colored lightning bolts in the world. With one sword, all tribulations would cease to exist. Not only that, but the entire world had begun to turn illusory. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Was this guy really that strong? From afar, Swordsman shook his head again, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. This is the calamity of disaster? It's too weak, so boring. Xianxia was speechless. At this time, countless blood-red silk threads suddenly appeared around Swordsman. However, these blood-red silk threads could not get close to him at all. A trace of surprise flashed in Swordsman's eyes. Calamity Karma thread. At this time, Xianxia suddenly said, "Senior?" Swordsman looked at Xianxia and smiled. "Are you all right?" Xianxia nodded. "Why are you here, Senior?" Swordsman smiled. "By chance." Xianxia blinked. "By chance?" Swordsman nodded. "When this door was traversing through space, it almost hit me. So, I came in to have a look, but I didn't expect to meet you. Looks like this is really God's will." Xianxia was petrified on the spot. If this swordsman was not lying, then this calamity door was too unlucky. Swordsman suddenly looked at Xiaota, who was standing next to Xianxia. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This tower, Lil Pagoda instantly flew in front of the sword cultivator. It jumped up and down excitedly. It was obvious that it recognized the sword cultivator. Swordsman smiled and asked, "Where's your master?" Xiaota said, "Master is in a very, very far away place. I can't sense him anymore." Swordsman nodded slightly. "I see. Saying so, he looked at Xian. How did you end up like this? As far as I know, isn't that woman helping you resist the calamity karma? Xian smiled bitterly. It's a long story. Swordsman nodded. He looked around. At this moment, the world around him was becoming more and more illusory. Swordsman smiled and said, "Let's go out." Saying so, he directly disappeared with Xian. When the two of them reappeared, they were already in a starry sky. And in front of the two of them, the gate of woe was about to escape. Swordsman suddenly pointed with his fingers, a ray of sword light directly enveloped the gate of woe. He was about to attack again when Xian suddenly said, "Senior, please wait." Swordsman looked at Xian. Xian looked at the gate of woe. "Senior, can you give this gate to me?" Swordsman smiled and said, "This gate can withstand my sword without breaking. It's definitely not an ordinary item." "Are you sure you want it?" Xian thought for a moment and then said, "How about this? Senior can help me suppress it, that is, make it unable to use the divine lightning." Swordsman glanced at the gate of woe. "Sure." Saying so, he pointed with his fingers. 2 rays of sword light directly entered the gate of woe. These 2 rays of sword light directly suppressed the gate of woe. Swordsman looked at Xian and said with a smile, "It's done." Xian walked in front of the gate of woe. The gate of woe trembled slightly, and Xian directly stored the gate of woe into the prison pagoda within his body. If it was just the prison pagoda alone, it naturally wouldn't be able to suppress the gate of woe. However, with the presence of Swordsman's sword light, it was different. The gate of woe was very obedient within the prison pagoda. At this time, Swordsman suddenly said, "Heal your injuries first." Xian nodded. He sat cross-legged on the ground. The undying blood around his body was rapidly repairing his body. Very quickly, in less than half an hour, his body had recovered to its original state. Needless to say, Xian was a little shocked. The recovery ability of the undying blood was a little too abnormal. As if thinking of something, Xian suddenly looked at Swordsman. "Senior, someone left a seal in my body, sealing my original mad demon blood. Can you help me remove it?" Swordsman sized up Xian. He slightly nodded, "Yes." However, once the seal is removed, the 2 types of blood will coexist in your body. Can you suppress it? Xian said in a deep voice, "I'll try. If I can't, then I'll need Senior's help." Swordsman smiled, "Sure." Saying so, he pointed with his fingers, and a ray of sword light directly entered Xian's body. Boom! Inside Xian's body, something seemed to disappear. In an instant, a powerful force of blood surged out from Xian's body, mad demon blood. At this moment, the blood in Xian's body was boiling, bloodline power. When the mad demon blood appeared, Xian's whole body directly turned into a blood man. Xian's face suddenly changed. He felt the anger of the mad demon blood. At this moment, the mad demon blood was extremely angry. It had been sealed for so long, how could it not be angry? Xian found that the mad demon blood was directly draining his undying blood's force. Seeing this scene, Xian's face suddenly changed. If they fought, wouldn't he be played to death? He quickly began to suppress the mad demon bloodline, but it was useless. The more he tried to suppress it, the crazier the mad demon bloodline became. Most importantly, the undying bloodline was not a peaceful master. Although it was being suppressed by the mad demon bloodline, it was not afraid. As soon as the 2 bloodlines started fighting, Xian's whole body directly twisted, especially the blood vessels in his body. It was as if they were about to explode. It was extremely terrifying. At this time, the swordsman was about to make a move, but Xian suddenly said fiercely, "You want to play? I'll play with you. Everyone, let's play together." As he said that, he directly burned his flesh. Boom, a flame directly wrapped his body. Under the wrapping of this flame, the vitality in Xian's body began to fade. At this time, the 2 bloodlines in his body suddenly stopped. Seeing this scene, Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that if he did not teach these 2 bloodline powers a lesson, these 2 bloodlines would definitely ride on his head in the future. Seeing that the 2 bloodlines stopped, Xian waved his right hand. The flame on his body directly disappeared. The swordsman smiled and said, "Indeed, we can't spoil them." Xian smiled and then looked at the swordsman. "Senior, where is this place?" The swordsman looked around and then shook his head. "I don't know." Xian blinked. "I don't know?" The swordsman smiled and said, "I really don't know." Yi Xian asked again, then where are you going? The swordsman shook his head. I don't know either. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. The swordsman smiled and looked into the depths of the starry sky. I'm looking for powerful people. Of course, other than people, other powerful creatures will also do. Yi Xian was a little curious. Why are you looking for them? The swordsman smiled and said, I want to be defeated. Yi Xian was speechless. To be defeated, Yi Xian sized up the swordsman and then said, Senior, what level have you reached? The swordsman shook his head. I don't know. Yi Xian was speechless. The swordsman looked into the depths of the starry sky with a trace of loneliness in his eyes. I also want to know what level I've reached. Unfortunately, I don't have an opponent. As he said that, he patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly and sighed. Actually, I'm very envious of you. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Envious of me for what? The swordsman smiled and said, envious that you can be defeated. As for me, I've been seeking defeat for hundreds of thousands of years. The days of being invincible are too painful. Yi Xian suddenly coughed. He felt a little suffocated and did not want to continue the conversation. At this time, the swordsman said again, I originally thought it was a little boring, but now I have a goal. Yi Xian was a little curious. What goal? The swordsman looked into the depths of the starry sky and said excitedly, the cause of disaster. I also want to see this cause of disaster for myself. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior, can you sense the cause of disaster? The swordsman shook his head. I can't sense it. The path of karma is a bit mysterious, and your cause of disaster is not only mysterious, but also complicated. No wonder the two of them wanted to find the source of this cause of disaster. It's really not simple. Yi Xian glanced at the swordsman. Senior, between you and Qing who's stronger? The swordsman asked, are you talking about the woman in the plain dress? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The swordsman smiled slightly and did not say anything. Yi Xian had always been curious about the strength of the master of the three swords at the top of the pagoda. Who was stronger? Swordsman chuckled, I can't kill her, but she can't kill me either. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. Swordsman continued, she is a very good opponent, but she is very busy. Therefore, I have an agreement with her. After she finishes dealing with her matters, we will fight again. But from the current situation, I'm afraid it will take a long time because the cause of disaster on your body is very complicated. Yi Xian looked at his body. Around him, there were still countless karmic lines of disaster. These karmic lines of disaster did not corrode his body, and there was no death aura either. He did not know why. However, according to his guess, it might be because of the disaster constitution. Swordsman suddenly asked, what are your plans? Yi Xian looked around. Senior, is this place far from the fifth dimension? Swordsman shook his head. I don't know. Yi Xian looked around. This was a completely unknown starry sky. He had no idea where he was. He wanted to contact someone in the fifth dimension, but he could not, it was too far. Voice transmission talisman could not transmit over such a long distance. At this time, Swordsman suddenly said, I want to go to a place in front. Do you want to come with me? Yi Xian looked into the distance. Where is it? Swordsman smiled. I don't know. Yi Xian was speechless. This guy did not know where he was going. Swordsman asked again, are you going? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Swordsman smiled. Let's go. Swordsman walked into the distance. Yi Xian hurriedly followed. On the way, Yi Xian glanced at Swordsman. Senior, why don't we use sword kinesis flight? Swordsman chuckled. Calm your heart and think. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Calm down and think? Swordsman nodded. Your heart is rather impetuous and needs to settle down. A swordsman's heart should be as tranquil as water, without the slightest ripple. Yi Xian said nothing. Impetuous, he knew that his heart had always been restless. Swordsman continued, to cultivate the sword is to cultivate the mind. With a calm mind, you can make your sword faster and sharper. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior, you shattered the lightning pillar with a single sword strike earlier, but I think that sword strike was very ordinary. Swordsman smiled faintly. That sword seemed ordinary, but it has nearly 200,000 years of accumulation. Xian suddenly unsheathed his sword and slashed. A wisp of sword light tore through the air, tearing apart the space 1,000 feet away. Instant kill sword. It was an extremely fast sword strike. Xian turned to look at Swordsman. Senior, please give me some pointers. Swordsman said nothing. Xian smiled. Senior, please go ahead. Swordsman shook his head. That sword strike is too trashy. Xian, Swordsman continued, this sword technique is actually quite good. I can see that the person who created this sword technique was very thoughtful. However, your sword cultivation is too weak. Moreover, your swords are extremely complicated. Xian said in a deep voice, please give me some pointers, senior. Swordsman said, the reason why your sword strike was so fast earlier was 50% due to your physique. You can try to use this sword strike without your physique. Xian thought for a moment and slashed out. Instant kill sword. 1,000 feet away, the space was pierced by a wisp of sword light, and the speed of this sword strike was much slower than before. Xian's expression sank. This time, he did not use his physique strength. Swordsman said, your sword is not pure enough. Of course, this doesn't mean that you can't cultivate your physique and soul. The stronger your physique and soul are, the more beneficial it is for your sword cultivation. However, you're putting the cart before the horse. Because your physique is stronger than your sword. Moreover, there's also the power of your bloodline. Your swordsmanship itself is not strong, but with the power of your bloodline and your physique, your battle prowess is not bad. Saying that, he glanced at Xian. The path you've taken is a bit off. Xian said in a deep voice, then how should I correct it? Swordsman smiled. Do you want to be a swordsman or a physique cultivator? Xian did not hesitate. Swordsman. Swordsman nodded. That's easy. I'll seal your physique and the power of your bloodline. Are you willing? Xian was a little hesitant. Without his physique and the power of his bloodline, his battle prowess would be reduced by at least 50%, especially the combination of a godly state physique and the immortal bloodline. This was too abnormal. The reason he could last so long in the door of wretched disaster was because of his powerful godly state physique and the immortal bloodline. If he gave up on this physique and the immortal bloodline, not only would his battle prowess be reduced by 50%, but his ability to survive would also be gone. Swordsman did not speak again. The choice was up to Xian. After a while, Xian suddenly looked at Swordsman. Then let's seal it. Swordsman smiled. Have you thought about it? Xian nodded. Yes. Swordsman nodded. Good. Saying that, he pointed his finger and a ray of sword light directly entered Xian's body. Boom, in the blink of an eye, Xian's mad demon bloodline and immortal bloodline were directly suppressed by Swordsman's sword chi. Even Xian could not awaken these two bloodlines. Swordsman looked at Xian. I can't seal your physique because you've already cultivated it. I can only break your physique and then reconstruct it for you. Are you willing? Xian was stunned. I can't seal it? Swordsman nodded. You've already cultivated your physique. How can I seal it? I can only break it. Xian was really hesitant this time. It was not easy for him to cultivate his physique to the godly state. If he broke it, it would mean that all his previous efforts would be for naught. Swordsman said, you have to think about it carefully. Xian suddenly smiled. I won't think about it. Break it. Swordsman looked at Xian. All or nothing? Xian nodded. Swordsman nodded slightly. All right. Saying that, he pointed a finger at Xian's chest. Boom, Xian's eyes suddenly widened. His physique was instantly broken, leaving only his soul. A godly state physique was more fragile than paper in front of Swordsman. Swordsman looked at Xian. Begin to reconstruct your physique. Xian nodded. He sat cross-legged in space and began to reconstruct his physique. With his current strength, reconstructing his physique was a very simple matter. In less than half an hour, his physique was successfully reconstructed. Xian looked at his physique with mixed feelings. His current physique was an ordinary physique, he was no longer an unkillable cockroach. At this time, Swordsman suddenly said, "From now on, the only thing you can rely on is the sword in your hand." Yi Xian looked at Swordsman. "Understood." Swordsman smiled. "Let's go find our opponent." Saying that, he walked into the distance. Yi Xian hurriedly followed along with Xiao Ta. Along the way, Swordsman said, "Swordsman, a sword is enough. From now on, you must have this belief in your heart. Other than the sword, everything else is a burden." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." From now on, Yi Xian was a simple swordsman. Other than the sword, he had nothing else. He could only believe in the sword in his hand. Just like that, a big swordsman and a small swordsman walked into the depths of space. In an unknown star sector, the mysterious woman who was rushing at the front suddenly stopped. She seemed to have sensed something and her face instantly turned pale. Seeing this scene, the woman in white's expression immediately became gloomy. Moon Yanyan's expression was also a little ugly. "What's wrong?" the mysterious woman said with a trembling voice. "The seal I left in his body is gone." Moon Yanyan frowned slightly. "It's gone?" The mysterious woman nodded. She stared at the depths of space in the distance, her entire face ashen. Tu suddenly looked at the mysterious woman. She slowly clenched her right hand and was about to make a move. Next to her, Moon Yanyan suddenly said, "Just because it's gone doesn't mean he's dead." Tu and the mysterious woman looked at Nian Nian. Nian Nian said in a deep voice, "It's also possible that the seal in his body has been broken by someone." The mysterious woman shook her head. "There are only 3 swords that can silently remove my seal. His father is not in this universe, and that woman is not in this universe, and there's another person." At this point, she did not continue. At this moment, Moon Yanyan suddenly said, "Don't think about the worst." As she said this, she looked into the depths of space. When that door tore through space, it left behind a trace. If we follow those traces, he must still be alive. Definitely. After saying this, she directly turned into a sword light and disappeared into the end of space. Tu coldly looked at the mysterious woman. "If anything happens to him, I'll tear you apart." After saying this, she also turned into a sword light and disappeared into the end of space. The mysterious woman looked into the depths of space. She clenched her fists. "He must be alive, he must." After saying this, she directly turned into a flame and disappeared into the end of space. Somewhere in space, Yi Xian walked slowly with the swordsman. The swordsman walked very slowly. There was not a hint of a swordsman's aura on him. If he was not holding a sword, perhaps no one would think that he was a swordsman. Yi Xian walked slowly. He had been constantly observing the door of disaster in the prison pagoda. This door of disaster was very obedient now. It was hiding on the 9th floor. On the 9th floor, there was also Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta floated in front of the door of disaster. He jumped up and down. "Little gate, do you want to talk?" The door of disaster did not respond. Xiao Ta said again, "Why don't you recognize me as your big brother? If you recognize me as your big brother, when Master and Xiao Bai come, I'll plead for you. Otherwise, you'll be beaten to death. And Xiao Bai, do you know Xiao Bai? She'll suck you dry." The door of disaster still did not respond. Xiao Ta suddenly knocked on the door of disaster. "Hey, are you mute?" The door of disaster still did not respond. Xiao Ta walked around the door of disaster. He chuckled and said, "Little gate, did you hit yourself silly? I have purple gas. Do you want me to heal you?" There was still no response from the door of disaster. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly floated in front of the door of disaster. He looked at the door of disaster and said, "Little gate, if you don't want to recognize me as your big brother, that's fine too. You can recognize me as your father. How about that?" At this moment, the door of disaster suddenly shook violently. It directly collided with Xiao Ta. Boom, the entire prison pagoda shook violently. Yi Xian was speechless. "P.S. If you don't want to vote for me, then reward me." In the starry sky, Yi Xian was surprised. He was sure that this door of misfortune was sentient. Or rather, it had a spirit. However, this spirit did not show itself. At this moment, Swordsman suddenly laughed. "This door isn't simple." Yi Xian nodded. he knew Swordsman's strength. For this door to be able to withstand one of Swordsman's sword attacks, he had to admit that this was a terrifying feat. Although this swordsman might not have used his full strength, it was still not an ordinary attack. Swordsman asked again, "You left this door behind because you want to use it to find the root of misfortune?" Xian nodded. "Yes." Swordsman shook his head. "With your current strength, it's best not to search for the root of misfortune because it's not something you can resist." Xian nodded. "I understand. However, it's better to leave it behind for now." Swordsman smiled. "Sure." The two continued forward. Along the way, Xian looked at the starry sky in the distance and asked softly, "Senior, does this starry sky have an end?" Swordsman shook his head. "I don't know." Saying so, he looked at the starry sky around him and smiled. "From the looks of it, this part of the universe should have no end. I also hope that it has no end. If there is an end and there are no strong opponents at the end, then there's no point in living." Xian was speechless. This guy's words were too hurtful. This guy just wants to be defeated. Xian looked at Swordsman. "Senior, is your goal to be defeated?" Swordsman laughed. "To die." Xian was puzzled. "Don't you have any relatives?" Swordsman shook his head. "I only have my sword left." "Only my sword left." Xian was silent. It could be seen that this swordsman was a lonely person. Without any restraints, perhaps seeking defeat was his only desire to live. Seeming to have thought of something, Xian asked again. "Senior, is the sword Dao divided into realms?" Swordsman thought for a moment and said, "In my opinion, the Dao of the sword is divided into 3 realms." Xian quickly asked, "What realm?" Swordsman laughed. "First, common sword." Xian blinked. "Mortal sword. I've achieved it before." Swordsman shook his head. "That's not really an ordinary sword. A true mortal sword was the kind of mortal that returned to its natural state. In order to achieve this, one must first achieve great accomplishment in sword Dao. This was similar to a person who, after reaching a peak, returned to his natural state and returned to being ordinary. This kind of ordinary is not simply ordinary, but ordinary after experiencing the peak, and you're ordinary. You are really ordinary, understand?" Xian was speechless. Swordsman continued, "The realm of common sword is divided into 4 realms. The first realm, seeing a mountain as a mountain; the second realm, seeing a mountain is not a mountain; the third realm, seeing a mountain is still a mountain; and the fourth realm, seeing a mountain is not a mountain." Xian was a little puzzled. "A mountain is not a mountain?" Swordsman nodded and pointed to the distant starry sky. "Look at this vast starry sky, what do you see?" Xian said in a deep voice, "The starry sky." Swordsman shook his head. "Look again." Xian looked at the distant starry sky. After a long time, he shook his head. "It's still the starry sky." Swordsman smiled. "What is the starry sky?" Xian was slightly stunned and then fell into silence. What was the starry sky? He could not answer this question, because he had never thought of this question. Swordsman chuckled. "What you know now is all within a rule. This rule is like a big circle that restricts everyone. Just like a fish in the sea, in its world, there is only water and no land. It is the same for humans. In the process of growing up, people will naturally be influenced by the surrounding environment and traditional thinking. In the process of thinking, they will often be bound by their own thinking framework, making it difficult for them to break through their current situation, and thus be stuck in a state of stagnation. The final realm of common sword is to jump out of the existing rules, jump out of the existing way of thinking. If you are always trapped in your previous knowledge during cultivation, it will be very difficult for you to have any new breakthroughs." As he said that, he looked into the distant starry sky. "This is the starry sky, yes, but it can also be something else, what do you think?" Hearing this, Xian gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Suddenly, he felt as if he had opened up something. Swordsman said again, "Cultivating the sword is cultivating the heart, but do you know what cultivating the heart is?" Xian looked at Swordsman. Swordsman smiled. "In many people's view, cultivating the heart is to purify the soul and cultivate the nature of the mind. In fact, it is not just that. Cultivating the heart is to cultivate one's own shortcomings. People must constantly look for their own shortcomings, and only then can they understand themselves more clearly. In fact, many people in this world do not dare to face their own hearts. Not only do many people not dare to face their own hearts, they have always been avoiding their own hearts, not daring to be their true selves. Xian looked at Swordsman and said in a deep voice, "Senior, you said to face one's heart, but what if one's heart is dirty and evil? Do you also have to face it and obey it?" Swordsman smiled. "Why not face it directly? If one's heart is dirty and evil, then change." Xian shook his head. "Many people will obey, so there are many evil people in this world." Swordsman smiled. "This kind of person is a failure. Facing one's heart is not asking you to obey it, but to subdue it. In a certain stage, a person's greatest opponent in this life is not others, but themselves." Xian said in a deep voice, "In a certain stage? In other words, there is another stage?" Swordsman smiled. "For example, in my current stage, because I have subdued my heart, I now want to find a strong opponent, because only by failing can I find my own shortcomings, only then can I know how to become stronger." Xian said softly, "I understand. The path of Sword Dao requires constant exploration, constant pursuit, and constant change." Swordsman smiled. "You are worth teaching." Xian looked into the depths of the starry sky. "I want to find an opponent." Swordsman smiled. "I will bring you there." Xian turned to look at Swordsman. "Senior, you just said that there are 3 realms in Sword Dao. What is above mortal sword?" Swordsman smiled. "Reach mortal sword first, then think about other things. You have to take it step by step." Xian said with a smile, "Great." Saying so, he turned to look behind him. In fact, he was a little worried that the 5th dimension would miss them, but unfortunately, he did not know where he was. He could not go back even if he wanted to. However, it should not be a big problem, because the door of calamity had already left the 5th dimension. Without the calamity, Nian and the others were definitely not afraid of that mysterious woman. He should work hard to improve his strength first, especially now. With the guidance of Senior Swordsman, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Right now, he only wanted to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he change his fate. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly floated out. At this moment, Xiao Ta's body was covered in lightning. Obviously, this guy had been beaten up. Xiao Ta floated in front of Xian. "Young master, let's fuse." Xian blinked his eyes. "Fuse?" Xiao Ta quickly nodded. "After we fuse, I will be able to use you to display my powerful strength. And you will also be able to use me to display your powerful strength." "Fuse? I want to kill that broken door. They actually don't recognize me as their father. They don't give me any face." Xian was speechless. Swordsman shook his head and smiled. "You are more mischievous than before." He had seen Xiao Ta in the past, but at that time, Xiao Ta was not so mischievous. As if he thought of something, he said, "Do you often hang out with that white guy and that horned little girl?" Xiao Ta was a little surprised. "How did you know?" "I play with Xiao Bai and Arya every day. Following them is fun." Swordsman shook his head. "No wonder. Following those 2 little guys, no matter how honest a guy is, he will change." Xian smiled. "I will not fuse with you for the time being." Xiao Ta was a little puzzled. "Why?" "After fusing with me, you will become very powerful." Xian looked at the sword in his hand. "Now, I want to rely on my sword to become powerful, and not other external objects." Xiao Ta was a little anxious. "I am not an external object. I am your family Xiao Ta. Young master, let's fuse. If I don't fuse, I can't beat that broken door." Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta continued, "As long as you fuse with me, I will give you treasures. I have a lot of treasures. They were all placed in the tower by Xiao Bai. Do you want them?" Xian was a little hesitant. The treasures left behind by that little guy were definitely not ordinary treasures. However, he still shook his head and refused. He had already given up on his god realm body. No matter how good the treasures were, they would not be able to attract him. Now, he only wanted to improve his sword Dao cultivation base. Along the way, Xiao Ta kept begging, but Yi Xian was not moved. Seeing that he could not be persuaded, Xiao Ta returned to the prison pagoda. This time, he started to deceive the prison pagoda. He wanted to join forces with the prison pagoda to attack the door of disaster. In the starry sky, Yi Xian and Swordsman walked slowly. Just like that, after walking for about 3 days, the two suddenly stopped. In front of the two of them, there was a huge mountain. The mountain was like a huge sword hanging upside down in the starry sky. On top of the mountain, one could vaguely see an ancient palace. Yi Xian was a little curious. "Senior, this is?" Swordsman shook his head. "I don't know." Yi Xian hesitated for a while and then said, "What do we do now?" Swordsman smiled. "Go and challenge it." Yi Xian blinked. "Me?" Swordsman nodded. "In this place, there is no one worthy for me to draw my sword. So, go and challenge it." Yi Xian looked at the mountain in the distance and then said, "What kind of challenge?" Swordsman smiled. "Go directly. Be arrogant." Yi Xian was a little hesitant. "Is it not good to be too arrogant?" The sword cultivator smiled and said, "No." Yi Xian nodded. He walked towards the mountain in the distance. Not long after, a powerful divine sense directly locked onto him. Feeling this divine sense, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. "What the hell is this place? The owner of this divine sense is so strong." A voice suddenly sounded in front of Yi Xian. "What's the matter?" Yi Xian subconsciously said, "I'm asking for death." As soon as he said that, he was immediately stunned. F***ck, what did I say? Die. At this moment, Yi Xian's mind was in a mess. That wasn't something that could be said casually. Yi Xian glanced at the nearby swordsman. "It's all this fellow's fault. I've actually put on an act as well." Meanwhile, the voice in front of Yi Xian resounded once more. "Are you joking?" Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. "Yes." "What a joke." "To tell you the truth, I've come here to challenge the geniuses of your esteemed sect." "Let's have a friendly spar." The voice said, "You've come to challenge the sect?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he nodded. "Yes." He felt that he had to be a little arrogant. He couldn't lose in terms of imposing manner. Meanwhile, a formidable aura suddenly swept down from the peak of the mountain, and it was like a torrent that shot straight towards Yi Xian. The formidable aura instantly locked down the space around Yi Xian. This wasn't an ordinary expert. Yi Xian gazed at the swordsman. The swordsman grinned and showed no intention of attacking. Yi Xian understood now. He wanted him to attack himself. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He held the hilt of his sword in his right hand, and he was accumulating strength while waiting to attack. When the aura arrived over 10 m away from him, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword drawing technique. It was a pure heaven-rend drawing technique. It wasn't enhanced by the energy of one's bloodline, physical strength, sword domain, or the energy of faith. It was heaven-rend drawing technique. With a slash of the sword, a sword light fell straight down. However, the ray of light had only just descended when it shattered into nothingness. At the same time, Yi Xian's figure was blasted 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, the space around him shattered, and his body instantly cracked apart. He'd heavily injured himself with a single strike. Yi Xian glanced at his body, and then he shook his head and laughed bitterly. His current combat strength was at least 50% weaker than before. If it was before this, then even if he couldn't resist this attack, his formidable physical body would still be able to resist it. But now, his body couldn't take it anymore. Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The middle-aged man wore a white robe and a scarf on his head. He looked like a scholar. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian, then looked at Swordsman. When he saw Swordsman, his face instantly turned solemn. Danger. That was his first impression of the swordsman. There weren't many things in this world that could make him feel danger. The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice, "You are?" Swordsman smiled and said, "I'm here to accompany this young friend." The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "What are the two of you doing?" Swordsman said, "Let's compare notes." The middle-aged man finally understood. He was bringing his juniors to gain experience. He had done something like this before. "Let's compare notes." When he thought up to this point, the middle-aged man grinned, then let the juniors have fun. Swordsman nodded, all right. The middle-aged man glanced at Xian, and then he turned to look at the peak of the mountain, any second-generation disciple. Xian's face instantly darkened when he heard this, any second-generation disciple, he's looking down on me. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a ray of white light leaped up from the peak of the mountain. In the next moment, a young man appeared not too far away from Xian. The young man wore a gray robe, had a handsome face, and held a spear in his hand. The middle-aged man gazed at the young man. Zhu Lian, don't go overboard. The young man nodded, understood. As he spoke, he gazed at Xian who stood in the distance. Make your move. Xian nodded, please. Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment onward, Xian's position as crown prince shall be removed, and Yi Lang shall succeed him. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not too far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. The young girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The young girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Xian is a crown prince, why did you remove his title for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling, this is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove his title. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he is removed or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder said coldly, then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang, and he knew that this was his chance to show off. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince, and it's everyone's wish. Why are you shouting? With that, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up, but she did not cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, I'm Zhang Mu, greeting the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and he hurriedly bowed deeply, I'm willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I'm willing to die 1,000 deaths. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, so don't show any mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Ling, and just as he was about to speak, Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Ling suddenly roared, Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Ling's face turned ugly. Xian looked up at him and said, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess. As he screamed, Prince, save me. Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Ling's side. Seeing Ling's appearance, Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Ling saw Xian, her tears flowed out. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Ling. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Ling. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Ling, and she was Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Xian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave. Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Ling, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is risking his life for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Ling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Ling inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Ling looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Ling nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply, this subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince. Ling nodded, drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Ling. When he saw the murderous intent in Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Ling and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Somewhere in the starry sky, the swordsman stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. What do you think? Yi Xian was silent for a moment before answering, there are a lot of shortcomings. The swordsman said, tell me about it. Yi Xian said, I relied too much on the strength of my physique. Without a strong physique, I'm not as confident as before. The swordsman laughed. It's not that your physique can't be strong, because it's something that you've cultivated yourself. However, if you want to become a powerful swordsman, it's best not to rely on any external force before you've reached the level of a common sword. Because if you rely on external forces, your swordsmanship will stagnate. Just like earlier, if you had a strong physique, that woman wouldn't have been your match. But if you relied on your physique to defeat her, then you wouldn't have known the flaws in your swordsmanship. He paused for a moment before continuing, do you know your flaws? Yi Xian looked at the swordsman. Not fast enough. The swordsman shook his head. The real fast isn't the sword, but the heart. Yi Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? The swordsman laughed. Have you heard of the heart sword? Yi Xian asked, using the heart to control the sword? The swordsman shook his head. It's not using the heart to control the sword, but rather, the heart is the sword, and the sword is the heart. Yi Xian shook his head. I don't really understand. The swordsman laughed. What the heart thinks, the sword moves. This is a realm of fast swordsmanship. You should have heard of this realm before, but you haven't reached the limit of this realm. If you can reach the limit of this realm, your sword will be far faster than that woman. Yi Xian quickly asked, how can I reach the limit of this realm? The swordsman said, practice. Practice? Yi Xian frowned. How do I practice? Swordsman replied, it's just normal training. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. He opened his palm and a sword appeared in his hand. Peerless sword, he had almost forgotten about this sword. Yi Xian walked to the side and used the insta-kill slash again. As the sword stabbed out, the space 3,000 feet away suddenly shattered. It was still a very fast strike. However, Yi Xian knitted his eyebrows. Because this strike, whether it was in terms of strength or speed, was much weaker than when he was still in the immortal realm. At this moment, he finally realized how weak his sword Dao was. After losing the power of his bloodline and physical body, it was difficult for him to even kill a deity realm expert. Thinking of this, Yi Xian sighed softly. He had to admit that he had really gone astray all these years. Next to him, Swordsman suddenly said, it's not too late to correct it now. Yi Xian nodded. He sat down cross-legged, and then he started to recall the scenes of the battle between him and the woman. The woman's sword was very swift, even swifter than his own. That was why he'd been forced to use a move to take her down with him. Since the battle ended, he'd been in a passive position. It was swift. If it was in the past, then his sword would be even swifter than the woman when he had the support of his formidable physical body. But now, he didn't have his body at the immortal realm. How do I improve? How do I break through? Yi Xian fell into deep thought. Swordsman didn't speak another word. Around 2 hours later, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. He opened his palm, and then the supreme sword in his hand flew forward. The insta-kill slash, the sword flew out, and in an instant, it was already 10,000 zhang away. Yi Xian fell silent as he gazed at the sword that flew 3 kilometers away. He'd seen Situ Tingyun execute this attack in the past, and it was many times swifter than his own attack. Please continue to the next page. However, Situ Tingyun hadn't relied on any external forces. If Situ Tingyun could do it, why couldn't he? Thinking of this, Yi Xian sheathed his sword and performed the instant kill sword again. Just like that, Yi Xian practiced sword after sword. The swordsman watched from the side. He would say a few words from time to time, and every time he said something, Yi Xian would learn something new. Yi Xian kept repeating the insta-kill slash. In fact, he was no longer practicing the insta-kill slash. Instead, he was pursuing what swordsman had said, what the heart thinks, the sword moves. Speed and strength, these were what he was pursuing now. This time, his speed and strength were different. Because he wasn't relying on any external force this time, and he was purely relying on the speed and strength of the sword Dao. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, Yi Xian swung his sword no less than a few tens of thousands of times every single day. Moreover, as he cultivated madly, the speed and strength of the insta-kill slash were gradually increasing, and this caused Yi Xian to be overjoyed. He wasn't afraid of suffering, but he was afraid of not gaining anything from his hard work. So long as he gained something, then it proved that he was working hard towards the right direction. A trace of a smile appeared on the swordsman's face as well. Was there a shortcut in the sword Dao? In Yi Xian's opinion, there definitely was. If he was willing, then he could allow Yi Xian to attain an extremely terrifying state in a short period of time. However, it was pointless. Yi Xian had to understand where his problem lay and correct it. Only then would he be able to progress further in the sword Dao. One had to take it step by step. Just like that, Yi Xian practiced bitterly day after day, and his insta-kill slash showed obvious improvement as well. Even though it wasn't as swift as when he possessed a body at the god rank realm, it was ceaselessly getting closer. At this moment, he wasn't just pursuing the pinnacle of the insta-kill slash, he was pursuing the pinnacle of the sword Dao speed. While Yi Xian was cultivating, Lil Pagoda was still having a battle of wits and courage with the door of disaster in the prison pagoda within his body. Xiao Ta had successfully roped in the prison pagoda, and now there were 2 pagodas fighting against the door of disaster. However, it was useless. Even if 2 Xiao Ta joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. However, the door of disaster kept a low profile. During this period of time, it stayed on the 9th floor. Other than occasionally counterattacking Xiao Ta and the prison pagoda, it basically didn't move at all. On this day, the swordsman suddenly arrived at the prison pagoda. He arrived at the top of the pagoda, and when he saw his sword, he smiled and opened his palm. The sword flew into his hand and trembled violently. The swordsman smiled and put away his sword. Then, he arrived at the 9th floor. When he arrived at the 9th floor, the door of disaster suddenly trembled and shrank into a corner. Obviously, it was very afraid of this swordsman. In fact, it was very, very sullen. It was originally about to complete its mission, but it didn't expect to meet such a perverted fellow halfway. This was great. Not only did it not complete its mission, but it also got itself involved. The swordsman walked in front of the door of disaster. He looked at the door of disaster and smiled. "Where did you want to return to?" The door of disaster did not respond. The swordsman asked again, "Are the people from your place strong?" The door of disaster still did not respond. The swordsman smiled. "I hope the people from your place are strong. Otherwise, it would be too boring." After saying that, he turned and left. That silhouette was as lonely as snow. Behind the swordsman, the door of disaster trembled slightly. Somewhere in the unknown starry sky, Mu Niannian and the other two women were still madly flying. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. In the starry sky, the three women increased their speed to the extreme. In front of them, there were still traces of the door of disaster tearing through the starry sky. However, these traces were becoming fewer and fewer. The mysterious woman was leading the group. Her speed was faster than Mu Niannian, and the mysterious woman stared at the starry sky in the distance. During this period of time, she had been in a state of extreme fear. She had never been so afraid before. Beside her, Tu's expression was gloomy. During this period of time, she had wanted to attack the mysterious woman several times. However, she held back. This was because she didn't know whether Xian was dead or alive. She didn't believe that Xian was dead just like that. Tu slowly closed her eyes and said in a trembling voice, "Brother, wait for me." After saying that, her speed suddenly increased. The mysterious woman and Mu Niannian also increased their speed crazily. 10 days later, the three women stopped. This was because the traces in front of them had disappeared. The mysterious woman looked at the faraway starry sky as if she had lost her soul. Tu's expression was slightly unsightly. Since the traces had disappeared, it meant that they couldn't continue pursuing. As if she had thought of something, Tu gazed at the mysterious woman. She was about to attack again. Meanwhile, Nian Nian suddenly said, "Are you giving up just like that?" Tu gazed at Nian Nian, and she spoke softly, "Miss Tu, I don't believe that he died just like that." "What about you?" Tu fell silent. Mu Niannian gazed into the starry sky. "Miss Tu, let me ask you something. What do you think of Miss Suchong's intelligence?" Tu spoke solemnly, "Very high. However, she disdains to play such tricks." When she spoke up to this point, she hesitated for a moment and said, "You're saying that she knew all along?" Mu Niannian shook her head, "I don't know. All I know is that she would absolutely not allow him to die so easily." When she spoke up to this point, she gazed at the mysterious woman. "Are you really unable to sense the door of disaster?" The mysterious woman shook her head, "I can't." Mu Niannian frowned slightly. "Then what about before?" The mysterious woman spoke softly, "I'm only able to sense the door of disaster when I'm targeting him. However, I'm unable to sense it exactly. Now, I can't sense its existence at all." Mu Niannian spoke in a low voice, "You can't sense it at all?" The mysterious woman nodded, "I can't." Mu Niannian's face fell. Meanwhile, Tu spoke abruptly, "Let's continue pursuing him. Then we'll wait for news from Miss Ding." Mu Niannian and the mysterious woman gazed at Tu, and then Tu spoke softly, "If Miss Ding is able to find that man, then we'll know if he's still alive." As she spoke, she transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the starry sky. Mu Niannian glanced at the mysterious woman, "I hope he's fine." As soon as she finished speaking, she chased after Qin Shi. The mysterious woman remained silent for a moment, and then she gazed into the starry sky while a trace of guilt flashed through her eyes. "I'm sorry. You must live and give me a chance to make up for it." As soon as she finished speaking, she chased after Qin Shi. A month later, Xian was still cultivating madly amidst the starry sky, and he executed strike after strike with his sword. The speed and power of his instant kill sword had reached the level of his physical body in the divine realm. However, it was far from sufficient for him. What he sought now was to reach the limit. He wanted to arrive at the limit of his speed, and then break through it to attain the state where his sword could move as he wished. End of this chapter. In the starry sky, Xian brandished his sword again and again. This endless starry sky was his cultivation ground. During this time, Swordsman did not leave and continued to guide him. Xian naturally cherished this opportunity. In the past, he always felt that he lacked a good sword master. But now, with Swordsman's guidance, it could be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Just like that, another month passed. During this month, Xian's instant kill sword was faster than when he was in the divine realm. However, it was still not enough. Pursue the limit, break through the limit, this was his goal. After about an hour, Xian stopped. He glanced at his right arm. His right arm was already numb and it was not suitable for him to continue cultivating. He needed to rest. Xian sat down cross-legged and began to use the purple energy to repair his body. As if thinking of something, he looked at Swordsman. "Senior, how is my cultivation?" Swordsman smiled, not bad. Xian asked again, is there anything that needs to be improved? Swordsman nodded, when brandishing your sword, you need to be calm and not impetuous. You also can't practice for the sake of practicing. You need to often stop and think about the shortcomings of this sword. Xian nodded, understood. Swordsman smiled, your talent is not bad and you are willing to work hard. However, you are too impetuous. If you can settle down and calm your heart, it will not be difficult to reach the common sword realm. Xian took a deep breath. From the Qing city to the fifth dimension, he had rarely been able to calm his heart and cultivate. Just like before, after Tingyan imparted the insta-kill sword to him, he did not cultivate much. At that time, he had the power of bloodline and a physical body. Even if he did not cultivate, he could still unleash the power of the insta-kill sword. However, this made him unable to understand the essence of instant kill sword. Simply put, he had always been too dependent on external forces. His sword Dao strength was pitifully weak. An hour later, Xian stood up and continued to swing his sword. There were no shortcuts on the path of Daoyi. Another month passed. In the starry sky, Xian's eyes were closed. He opened his palm, and a sword suddenly flew out. Thousands of feet away, the space there was suddenly torn apart, and a ray of sword light appeared. Almost at the same time, countless sword lights flashed around him. Instant kill sword. It was not one instant kill sword, but 10 instant kill swords. With his current sword speed, he could execute 10 instant kill swords in an instant. Now, he had reached the limit of the speed of this instant kill. No, it should be said that he had truly reached his own limit. There was no limit to sword techniques. It was humans who had limits, because if the swordsman were to use the insta-kill slash, the speed would definitely be faster. Xian opened his palm, and the unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. He turned to look at the swordsman. The swordsman smiled, I can barely do it. Xian asked in a deep voice, Senior, how can I break through my own limits? He was now one step away from the realm that the swordsman mentioned. Wherever the heart goes, the sword goes. The swordsman looked at Xian, fight. Only in battle can one's potential be stimulated in the shortest time, and only in the moment of life and death can one easily break through their own limits. Xian nodded, understood. At this moment, he recalled the bloody battle in Qingqing. At that time, although he was weak, every time he survived, he would become stronger. The swordsman smiled, let's go. Xian nodded, all right. After saying that, he put away his sword and walked towards the distant starry sky with the swordsman. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the mountain floating in the starry sky again. As soon as they arrived, Gusher appeared in front of them. Gusher glanced at Xian, and soon, he frowned because he realized that Xian seemed to have changed. Xian cupped his fists, Senior. Gusher collected his thoughts and smiled, I understand. After saying that, he turned to look at the peak of the mountain. Qingyi. Buzz, the sound of a sword suddenly rang out from the peak of the mountain, and the next moment, a woman appeared in front of Xian. Qingyi wore a tight purple dress, and in her left hand was a sheathed longsword. As soon as she appeared, her eyes fell on Xian. Gusher suddenly smiled, don't overdo it. After saying that, he retreated to the side. In the distance, Qingyi suddenly disappeared on the spot, and a ray of sword light suddenly appeared in front of Xian. This attack was even faster than before, and it was even more powerful. Obviously, Qingyi had become stronger during this period of time. In the face of this attack, Xian's expression was calm, and he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. With a single slash, Qingyi's sword light was directly shattered into pieces, and she herself was blasted hundreds of meters away, and as soon as she stopped and was about to attack again, a sword was already pressed against the center of her forehead. Instant kill. The surroundings suddenly became silent, the middle-aged man's face sank. The speed of Xian's attack was not just a little bit faster than before. Qingyi looked at Xian, how did you do it? Xian's sword was actually so fast that she couldn't even react to it. Xian sheathed his sword and said with a smile, practice. Practice like crazy. Qingyi frowned slightly, that's it? Xian said with a smile, there's more to it, more to it. Qingyi went silent for a moment, and then she said, what sword technique was that? Xian said, instant kill. A senior sister of mine taught it to me. Qingyi wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Xian said with a smile, do you want to learn it? Qingyi looked at Yi Xian, I don't have anything to exchange with you. Yi Xian smiled lightly, I'll teach you for free. Qingyi looked at Yi Xian, I don't deserve a reward without doing anything. Yi Xian said with a smile, let's discuss it. Qingyi went silent for a moment, and then she said, all right. As they spoke, the two of them directly started discussing it. Yi Xian directly taught the instant kill to Qingyi. Seeing that Yi Xian really taught him that powerful sword technique, Qingyi was a little surprised. Not only Qingyi, but Teacher Gu was also a little surprised. The sword technique that Yi Xian used was obviously not ordinary, and Yi Xian actually taught it to Qingyi just like that. Seeing that Yi Xian was so generous, Qingyi also said everything she knew. In the conversation with Qingyi, Yi Xian learned a lot, because Qingyi had many things that he could learn from her, especially her use of sword qi and her grasp of timing. These were things that he could learn from her. In addition, Yi Xian also learned about this place. This place was called the Nether River Star Field, and this place did not know about the fifth dimension. Not only did it not know about the fifth dimension, it did not even know about the whirling world or the Milky Way realm. This place was too far away from the fifth dimension. Even though he had only traveled from the fifth dimension to this place for less than a day, that was because of the Door of Disaster. The Door of Disaster shattered the starry sky along the way, and countless barriers of the universe were torn apart by it. Ordinary people could not do this. If he walked normally from this place to the fifth dimension, even with his speed, it would take at least 100 years. In fact, Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Where was the Door of Disaster taking him? At this moment, Swordsman suddenly asked, is there any particularly dangerous place in this star field? Hearing this, Teacher Gu looked at Swordsman, hesitated for a moment, and then said, there is a place, but it is too dangerous. With young friend's current strength, Swordsman smiled and said, it's fine. Teacher Gu glanced at Swordsman, and then he pointed to the right, go a few 100,000 kilometers from here, and there is a mountain range called the Great Desolate Mountain Range. There are many powerful ancient beasts in the mountain range. That place can be said to be a forbidden area for us humans. Great Desolate Mountain Range, Swordsman nodded slightly, and then he looked at Yi Xian not far away, let's go. Yi Xian nodded, okay. Saying this, he looked at Qingyi, and said with a smile, Miss Qingyi, farewell. After saying this, he and Swordsman were about to leave, but at this time, Teacher Gu suddenly said, the two of you, please wait. Yi Xian and the swordsman stopped in their tracks. The swordsman looked at Master Gu, and Master Gu said in a deep voice, you too, that place is very dangerous. Especially in the depths of the desolate mountains, there is an ancestor of ferocious beasts. This beast hates humans to the core. If you step into the desolate mountains and awaken the ancestor of ferocious beasts, at this point, he did not continue. At this time, Swordsman suddenly said, is this beast ancestor very strong? Teacher Gu looked at Swordsman, and said seriously, very, very strong. Swordsman smiled slightly, isn't that a good thing? Teacher Gu, Swordsman looked at Yi Xian, and said with a smile, let's go. After saying this, he turned around and left with Yi Xian. Teacher Gu looked at the swordsman and Yi Xian in the distance, and frowned, where did these two come from? They don't even know the Great Desolate Mountain Range, Qingyi said in a low voice, could it be that they came from that place? Teacher Gu shook his head, not very likely, Qingyi said in a low voice, that young man asked me a lot about our star field, and I can see that this is his first time coming here. If he didn't come from that place, where did he come from? Teacher Gu shook his head and smiled, forget it. Maybe the two of them are just passers-by in our star field. After saying this, he turned and left. Qingyi looked at Yi Xian's figure in the distance, and after a moment of silence, she said softly, we will meet again, right? After saying this, she shook her head and turned to leave. At the end of the distant starry sky, Swordsman suddenly said, we need to find you a very strong opponent. Yi Xian asked, how strong? Swordsman thought for a moment, and then said, the kind that can kill you. Yi Xian hesitated, and then said, wouldn't that be too strong? Swordsman shook his head, not at all. If you want to break through your limits, you will have to fall into a desperate situation. After saying this, he looked at Yi Xian, and said with a smile, if you can feel the aura of death, you should feel happy, because that proves that you can continue to improve. And I have wanted to feel the aura of death for hundreds of thousands of years. Do you know how painful it is to be invincible? After saying this, he paused, and then said, I feel very painful. Yi Xian. P.S. The days without a monthly ticket are so painful, give me one, oh, please. End of chapter 1511. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.